Now we're live. Yeah, what the hell? Okay. Sorry about that. Out thing was actually starting to get pretty heated, and I just needed to take a break from that. So I decided to finally start my horror podcast I've been mentioning. However, every time I try to put it up in a poll, it loses out to the death battle videos, and I honestly need a break from that for now. There was supposed to be more guests, but 2 of them are trapped at work. Alrighty, let me send the link. Cool. By the way, real quick disclaimer before somebody complains, because I know somebody complained that I didn't put a disclaimer on my last video. If you haven't seen Spiral, you might want to take a hike because we will be talking about Spiral. So if you don't want to be spoiled for that, I'd recommend go watching it. You can watch it on Tiny Zone if you want. Although I will be talking about the other Saw movies in general. Because since then I've watched Spiral again to get my thoughts on it. And Wolf watched it with me.
Yeah, although to be honest, I really thought it wasn't really that good.
Yeah, there's this YouTuber called Patrick, I think that's what he calls himself, and he really loved Spiral. He thinks that Saw has been revitalized thanks to Spiral, and it's like Saw is back now. I might have to disagree with that. I mean, I'm not going to say it's like the worst or anything. I mean, I'm sure you could probably point to Saw 3D or something like that, technically being worst, or maybe even Jigsaw. But I don't know, Spiral might be my least favorite. Because of how it does so many things right while face planting and other things. And injecting things into the series that really don't belong, like forced humor and shitty rap and hip hop music, which really doesn't belong.
Yeah, it's like they tried to turn it into a comedy and it just failed miserably.
Yeah, I spoke about this a little bit in my review, but the comedy is actually the worst elements. Whenever it's just a Saw movie, it works very well and you can enjoy it. But when it's not being a Saw movie, it's just annoying. Whenever they try to stop to tell it, like I said, the only parts that kind of made me laugh a little bit was Sam Jackson's scenes. But the problem is Sam Jackson's barely in the movie. Most of his screen time is taken up by flashbacks. And they're not long flashbacks either. And I feel like it's only funny because it's Sam Jackson, you know?
Yep. I mean, it's Samuel Jackson. You can never go wrong.
Yeah, and I find that unacceptable for comedy to be the weakest element of the movie, considering that this was apparently Chris Rock's idea. Chris Rock is a damn good comedian. I mean, hell, I've shown this video to somebody, but Chris Rock's little segment on his stand-up called How to Not Get Your Ass Kicked by the Police is extremely funny. And we know that Chris Rock's capable of being funny. I mean, the guy's friends with Adam Sandler, for God's sake. There's no reason for the comedy to be as bad as it is.
Don't care what anyone says, Adam Sandler's awesome.
Yeah, I might have to make a video about this someday, covering some videos, but the Adam Sandler hate train, yeah, that needs to stop. Like right now. Stop hating Adam Sandler. Yeah, some of his movies kind of suck, but you could say that for Chris Rock. Not every movie Chris Rock has been in has been a gem either. You could say that for almost any actor. I mean, hell, I remember back in the day when people talked shit about Ben Stiller's movie Zoolander, which at the time got a lot of shit and was considered a stupid vanity project by Ben Stiller. And yet it's now considered a comedy classic. And then Ben Stiller made Tropic Thunder, so who's laughing now? So yeah, I don't understand. Like there's just such a heavy. It almost is funny the amount of irony that you have this horror movie that was the brainchild of a comedian, possibly one of the best comedians out there, and every time it tries to be funny, you just want to kill yourself. How does that happen? I don't get it. I wish I could pull up scenes from the film to illustrate some of my points, but the copyright system would kick my ass, so I probably can't.
I wish they would just get rid of this stupid copyright system.
Yeah, they just need to gut that entirely. Like, some people want to get mad at me for supposedly encouraging piracy in my recent death battle video, but here's the great irony of it. Those who engage in so-called piracy are not thieves, they're not bad people, and they usually end up loving the product that they're quote-unquote stealing. Like, for example, I've pirated almost every anime I've ever watched, and yet almost every anime I've ever watched I own on DVD in some capacity. Like, that should tell you something, okay? I pirated Death Note. I own that on DVD, plus I own the manga. I pirated Kodomo no Jiken. I own that on DVD, plus I own the manga, on top of a bunch of other merchandise like posters and art books. I pirated the fuck out of Bleach when I wasn't checking it out from the library. I own Bleach on DVD, so on and so forth. But the irony is, the people that engage in copyright law are the ones that make it difficult to consume products. And it usually gives them an excuse to go around abusing people that do everything short of not riding the company's dick. I'll probably save this for a debate sometime about piracy, but I think it's bullcrap. In fact, maybe someday I'll try and get in touch with a Mother's Basement, since he seems to be such a shill for anti-piracy, thinking that it's amazing and that piracy is going to kill the industry, even though there's never been any evidence of piracy ever killing any kind of industry. If anything, these industries are usually their own worst enemy. For example, Hollywood is its own worst enemy. Like you got Hollywood thinking that piracy is part of the reason why Hollywood's losing money. No, the reason why Hollywood's losing money is because they're making shitty movies. That's why they're losing money. And they keep getting involved in dumb politics that nobody cares about when they just want to see a movie.
Yep. If they're not making crappy movies, they're doing woke reboots.
Yep. And I'm so glad that the Spiral movie didn't do anything woke, because in the back of my mind, I was concerned that they might try to interject like some BLM shit or something like that. Thankfully, they didn't do that. And the commentary they were going for with the police, for the most part, was realistic and grounded. But that could have gone south real fast. Like I said, I was surprised that when they had that a reference to, I believe it was George, no, not George Floyd. What the hell is that guy's name that BLM made a big deal about? Uh, Damn it. I know the guy's name. Why can't I think of it? Uh, well, you all know what I'm talking about. That guy that got shot by a police officer, and we saw the dash cam footage of it. I'm surprised that they showed great restraint in referencing it, but not being preachy about it. It's just kind of there. And it's a neat little reference to sadly realistic things. What I love, that's one thing I actually do like when they reference that whole real life example of police brutality. It actually helped in making the whole situation feel more realistic. Because one of the biggest complaints about the Saw franchise is everyone likes to make fun of how unrealistic and goofy it is. Well, that sense of like this actually happened helped makes everything feel a little bit more real in the universe. So I will give them props there. Like I said, I'm not going to act like there isn't good things in Spiral. There absolutely is. It's just that the things that don't work about
And I guess his internet's crapping out again. This always happens in the worst of times. Uh, I apologize if I'm not saying much. I just can't really think of what to say. I guess I'm just waiting for him to come back. I guess that was your internet crapping out again.
Yeah, I hate this new internet. It's worthless. It'll just blow out for no fucking reason. I'm gonna have to talk to my roommate about getting something better. I don't know what internet he has, but it's fucking horrible.
It's probably almost worse than mine. My internet's never crapped out during a stream.
Yeah, it'll just blow out for no reason. I hate when that happens. It makes it nearly impossible for me to do any kind of stream. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I completely lost my train of thought, by the way.
You were still. I don't know. I forgot too. You were still talking about the movie though with Chris Rock.
Yeah, but I can't remember what I was talking about. Shit. Oh, great. The stream has been brought to a screeching halt. I have no clue who that is.
You were saying something about you're glad that it didn't become a woke movie.
Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, that's a big problem with movies today, especially whenever there's a movie with some kind of black star or written by a black person. Somebody always has to turn it into something political, which is annoying. But thankfully, this didn't do that. But then again, as far as I know, Chris Rock isn't one of those woke SJW fucktards anyway.
I think he
He's
actually
able to understand to leave the politics out of it because he's a freaking entertainer. And what a shock. You can have a movie criticizing police brutality without it having to be some kind of BLM propaganda film. Who would have thought?
Yep. Do it without saying, "Oh, white people bad."
Mm-hmm. Yep. In fact, interestingly enough, there was an equal amount of dickishness from the police officer characters of all different skin colors. Throughout the story, there's this one black guy on the precinct who's a constant dick to the main character and constantly pointing fingers at him and making his life miserable. It's like, hey, it's nice to have some actual so-called equality rather than just everything being no, everything must be white man bad. But yeah, for me, the biggest problem for me, well, it's difficult for me to list my biggest problem, but one of my biggest problems is the new villain, the Jigsaw wannabe. I'm not even going to call him a copycat. I'm just going to call him a straight up wannabe. I mean, a lot of people like to use the phrase, you're not Jigsaw, but nowhere is it more true than with this motherfucker. This motherfucker really ain't Jigsaw. And he sucks. It's not just the voice that sucks. He as a character is just borderline comical. Like, I cannot buy this guy as some kind of evil, scheming mastermind or anything like that. He just comes off as a joke. And his motivation doesn't seem to make much sense. Like, the Jigsaw wannabe, he wants to reform the police, but he also wants to get revenge. It's like, well, which is it? Yeah. It doesn't even look like he's even interested in actually rehabilitating the police department like he says he does. He's more or less interested in, oh, I just want to kill these police officers. Which goes against Jigsaw's philosophy. Jigsaw was not out to kill you. If you died in one of his traps, it was usually your fault, not his. Because you either didn't play by the rules or you failed your test. Simple as that. But a lot of Saw fans have pointed out how it seems that all of these games that the Jigsaw wannabe sets up are borderline unwinnable. Like, it's not like Amanda Young, where the traps are, like, straight up rigged to fail, but they're borderline impossible to beat because the characters have such a short period of time to get done what they need to be done, to where even if they do, so it's like, what the hell are you supposed to do?
Yep.
Like, it just makes like this guy is more interested in just killing bad police officers rather than actually trying to teach them a lesson. Like, the elements of being a Jigsaw copycat is there. Like, he gets all philosophical and biblical. He makes them usually sacrifice something that was related to the things that they've done to wrong people. Like this one police officer who, like I mentioned, the guy who gunned down an innocent person for insulting him, well, he had to rip off all of his fingers. Okay, fair enough. But the problem is, like I said in my review, all these motherfuckers fail. Every single one of them. So it's like, what's the point if they're all going to die anyway?
Yep.
I mean, to quote John Kramer, I've never killed anyone in my life. The decisions are up to them. He gives it people a chance, no matter how fucked up they are. He even gave Cecil a chance, and that motherfucker killed his child. In fact, what we find out is when we finally do get to a semblance of a trap subplot, it turns out that the main character, Zeke, wasn't even supposed to help the guy in the trap. He was supposed to leave him for dead. And that he failed his test. It's like, Jigsaw wannabe. Like, why the fuck should he have left the guy for dead? Like, I get that from your perspective. He was a bad guy that didn't deserve to live, and he was supposed to stand by and see justice be done. But one of the main points of Jigsaw is, yeah, he wanted to, like, punish bad people, but he also wanted to teach them the value of life. How is he supposed to understand the value of life if he's supposed to sit there and watch while someone dies?
Don't even get me started on that voice. Sounds like Jigsaw if he had too much soy.
People are already roasting the voice. I could pull this comment section up where me and a bunch of other Saw fans were roasting the voice. I said this motherfucker sounds like Sheldon Cooper if there was an episode where he was pretending to be Jigsaw. Another thing I said was it sounds like a emo millennial that forgot to take their antidepressants. It's so painful. Let me see if I can pull this voice up and hopefully not get copyright claimed, because I didn't get to show the voice in my review. I wish I did, but I couldn't because the movie was still in theaters. But this voice is painful. Like, I spoke to Wolf about this, and I mentioned this in a comment section. I'm like, the Jigsaw voice in Scary Movie 4 sounded more legit. And that movie was trying to make fun of Saw. Like, how do you fuck that up?
Yeah, you know, it's an F when the parody does a better job.
Yeah. And it's like I don't want to hear, because some Saw fans have tried to defend it by saying, well, Jigsaw's dead. How is he supposed to do the Jigsaw voice? Jigsaw's accomplices have found a way to imitate his voice using voice-changing software. Even in our real-life world, there's voice-changer softwares that allow you to do an imitation of Jigsaw's voice. Hell, I have a voice-changer software that can make my voice sound like Jigsaw. You mean to tell me this fucking guy doesn't have access to that crap? I mean, come on. This is stupid. There's no reason for the voice to sound as bad as it does. And I'll also probably take this podcast episode a chance to talk about all those Saw videos for Watch Mojo. But yeah, I might need a minute to find this a video, but trust me, you are not going to be disappointed. I cannot do justice just how bad this voice is. Like, it makes it impossible to take the main villain seriously. One YouTuber said that he sounds like frickin' Adam Sandler, and that he expected the plot twist to be that it was Adam Sandler the whole time. I even made a joke that probably would have been a better plot twist if it turned out that the Jigsaw copycat was actually Adam Sandler, especially because Chris Rock is friends with Adam Sandler. That would have made my day if at the end Adam Sandler just showed up out of nowhere and he's just this Jigsaw copycat. Yeah, it'd probably be stupid, but that could actually be a halfway decent punchline that probably would have made me laugh. Okay. Hopefully, I do not get copyright claimed for this. Fingers crossed, but here we go. Again, I cannot do this voice justice, and again, this is not a joke. I know this is going to sound like a parody, but I assure you this is real.
Hello, Detective Banks. I'm here to help reform the Metro Police, to remind them of their oath to the people of this city. One officer from your station refused to be reformed. He will not be the last to play my game.
Wait a second. Did I remember to turn the sound on? Can you all hear that?
I can hear it just fine.
Yeah, I think I sometimes I forget to click the box that says share audio. My bad. Well, hopefully it won't. I'll try to play as little of the clip as possible, just enough to prove my point.
Hello, Detective Banks. I'm
Ugh,
help reform the Metro
I cringe every
to
time.
remind them of their oath to the people of this city. One officer from your station refused to be reformed. He will not be the last to play my game.
That spiral is what I think it is. Jigsaw? Well, I thought the Jigsaw killer was dead.
Yeah, that's the voice. There's nothing intimidating about it. Like, compared to the actual fucking Jigsaw voice, like, what the hell is this crap? Like, could he have at least not made his voice sound a little deeper? Would that be too much to ask for? I swear to God, I could probably do a better Jigsaw impression. At least I have a deep, somewhat intimidating voice, as much as I hate my voice. Like, and again, I don't want to hear that, well, John Kramer's dead, so therefore they can't do the voice, because that's bullshit. That never stopped Jigsaw's accomplices. Hell, in the movie Jigsaw, one of Jigsaw's accomplices, Logan, did something brilliant. He would cut up clips from a bunch of Jigsaw tapes that they collected throughout the many investigations of Jigsaw, and he would splice out different audio clips and edit them together to make them think that Jigsaw was still alive. That's actually fucking brilliant, and it shows how smart Logan is. Like, you mean to tell me he couldn't just do that? Jigsaw has used a lot of different tapes. Like, let me show you all something. I really got to prove this point. If I get copyright claimed, as long as the video doesn't get blocked, who cares? Like I said, YouTube doesn't pay me anyway. The only time I ever get money through YouTube is when you guys are generous enough to donate. I'm gonna show you guys something just to show you how freaking embarrassing this voice is. Let me pull this up here. Let's see here. I know it's here somewhere. Damn it. I swear I must have scrolled past it. Where is it? Ah, here it is. Okay, let's compare, shall we? Keep in mind, this is from Scary Motherfucking Movie. Like, keep in mind, like, I want you guys to tell me in the chat, between these two voices, which one sounds like it's from the parody movie to you? I want you to forget that this is Scary Movie 4 and tell me which one sounds like a joke to you.
Hello, gentlemen. You don't know me, but I know you. You both play games with other people for a living. But today, you play a game for your lives. Right now, you are both breathing in a deadly nerve gas. You have 120 seconds to reach the antidote, or you die.
Oh my God, are we gonna get out of here?
Let the game begin.
Now, based on that, which sounds like the joke to you? This one or the actual voice?
Parody sounds better to me.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is something that was trying to make fun of Saw. So this guy says improved Jigsaw voice. Okay, let's see what he's got. Yeah, I like Scary Movie. Okay, let's see if this guy can fix this shitty voice just to show how easy this is.
Boss Rick, I will play a game. The three train is arriving in 2 minutes. It is up to you to decide if this will be your final stop. You have taken the witness stand many times and railroaded innocent people with your lies, putting them away in prison. Today, it is you who will be railroaded. You have one chance to live. Tear from your mouth the tongue that has so often been used to lie and to deceive. Take a leap of faith and you will live. Only your weight to rip away your lying tongue can save you. Live or die. Make your choice.
You know what? It may sound a little bit cheesy because it's a little bit of a demon voice, but this is a lot better. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's better.
I'd go with that any day.
Oh my god, thank you. This is so much better. Yeah, it's not perfect, but at least it sounds more like Jigsaw. Like, what are we doing here, people? Like, I know it seems like such a tiny thing, but it really makes it impossible for me to take this jackass seriously when he sounds like that. Like, again, that improved voice, it wasn't perfect. It does sound a little bit cheesy, like when people put on a demon voice, or like with this, how it does sound a little bit like Venom from the Venom movie, but it's at least better. It's at least more in line with what you would expect Jigsaw to sound like. And given the fact that, sure, Jigsaw is dead, the voices aren't always going to sound perfect. Even when Mark Hoffman imitated Jigsaw's voice, it wasn't perfect, and this did eventually lead to him getting caught by the FBI. But still, it was at least good enough to fool people, and they had to have a freaking expert technician unscramble the voice just so they could hear Hoffman's voice. I'm a little bit sad that this stream isn't doing as well as the Death Battle streams. What is it going to take for me to get people to be able to be invested in content that's not Death Battle theme? Am I doing something wrong here, people? Doing as well as the Death Battle. Like, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Am I going to be forever stuck talking about Death Battle? Like versus debating, horror is another thing I'm very passionate about, but I never get to talk about it very often. This sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes me worried that I'm never going to be able to transition into other content because it's like only people watch my Death Battle content. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, like watch the content that you enjoy, but at the same time, it makes me worried that I'm going to get pigeonholed into only being able to talk about that. Please don't mention any of Eli Roth's movies to me. I hate Eli Roth. Maybe I'll save that for another episode of the podcast, but I cannot express enough how much I despise Eli Roth. I think Eli Roth is one of the worst things to happen to the horror genre. I cannot stand Eli Roth. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. He sucks. He's a hack. He's never made a good movie in his life. Like, he's not even one of those directors that can be called like the Tommy Wiseau of horror movies, because he sucks so bad at what he does. His movies are so fucking painful that it's nearly impossible to enjoy them, even on an ironic level. I cannot stand Eli Roth. I cannot stand his directing style. I cannot stand how much of a wannabe Quentin Tarantino he is. I can't stand his characters. He writes the worst characters I've ever seen. The worst Final Destination characters are better than his characters. And that's saying something.
Damn.
Oh, don't worry. I'm still going to talk about anime. In fact, I'm still going to finish that remake of the top 10 worst lesbians in anime. It's pretty much finished. All I got to do is just re-record and re-edit the news segments, because 2 characters are being removed from the list, Kuro and Yumer. But I'll get to that when I can. But yeah, I cannot express enough how much I hate the new Jigsaw copycat. He sucks. I mean, people want to talk shit about Logan. At least Logan was fucking believable as a Jigsaw accomplice. This guy is just such a fucking hard wannabe, and he fails. Like, there's this fucking scene where he's talking to Zeke Banks, and he's pretending to, like, forget people's names and shit. Like, he's being, like, some sarcastic asshole or something. He comes off as, like, some, like, douchebag Redditor or something. It's like, how am I supposed to take this dickwad seriously? Like, yeah, don't get me wrong. The original Jigsaw was a troll, yeah. But he wasn't, like, still not believable as, like, this evil, manipulative mastermind. When he trolled someone, it's because he was playing psychological mind games with them. Because Jigsaw, the main thing that makes him dangerous is his intellect. Yeah, if it came to a physical fight, you could probably beat the shit out of him. But he's always going to outsmart you, and he's always going to psychologically decimate you. Because he already has everything planned out in his head. He's already anticipated every single potential outcome. So if you think you're going to outsmart him, he already has about 10 contingency plans in place.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I can't buy. And what's frustrating is, I was watching this other fellow Saw fan. He was doing a list of, like, the best and worst Saw antagonists, which Wolf watched with me, and he put the Jigsaw wannabe really fucking high up. He put him at, like, number 3, and I'm like, what the fuck? That guy sucked. He's horrible. He's not believable. He's a complete joke. He's an asshat, and I don't fully understand what he wants to accomplish. Does he want revenge, or does he want to reform the police? What the hell does he want to do? I don't get it. And I don't understand what his, like, long-term plan is. Like, with Jigsaw, you understood what his bigger motivations were. Like, there's never any moment where you're thinking to yourself, like, what the fuck are you doing, Jigsaw? Like, I always knew what Jigsaw was trying to accomplish, even in the long term. But with this guy, I don't fully understand what he wants. I know what his plan is, but I don't get, like, how he intends on doing this. Like, he's very similar to Clyde Shelton from the movie Law Abiding Citizen. If you haven't seen that movie, I highly recommend it. In fact, I'm even thinking about doing, because I've always said, like, I want to start this Versus series where I put, like, 2 anime against each other, or 2 characters against each other, and find out which one is better. Not like in a versus battle sense, but in, like, which one is better in, like, quality terms. Kind of similar to what Watch Mojo does, but hopefully not as gay. But anyway, I'm thinking about putting Spiral up against Law Abiding Citizen, because they both have similar themes of a villain mastermind that wants to reform systems that they believe is broken. in a law-abiding citizen, Clyde Shelton wanted to fix the justice system because he believed it was broken, and said justice system wronged him. So he spends 10 years coming up with a grand plan to bring the system down. Like that clip I used in my Death Battle rant video where he said he's going to bring the whole diseased, corrupt temple down on his head. And then you have this guy who wants to reform the police. Except with Clyde Shelton, I understood his motivation and I understood what his long-term plan was. With this guy from Spiral, I understand what his motivation is, and his motivation isn't entirely bad, but in terms of what his grand plan is, I have no clue what the fuck he's trying to accomplish. Especially when you think about it, it's like, when you think about how the ending plays out, this guy essentially fucked himself. Like there's no way he's going to be able to like keep his identity hidden anymore. And I said that the ending feels kind of anticlimactic and abrupt, and I still feel that way. The ending, though I do like some aspects of the ending, like the whole marionette trap thing and the whole reincorporation with that scene with the pig puppet, that was kind of neat. But in terms of like the actual ending, it's like, okay, the guy gets away, but he's in a building surrounded by police, and Zeke Banks knows who the fuck he is. So what the fuck is he gonna do?
Yeah.
Truth be told, I don't know. Because it looks like when I get into certain rant videos, some people think that I'm genuinely pissed off and take it too seriously. So, I don't know.
Like that moron who said you should be put on a watch list.
Yeah, that guy was a complete asshat. I said this. I honestly hope that guy stubbed his toe the next morning. I'm going to be nice, and I'm going to say I hope he stubs his toe, because I don't want anybody to think like, oh, you're such an asshole. Because apparently when I tell people to like kill themselves or hang themselves, they think I'm being serious, even though the smart busters do it all the time, and they're always obviously joking. But since apparently sometimes my edgy humor is too edgy for this new sissy generation, I'll just say I hope the next morning after that comment he stubbed his toe. Yeah, I can't take this guy seriously as a Jigsaw copycat. In fact, one thing I said is I hope if he shows up in later Saw movies, I hope that this jackass gets caught by Logan or Gordon and put through a Saw test of his own. Because of him being a complete jackhat. I hope that happens. So, like, I hope Logan or Dr. Gordon just finds this guy. Lol. I think that already might exist. What's funny is I could actually think of a couple of lolly characters that could be believable if they tried to pull some Jigsaw shit. For example, Rin Kokonoe, she's actually extremely intelligent and a very skilled manipulator. She's actually really good at fucking with people's heads. Like if she decided to become a Jigsaw wannabe, that would actually be somewhat hilarious. And she'd actually be somewhat believable given how smart she is. Yeah, that almost makes me want to write like a Kodomo no Jiken fan fiction where Rin Kokonoe pretends to be Jigsaw. That'd actually be kind of funny. And I have 3D models of Rin, so I could totally like make cute little visuals. of like Rin in like the red robe that Jigsaw and his apprentices wear alongside a pig mask.
Yeah, I could totally see that.
That actually make for like a very funny parody. In fact, I'm kind of disappointed whenever Watashia would make one of her joke chapters that she never tried to do that. Because she had a chapter where she made fun of magical girls and it was kind of funny.
Yeah, because magical girls, for the most part, are gay.
In some cases, they are literally gay. Well, I'll say that for another time, but yeah. But here's one thing that was really a huge problem for me with Spiral, outside of the fact that the main bad guy sucks. And that is the fact that, once again, nobody ever learns a lesson because everybody that's in the traps fail. It's like, what the fuck? Like, every time Jigsaw put someone in a trap, usually there was at least 1 or 2 survivors. Like, come on, what the hell are you doing? Because, again, contrary to popular belief, the whole point of Jigsaw is he's not out to kill you, he's out to rehabilitate you and teach you the value of life. Rather you agree with Jigsaw's philosophy or not, like, Jigsaw's whole point is he doesn't want to kill people or torture them. He wants to teach them a lesson, you know? He's not like Michael or Jason or Freddy where he just wants to kill you just because. There's actually a method to what Jigsaw does. I even said this to one of my old friends I was catching up with after almost 5 years. And I said that Jigsaw is essentially the Light Yagami of horror movies. He means well, and he genuinely wants to make the world a better place. He just has very unorthodox ways of achieving this, you know? And similar to Light Yagami, they both began only targeting, like, for the most part, Jigsaw only targets bad people. But sometimes he would target people where it was kind of questionable of like, wait, why is Jigsaw punishing this person? They're not bad. And yeah, I get that, but that's the whole point of the importance of moral ambiguity. Jigsaw is meant to be a morally ambiguous character. And yeah, you could argue that some of the people John Kramer targets maybe don't deserve it. But a lot of the times, usually the people he goes after, the whole point of John Kramer is he's not supposed to go after you just because you're evil. If you don't value or appreciate life, he'll come after you. It's really that simple. Like, he's not trying to be like Batman or something, because he believes that like one of his most famous quotes, those who do not appreciate life do not deserve life. And John Kramer kind of has a point. When you don't value life, you tend to do horrible things without caring about the repercussions. Like, whether you agree with Jigsaw's methods or not, he is right about humanity losing the survival instinct and people losing the value of life and not understanding it. And when you think about how many privileged people there are out there in the world that don't truly appreciate life, John may have a point. Some people aren't always willing to appreciate their blessings. I mean, look at how many privileged people take their blessings for granted and cry about it. I mean, we live in a generation of people that completely lose their mind if their internet goes out for like 10 minutes. I mean, it's ridiculous. From what I remember, I believe there was some gay magical girls in Madoka Magica, just saying. I would say that the Saw franchise has a better track record of quality compared to other franchises. You compare Saw to franchises like Halloween and Texas Chainsaw or Friday the 13th, and there's more shitty movies than good movies. Like, I know some people try to say that all the Saw movies after the first one sucked. I somewhat disagree with that. I think all of them are pretty solid. Just because they're not as good as the first one doesn't mean they're devoid of any kind of quality.
Now, I hate people who say, well, it's bad because it wasn't as good as the first.
Yeah, like, usually most sequels have a difficult time being better than the first movie. Name a sequel that's better than the first. Go ahead, I'll wait. It's very difficult. Even I admit, like, for example, if I ever made Snuff Machinery and it ended up becoming very successful, I'm not going to lie. Writing a worthy sequel that's just as good or better than the original is actually extremely difficult to do. I mean, though I have ideas of how a potential sequel to Snuff Machinery could play out, there's no guarantee that it'll be seen as good as the first. Usually that rarely tends to be the case. And I mean, for me, my favorite Saw movie has to be Saw 6. I think Saw 6 is absolutely incredible. Like, Saw 6 also had a lot of social commentary in it about, like, the healthcare system, insurance companies, the financial crisis at the time. And it's done extremely well. I think it's done much better than what Spiral tried to do. I feel like Spiral wanted to be Saw 6, but didn't exactly hit the mark. Because Saw 6 was incredible. The way that they were able to incorporate political elements without being cringy was very good. And a lot of the commentary of the healthcare system and and corrupt insurance companies and other things is extremely effective. For example, the opening scene where two loan officers are put in a trap that's linked to them recklessly loaning money, knowing people's financial limitations, counting on repossessing more than they could ever pay back, and then being put in the pound of flesh trap. Oh my God, it's so fucking poetic. I fucking love it. And unlike Spiral, both participants in the trap don't freaking die. And we get a scene where Mark Hoffman asks the survivor of the trap if she learned a lesson. That's like the main purpose of Jigsaw. Like, yeah, even though Mark Hoffman was seen as a failure in the eyes of John Kramer, he understood the philosophy of Jigsaw and even agreed with John to an extent, much better than this fucking wannabe ever did. And the other traps are just as good. The trap subplot with William Easton is fucking brilliant. The way that this guy's own insurance policies is used against him is brilliant because he now has to see the error of his ways. And this brilliant line from John where he says, the decision is not so clear cut when you have to see the consequences of your choices. That is just so much better. And of course, it leads up to one of the most fan favorite of all the Saw traps, the freaking shotgun carousel, which is absolutely incredible. The build up to the shotgun carousel is just fucking beautiful. And Shotgun Carousel is also another brilliant trap.
Oh, I agree.
Well, that is a good point. I would like to think that that would be a logical step. Although, if it makes you feel any better, in that movie I mentioned, Law Abiding Citizen, that's exactly what Clyde does. Clyde doesn't hold anything back. He targets corrupt judges, corrupt lawyers. I think there's at one point where he targets a corrupt warden. He goes after basically everyone. Clyde is fucking awesome. Clyde is far more believable as a Jigsaw copycat than this schmuck from Spiral. And yeah, I'm probably at some point going to do a ranking of all the Saw movies. I know it's a little bit overrated, but I'm a Saw fan, so to hell with it. And yeah, I'm thinking I'm probably not going to be very kind to Spiral. I gave it a second watch, and I'm sorry, but I just don't like it. I mean, I'm not going to say it's like the worst Saw movie or anything over the top like that, because when the movie is just being Saw, it's great. When it's not trying to make you laugh, it's really good. And I'm not going to take away from the good parts. Like, it's still directed by Darren Lynn Bousman, who clearly understands the franchise very well. And I'm glad that they were able to get him to come back. Darren Lynn Bousman directed like 3 out of the 8 Saw movies, and the guy clearly knows what he's doing. From the editing to the directing, it all looks great. Though I still personally believe that the movie would actually look a lot better if it had more of a low-budget look to it. I think that Saw is one of those movies that actually benefits from a more lower-budget style. Whenever you have movies like Spiral or Jigsaw, where it tries to look more like a polished mainstream movie, I don't know, it just doesn't look as good to me. I kind of like it when Saw looks like a shitty low-budget horror movie, because that's what the original Saw was, and that's what the vast majority of the sequels were. And I think the movies usually look better in that regard. Like, the fact that pretty much every Saw movie was super low budget, and the fact that they look as good as they do should say something. But with Spiral, I just feel that sometimes the more polished look kind of works against it. Like when they try to use some of the crazy rapid editing, and at certain points in the movie, it just looks kind of goofy.
Yeah, it does.
If I could, I would love to make a Saw movie. I would have some interesting ideas of how a Saw sequel would play out. And if anything, given the fact that I'm an anarchist, I would probably have John Kramer target politicians.
That makes the most sense.
Yeah. Because if there's one group of people that really don't appreciate life, it's politicians. They are easily the most disgusting and cavalier when it comes to life.
Pretty much.
But yeah, we'll see. I've been working on marathoning the movies alongside Wolf. And I think right now we're up to Saw 7. And then all that's left is Jigsaw. We did kind of skip because we were having issues watching Saw 7 because Tiny Zone was being stupid. So we kind of skipped to Spiral. It didn't matter because Spiral's a fucking spin-off anyway, so you don't need to see the other Saw movies. But again, I'll say this again. The lack of fucking Tobin Bell is a huge fucking problem. Like, the only inclusion of Tobin Bell that you get is some fucking pictures. That's it. Like, really? You fucking jagoffs couldn't get Tobin Bell to at least record some voice lines? Really? I mean, I think Tobin Bell's in like his 70s. He's not going to be around much longer here, people. Come on. I understand that it's a spinoff, but Tobin Bell is important to the Saw franchise. As far as I'm concerned, Saw without Tobin Bell is like Halloween without Michael Myers.
Yep.
There's no excuse to not have Tobin Bell. Like, I don't want to hear the excuse that John Kramer's dead. That never stopped the other sequels from having Tobin Bell in there in some capacity. And like I said in my review, and I'll say it again here, if Spiral is what Saw's going to be like without Tobin Bell, then no fucking thank you. From here on out, I think that if I hear about another Saw movie without Tobin Bell, I don't know if I'm going to watch it, honestly. I know Chris Rock talked about how he hopes that if this becomes successful, he really wants to have other Spirals, like a series of, like a spin-off series, while the main timeline is also going along. And the director even said, like, Spiral is not Saw 9, and they will probably make a Saw 9. And apparently there's rumors about a Saw 10, which is fine, but again, get Tobin Bell there. Or else, sorry, but I'm not very interested.
Yeah, it's all about him.
Yeah, it's like, I get it. Tobin Bell's old. You can find a way, okay? You have de-aging software. If you're worried about Tobin Bell looking a little too old, I know that was a criticism of Jigsaw, because Jigsaw is supposed to take place before all the other Saw movies, but he looks older. Well, just use some de-aging software. It can be done. I mean, they've been doing very well with de-aging software. And you don't even have to make Tobin Bell look that young. All you have to do is just make him look like he's in his 50s, because that's about how old John Kramer was. Anyway, he was like 50 years old. All you got to do is you probably don't even need to use any de-aging software. You could probably just use a little bit of makeup to make Tobin Bell look maybe 20 years younger. It can be done.
Yeah, that's why I just felt that Spiral was just, lazy.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I appreciate that they did go back to the roots in some capacity. I do like that. I really do. And again, I'm not going to say that Spiral is completely unwatchable. It's not. You can still watch it and enjoy it. It's just that if you're a hardcore Saw fan like me, there's going to be some parts of the movie that will piss you off. Like when the main character says that, this can't be Jigsaw. Jigsaw never targeted police officers. And I'm like, huh? Like, rather that's the character's fault or Chris Rock's fault, I don't care. Like, it was a well-known fact that Jigsaw targeted police officers. He went after Eric Matthews. He went after Rig. If you count the video game, he targets Tap. He targets fucking Hoffman when he finds out that he's ripping off his work. Like, don't give me this BS that he didn't target police officers. He absolutely did. Like, nobody was free from Jigsaw. If Jigsaw felt that you weren't appreciating your life, he was coming after you. He doesn't give a damn if you're police or not.
It's also why I kind of want to question about Chris Rock being a fan, because if he watched the movies, he would have known that he targeted police. That's like when Kevin Smith said he was a He-Man fan, knows nothing about He-Man.
Yeah, that's just infuriating. I hate it when people pretend to be fake fans. I fucking hate that shit. Like, I'm an actual genuine Saw fan. I actually care about the lore. I go deep into the Saw lore, and I love it. There's not a single thing about the Saw lore that I will fuck up on. Like that, and it's not even like you'll need to be some kind of hardcore Saw fan to know this. Like, all you have to do is literally just like, did Chris Rock not rewatch the movies at any point? Like, maybe Chris Rock honestly forgot. I don't know. But again, Saw 2, the entire game is centered around Eric Matthews' test. Saw 4, the entire main trap subplot is revolved around Riggs' test. I can keep going. Like, come on here, people. Like, it doesn't, you don't have to be like some kind of lore master to figure this out.
Yeah, all you have to do is just do the proper research.
Yeah. And again, Jigsaw didn't care if you were an evil cop or not. I mean, he went after Rig, he went after Carrie, and they were good cops for the most part. But he did not believe that they were appreciating life. Or in the case of Rig, he thought he needed to be taught how to truly be able to save people. Because there is one aspect of Jigsaw's philosophy that some people forget about. He thinks that you can't help other people. They need to help themselves. And that's what he believed. He was trying to teach Rig that you can't save everyone. And was trying to teach him that his obsession with trying to save everyone was ultimately his undoing and led to Eric Matthews' death. And throughout the test, he's constantly learning that trying to save these people was futile. Like he said, their salvation was out of your hands. They had to learn how to save themselves. And that's absolutely right. For some people, they can't be helped no matter how much you try to help them. Sometimes they need to help themselves. You can't help someone that refuses to be helped. I learned this lesson the hard way. When I tried to, I'll get a little bit personal here, but not too personal. When I tried to help my crazy, mentally disturbed ex, she didn't want to be helped. She even straight up said, I don't want to be helped. And every attempt I made to try to help her only made things worse, to the point where I eventually said, fuck this shit. So to an extent, John Kramer has a point. And this is something Rig didn't understand. You can't always save everybody. You can't save those that don't want to be saved. I would have to think on that.
Yeah, it's also why I'm really tired of people misrepresenting Jigsaw.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I hate James. I mean, I respect James A. Janice as a horror fan. As a horror fan, he's a great guy. Hell, if I could have James A. Janice on the podcast, that'd be great. He seems like a cool guy. He's very passionate about his horror, and I love that. Although I don't like his take on Jigsaw. He is one of those people that thinks that, oh, Jigsaw is just a psychopathic killer. He's like, shut up with your sanctimonious bullshit. Like, do you not appreciate morally ambiguous characters? Like, I hate to see what this guy... I would hate to see this guy's take on, say, The Punisher. Like, maybe I'll pull up some of his Saw videos, but yeah, his take on Jigsaw is just complete bullshit. Like, he completely misses the point of Jigsaw. Although I will say what's interesting is one thing I've been thinking about is if I ever did write a sequel to Snuff Machinery, like in a hypothetical reality where I get to make Snuff Machinery and it became like a big horror, it became like a very successful horror anime. Well, funny enough, the sequel would play out differently. Rather than having a battle royale feel to it, it would have more of a Saw kind of feel to it. Like the characters would still be in a death game, but rather than the characters killing each other, they're usually put through a series of trials that are related to how the outside world is destroying children. And they're usually put in some kind of sadistic game that's related in some way to how the real world fucks over children. And yeah, there are some games that are related to having to have a certain amount of people die in a certain period of time. But for the most part, it has less of a battle royale feel to it at certain points and feels more like a sort of Saw situation. Like, for example, one scene I played around with was a scene where a bunch of the kids get kidnapped. And that's the thing. If I did make a sequel to Snuff Machinery, it would focus more on kids. You would have a death game with a bunch of kids running around. And I'm not talking about like battle royale kids where most of them are teenagers. I'm talking like actual children. Like with a bunch of kids as well as preteens running around. Like the two main characters are fucking 12-year-olds. And it's meant to be symbolic of how society is destroying the future, because the future is our children. And for example, one of the first scenes I played around with was a scene where all the kids are put in a room and they're given a gun with one bullet. And they're told to sacrifice oneself to gain access to food, and they have to do it in a certain period of time, or they will essentially be locked away and starved to death. And they're given a gun and one bullet and left to figure out what to do. Or there's another test where they're put in a prison facility with 12 prisoners, and if 12 prisoners or 12 of the kids on either side are not dead within a certain period of time, then they will be locked away in the prison forever. Yeah, like different ideas of like tests and trials to set it apart from the first one. So that way, yeah, it's the same premise of like a bunch of people in a death game, but I'm changing it up so it doesn't feel like the same thing.
It's an interesting concept.
Yeah. And I actually enjoy the Saw franchise more than franchises like Child's Play, Friday the 13th, or Halloween. Truth be told, I've never really understood the appeal of those franchises. Yeah, I get that they were there from the very beginning, and I get that they're very important to the slasher genre, but I personally prefer the moral ambiguity and philosophy of Saw over just watching a bunch of psychopaths kill a bunch of dumb shit teenagers. So, yeah. Overall, I didn't care much for Spiral. And it's easily my least favorite Saw film today. Yes, even more so than Jigsaw. I know some people might say that, well, Jigsaw's the worst because it's like very forgettable and blah, 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 blah. There's aspects of Jigsaw that I actually really like. And Jigsaw has something that Spiral doesn't. Motherfucking Jigsaw. That's a huge problem when you don't actually have Jigsaw. You just have some pathetic wannabe.
And yet it's not even a good wannabe either.
Nope.
As again, I said before, sounds like Jigsaw if they had too much soy.
There's no reason for the voice to sound that bad. Like I said, every time they try to do something new and different, it blows up in their face. It's like, oh, let's do a different voice because that makes sense. It's like, no, how about you don't do that? You mean to tell me you can't get Tobin Bell to record a couple of lines? I'm sure he'd be willing to do a couple of voice recordings. You can worry about how he did it later. And again, Jigsaw found a brilliant way to have Jigsaw's voice be there, even though he's technically dead. Like I said, Logan was smart enough to just splice different clips from already existing Jigsaw tapes. Which makes sense. I wish I could show more clips from Saw films to illustrate my points. I'm so pissed off that I can't do that because of the bullshit copyright system. The gay Raj, the gay Raj trap. Ranking all the Saw movies with CZ's World. Interesting. I'm just trying to figure out which Watch Mojo video to cover. They have a surprising amount of videos on Saw, surprisingly.
Well, you look that up. I'll be right back.
By the way, there are 2 guests that are supposed to be joining us, but they're busy with other things. Hopefully, they'll be able to join us later on. And I no longer have a limit as to how long I can stream for, so I can do this for as long as I want now. I don't have the 20-hour limit anymore. The shotgun carousel scene. I really wish I could show this scene. Ugh. Film theory? How dare you talk about Saw? Who the fuck do you think you are, Matt Pat? Haven't you already ruined franchises like Star Wars and ruined Cloud by saying that Cloud is some kind of LGBT icon? Go make another fucking shitty Five Nights at Freddy's video. Stay away from Saw. Who do you think you are, Matt Pat? Ooh, I think I finally found a video I might be able to talk about. Because I've wanted to go after Matt Pat for a long time. I really do not like Matt Pat.
All right, I'm back.
I just found out Matt Pat has a video on Saw. As if that jack-off hasn't done enough damage with his stupid videos about how, oh, the Jedi are actually evil and the Empire was right. Bullshit. If you think that the Jedi are evil and the Empire is right, then you're an idiot.
And let's not forget our video games anti-LGBT video.
Yeah. I know someone's going to say, oh, look, Kim's over there being a dick again, but I'm sorry. What kind of person says that the Empire was actually right? Or that the Jedi are evil? There's a difference between the Jedi being flawed and the Jedi being evil. Yeah, the Jedi may have been flawed and did some questionable things, but they were not evil.
So they must be flawless, and if they're not, they're evil. What kind of sense does that make?
It's so stupid. How dare you review Spiral, IGN? Actually, how dare you review anything, IGN?
Yeah. Also, aren't they supposed to be a video game reviewer, not a movie reviewer?
Oh, IGN just reviews whatever the hell it feels like.
They're probably bought and paid for to give good reviews too.
Probably. I mean, IGN is a punchline.
Yeah, I mean it is confirmed that they have done that, paid for good reviews because of the Kane and Lynch fiasco. So they gave Kane and Lynch a good review, and that game was horrible.
Yeah. Well, basically, what happened was this: he made a video trying to be Deadliest Warrior. He's like, "Oh, the Viking versus the Samurai, which was better?" And I would have made a video on it, but Chad got to it first. Not to mention, the only reason why Cloud did, real quick off-topic tangent, the only reason why Cloud had to dress up as a girl to save Tifa is because Cloud is an idiot. This is one reason why I say Cloud easily loses the intelligence advantage to Link, because Cloud is a freaking moron. Like, okay, Cloud, let's rationalize this for a bit. You have a sword that's bigger than your own body. You have access to magic. You're a super soldier. Like, in your idea of rescuing your friend from what is essentially just a pimp is to dress up like a girl and risk getting raped by him. Yeah, that makes total freaking sense. Why don't you just break down the door and tell him, give me my friend back or I'll blow the whole place to hell?
Yeah.
I swear Cloud is a freaking moron.
I mean, they also say the other reason to do it is to get close to Cornello so they could question him.
Okay, why not just fucking grab the guy and interrogate him? Like, don't tell me Cloud can't do that. Cloud could probably turn the entire building into rubble by just swinging his sword around. Like, this is just so stupid. This is like that time in Final Fantasy X2 when Yuna's brilliant plan to stop a civil war from breaking out was to unite the world in song. Or the time she thought, ah, crap, we got robbed by LeBlanc and her cronies. I know, let's steal some disguises, sneak into her facility, hope she doesn't figure out that it's us, take off our disguises, and then get caught immediately. Rather than just, I don't know, using our airship that has fucking tactical nukes and just flying around her area and just saying, hand over all the spheres you have or I'm going to turn the place to rubble. Oh no, don't do that. Yeah, just be a complete idiot. I know Yuna's not the brightest tool in the shed, but like Cloud, she's a complete moron.
Yeah, I'm also tired of people saying just because he dressed up as a girl, it means he's an LGBT icon. Which is stupid because he's not even LGBT, he's straight.
Well, first off, the whole thing of Link having to sneak into Gerudo Village, that was more so an example of the Gerudo being an extremely sexist society that hates all men and will basically try to kill you on sight. I mean, Link... Yeah, you could maybe use the same argument that Link probably could have just broken in because he has done this before. In Ocarina of Time, Link just straight up sneaks into Gerudo Valley. Now, yeah, if you get caught, you get thrown in prison and then they try to kill you. But Link had to get certain amounts of information. And he snuck into a sexist society that would have tried to kill him on sight. At least there's a bit more of a reason why Link had to be more cautious. Also, Link was trying to make contact with an old friend of Zelda. And due to the closed-minded nature of the Gerudo people, he wasn't really given much of an option. Yeah, Link probably could have said that he was a friend of Zelda, but there's no guarantee that that would have worked. Especially given the fact that Link was in stasis for 100 years, and anyone who might have known Link was probably was long dead by that point. Because unlike Zelda, the Gerudo don't have access to immortality like Zelda and Link do. Where due to the Triforce, they're able to live forever. But either way, point being is Cloud is kind of a dumbass. Like, really? You couldn't just break into the place and just get... Also, how the hell does Yang even get captured anyway? How the hell does that happen? If anything, it just makes Tifa also look like an idiot. How does Tifa get captured anyway? Tifa can literally punch robots that are bigger than herself to rubble. How does she get captured by some schmuck running a brothel? How does that happen? It just comes off as so forced and stupid. Cloud looks like an idiot, and Tifa also looks like an idiot. How does that happen?
Well, they say that she didn't actually get captured, that she let herself get captured so she could question Cornello. Supposedly.
Again, why not just knock the guy out? I swear to God, Squall and his gang is more intelligent than this. And the Timberwolves are a bunch of fucking morons. Every time they tried to launch some kind of plan, it would inevitably blow up in their face. Squall and friends were really fucking stupid, too. They couldn't do anything right. But I swear to God, they could probably launch a better plan. I said Yang by mistake. I don't know why I did. It was an accident. Also, it kind of goes without saying that, yeah, Yang is an idiot too.
Hello, Amanda. You don't know me, but I know you. I want to play a game.
Waking up in a strange place is the least of your worries. Welcome to WatchMojo.com, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 traps from the Saw franchise. For this list, we're ranking the most creative contraptions from the Saw franchise in terms of either their physical or mental torture, and in some cases, both.
You must let go of one to save the life of the other. As you can see, the choice is not so clear when you are face to face with the people whose blood will
Yay, they used the scene I wanted to show.
Number 10, Shotgun Carousel, Saw 6.
I'm going to kill you.
Put it so low. Kidding me?
This is like a number 2 entry at the lowest. Like, wow. Watch Mojo, this is classic Watch Mojo. Just faceplant immediately. This just shows how out of touch they are with the Saw fan base. Any self-respecting Saw fan would probably murder you for putting a trap like this so low.
Six, ride the carousel.
Like, there's no reason to put this one so low. This is one of the best traps and scenes
Insurance
in the whole
exec William
franchise.
Easton holds the fate of 6 people in his
Even YMS admitted that this trap and scene is very well acted and everything about it is great. Even down to the decision where it's a subtle little thing where towards the end of the trap, William Easton just decides randomly who will live because he can't live with the choices anymore and doesn't want to.
Yep, even he likes that and he hates Saw.
Oh no, YMS actually loves Saw. He's just of the opinion that Saw is stupid and goofy. And the reason why Saw is so great is because of how stupid it is. But he also does believe that outside of a couple of problems, that the original Saw is a objectively great movie. He only really has a couple problems with it. But no, YMS actually loves Saw. He just likes it for different reasons. But yeah, YMS actually loves this scene. Like, unironically, he thinks that this is an amazing scene. And YMS is difficult to impress, let me tell you.
hands, playing judge, jury, and executioner to the employees that decide the destinies of so many. Easton must choose 2 captives to live, enduring pain every time he makes a pardon. As for the rest, their begging and lies aren't enough.
Another thing that's amazing about this scene is how all 6 of these people are able to show so much character in such a short period of time. You get such a good understanding of who these people are with such little screen time. That's impressive writing. It is difficult to develop characters for 6 people in a brief period of time. Hell, even the MCU couldn't do that. If Saw went off of MCU logic, all 6 of these characters would have to have their own movie dedicated to them.
From meeting swift deaths at the end of a shotgun barrel.
Look at me!
When you're killing me, you look at me. I love that line. Look at me. When you're killing me, you
Number 9,
look at me.
flammable jelly, Saw.
Right now, there's a slow-acting poison in your veins. The antidote is inside the safe.
This one I'm fine with. Truth be told, I was never the biggest fan of this trap.
combination to the safe. It's written on the wall. Hurry up and program it in. But watch your step.
This little number is a race against time that requires a keen eye for detail. With a nearly impossible hidden numbers game written on the walls, Mark Rodriguez Wilson must find the combination to a safe that holds the antidote to the poison coursing through his veins. Also, the floor is covered in broken glass, the only light he has is a candle, and he's covered in flammable goop. No pressure.
By the way, that's a flammable substance smeared on your body. So I would be careful with that candle. If I were you, all the people you burned with your act just might have their revenge.
Number 8, Pints of Sacrifice, Saw 5.
This one's higher. Saw 5 is really great. A lot of people shit on Saw 5. Saw 5 has one of the best trap subplots of all time. I love the trap subplot in Saw 5. It's the epitome of everything that Jigsaw believes in. So yeah, I would put this one higher. I mean, all the traps in this trap subplot are great, but I would definitely probably put this one higher. I don't know if I would say it's top 5 material, but this is a damn good trap. And I love how in Saw 5, how the two survivors at that point not only figure out the plot twist that they all could have survived and that they were all supposed to work together, but they also figure out the mystery of why they're all there and why they deserve to be there, even admitting they're both monsters that deserve to be there. It's the epitome of everything that Jigsaw is always talking about when he sets up his traps. And Saw 5 has great characters. I love the characters in the trap subplot. The only complaint I have is I feel that they killed off the private investigator too early. He was definitely one of my favorites. He was such a cool character, very smart, very cool. I loved his just the character he gave off. He kind of came off as like a sort of L type of character. He's just this really smart kind of douchebag. And
Yeah.
I wish he could have been one of the ones that survived, or at least they didn't kill him off so early. Definitely one of my favorite characters. I loved that guy. He was awesome.
When the beaker fills up, the door opens.
Fills with what?
Blood.
Also, one thing that's stupid, I hate it when people always say this. When people always say that, oh, you know how I would beat this trap? I would piss in it. Oh, really now? You think you have enough piss in your body to fill up a 10-pint beaker? Also, they explain quite clearly that the trap is specifically designed in such a way to where you have to shove your hand in or else the trap won't open. You dumb shits. I hate it when people try to act like they're smarter than they really are. Like YMS did this all the time. He's like, you know how I'd beat this trap? I'd piss in it or I'd throw up in it. Yeah, it's easier said than done, YMS. Come on. Even you can't actually believe that. It generally makes me think, like, I'd love to see these people be put in an actual saw trap because that'd probably be hilarious. Because I imagine they'd probably fail epically. It's always those that think they're smarter than they actually are that turn out to be actual morons. And that if you put them in a situation of life and death, they'd probably die immediately.
Our blood.
Being on the receiving end of pain is one thing. Inflicting it on yourself is a different story. In this ensnarement, 2 victims must sacrifice 10 pints of blood between them within 15 minutes to escape a room that's rigged to blow.
So one person can fill the beaker, with 10 pints of blood and
Yep,
die.
trust me, I know. Don't ask me how I know, I just know.
Maybe live.
They realize too late that it was designed to be conquered as a team, and we watch as they dither in horror and eventually do what's necessary.
Ooh, damn.
Yeah.
Number 7, The Needle Pit, Saw 2.
Yeah, Mr. Watch Mojo, I have a problem. That problem is I have an erection and I need to slap you across the face with it. Because you suck!
It will be like finding a needle in a haystack.
I'm not gonna lie, I just laughs at his own jokes. I kind of love that. It shows that Jigsaw is already self-aware. You don't need to try to bring in some kind of humor or try to make things self-aware like you do in other shitty horror movies, because the Saw franchise is already self-aware, and so is Jigsaw.
This is way worse than trying to find a needle in a haystack. Amanda is pushed into a pit packed with used syringes in order to find the hidden key she and her other victims need to survive. Each movement she makes results in a sharp jab that pierces her skin, but eventually...
I have a massive fear of needles.
I
haven't had a bad since I was a little boy, because I have such a fear of needles that whenever someone gets a needle towards me, I freak out. I remember one time my mother took me to get my shots, and I freaked out and kicked a doctor in the face. Like, they were trying to, like, hold me down and everything and give me the shot, and one doctor got a little bit too close and got kicked in the face. And my mom got really mad at me. I hate needles.
She embraces the adrenaline and thinks, the hell with it.
Come on, come on!
Number 6, The Scalping Seat, Saw 4.
I'm not sure why this one is so high. This might be one of my least favorites, if I'm being perfectly honest. Because how you win the trap is all Rig has to do is just do nothing. This trap is kind of lame, if I'm being honest. I mean, yeah, it's gory and painful, I get that, but I'm just not the biggest fan of this trap. Plus, I don't get what the main victim was supposed to learn from this trap. Because this is meant to be a trap for Rig, but for the victim itself, it basically serves no purpose.
Makes no sense.
This barbershop horror sees a gorgeous blonde tied and tangled with her hair slowly eaten by a series of cogs and gears. With only a minute to decipher the contraption, Officer Daniel Riggs hustles to save her before the hair is completely ripped from her head, scalp and all.
I have to say, as someone who has long hair, especially long curly hair, getting your hair pulled can be very painful. There'll be times where I'll be brushing or combing my hair, and it'll get caught on one of my curls, and it just hurts like a bitch.
But let's remember, in Jigsaw's world, if you save someone's life, they're not always going to shower you with gratitude.
Put the knife down! Did you see the f***ing knife?
Number 5, The Mausoleum Trap, Saw 4.
What? Why?
Who's that?
I'm not gonna lie. When I first saw this movie, I thought that was Frodo Baggins. I'm not gonna lie. I genuinely thought that was fucking Elijah Wood.
Does look like him.
Yeah, I like. Tell me not. This guy looks like Elijah Wood.
Kind of reminds me of that guy from Let's Take
See
Five.
no evil, speak no evil. One guy's got his eyes sewn shut, the other his lips. When one comes out swinging, the other's ducking and diving. These trapped souls must locate the key to their freedom before a chain pulls them to their imminent death.
I don't even know how this trap is supposed to kill them, honestly.
Unfortunately, only one can see how this mechanism works, resulting in a nail-biting experience for the audience and an on-screen battle royale.
I mean, I will say that this is a cool scene. I'm not going to say the scene is bad. The scene is great, but the trap itself is just kind of lame. We don't even get much explanation of what the hell this trap is supposed to do. Like I said, I don't even know how this trap's even supposed to kill you or what it's even supposed to represent. Because there's not even a scene where one of them finds a tape recorder or anything. We don't have much information on this trap. You're just left to assume. I mean, I like this scene, but I don't like the trap, if I'm being honest.
Number 4, a pound of flesh.
Okay,
Saw
this
6.
is acceptable, I suppose.
Predators, but today you become the prey, and it is your own pound of flesh that I demand.
You can cut the tension with a knife or meat cleaver.
Oh, aren't you so clever, Watch Mojo? You know what? You should probably work for Death Battle. I'm sure they'd really appreciate you.
As Common Rider would say, you're not funny.
Yep. Like rather it's Death Battle or rather it's Matt Pat or Watch Mojo. Every time they try to be funny, you just want to jump out your nearest window.
Jigsaw puts a pair of predatory lenders on the slab, forcing them to pay for their misdeeds. A simple premise. The one who gives up the most flesh lives, the other gets 2 screws to the skull. That leaves them tearing, ripping, and slashing their way to freedom. No matter how much they give, it's never enough. Number 3, walls closing in, Saw 5.
I don't know about this one. I mean, this is kind of a neat trap. It especially shows us a way that the original Star Wars could have had a very dark ending if things went the wrong way. But I don't know about it being number 3, though. I'm gonna have to think on it.
The only way to survive this room is by entering the glass box before you. Pain will be incurred, but you have a chance.
Hell, this is Hoffman not even making any attempt to copy Jigsaw, and he still sounds better than that jerk-off from Spiral. And this is with Hoffman not even trying, because he made this tape specifically to bait and troll Strong. And he still sounds fucking better.
Many of us have envisioned this scenario, albeit in a nightmare. Special Agent Peter Strom thinks he's tied up the loose ends and caught the bad guy when he throws Jigsaw apprentice Mark Hoffman into a coffin.
I got you, you motherfucker.
Stop censoring yourself, Watch Mojo.
Soon reveals itself. Hoffman lies safe and sound in his glass tomb with a front row seat to the literal bloodbath as the walls start to close in on Strong.
Not as smart as you thought you were, eh, Strong?
Number 2, Reverse Bear Trap, Saw.
What the? What are you doing, Watch Mojo? The only other logical conclusion is the Venus flytrap. I don't get you, Watch Mojo. Can you ever do anything right? Oh, wait, no. You think that Rinkoku no Way and Aoki is the most disgusting couple in anime history. Of course you can't do anything right. Whatever, like, of course.
To play a game. The device you're wearing is hooked into your upper and lower jaws. When the timer in the back goes off,
That was scary.
Sorry, exited out on its own.
Jigsaw is nothing like Ghostface. Ghostface is meant to be a parody of schmucks like Michael Myers and Chucky. Remember, Ghostface is not meant to be taken seriously. Ghostface is meant to be a parody of the slasher killer. You're not supposed to take that guy seriously. Why does everybody take Ghostface seriously?
I mean, yeah, this anyone could be Ghostface, but never a smart.
This is one of the most iconic Saw.
I'm not going to lie. I wish I had a functioning version of one of these. There are so many people I could think of in my head that deserve to wear this thing.
Perhaps due to its pure maliciousness and, well, it looks pretty badass. When Amanda awakens with this medieval-looking device strapped to her jaw, she's told she must dig through her cellmate's stomach contents to find the key to her escape, literally.
As we've established with the Jigsaw wannabe from Spiral, not anyone can be Jigsaw.
With the anticipation that it could snap open at any second, this test makes us especially edgy. Before we close in on our top pick, here are a few devious honorable mentions.
The razor wire cage. Okay, no. You don't get to put this one in the honorable mentions. No. I mean, how are you going to take Jigsaw's personal favorite? And I can't with you, Watch Mojo. You're so bad, you make me go brain dead. Like some things, I just leave you speechless.
Yep.
Yeah, but once again, not just anybody can be Jigsaw, because being Jigsaw is about more than just putting people in traps. First off, one of the main reasons why not just anyone can be Jigsaw, first off, you need to be an engineering whiz to even be able to design a lot of these contraptions. John Kramer was an engineer before he became Jigsaw. That's how he knows how to create all these things. And he taught his apprentices engineering and how to create traps. So first off, you have to be a pretty damn talented engineer to even be able to design these traps. Second off, you have to understand the philosophy of Jigsaw, which unless you're one of his apprentices, how would you know that? Like, not just anyone can be Jigsaw. Anyone can be Ghostface because there's literally nothing to Ghostface. He's just a guy with a shitty mask and a combat knife that's self-aware about horror movies. That's all he is. Dude, Ghostface is one of the worst people to compare to Jigsaw. The Cube. Another one. Why is this one so low? What the piss? Why is this one in the honorable mentions? What the hell are you doing, Watch Mojo?
Number 1, The Angel Trap, Saw 3.
Okay, fine. I was about to say, I don't know what the hell Watch Mojo's doing. The Angel Trap, okay, whatever. I'll let this one go. This is a huge fan favorite. Everyone loves The Angel Trap. Fine. But this list is still garbage, Watch Mojo. Don't think I'm going to let you off the hook just because you put this at number 1.
Well, it's not really surprising, Watch Mojo, because that's basically the formula, being bad as possible.
Yep. This trap is possibly the most beautiful trap of them all. And unlike Smarks, like there's actually an amount of beauty to how they shot this whole sequence.
What you are wearing is hooked into your ribcage. And by the time this tape is finished, you will have 1 minute to find a way out. At the end of that minute, you should know better than anyone what happens then. There is a single key that will unlock the harness, Carrie. It is right in front of you. All you have to do is reach in and take it.
Detective Allison Carey ends up in the hot seat for this game, strung up from her ribcage by an apparatus that's ready to split her open. To escape, all she has to do is grab a key, which happens to be submerged in a jar of acid. We chose this one as the fiercest saw trap.
I don't know if I want to think about how much I would hurt, because as someone who has accidentally stuck their hand in a deep fryer while I was working at Arby's, that was painful. That hurt a lot. And that was me just accidentally dipping my hand a little bit in the deep fryer by mistake. This is like freaking, this is literal acid.
Yeah, it also
With
kind
sheer
of
brutality, and unlike many others, there's only one way it can possibly end. Do you agree with our list? What's your favorite Saw trap?
Anybody who says that the Saw movies don't have good editing or cinematography, can you like blow me, please? Because seriously, these movies look incredible at times. Oh, top 10 kills from Saw by Dead Meat. Interesting.
Well, he has way more credibility than Watch Mojo does.
Yep.
I don't agree with everything he says and does, but he does have credibility.
Well, that's just inevitable with everybody. I mean, I imagine even my most devoted of fans don't agree with everything I say, and I expect that. But since James A. Janice is more trustworthy, I imagine we might not get much content out of it, and we'll just end up agreeing with him, I imagine. The best traps from every Saw movie. Yeah, like I'm going to trust you on this one. Top 10 most shocking plot twists in the Saw movies. Oh, is that so now? Top 10 Saw victims that actually escaped. This one I don't get.
Oh, What Culture made one?
I'm going to punch What Culture one of these days. Well, since this is about Spiral, might as well talk about this.
Welcome to Watch Mojo.
More
Today
like
we're
fuck
counting down
me.
our picks for the 10 ways Spiral is different from Saw.
The 3 train is arriving in 2 minutes. It is up to you to decide if this will be your final stop.
This is gonna go sideways fast.
For this list,
By the way, 21 Savage, can you please go away? Your rendition of the Saw theme made me hate the Saw theme. I didn't even think that was possible to make me hate the Saw theme. Go away.
we're looking at how the 9th film in the Saw franchise distinguishes itself from its predecessors. Although we'll be discussing a few plot details, we won't go into any major spoilers from
Shit, I
Spiral.
hope I didn't get a sunburn
However,
while I was out
we may
getting
touch
my
upon
package.
a few twists from the other Saw movies. How do you think
I miss
Spiral
my
stacks
sun
up against the
umbrella.
other Saw
I'm pissed
movies?
off I
Let us
left
know in
my
the
sun
comments.
umbrella in Utah.
Number 10, no John Kramer.
Jigsaw? Wait, I thought the Jigsaw killer
Yeah,
was
that's the biggest problem.
Should be number 1.
John Kramer, or Jigsaw as he's more infamously known, has been a primary puzzle piece since the first Saw movie. Even after Kramer's death at the conclusion of Saw 3, the character continued to appear in flashbacks throughout all subsequent sequels.
Oh god, I love
Spiral
that
is the
interaction
first film in the
between
franchise that
John
doesn't star actor
and Mark
Tobin Bell.
Hoffman. It's
Jigsaw
so
is
great.
mentioned several times, and a photo of Kramer does pop up, but Bell didn't shoot any scenes for Spiral. Although this is the 9th installment, director Darren Lynn Bousman says that, quote, it's not Saw 9 because there will never be another Tobin Bell. Thus, the filmmakers decided to create...
Okay, yeah, that's true. But Tobin Bell's still alive, you schmuck. I mean, come on, Darren. The guy's still alive. Like, unless Tobin Bell dies, you're still fine. You could still give him a call. Tobin Bell clearly cares about this character that he invested a lot of time into. I can't imagine Tobin Bell would say no. Like, Jigsaw is it's practically his creation. Like, yeah, the character was created by James Wan and Lee Winnell, but he was one of the major forces that helped bring the character to life and keep him going throughout the years. Because Tobin Bell wrote a lot of his own dialogue. They actually would allow Tobin Bell to rewrite the script. If Tobin Bell thought that there was something that his character would or wouldn't do, he would rewrite it, and the writers would think, oh yeah, that makes sense, Tobin Bell, we'll change that. There was even this one time Tobin Bell cites his time where on set, one of the traps they were trying to use wasn't working properly, and he found a way to rewrite it to make it work within the context of the story. Tobin Bell clearly cares about this character. I can't imagine he would ever say no if you asked him. Like, again, there's no reason to not have Tobin Bell or John Kramer into the story. Like, yeah, I get it. Trying to replace John Kramer as a character is difficult. I get that. But Tobin Bell's still alive. You can still find ways to bring him back, even if it's only through flashbacks. It can be done.
A new antagonist who takes a few pages from Jigsaw's book, but plays by different rules.
Yeah, and his new rules suck.
Number 9, Detective Zeke Banks.
Detective Banks.
Yep.
The cops in the Saw movies are not exactly known for doing their jobs well. Eric Matthews faked evidence, resulting in innocent people being put behind bars. Mark Hoffman carries on Jigsaw's work, emerging as a secondary antagonist. Even Daniel Rigg, who is one of the more sympathetic law enforcers, makes some boneheaded decisions that amount to his end.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about Rigg's death. He has no one to blame but himself on that one. You can't blame Jigsaw for this one. Jigsaw straight up told the guy, go home. He didn't listen. Now, it's almost funny. Daniel Rigg arguably had possibly the easiest test of any of the Saw victims, and he fucked it up. Like, To quote Barry Burton, or wait, no, was that I can't remember if it was, no, I think it was Chris Redfield. To quote Chris Redfield, "Rig, you're pitiful," which is also subsequently one of Phaelus's favorite lines. By the way, if I ever like blew up and became a bigger YouTuber and I did this horror podcast more often, one of the guests I would love to get on, I would love to be able to get Phaelus on. Phaelus he's an absolute treat to the horror community. I love Phaelus. He's awesome.
Yeah.
Please, if you haven't subscribed to Phaelus, do it. He is one of the better members of Channel Awesome. He doesn't have any controversial past. He's much more entertaining than a Nostalgia Critic, and his horror reviews are absolutely great. He's just a treat.
Zeke Banks, played by Chris Rock, is one of the franchise's few central cop characters who's easy to root for from start to finish. He's competent, charismatic, and willing to do the right thing even if it means going against a fellow officer.
12 years ago, I turned in a dirty cop. I get a medal for it. Big f***ing deal. I also got a bullet, and I got to look over my back for the rest of my career.
Rock's performance also helps to bring a fresh energy to Spiral, creating a protagonist who stands out from all others in this series.
I mean, I won't lie. Zeke Banks is definitely a good protagonist. It's just a shame that his counterpart is so fucking shitty.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only problem. Like, a good protagonist needs a good antagonist to play off of. And all the protagonists of the Saw franchise literally had Jigsaw, one of the greatest villains of all time, to play off of.
Number 8, The New Style. You can tell that the other Saw films take place in the same universe based on their cinematography. They all have a dirty aesthetic with many scenes draped in grainy blue and green tones. Spiral takes on a different style while still creating an intense atmosphere.
Shut up!
Like, yeah, some people might feel that Spiral, quote-unquote, looks better in air quotes, but I like that Saw had its own unique look. I loved how dirty and grimy and how low budget everything looked. I liked the use of colors that you associate with Saw. I kind of want that back. If there is a Saw 9 or a Saw 10, can we please have that back? Can somebody get Jason Blum on the case? Seriously, get that guy on the case. That guy's brilliant. Get Jason Blum to give somebody $3 million to make another Saw movie. It'll probably come out great.
It's too hot here for me to listen to this bullshit.
Captain Angie Garza mentions early in the film that the city is enduring a heat wave. This is emphasized through Jordan Orum's cinematography, which has much brighter, at times scorching hues. We feel the pressure bearing down on these characters, almost as if an interrogation lamp is constantly on them.
Jigsaw copycat. That could be difficult.
Even the scenes that take place in darkness use much more vibrant colors than we usually see in the...
If you want to try to make this movie funny for whatever reason, just imagine that this is Samuel L. Jackson's character from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
There you go. Pretend that this guy is that character from Pulp Fiction, and you might be able to help make it funny.
Yeah.
I mean, he kind of acts like him.
This franchise, letting the audience know they're in for something different. Number 7, The Book of Seven.
All right.
Yep, this I mentioned in my review. This movie took a lot of inspiration from a 7, which I said actually isn't a bad idea. I think, like, of all the storylines, of all the movies that have ever knocked off 7, rather it's a Final Destination or Hellraiser, Saw is probably the most logical one to rip off 7 because it makes sense. 7 is arguably a lot like Saw already. Well, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Confused.
It means that this is beginning.
When the original Saw premiered, several critics noticed a few loose connections to David Fincher's Seven. While writer Lee Winnell did credit Fincher as an inspiration, he added, quote, James Wan and I never really felt Seven was that close to our film. With Spiral, however, the filmmakers had Seven in mind from the conception.
By the way, James Wan and Lee Winnell are horror geniuses. I don't know why those guys don't get enough credit. Like, everybody credits the classics like Alfred Hitchcock, Wes Craven, and Tobe Hooper and all them. But why people don't give enough credit to James Wan and Lee Winnell, who are great. Lee Winnell is still making movies, and they're amazing. He even made his own remake of Invisible Man, which I heard was pretty good. He also made that movie Upgrade, and James Wan has been killing it for years.
I agree. His track record is far from perfect, but he has made a lot of great things.
Mm-hmm. In fact, I'm surprised James Wan was never given the reins over Final Destination. Probably would have done a better job than the schmuck that made Dragon Ball Evolution.
Speaking of that,
Aaron Lynn Bousman even stated in an interview, quote, we wanted it to feel much more like Seven, but it has so many ties to the mythos of Saw. Both films center on two detectives tracking down a serial killer, finding severed body parts in boxes along the way.
Oh, what's in the box?
What Spiral captures above all—
Am I the only one who thinks that infamous what's in the box scene is actually hilarious? Every time I've seen this scene, I always laugh at it. Also, I did not know that Seven came out in 1995. Jeez. I thought that came out in like early 2000s or something. Fuck me, that movie's old. That's the same year Pokemon came out.
Yep.
All else is the look of a Fincher film, amounting to arguably the most cinematic Saw picture.
Well, I'm not going to act
Number
like
6, balancing the gore.
That's not
gore is a
potential
Number
problem
4,
people
the
might have.
And fear. John Crowley coherent mystery with—
Oops, I did not mean to do that.
Live or die.
Gives longtime fans what they paid for.
But yeah, I can see how someone might feel that Chris Rock doesn't belong here. I mean, even I admitted when I heard about Samuel L. Jackson being in a Saw movie, I thought it was a joke. I'm like, wait, what?
Number 6, balancing the gore. Gore is a requirement in any Saw film, and Spiral gives longtime fans what they paid for.
Tear from your mouth the tongue that has so
I wasn't
often
even
been
born
used
at
to
the
lie
time.
and to deceive. Take a leap
My
of faith
older
and you
brother
will
was, though.
Only your weight will rip away your lying tongue and save you. Live
Every
or die.
time I hear that voice, I want to find whoever was in charge of approving that voice, and I want them blacklisted from Hollywood. I know how that sounds, but whoever approved of that needs to be fired. Again, I don't care if it's nitpicky or not. Fuck that voice.
Fucking horrible. Fucking horrible.
It's so terrible.
All right. Hey, sorry about the long wait, guys.
Yeah. There's another one coming, but we'll see when she gets here.
Good to see you, Ross.
So right now we're still
Good to see
just
you,
talking about Saw. We talked about Spiral for a bit. If you've seen Spiral, if you want to take some opportunity to give your quick thoughts on it, if you have seen it. Right now we're just watching some Watch Mojo videos because I said I wanted to cover their Watch Mojo videos and I just save it for my horror podcast. So yeah, if you have seen Spiral, feel free to give your quick thoughts on it. I've given my thoughts on it. It's probably my least favorite Saw movie so far.
I haven't. Honestly, I got somewhat started on a classic Saw binge.
Yeah, that's what me and Wolf have been doing lately. Right now, we're on Saw 7. All that's left is Saw 7 and Jigsaw. Although here's the good thing about Saw, you don't really need to watch the only good thing about Spiral is you don't need to watch the other Saw movies to be able to watch it because it's a spinoff. It doesn't try to even bother to connect itself to the other Saw movies outside of tiny references.
That's nice. But yeah, I haven't seen Spiral still. So
I'll leave you a link to a website where you can watch Spiral if you don't have the money to watch it. I'll give you a link to where you can watch it for free.
All right. Guess I'll give it a shot when I have a chance.
Yep. I really didn't like it, although most of my reasons for not liking it has to do with the fact that I'm a hardcore Saw fan.
I see. Yeah. I just didn't like the puppet. That they
you haven't seen nothing. You probably missed this unless you were listening to the podcast while you were doing your thing. But the voice of the new Jigsaw killer will make you facepalm so hard. This Jigsaw wannabe sounds terrible. Everybody's roasting the new Jigsaw voice. I made fun of how he sounds like Sheldon Cooper if he was trying to be Jigsaw. I made another joke about how it sounds like an emo millennial that forgot to take their antidepressants. Another YouTuber made fun of saying that he sounds like frickin' what's his name? He sounds like frickin' Adam Sandler. Everybody's just destroying the voice.
Well, yeah, I definitely heard the voice a few times.
It's horrible. I even went over someone who made an improved version of the voice. If you want, I'll pull that up again. It's not perfect, but it's at least better than what we got.
Works for me.
Right. Make your choice.
If you're not the biggest fan of on-screen bloodshed, however, you'll find that Spiral is less gratuitous than some of the franchise's previous outings. With each passing entry, the deaths in this series started to get borderline cartoony. Spiral finds a respectable middle ground between grounded and over-the-top violence. The gore isn't the main attraction this time either.
I don't want to hear about Saw getting quote-unquote cartoony, okay? You want to see cartoony? Go watch Final Destination 4. I fucking dare you. Go watch Final Destination 4. That movie actually has itchy and scratchy levels of gore. It is embarrassing.
Wait, for real?
Yes, I could show you some of the death scenes from Final Destination 4. I have plans to cover Final Destination on this podcast, but yeah, so the freaking, to quote one of my favorite new reviewers, Deus Deacon, and Wolf has seen some of his reviews. He confirmed that he said this. Welcome back. And once again, we return to the ludicrous, itchy, and scratchy world of the Final Destination films. He even made a joke about how Final Destination's physics is so bad that he made a joke about how these characters are made of red jelly and breadsticks.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
as Spiral tells a mostly coherent mystery with a compelling protagonist at the forefront.
It could be anywhere. It could be anyone. We're gonna tear this city apart.
Explaining this new direction, Hausman said in an interview that gore is, quote, no longer a gimmick. It just serves the story. This is much more about character, tension, and fear.
Well, the thing is, Saw was never about the gore. In fact, if you go back and watch the first Saw movie, it's actually surprisingly restrained.
Yeah,
if you go back and watch the first Saw film, and you go in with the expectation that's one of the goriest movies of all time, you're going to be sorely disappointed because it's not even close to the most gory thing ever. I swear to God, Bleach is more gory than the first Saw film.
Yeah, I saw the first Saw film like 2 weeks ago. Keep in mind, I said start in my binge. And I guess, if nothing else, it's really more the philosophical aspects.
Yeah, the original Saw movies were always more of a horror mystery. It wasn't a straight-up gore film.
Yeah.
It's not even a torture porn either. Like, I have to wonder, if these people that accuse everything of being torture porn, have they ever heard of the Eroguro genre?
Apparently not.
Yeah. Before you call Saw or Hostel, like I can't believe I'm defending Hostel, but before you call those movies torture porns, go look up the Arrow Girl genre and then get back to me on that.
Number 5, the villain's targets. John Kramer tested a wide variety of people, from doctors to freelance photographers to drug addicts. The Jigsaw copycat in Spiral is only interested in one group, cops, specifying the dirty ones.
You have taken the witness stand many times and railroaded innocent people.
I mean, I have admitted I do like that the villain, instead of just wanting to copy Jigsaw, wants to try to think big and use Jigsaw's philosophy to reform and fix an entire broken system. I mean, like I said, it reminds me of Law Abiding Citizen, and I love Law Abiding Citizen. I just wish that his plan for reforming the police made more sense than just killing all the bad cops.
Yeah.
With your lies, putting them away in jail. Today, it is you who will be railroaded.
Of course, plenty of law enforcers found themselves in Kramer's traps as well. This film's villain, though, has a much narrower focus than Kramer ever did.
Whoever did this has another motive. They're targeting cops.
The victims here are also generally less sympathetic than the ones in a lot of Saw movies. That's not to say they all deserve what's coming to them, but we don't feel too bad when most of them bite the dust either. Number 4, the villain's motivation. After surviving an attempt...
Please explain the villain's motivation to me.
Yeah, isn't that like the one thing you said in your review that didn't make any sense? The motivation, if there even is one?
Yeah, I spoke about this a little bit, and I don't know, how do you feel about spoilers?
You know what? But
I mean, if you don't want me to tell you, that's fine. I'll try to keep it vague, I guess, or just move on. But yeah, the villain's motivation. Okay, his backstory does make sense for what led him to want to become what he was now, but his long-term motivation, I don't fucking understand.
Okay, well, I think I'll just see for myself when I get around to watching the movie.
Yep. I don't know how much Watch Mojo is going to explain.
To take his own life, John Kramer emerges with a new worldview.
Those who don't appreciate life do
I love that
deserve
line.
life.
He decides to spend his remaining time on Earth inspiring others to appreciate life by putting people in life-threatening situations, most of which end badly. Yeah,
well,
Kramer's...
Jigsaw's kind of right in the sense that if I were to tell you the exact date and time of your death, it would shatter your world entirely.
Yeah.
And I know this because I've faced death before. I always tell people this. I have literally faced death. I have cheated death. It's one of the reasons why the Final Destination films used to scare the shit out of me, because I've actually cheated death. I have had someone sit my mother down and tell me, your son's not supposed to be alive. The knowledge of knowing that I'm not supposed to be here has always stuck with me in life. But it also gave me a view on life that most do not have. When you face death for yourself, it changes you. Like John Kramer says, the irony is that like John Kramer said, most people have the luxury of not knowing when that clock's about to go off. But the irony is it keeps them, it makes them drink that glass of water, but never really tasting it. Like John Kramer said, you savor everything, be it a glass of water. And that is a nice little metaphor.
Yes.
So, yeah. So John Kramer's idea of rehabilitating people and teaching them the value of life does mean something, because how can you know the value of life if you don't understand what it means to face death?
Guess never thought of it that way.
Yeah. I mean, sure, some might say that it seems a little bit counterproductive to traumatize people by putting them in these life-threatening situations. But like John Kramer says, he believes we have a human race that has lost the edge. It's lost the survival instinct.
Right.
And without the survival instinct, you're as good as dead. I mean, look at how many morons out there get themselves killed doing stupid things. Do you really think they would do that if they understood the value of life? Probably not. Like that one jerk off that got himself killed doing a stupid prank.
Darwinism
That is the
is
definition
fine.
of someone who has no understanding of self-preservation.
Well, yeah.
His motivation never made a ton of sense, but it's not like he was
Bullshit. John Kramer's motivation has always made perfect sense. I don't get this idea where people say that John Kramer's motivation makes no sense.
I
It
mean,
makes perfect sense. I understand John Kramer's motivation better than this pathetic wannabe.
ever
plus,
supposed to be a
he said himself, what's the point in living? What's the point in continuing on with your life if you don't cherish it?
Yep. And it's not just about cherishing your own life. It's also about cherishing the lives of others. That's one of the reasons why Eric was tested, because Eric didn't appreciate his son's life. Like he asked him, he said, my son cherishes his life, but do you cherish his?
Yeah. Exactly. Again, it's just a philosophy that's always stuck with me, even before the Saw movies.
Like, rather you agree with John Kramer or not, you have to admit that he at least has a fascinating philosophy that actually makes you think. Unlike dickbags like Chucky, Michael, Jason, where there's just no method to what they do. They just kill because who the fuck knows why.
a sound-minded foe. The villain's motivation in Spiral is far more relatable. Police brutality remains a serious problem with no clear resolution on the horizon. Whether or not you agree with the villain's methods here, one can imagine how police misconduct could create a vigilante who takes extreme measures. As we learn more about the villain's identity, their motivation only becomes more understandable.
I need everyone on this case!
Number 3, Billy out, Pig Puppet in.
I have mixed feelings about the new Pig Puppet. I get what they're going for, but the whole cops or pigs thing is so cliche. I've always said this. I prefer to call police dogs or lapdogs. I think that's far more of a accurate interpretation of how to view cops rather than calling them pigs. I've never even understood where that comes from. I've always preferred to call them dogs.
Actually, I think that's now my new metaphor for the cops.
Like John Kramer, Billy the Puppet has been a staple of the franchise since the beginning, but he's mostly absent from Spiral. Billy's presence is still felt through the red spiral seen throughout the picture.
I need everyone on this case!
Instead of using Billy to play around with people, though, the villain crafts a new puppet resembling a grotesque pig. This motif isn't new to the franchise, as pig masks have been worn by numerous antagonists, including
this is why I say I only have mixed feelings on the puppet. On one hand, I understand where they're coming from, but on the other hand, I kind of facepalm a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Yeah.
In Spiral. The pig
That's
puppet...
one thing that pissed me off about Spiral. Jump scares. Every single fucking time the villain captures somebody, there's always a jump scare, and it's infuriating. Can we stop with the jump scares? Jump scares are cancer to the horror community.
It is new, however, sporting a police uniform, a firearm, and a hellish set of eyes. As Bousman put it, quote, if you're trading out Jigsaw, you've got to change out the doll as well. We see a pig puppet Halloween decoration in our futures. Number 2, Laugh Till It Hurts. Chris Rock has been branching out as of late with his...
This is the weakest element of the whole movie. And Wolf can attest to this. The comedy is dog shit. The only scenes that are even mildly amusing is any scene where Sam Jackson is on screen. And that's only just because he's Sam Jackson. I mentioned earlier, if you really want to help make this movie funny, imagine that the Sam Jackson character is the same guy from Pulp Fiction, and it'll help make the movie funnier.
All right.
But yeah, the comedy is easily the worst aspect of this movie because it's nothing more than just a bunch of shitty references for the most part.
You know, even with Sam Jackson, Chris Rock, I honestly wasn't even expecting there to be any comedy.
Oh, there's comedy. It sucks, but it's there.
I guess I should have seen that coming.
Like most films nowadays, it follows the MCU approach where it's just about referencing shit. I'm tired of reference humor. Yeah, I get it. Reference humor can be funny sometimes, but it has to be done right. Just simply referencing something doesn't make it funny. Like I said, we got Twilight jokes in my fucking Saw movies. Why? That also must mean that Twilight now exists in the same universe as Saw. Thank you for that.
Also, I just realized something. So the pig motif from the Saw movies are somewhat inspired by how John's son would have been born on the year of the pig, right?
Yeah, see, the pig mask thing actually holds significance to John Kramer because he got that mask during the Year of the Pig celebration, and I do believe that the pig was the Chinese zodiac symbol of Gideon, John's son. So yeah, it has a lot of meaning to John, but it doesn't have the same meaning to this new wannabe.
I mean, why not go with the other like animals on the Chinese zodiac, like maybe the tiger, the rats? And I mean, you're trying to build up the whole universe. Kind of expand on it a little.
That's why
Dramatic turn in Fargo, and now
Foster in their place.
Yeah, and I hate it when this is the only mentality that people ever seem to have. Oh, if you have a horror franchise that's getting stale, we'll just make it some self-aware dark comedy. Yes. That'll work. I hate it when they do that. Okay, just because it may have worked for Child's Play doesn't mean it's going to work for everything. Okay, when they tried to do that comedy self-aware shit with Nightmare on Elm Street, you know what that did? That killed the franchise. And it's no exception here. It doesn't work with Saw. I hate that mentality. There are other ways to reinvigorate a horror franchise than just, let's make it funny. And again, I can't express this enough. How do you have Chris Rock involved in this and not one joke lands? All you ever get is some snickers here and there, but not one of them makes you laugh. This is Chris fucking Rock. He's friends with Adam Sandler, for God's sake. Adam Sandler has made some of the funniest movies of my childhood. And this jerk-off can't make me laugh once. I don't know if this is Chris Rock's fault or the scriptwriter's fault, but someone needs to pay.
Spiral. Given Rock's comedy background, though, it makes sense that Spiral would incorporate more humor.
How'd you get in here?
You forget who the landlord is?
Yeah, but that doesn't give you the right to just walk in here anytime you want. Renters got rights.
You start paying some rent, you can get some rights.
We can't
laugh. Laugh, you motherfuckers.
I can't.
Think of many moments from the last 8 movies that were intentionally funny. Rock establishes a more comedic tone early on with a bit about the questionable way Jenny treats Forrest Gump.
Why are you so good to me?
You're my girl.
That's the only reference that I kind of liked was at the beginning of the movie, there's a reference joke to Forrest Gump. But it didn't really make me laugh. It was just kind of like a clever reference. It was one of the only times the references was actually clever and not just forced.
In an interview, Rock compared it to Beverly Hills Cop, which
If you were trying to create Beverly Hills Cop, you failed miserably.
But that just makes me cringe.
That's all I have to say about the whole comedy thing with Nightmare on Elm Street. It was so bad that they had to bring back Wes Craven, and he had to literally start all over from scratch.
Boy, wasn't that a hoot.
Yep. It was gay.
Oh, hi, Trickster.
Yep, I'm here.
Started as a Sylvester Stallone action movie.
Yeah, right now we're still talking about Saw. And if you have seen Spiral, feel free to give your quick thoughts on it. But if you haven't, I gave Ross a link to where you can watch it if you don't have the money to check it out.
I'll be sure to send it to you, Trickster, if you're ever in the mood.
All right.
Yeah, my thoughts are I didn't like it. There were some things that I liked about it, but almost all the new shit, for the most part, just blew up in the film's face. And the only time it was actually good was when it was actually being a proper Saw movie. There were some good bits in it, but for the most part, I feel like there's just certain aspects of it that just face planted so hard. I hate the new villain. I hate the new voice. There's just a lot about it that frustrates me. And it's probably my least favorite Saw movie. I'm not going to act like it's unwatchable, and I'm not going to be like an over-the-top fantard and say it's the worst Saw movie of all time, but it's definitely my least favorite. Even more so than Saw 3D. And I know it's sacrilegious to put any Saw film lower than Saw 3D, but honestly, I think I prefer Saw 3D.
Okay, I have to agree.
Yep. I can laugh more at Linkin Park showing up out of nowhere. Like seeing the lead singer of Linkin Park show up out of nowhere to play a neo-Nazi is far more hilarious to me than any of the jokes in this movie. Because it's just so out of fucking place. And the fact that the movie doesn't even make a big deal about it just makes it even funnier.
Yeah, like, it was just another random victim to put for the ringer, I felt.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's actually kind of funny to me.
It became an action comedy when Eddie Murphy entered the mix. At the same time, Spiral never forgets that it's part of the Saw legacy and doesn't go overboard with the comedy. It's not Scary Movie 4. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos.
Never.
So stop the comment, just change the fact.
Never subscribing.
I would rather have Wolf choke me with his big fat trap PP than ever subscribe to Watch Mojo.
I'd rather eat the bath. I'd rather eat bath salts.
Guys.
Huh?
You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on
And
your
you have
phone,
the option to suck my dick, Watch Mojo.
make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications. Number 1, real world commentary. This franchise is
I did begrudgingly admit that the real world the real world commentary is one of the more better elements of Spiral. I even mentioned that they made a reference to one of those really famous situations where a black guy got killed by a police officer. They referenced that, and it wasn't preachy, which genuinely surprised me.
That's kind
when
of cool.
They referenced the Philando Castile shooting, I finally remembered the guy's name. They actually blatantly referenced the Philando Castile incident, and it's actually pretty well handled. They don't call attention to it. It's just there. And actually plays into the story. It's not there just to shove some political message down your throat. Nope, it's just there. Blink and you'll miss it, but it also plays into one of the reasons why that particular character is being targeted. And it works quite well, surprisingly.
no stranger to dirty cops. But Spiral feels like the first Saw movie to tackle police misconduct headfirst.
When was the last time you saw your father?
We learn early on that Zeke turned in a crooked cop and is now viewed as a rat in his department. It doesn't help that many of Zeke's co-workers have either been misusing their power or standing by while other officers employ needlessly excessive force.
All available units, officer down.
That was just a diversion to get us out of the precinct!
Watching the film in 2021, it's hard not to think of recent events and the ongoing debate about police reform. Spiral notably finished filming in August 2019. Its commentary was timely then, but it's only grown more relevant. While Spiral may not
Police
be the
brutality
deepest film
has
about
always
police
been a
corruption,
timely
it
subject
is
matter.
a welcome addition to the conversation.
How can
I
I
don't think
catch
that's
this
gonna
guy?
go away
If there's
anytime
nobody
soon.
on the force, I can trust.
Do you agree with our picks? Check out this
No.
other recent clip from Watch
Yeah.
Mojo. And be sure to subscribe and ring the bell.
Shit.
Yeah.
I do not agree with your list, Watch Mojo.
I will never agree with your list, Watch Mojo. Here's how much Watch Mojo sucks. If Watch Mojo told me I was gay, I wouldn't believe them. Like, Watch Mojo just came up and said, "You're gay," I'd be like, I don't believe you.
Sheesh.
Okay, let's see what else we got here. I definitely won't be covering just the Watch Mojo videos for Saw. I just know that people like seeing people kick Watch Mojo in the balls.
That never gets old.
Yep. Watch Mojo is one of the internet's favorite punching bags. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, hey, it's that movie I spoke about.
Yeah, Law-Abiding Citizen.
I love that movie. We watched it the other day. I still want to find a way to get things set up to be able to do streams where I just watch anime and movies with my audience. I just got to figure out a way to do that, because if I try to do it on YouTube, I'd obviously get copyright claimed. So I got to figure out how to do that. People have told me I could probably try to do it on Twitch, but the problem is on Twitch you can get banned for just about anything.
I think I remember DBX advertising some sort of like private watch party program.
Yep, and I think I remember DBX being gay.
Yeah, Twitch will ban you for saying simp. They'll also ban you for saying Karen. You can't even
use the word obese on Twitch. It's embarrassing. You can't say anything.
Okay,
like,
well, how about I say this? Fucking lame.
Yep. Oh, don't even... I already know where you're going, Watch Mojo, based on this thumbnail, and no, just shut up. Like the frickin'... Okay, real quick. I know that the EFAT podcast has already commented on this in all their Joker episodes, but all those people that complain about the reveal in Joker, about the relationship with the girl being fake, like everybody always tries to say that, oh, I saw that coming. It's such lame writing. Can you shut the fuck up? Like that, like you're not clever for pointing that out.
No.
And here's the thing: the only reason why they have to point things out like that is because modern, like a Dishonored Wolf, not my wolf, but Dishonored Wolf pointed out, the amount of people that think that the Eagles is a plot hole is proof that you have to spell this shit out for people, because there's always those idiots out there that think they're way smarter than they actually are.
That pisses me off.
It's infuriating to no end. Huh. This one we might cover.
Yes, Rotten Tomatoes, aka one of the most useless reviews in existence.
I used to use Rotten Tomatoes a lot.
I did too, but then, well, you know,
yep.
You see where their loyalties lie.
Oh yeah. Now I just mock Rotten Tomatoes. maybe we'll take a break from a Saw for a bit, since this is a horror podcast and there technically anything horror goes. Let's take a look at this. This might be interesting. And we can laugh at how much
horror is arguably the most divisive
Rotten
movie
Tomatoes
genre.
sucks.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're...
I swear to God, a gay orgy with a bunch of traps that can't get it up is more useful than Rotten Tomatoes. Sure, if you want. Give me a second. Oh, by the way, I have recently purchased a subscription, so I can now have up to 10 guests instead of 6.
Oh, neat.
And there's no limit as to how long we can stream for.
That's pretty neat.
Yep. Now, let me see here. Now, I mentioned how hopefully I could potentially get people like James A. Janice or Phaelus on the podcast sometime. That would be a ton of fucking fun.
Oh, dude, Phaelus, that would be fun.
Phaelus is amazing. I mentioned this earlier, but Phaelus is just an absolute treat for the horror community. If you're a horror fan, you gotta be subscribed to Phaelus. He is just amazing. He's great. I love him.
Yeah, I love his reviews.
Yep, he's one of the best members of the Channel Awesome team. He didn't suck. He was always talented from the very beginning, and he hasn't gotten himself involved in any kind of controversy. Exactly. He's just awesome. It blows my mind that Nostalgia Critic has more subscribers than Phaelus. Phaelus only has 100,000 subscribers. What kind of bullshit is that? Somebody get this man some more subscribers for the love of God.
Yes. Please.
But yeah.
Counting down our picks for the top 10 great horror movies with bad Rotten Tomato scores.
I'll definitely try to see if I can get in touch with Phaelus. I have gotten responses from him in his comment section. Surprisingly, his comment sections aren't really all that large. I don't know. Maybe I'll see if I can get a hold of him, see if he'd be interested.
There's new content every day, so be
definitely
sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos.
It would to me, some of my dream guests would be someone like Phaelus, but other dream guests is like, if I could ever get my hands on ER, even if he does his usual thing where he doesn't say anything, I'd be happy just to have him here. But I'd also have to be careful not to be weirdo notice me senpai about him, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm total notice me senpai when it comes to ER. His voice alone literally makes me wet. If he ever wanted a groupie, he could take me anytime he wants.
Hey, I don't judge.
Yep. I'll put on my prettiest dress for ER. ER is amazing. And the fact that I found out that some jagoff had the audacity to try to make a video trying to debunk one of his videos makes me want to throw up in my mouth. Not throw up, purposefully throw up in my mouth and hope I don't choke to death. All just because it was a insecure, pissed off Steven Universe fan. I've been straight up.
Of course.
That part of the reason why I don't want to make videos about Steven Universe is because I don't want to incur the wrath of people like you.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent.
For this list, we're looking at horror movies that were critically panned but well received by general audiences. Note that the Rotten Tomatoes scores were verified as accurate as of May 2019.
Still running.
There's nothing accurate about Rotten Tomatoes scores.
You've got to please stop it. Stop it now. Turn it off.
Number 10, Event Horizon.
People hate on this movie. I don't get why. This is easily one of Paul W.S. Anderson's best movies. Whenever people tell me that Paul W.S. Anderson is a hack, I want to take a copy of Event Horizon and throw it at the back of their head. And And I want to make sure it's like one of those big Blu-ray boxes so it'll actually hurt when it hits them.
So I see. Hey. Hi, Miku.
Hey. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. Yourself?
Yeah. If you're just here, you missed a lot of the Saw conversation. We might go back to it. Who knows? Because I can definitely talk about the Saw franchise for hours.
I was busy helping my dad. Anyway, let's go.
Sent that message. He sure believes in hell.
Event Horizon is certainly an odd beast. It follows the crew of the Lewis and Clark as they investigate the Event Horizon.
But it's truly something unique. And the only reason why this movie wasn't as good as it could have been was because of the dumbass studio that wouldn't give Anderson permission to go all the way. Anytime Anderson tries to get an R rating, he always gets fucked over.
Wow.
That bites.
Damn.
I don't subscribe to the philosophy that Paul W.S. Anderson is a hack. Like, okay, he made the Resident Evil movies. They weren't the greatest. So what? Find me one director that has a perfect track record. I dare you. Even some of the greats have their low points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I really love the Mortal Kombat movie that he made.
The Mortal Kombat movie is great. Nobody has a problem with his Mortal Kombat movie. There's only one problem that people have with his Mortal Kombat movie. It wasn't R-rated, but that wasn't even Paul W.S. Anderson's fault. That was the studio's fault because they're a bunch of short-sighted jack-offs. I promise you, if it was up to Paul W.S. Anderson, he would have gotten that R rating.
Oh, yeah. I know that he would definitely bring some fatalities to the silver screen if given the chance.
Gee, I wonder if this movie did okay in the box office.
Knows that Paul W.S. Anderson has a very fucked up imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, Paul W.S. Anderson's interpretation of hell is absolutely horrifying. Even though we only get to see brief glimpses of it, it's absolutely horrifying.
Horizon, a spaceship that has reappeared near Neptune after mysteriously leaving our universe. And what they find is not pretty, to say the least. The movie was a total failure when it was first released. It was a box office bomb, it earned a D+ cinema score, and it currently has a 27% on Rotten Tomatoes. However, the movie has gained quite the devout fan base over the years, who praise its relentlessly foreboding atmosphere, disturbing imagery, and Lovecraftian elements. It's not perfect, but it serves as a good representation of...
You have to have some balls to try to implement Lovecraftian horror. Lovecraftian horror is some of the most difficult type of horror to pull off.
Yeah.
Well, the only movie I can think of right off the top of my head that implemented elements of Lovecraftian horror well was that movie Oculus. But that's because Mike Flanagan is a freaking genius and is one of the new modern faces of horror.
Yeah.
That man is going to go down in history as the Alfred Hitchcock of this generation, believe you me.
I have to agree.
The criminally underutilized space horror subgenre.
Yeah, I know.
Ship knew about it.
Also, any movie that has Lawrence Fishburne in it is an immediate win in my book. Lawrence Fishburne is amazing. In fact, Lawrence Fishburne is the closest we will ever have to a Sam Jackson 2.0, especially if you've seen him in John Wick. Lawrence Fishburne can do a pretty good Sam Jackson emulation when he wants to.
Yeah.
I would say that if we ever lose Sam Jackson, Lawrence Fishburne should call I'm the new king of motherfucker.
That would be the greatest.
Or like his line in John Wick 3, well, sometimes you just gotta cut him, motherfucker. That is just so fucking Sam Jackson.
Mm-hmm. It knows my secrets.
Number 9, Final Destination.
What do you got now?
Admittedly, Final Destination is frustrating because Final Destination has one of the most ingenious premises and one of the smartest, most interesting lores of any of the horror franchises out there, but the actual movies themselves are always so fucking stupid and never live up to the potential because believe it or not, Final Destination is actually a conspiracy thriller. That's actually what it's labeled as. Yeah, Final Destination is at its best when it gets involved in conspiracy theories and all kinds of stuff like that.
Trust me, this movie has a lot of conspiracy theories.
Because remember, the original Final Destination was supposed to be an X-Files episode. X-Files is also a conspiracy thriller. Yeah, I will lie, if you want a worthy sequel to Final Destinations 1 and 2, look up the novel Final Destination Death of the Senses. It's annoyingly rare and near impossible to get your hands on, but if you can get your hands on it, or check out the YouTuber, the 80s Slasher Librarian, he has an audiobook reading of Death of the Senses. It is amazing, and the fact that New Line Cinema has not adapted that novel convinces me that whoever they have in charge at New Line Cinema might actually be retarded. Death of the Senses is great, and I can't wait to talk about Death of the Senses. I have plans to review it someday, and I'm going to dedicate a podcast episode to talking about the Final Destination franchise, but Death of the Senses was fucking incredible. Wolf knows all about it. I've talked a lot about it. And it gives us easily the best protagonist since Alex Browning and Clea Rivers. The protagonists of Amy Tom and Jack Curtis are fucking amazing. Jack Curtis is one of the best protagonists in the Final Destination franchise. You will immediately fall in love with Jack Curtis and Amy Tom. And I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to lie, the romance subplot, just like the first Final Destination, there was a romance subplot between the two main characters. It's so good. I'm not going to lie. I felt like I was being tormented when I was being teased with Amy Tom and Jack Curtis. Thank God they actually end up together, because I would have lost my mind if they didn't. They are such a cool flow, and they steal the show throughout the novel.
No, don't bring that up, Trickster. Don't read that comment.
Oh.
So, yeah, I cannot recommend Death of the Senses enough. It's so good. And after you read it, you'll be pissed off because you'll like, why couldn't this have been Final Destination 3? You will feel so fucking cheated after reading it. You will probably be just as pissed off as Death every single time somebody has a premonition.
Some people may call Final Destination a classic. After all, it spawned a franchise that spanned 4 follow-ups and over $665 million in box office takings. Would it surprise you to know that only 34% of critics gave the movie a positive review? Yep, they really
No, it doesn't surprise me.
That said, general audiences
because critics are not as smart as they like to make themselves out to be.
As weird as that is to say,
No,
the
they're not.
plane sequence still comes to mind whenever we board an aircraft. It also popularized the concept of a vengeful death, which you can probably see in the comment section of every Close Calls YouTube video. It's still relevant and still very much enjoyed.
And like I said earlier, Final Destination always scared me when I was young because of my close encounters with death. My mother told me that a long time ago when I split my head open and I got taken to the ER, a doctor literally sat my mom down and said that she's a very lucky woman. I shouldn't be alive. You're talking to a literal walking dead man because I'm not supposed to be here. How I'm alive, I may never know.
I guess the Grim Reaper must like you.
A lot.
It's either that or I'm just extremely fucking lucky.
Or you probably
that's not counting the other times I've almost died.
You probably have an angel watching over you. Just saying.
That's what my mom always told me. How my mom always explained it to me because she knew how much it always freaked me out. My mother would always try to make me feel better by saying that my dead father was looking over me the whole time because she knows how important my father is to me. And she's always known that even though I never met the man, I've always had an attachment to him, and I've always lamented the fact that I never had him in my life. So she would always tell me your father was watching over me as a way to help me feel better.
I'm sorry I brought that up. I'm so sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry about that, man.
Death. There are no accidents, no coincidences, no mishaps, and no escapes.
Number 8, Scream 4.
Oh no.
It's true.
Scream
Who's
4.
this?
Okay, Scream 4 does not make any sense to me.
It's not a good movie.
Well,
It's a bad.
I'm not the biggest fan of the Scream franchise, so I'll let someone who's a little bit more into Scream than me. I have seen like the first Scream, and I think the second one, but I didn't get into Scream like other people did. It might be because Scream got ruined for me because I watched Scary Movie before I watched Scream. So yeah.
Oh, that'll ruin it.
Let's just say this movie did not make any sense to me.
Honestly, I only saw the first movie.
Is it trying to be, from what I know about Scream 4, it's trying to be a critique of franchises that are never ending and keep getting constant sequels and reboots. That's what it was trying to be.
Okay, makes sense. I mean, again, I think I'm just going to stick to the first movie and just end it there.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Philip. I mean, Ross.
A lot of people question the existence of Scream 4. Not only did it have to justify itself after the fitting conclusion to Scream 3, it also had to bridge an 11-year gap between movies and prove that the slasher genre was still relevant. Unfortunately, it didn't do enough for critics. Only 59% of
It didn't do much for audiences either.
They didn't call the movie terrible, but they did criticize its predictability and general pointlessness. Despite the middling reviews, it helped reinvigorate interest in the series.
One thing that I don't get about this movie was when the random gay character says, like, you can't kill me, I'm gay. And every horror fan is thinking to themselves, whenever was it a rule that the gay guy never dies?
Like, that doesn't even make sense.
That was never a rule.
Guys, I've seen horror movies that the gay character does die.
Well, yeah, because that's why horror movies are scary, because the killer or monster does not discriminate.
Yeah. I mean, we all know about the classic cliche of the black guy always dying first, but the supposed rumor that the gay guy never dies, that one has never made sense to me.
No.
There was
Again, in horror movies, the gay guy does die.
Yep.
That it's the second best movie of the franchise. It doesn't reach the heights of the first Scream, but it's still a fun and scary way to pass 90-odd minutes.
Don't. You can't save them. All you can do is watch.
Number 7, Pet Sematary.
I'm not going to lie, this might get me killed by the horror community, but I hate Pet Sematary.
Why?
I never saw it.
I think it's boring, I think it's stupid, and I think it's a waste of an intriguing concept. And the remake does it no favors either.
Yeah, my mom really likes this movie. I couldn't stand it, though.
Pet Sematary was one of those Stephen King movies I could never get behind.
I remember my mom told me that, like, my grandmother used to read her Pet Sematary before she went to bed.
Yeah. I mean, I get that Pet Sematary is probably a good Stephen King book. I'm just talking about the movie. The book is a completely different story. The book is probably better because a lot of Stephen King's books don't always translate well to film, as we've seen.
Right.
But Stephen King is still a horror genius, but I just never got into the Pet Sematary film. I've seen Pet Sematary and Pet Sematary 2. I just was like, okay, this is stupid.
Also, fun fact, that old guy played the butler from Addams Family.
Of course he did.
Oh, wait, that's Lurch.
Yep.
That is better.
Stephen King
Yeah,
is one of the all-time horror masters, but his film adaptations carry a spotty record. Unfortunately, Pet Sematary is not on the same pedestal as Carrie and The Shining, despite the source novel being one of King's best in
I think it's ironic that Stephen King's Shining is seen as one of the best adaptations of his work, even though Stephen King himself notoriously hates The Shining, and even Dishonored Wolf said that it's a piss-poor adaptation of his novel.
Yeah, I gotta say, that's probably the biggest ball of irony one can get.
Yep.
The movie holds a divisive 50%
Also,
rating on
Trickster
Rotten
wants you to
Tomatoes,
let her back
and
in.
is often
Damn it.
Probably just having Wi-Fi problems.
For the record, the actor who plays in Pet Sematary, that's not the actor that plays Lurch. He played the dad in the Munsters before.
Huh. Oh, lol.
Still, he looks very Lurch-like, to be fair.
Yeah, but that's not the same actor, though. Sorry. He played
What?
Herman Munster in the Munsters.
Well, I'm more of a Monster fan, so I'm not complaining.
Just I've always been told that was Lurch. They're wrong, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Criticized
I could
for its
Google
bland
this.
acting and cheap, uninspired
Go ahead,
production.
Google
That
it.
said, some aspects certainly shine. It thankfully retains the dark and unforgiving atmosphere of the novel. Fred Gwynn is fantastic as Judd, and that Zelda scene still gives us nightmares. Seriously,
This might be petty of me, but Stephen King, why'd you have to name one of your characters Zelda? Why'd you have to do that? Why?
I don't know. And, it takes forever for the jump scares to actually happen. I mean, yes, I found it creepy when the baby came back from the dead.
Like, unless there's a record of the name Zelda existing before the Legend of Zelda franchise existing, please point it out to me, because how can you name a character Zelda and then have me not think of the Legend of Zelda franchise? It just drives me insane. At least when Robin Williams named his daughter Zelda, he blatantly points out that, yeah, I named my daughter after Zelda. I love the Legend of Zelda. What of it? I remember apparently Kevin Smith did something similar, because Kevin Smith actually unironically named his daughter Harley Quinn. By the way, can someone punch Kevin Smith in the face?
I'll do it.
Someone's saying in the comments that maybe Stephen King likes The Legend of Zelda.
I find that to be a bit unlikely. I'm trying to look it up.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, I'm looking at a lot of Zeldas on Wikipedia. Seems like
I
a
don't
pretty
know.
old
It's
name.
possible that Zelda may have been a name that existed before the Legend of Zelda franchise, but as far as I know, I don't know if there's any records of the name Zelda existing before that franchise came into existence. Unless I'm wrong.
But I kind of understand.
Stuff's up good.
Never get out of bed again. Never get out of bed.
Can somebody please explain to me how I'm supposed to find this scary? Everybody talks about how amazing the Zelda scenes are. How is this supposed to scare me? Please, somebody, am I missing something here, people?
I can't find this really scary, guys.
Not really. I've seen worse.
It's just crazy.
It's not a masterpiece, but it is a faithful adaptation of one of the scariest books ever written.
By the way, people, can you please stop naming your boys Gage? Please stop doing that.
Number 6, House of a Thousand Corpses.
Oh, God.
Oh, come on.
Rob Zombie needs to stop.
He really needs to stop making horror movies. I'm sorry, but he should just be sticking to music, not horror movies.
Yeah, he's a great animator. He should just stick to animation.
Yeah, maybe if he made animated movies, he could get away with it.
Yeah, maybe.
I once made a joke about, it would be funny because me and a wolf, we've been reading this manga together. Right now, the people translating it are on hiatus because the website they were uploading it to got hacked. But we've been reading this horror manga called U12. And I once made a joke about, what if you had Rob Zombie make an adaptation of this? That would probably be hilarious.
I just remembered something. Like, I don't know if... Like, I remember seeing an article, or I believe that Rob Zombie is actually the head of an upcoming Monsters reboot.
Really? You can't be serious, as this is going to be shit.
I mean, those of you that remember my tier ranker video of the Death Games, Rob Zombie basically made his own version of the Death Game called 31, and it was a fucking disaster.
No
shit. I think that was up, like, the way bottom, or at least second to the bottom.
Yeah, well, what a waste of a perfectly fine concept. I hate it when people take the death game concept and fuck it up, because the death game is one of my new favorite genres, because the death game genre is actually starting to become its own thing now.
Hey guys,
And I hate it when people fuck it up. Like there was this movie called Circle that was a death game, and it might be one of the stupidest concepts for a death game ever. It pisses me off so much. The even just the thought of watching it makes me want to light myself on fire.
oh god, please don't.
Please don't do it, Kimmy.
I'm trying to think because I remember seeing one movie. I don't know if that really counts as a death game. It seems more like it was just kind of a weird.
Tell me the movie. I might be aware of what you're talking about.
Well, it's a bit obscure though. I'm not gonna lie. It was basically if you mix Saw with Kick-Ass.
Okay, you're talking to a guy that knows about some of the most obscure shit on the planet.
True, yeah, it was called like All Superheroes Must Die or something. I don't know, it was pretty fucking stupid.
I might be aware of what you're talking about because I have a visual in my head of this movie. It might not be the same thing, but I have this visual in my head. It's this movie where a bunch of people come to this costume contest and they're locked in a building and they have to like kill each other to escape or something like that. But I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Spiral was
that's
bad.
not it.
Lol.
Spiral was bad.
House of a Thousand Corpses was Rob Zombie's.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of a little bit funny, but you know, I used to fucking confuse the movie 13 Ghosts with House of a Thousand Corpses. When I was real young, I genuinely thought they were the same fucking movie.
Really?
Yeah, I was kind of an idiot when I was younger. I know that's to be expected, but it's kind of ironic that as intelligent as I am now, I was quite the little retard when I was a kid. And I have to think to myself, no wonder I was thrown in a fucking special ed class.
Directorial debut, and it was absolutely crapped on. It holds a hideous 19% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Many critics calling it little more than a derivative and trashy exploitation flick. In their opinion, it successfully paid homage to cheap gore movies, but wasn't smart enough to elevate from the schlock. Regardless, the movie was a hit.
Oh yeah, what do
for
these
Warhouse,
critics
and
know?
it spawned a
They
sequel
jerk off
and
to
an
the
attraction
thought
at
of The
Universal
Last
Studios
Jedi.
Hollywood. It still has a following, much the same way schlocky B movies from
By
the
the
70s
way,
have theirs.
I want to remind you people, The House of a Thousand Corpses has become a trilogy.
Oh yeah.
This became a fucking trilogy.
You kidding me?
How did it become this popular?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think it was like A House of a Thousand Corpses, The Devil's Rejects.
There's The Devil's Rejects, and then there's 3 from Hell.
Yeah.
So what did you guys think of it?
I don't really watch it. Honestly, I didn't even bother to watch Rob Zombie's movies after Halloween.
Oh, Halloween. That movie sucked, especially the second movie as well.
Yep.
Movies are
Despite
awful.
the appreciation, Rob Zombie has dismissed the movie, calling it, quote, a calamitous mess.
No, I'm really very interested. I'm not trying to make fun.
Gotcha. You are such a bad guy.
Number 5, The Amityville Horror.
I don't have much of an opinion on this movie.
Never saw it.
I think the only version of the Amityville Horror I've seen was that one with Ryan Reynolds, I think. I don't know. There's so many different versions of this movie. It's annoying.
Well, can't they just stick to one instead of remaking it over and
Mostly
over
everyone
again?
agrees that George and Kathy
Yeah, this
Lutz
movie has an obnoxious amount of remakes, and I have no clue why.
were full of it. But that doesn't make the story less entertaining. Despite the hoopla surrounding the story at the time, the Amityville Horror was met with derision by many critics, and it currently holds a 27% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. It certainly is a little hokey and bland by today's
You know what else
standards,
is dull and
especially when you compare it to more
disappointing?
modern and more
Fucking
expensive
Captain
movies like The
Marvel,
Conjuring.
you dickbags.
But it's still an effective
Oh,
haunted
yes.
house movie, and it helps set the
Stop
bar for later films of its time,
masturbating to Brie
especially the whole
Larson's
Indian burial ground
non-existent
trope.
ass.
At any rate, it's way better than the crappy Ryan Reynolds remake.
I'm sorry, what?
Number 4, Halloween 3, Season of the
Honestly,
Enjoy the horror.
This is going to be controversial, but Halloween fan base, can you go fuck yourself for shitting on this movie and forcing them to bring back Michael Myers? You know what the idea originally was after Halloween 2? They wanted to make it an anthology where every new Halloween movie would tell its own story. Why couldn't we have that? Considering what we got with Halloween's 4, 5, 6, and Resurrection, do you really think that we were better off bringing back Michael Myers? At least the anthology thing, yeah, maybe some of the stories would have sucked, but at least we wouldn't have gotten shitty movies like Curse of Michael Myers, for God's sake.
Or Halloween H2O.
Why do you Halloween fans always have to do this? Why can't you just let Michael Myers go? Think about what's become of Michael Myers. Was it worth it? Was it worth destroying this movie?
No.
Ask yourself that.
No. And probably people are doing this because they're bitches and assholes.
Like, seriously, I don't want to be too harsh because I understand having an attachment to a character. I really do. I ranted for almost an hour about how pissed off I was that there was no John Kramer in my spy role and there was no fucking Tobin Bell, and that triggers the utter living fuck out of me. However, though, Tobin Bell didn't get dragged through the mud like Michael Myers did.
Oh.
People are fucking fuckers right there.
And also, the Saw franchise had a soap opera storyline to it, whereas there was not intended to be any sequels after Halloween 2. It was meant to be Halloween 1, Halloween 1 and 2 were meant to be 2 parts of one movie, and then that was that.
Proved it. I knew it. I knew it.
Alone.
Fucking knew it.
Like, honestly, I'm blaming the Halloween fans. You are the reasons why we had to be subjected to 2 Rob Zombie Halloween movies. It's your fucking fault.
Which fucking sucked.
Yeah. Thank you for subjecting me to Michael Myers not only talking, but the first introduction we get to his voice is him saying, "I'm not listening," and then making an obnoxious noise. Thank you for that, Halloween fan base. This is your fault.
Oh, yeah, and not to mention, every male character, if you guys didn't know this, but every male character had, like, long hair, where we get it. It's a Rob Zombie movie, but, again, it just looked so weird, especially when you see an older version of Michael when he doesn't have the, mask, the traditional Michael Myers mask yet. It looks so weird.
Like, you know what the fucked up part about it is? So, are you familiar with that movie Trick or Treat?
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
That's what the Halloween franchise could have been if you fans just quit being demanding little crybabies, because Trick or Treat was really loved. A lot of people love Trick or Treat. Hell, I saw an action figure of the Pumpkinhead Killer from Trick or Treat when I was doing some shopping at Walmart the other day. That's what we could have gotten.
That would have been fucking sick.
You decided we can't have that. Just like with the Smark community in wrestling, we could have gotten Batista winning the belt and wrestling being good, but no, we got a flabby fucking goat breaking his neck and then disappearing from TV and the ratings dying. Thanks for that, Smarks. You suck.
Bah.
Horror fun, Doctor. And don't forget to watch the big giveaway afterwards.
Halloween 3 is now
and so petty because the fans were only mad because there was no Michael Myers. Maybe that's because Michael Myers was fucking
Whenever the
dead.
topic of underrated or underappreciated horror movies
I
comes
remember
up,
the scene in the
someone
movie.
always mentions the glorious
It's just
macabre and
so fucking
nihilistic
weird.
Halloween 3. But to understand the movie's poor reputation, you need to mentally travel back to 1982. A cheap movie called Halloween effectively changed the horror landscape, and its sequel set the bar for bloodier, gorier sequels. The slasher genre had been invented, and Michael Myers was its founder. And then Halloween...
That also got retconned.
Halloween didn't invent shit. That is a misconception. See, it has been argued what the first slasher movie was. Some say that it was Black Christmas, but it wasn't even that. People point this really old movie. What the hell was it called? I believe it was called. What the hell was that movie called? The first slasher movie was this really old movie. I think it was from the 50s or 60s. I'm trying to remember what the hell it was called, though.
Is it Psycho?
No, it wasn't Psycho. What was it? Also, I don't think Psycho is technically classified as a slasher. I could be wrong, but I think it's classified as something else.
What about that whole like shower thing? The whole re.
Yeah, let me see something here. Because here's what Halloween did. All Halloween did was just make the slasher genre mainstream. It's like when people try to say that Resident Evil invented the survival horror genre. No, it didn't. And while we're at it, neither did Alone in the Dark. Sweet Home invented the genre. Games like Silent Hill and Resident Evil popularized it and picked up the torch from Daddy Sweet Home, because Sweet Home is the father of Resident Evil. It was actually Sweet Home that invented the genre.
Yes, thank you, gamer.
Yep. And there's also Chiller on the
Yes,
NES, I think, which predates Sweet Home.
Yeah, but I've already explained this to you, Wolf. That wasn't a survival horror game.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't survival horror, just a horror.
Yeah. Yeah, let me look at this magazine real quick. It asks the question, what truly was the first slasher film? Let me see real quick what it says. Let's see here.
This better be interesting.
Blah, 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 blah. We already know the definition. Blah, 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 blah. 10 notable proto-slashers. Here we have Psycho. Then we have... Oh, this is what I was thinking of. So the movie I was thinking of was this movie called Peeping Tom. It came out the same year as Psycho. So a lot of people debate what truly was the first slasher, because you also had this movie called Peeping Tom that came out the same year as Psycho. So they're so close to each other.
Well, they think that was close.
They think that because it's first hit the mainstream, that's automatically a first to exist. I hate that shit.
Yeah, so Peeping Tom was the movie I was thinking of. And I imagine like the difference between the two movies is probably like a matter of months. So it was either Psycho or Peeping Tom that helped invent the genre. And then movies like Friday the 13th, Black Christmas, and Halloween just took the torch.
I wasn't really a fan of the Christmas one, to be honest.
Honestly, I can name a lot of other John Carpenter movies I enjoy a bit more than Halloween.
Yep. I mean, I'm not saying that Halloween isn't important. It did help make the slasher genre mainstream. However, to say it invented the genre is total fucking horseshit. It's a good movie, but it didn't.
That's basically what I'm saying.
Shit. Like I said, it's like those people that tried to say that Silent Hill, Alone in the Dark, or Resident Evil invented the survival horror genre. No, it did not.
Yep, and newsflash, Silent Hill movie sucked.
I'm going to disagree with you on that. The Silent Hill movie, not the second one, the first one, is awesome. And I will defend that movie. Yeah, it's not perfect, and I'm aware that Silent Hill fans hate it, but I think it's a perfectly acceptable adaptation, because I look at it from the perspective of to me, a good video game adaptation is something that sticks to the heart of the original source material, but does its own thing to validate its existence. I am of the opinion that making a shot-for-shot recreation of a video game storyline is a waste of fucking time.
I guess that
I can kind of see where you're coming from, Keeney, but did they really have to do the whole not Cheryl Mason and screaming Silent Hill at the beginning?
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's just such a nitpicky scene. Yeah, you could argue it was a little bit stupid, but I would argue that, yeah, the Silent Hill movie isn't perfect, but it gets more right than it gets wrong. In fact, here's the funny part about it. For all you Silent Hill fans that shit on the Silent Hill movie, need I remind you, it was a Silent Hill fan that made the movie in the first place. So take it up with your fellow Silent Hill fan if you have a problem with that movie. The director was a well-known Silent Hill fan, and you know how he got to make the movie? He sent a video personally to the Konami headquarters saying why he wanted to make a Silent Hill movie and what it meant to him. And they were so impressed, they not only gave him permission to make the movie, but they took the guy that made the Silent Hill soundtrack and they shipped him off to the set.
Wow.
That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah. Very original, dude.
I'm just saying, I don't hate the Silent Hill movie as much as the fans do. I mean, I'll admit, I'm not much of a Silent Hill fan. Maybe the Silent Hill fans are in more room to complain than me because I'm more of a casual observer of Silent Hill. But for me, I really enjoyed I really enjoyed the movie. The atmosphere and recreation of Silent Hill was perfect. The effects were so good that the later Silent Hill games ripped off the effects.
I'm not gonna lie, that was
good.
That's what I really loved about. That's actually something I do love about the Silent Hill movie was the effects.
And the basic heart of the story is still there. Like, yeah, you could argue that that having Harry Mason there would fix some problems, like the pointlessness of the Sean Bean scenes. They probably should have just had Sean Bean play Harry Mason. It probably would have worked better, and Sean Bean probably would have drawn more of an audience. I get that. And yeah, you could argue that that was some stupid decision, but what you have to understand is some of the stupid decisions was not the director's decision, it was the studio's decision. Those pointless Sean Bean scenes, the director didn't even shoot those scenes. The studio forced him to.
Kimmy, I'm gonna have to go for right now. I'm gonna come back later, right? Bye.
All right. So yeah. I mean, we could get into it if you want, but I personally think that the Silent Hill live action, minus the sequel, of course, is perfectly fine. Fair enough. You could argue the video game is probably better, and they probably would have been better off to just copy and paste the story. But I would argue, what would be the point of just making a shot-for-shot recreation of the story? All it's going to do is ruin the story for those who haven't played the game.
Okay.
And those who play the game are going to think to themselves, why am I watching this? Why aren't I just playing the game?
Right.
Maybe that's just me, but that's kind of how I feel about it. I'm sure if Bayless was here, he'd probably try to lynch me right now, but I like the Silent Hill movie.
3 came along, said, nah, forget that crap, and pushed Michael aside for an anti-capitalist story about witchcraft. Everyone wanted more Michael Myers, not androids and pumpkin masks imbued with magical fragments of stone.
Jesus fucking Christ.
A very busy day for me.
Number 3, Freddy versus Jason.
This one is...
God damn it. God fucking damn it.
While Halloween spawned the slasher subgenre...
Like, well, here's the thing. The critics have always trashed on the Friday the 13th movies. That's no fucking secret. The critics have always hated these movies because they're a bunch of faggots. But like, yeah.
I'm not saying this movie is bad. It's just that it could have been better, if you ask me. I mean, I hate that little wink when you see like Freddy's severed head thinking that there was going to be a sequel, but
well, it did get a sequel.
Well,
it just never became a movie.
Sequel. That's the thing. They're still working on making a sequel. In fact, I think I read somewhere that they're still working on Freddy vs. Jason 2. The original plan of Freddy vs. Jason 2 was they wanted Freddy versus Jason versus the Hell Priest. No, I'm not calling him Pinhead. That's not his fucking name. Anyway, originally the film was supposed to end with Freddy and Jason ending up in hell, and then the Hell Priest shows up and says, "Is there a problem, gentlemen?" And that was going to set us up for Hellraiser versus Freddy versus Jason, but fucking Dimension Films are a bunch of stingy assholes.
I have to agree.
And again, Freddy versus Jason did get a sequel in the comic series, Freddy versus Jason versus Ash.
Exactly. And apparently they're still working on it. I think rumors have it that they're trying to see if they can get Michael Myers involved. That's what they're trying to do. Supposedly.
So Freddy versus Jason versus Michael versus Hellpriest.
Yep. But here's the thing: if all you want out of Freddy versus Jason is Freddy and Jason fighting each other, it delivers that in spades, and the fight is truly amazing. In fact, Freddy versus Jason is the precursor for what the versus community is now. Without films like Freddy vs. Jason and Alien vs. Predator, whether you like them or not, they helped build the foundation for what would eventually become the versus community.
That is true.
Okay. So can we move this along, huh?
Yeah.
Friday the 13th and A Nightmare on Elm Street helped solidify its place in the mainstream. Freddy vs. Jason answered 20 years worth of fan demand by pitting the two horror icons against each other, and the results were just as bloody and outrageous as we all expected. Of course, only 41% of critics liked the movie.
Okay,
but
only a 50%. Okay. Horror community or whoever is responsible for this, we need to have a chat. Preferably with you strapped down with a reverse bear trap stuck to your face.
I can't believe this movie got 41%.
It's not like these franchises were critical darlings, but Freddy vs. Jason gave fans exactly what they wanted. Lots of blood and gore, drugs, sex, and a killer showdown between two of cinema's greatest killers. What more could you want?
Put this bad dog to sleep. For God!
Number 2.
Oh, this one really pisses me off. The way the critics just shit on the Saw franchise really pisses me the fuck off.
So which Saw movie is this? Is this the first one?
Yes, the first one.
Yeah, it's the first one.
Yeah, the critics were infamously ruthless towards the first Saw movie, but joke's on them because it became a horror classic. And Lee Whannell and James Wan have become two of the most critically acclaimed directors of this generation. So who's laughing now, you schmucks?
Saw.
You don't know me, but I know you.
Yes, because there's nothing
Is it wrong of us
special
to say
about
that
Michael
Saw
Myers. He's
revolutionized
just
the
a
horror
crazy
genre?
guy.
It
That's
launched
all
one of
he
the
is.
most successful franchises of the decade.
So-
Honestly, I feel like they would just
Towards
watch
the
the horror,
mainstream
Michael.
and helped popularize low-budget independent horror. Say what you will about the progressively stupid sequels, but the OG.
Oh yeah. How about we talk about your progressively stupid channel, Watch Mojo? You are the cum dumpster of YouTube, Watch Mojo. Let's make that perfectly clear. That is what you are. You are a walking cum dumpster. Don't you dare shit on the later. Don't you dare shit on the soft.
Yeah, they're nothing more but fucking fuck stains. But I'm just making my point.
That is extremely debatable.
Yeah, I feel like there's at least something that could scare Michael. We just never saw
Jigsaw
it.
is a classic.
Also, Michael, you don't
Only the
need to be
critics saw
afraid
it
of
that
Freddy
way.
Krueger for
Just
Freddy Krueger to kick
49%
your
of
ass.
critics gave the movie a positive
Right,
review.
that's just
with
an
many calling it
advantage.
too sick and twisted for its own good.
Fuck off. Like, oh, this movie is too sick and twisted for its own
Oh,
good.
come on!
These are the same jack-offs. Remember, these are the same jack-offs that gave that movie Cam like a 90%.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, they did.
Some also
Yep,
attack the movie's
that
boring
actually
detective
happened.
story, cheap effects, and questionable acting. Looking mostly at you, Lee Whannell, they saw it as amateur
Well, joke's on you
filmmakers
because Lee Whannell has become a better actor since then. So once
Yeah.
again, blow me.
indulging their own sick imaginations and nothing more.
Ooh, is that supposed to be scary or what?
Also, I kind of find Lee Whannell's first performance to be kind of cute and funny. I don't know why, but I kind of get a kick out of seeing Lee Whannell try to act for the first time. It's kind of funny, I won't lie.
Yeah.
Yep. And at least it's not like, him stuttering his line, like, I am acting. This is how I talk.
Also, keep in mind, Lee Whannell and James Wan were both college students when they made this movie.
Wow.
That's pretty fucking impressive.
Before we unveil our number one pick, here are some honorable mentions.
The Relic. I know nothing about this movie.
I've never heard of this.
Nope.
Never heard of it. Wolf Creek. This one I've heard of, but I've never seen.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's an example of Australian horror. Apparently. My Bloody Valentine. I've only ever seen the remake of this movie.
Oh, this movie
I think
is
I've
not
seen
that good.
Payless review this.
The thing I remember most about My Bloody Valentine was that the scene where a girl literally walks outside of a hotel room butt-ass naked, and we get an entire sequence of a butt-naked girl being chased by the killer. It was like a scene straight out of Elfenlied, and I'm not gonna lie, I fucking love it. Call me immature if you want, but I fucking enjoyed it.
I wouldn't mind seeing that scene.
Oh, of course, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Your collar, little dog.
Orphan. I actually don't get the hate towards this movie. I actually thought Orphan was a pretty clever movie. I watch this movie all the time. Me and my mom loved this movie. We watched the fuck out of it.
I guess this movie's okay.
Like, one thing I like to imagine is this movie is how things could have been if Rin Kokonoe joined the dark side. That's all I'll say about that. So yeah, if you've ever seen Kodomo no Jiken and you don't like Orphan, picture Rin Kokonoe as the antagonist, and I guarantee you'll definitely have nightmares.
Okay. An evil Rin is terrifying. I don't think I could sleep with that idea. An evil Rin.
Exactly. That's what I love so much about Rin Kokonoe. She's a character that could have easily become a horrifying villain if things went down a slightly different path. That's what I find so interesting about her. There's this darkness to Rin that makes her so fascinating. I'll cover this when I ever get the chance to review Kodomo no Jiken, or when I do my podcast episode where I review some of the utterly asinine reviews that people make of Kodomo no Jiken. But Rin is easily one of the most fascinating anime characters of all time, and this darkness that she hides deep inside of her actually kind of keeps you on edge, because she lets you know from the very beginning what she's capable of and that she doesn't fuck around.
Yes. Rin is legendary.
I like this movie. I don't care what anyone says.
The Strangers.
Ah, fuck!
Oh.
This movie. Anyone who watches this movie, go die in a ditch. This movie sucks.
Yeah, it did suck.
Like, I see these reviews of people talking about how scary this movie is. I want to fucking choke these people. These people don't know what scary is. YMS's review of this movie is fucking perfect. He hits the nail on the head. The fact that this is considered one of the scariest movies of all time makes me want to throw myself down a flight of stairs in the hopes that I'll break my neck on the way down. This movie blows. It's not scary. It's repetitive. It's garbage. It's stupid.
Plus, from what I've heard, it follows literally every cliche in the slasher book.
Yeah. The director's over here saying, I thought it was very important to take away some of the horror cliches, yet he does the stupid phones are not working cliche, and he does the stupid jump scare cliche. He does the stupid final scare cliche, on and on and on and on and on and on and on. The main characters are boring, and the villains suck.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I like about The Strangers, there's one thing I like about The Strangers, and that's when the two main characters grab a shotgun, lock themselves in a closet, and shoot anything that walks by, which is actually one of the smartest plans I've ever seen a horror movie come up with. And if the movie actually ended with the villains being taken out, I would have said, hey, that's actually a good movie. But no, we can't actually have anything smart. We have to have their random friends show up and die for no reason, so they're stupid and abandon their smart plan so they can die.
I'm actually surprised that Get Out didn't get on this list because Watch Mojo loves to wank that off.
Critics adore Get Out. I think that Get Out is a piece of shit. Get Out is what happens when you take a shit on pineapple pizza. Nobody asked for it, nobody wanted it, and you already made something that's shitty even shittier. I'm sick of people saying that Jordan Peele is the new face of horror. Can you go fuck yourself? Jordan Peele sucks. Both of his horror movies are garbage.
It's not no horror icon. He's a freaking comedy actor. That's what he is.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I have a question on one horror movie, and I know you guys are gonna think it's really bad.
What?
All right, Happy Death Day 1 and 2. What did you guys think?
Happy Death Day 1 and 2, they're okay movies in the vein of they're self-aware, dark comedies that aren't trying to be serious. They just want to have fun, you know? I see them as kind of like the Screams, the Scream movies of this generation. They're self-aware. They know that they're not intended to be taken seriously.
Yeah.
And they actually do have a clever concept of basically taking Groundhog Day and turning it into a dark comedy. That's actually not a half bad idea.
Actually,
okay,
yeah,
there's
that's
also
a pretty
another
good
horror
idea.
movie. It was called Ma. What do you guys think of it?
Honestly, it didn't even look that scary when I saw the trailer.
No, just this crazy old lady who's just, stalking these kids.
Yes, I mean, that's literally all I'm getting. It's just, basically, if we were like the first Friday the 13th movie, and we're just following more of Pamela Voorhees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty much what I can see. Just this wacky version of Pamela who's just trying to, kill every teenager she sees.
Lol. I don't even want to hear what Watch Mojo has to say about this. The Strangers, this might be me going out on a limb, but I don't fucking care. The Strangers is the worst horror movie I've ever seen in my fucking life. Final Destination 4 is more fucking entertaining.
All right, can we move on to the review now?
What review?
Our next burning Watch Mojo thing?
Ma. Oh yeah, that movie got torn to shreds. That movie was literally... What the fuck? What does this mean? I see. Top 10 horror video games where you were the true evil. I was confused for a second. Let's change things up to talking about video games. And what culture is another punching bag. They're just not as shitty as fucking Watch Mojo.
When it comes to video games, there's nothing half as good as being totally evil.
I hate Jules.
He's such a He's the one that did. He was in the video of the 10 video games that you regret to tell your children about. It was just awful. You got
you know what I say? Like, fuck you. I play Koyakatsu Party, and I'm proud of it. If it didn't get me struck down, I would upload videos of me playing Koyakatsu Party. How you like them apples?
Mm-hmm.
If I had the money to do it, I would gift copies of Koyakatsu Party to my fan base. I think everyone should play Koyakatsu Party.
countless swathe of digital titles offers the player the chance to phone it in for the forces of good and dial up the devil inside. And you know what? To be honest, it's the perfect medium in which to exorcise those demons. Nobody gets hurt. They're often hilarious moments, and of course, it's just that little bit cooler to do so. However, there are some titles that push the boat way further out than just letting you rob and roughhouse people, because the 10 entries on this list, well, they actually posit you as the all-powerful evil for their respective narratives. Whether you're playing as a demonically infused infant, a rampaging murderer, or just a genuine set of horrible people, these video games took the ball and ran with it when it came to being bad. And you might even look at a few of these games and think that they went too far, and to be honest, I can't blame you, because they don't just hit close to the bone, but some of them look to bloody break it as well.
I can't see it. I'm sorry, I cannot see it.
If they don't mention The Last of Us 2, I'm going to do something drastic.
Please don't.
With this in mind, I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 horror video games where you were the true evil. Number 10, The Suffering. The Suffering franchise was a short-lived but genuinely brilliant horror experience, focusing on a man named Torque, who had been in prison for the death of
Hold on, but
plan with my stream yesterday. That kind of
isn't
sucks.
The Suffering like karma-based?
Oh yeah.
Being evil is really optional in this game.
In The Suffering, there are different endings dependent on your choices. It's one of those games with multiple endings. And yeah, you do play as a prisoner, but I do believe there's a bit of moral ambiguity with the main character.
Yeah, plus again, it's a karma system.
Ex-wife and children, after an earthquake hits the prison that he's in, hell literally breaks loose as horrific creatures burst forth and try to kill everything in their sight. However, there's something about these monstrosities that resonates with Torque, for they not only seem to be reflections of the atrocities that took place in the prison, but also of the man's inner demons. Throughout the experience, the player is asked to make several choices, each of which affects the
Also,
game's
this game is the closest you'll ever get to a Hellraiser video game. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I heard apparently The Suffering was supposed to get a movie, but that ended up getting scrapped.
Oh, what a waste.
I mean,
also, you know one thing that's interesting. You won't believe me, but I swear to God, it's true. There was going to be a Hellraiser game on the NES.
Why am I not surprised about
that was actually going to happen.
That actually sounds kind of cool.
ending, and that they can either find out that Torque didn't kill his family, or in fact find out that he most definitely did. Yet this is just the beginning. As come the sequel, it turns out that the game reads your save file and rewrites the entire title based on the ending you received. Therefore, if you went rogue in the first game,
holy shit, that's actually pretty fucking cool in advance.
Yeah, that's kind of one thing I've noticed in like gameplay videos of the Suffering 1 and 2, that they're both completely linked.
Yeah, I wish more games did that, where they used the ability to save data to its advantage. That would be immensely fascinating.
Actually,
especially with games that give you multiple endings, that would be really fucking interesting. I don't know why more games don't do that.
I feel like Infamous especially should have done this, since it banks off the karma system.
I definitely want to play The Suffering. I've heard nothing but great things about this game.
Individual, and this even shapes the bosses and experience that you receive, further pushing Torque down into the depths of depravity. It does get pretty bleak. Number 9, Hatred.
Whoa.
In a rather paradoxical moment, I really don't want to talk about
Henderson
Hatred,
is
but
back.
I've chosen to put it on this.
I'm not going to lie. I bought this game, even though I shouldn't have, just because I wanted to piss people off. I even uploaded gameplay footage of me playing this, and I think I even streamed it one time.
I remember.
Don't get me wrong, the game's not good, but it's hilarious if you want to piss people off.
Oh, trust me, it pissed a lot of people off.
I think I remember like you showed gameplay in one of your episodes of Never Go Full Retard.
Yep, I did. I've uploaded lots of gameplay footage of me playing this. It's like, it's so funny because I just love that this game exists, because I love the novelty of it, because it exposes the stupidity of people that take video games too seriously. People want to accuse me of taking things too seriously. Nobody takes things more seriously than retards that think that video games cause violence. I bought this game, ironically, as a joke, and anybody who has ever played this game doesn't take it seriously.
I agree.
Kimmy, can I say something? This game almost looks like some sort of platform to GTA.
Yeah.
It's not. In fact, this game is a straight up ripoff of the first Postal game. That's what this is.
This list, for while it is an awful game that looks to appeal to water cooler masturbators who want to pretend that they're edgy and cool by playing this game about murdering innocent people for the sheer hell
Oh, I
of
don't
it.
think I'm edgy and cool. I just like fucking with people like you. I acknowledge that the game's garbage. Plus, there's better murder simulator games out there, just saying.
Hatred definitely ticks the box of being the true evil. The plot, if you can call it that, of Hatred is that your unnamed and likely unwashed trenchcoat turd of a character is dying of a medical condition and has therefore decided that before he goes, he wants to take down as many people as possible. Cue a rampage of unprecedented measures which might genuinely make you feel a little ill, although that might just be the incredibly bland gameplay. You can shoot, stab, explode, and mulch bystanders, police forces, and anything else that gets in your way, and at no point does the woe is me edgelord tone falter. And what this makes for is a game that places you in the boots of a psychopath, but takes
Okay, but
itself
the main
away.
character isn't like an emo edgelord. He's just a straight up lunatic. Like, he never tries to make you sympathize with him.
No, like
He's
this
just
is
like, I'm fucking crazy. Fuck the world. I'm just gonna kill everyone.
yeah, like I'm a psychopath. End of story.
Yeah. That's basically him. It's just, I'm a psychopath. It's basically John Kramer if John Kramer wasn't interesting or had any kind of moral ambiguity whatsoever.
Yeah.
Too seriously, and as a result, it's a piece of trash. Number 8, Lucius.
What?
Have you ever watched The Omen and thought to myself, my god, I am never having kids? Well, don't worry, pal, because I'm right there with you thanks to the horrors that Damien unleashes across that film's runtime. However, if you fancy being this literal child of Satan, then Lucius is most definitely the game for you. The title plays out as a kind of hitman with the powers of a devil simulator, with the young and most definitely evil child doing whatever his daddy...
So this game is basically trying to be The Omen, but I assume they couldn't get the rights to the Omen name, so they just called it something else.
Mm-hmm. Yep, pretty
The
much.
theorist the devil asks of him. This involves locking maids in fridges, stabbing reporters in the back, and basically destroying the legacy of Lucius's own family. Now, the family itself is painted in a negative light, all being drunks, liars, and adulterers, but they pale in comparison to a child who burns the family home to the ground and seeks to rain down terror on anyone in his path. It's genuinely unnerving at times to witness the horrible act. However, the B-movie dialogue and script definitely keep this from being taken too seriously. Number 7, Alone in the Dark 2008. I'm the Lightbringer. I'm the f***ing universe. This laughable quote from the solid...
I'm not gonna lie, I really wanted to like this game, and I tried, but the game wouldn't let me like it.
I want to go with the pump, and then someone else eliminated me. So...
Like, I really wanted this game to work, because there are parts of this game that I really enjoy, especially in regards to the soundtrack. The soundtrack of this video game is worth looking up. It's really good.
Of the road experience that is the 2008 Alone in the Dark may well be the most memorable thing about this game, and comes at the close of the title when the player can choose to make Edward Carnby accept Lucifer himself inside his body. And it's quite a sight, let me tell you, but one that was actually hinted at throughout the game, as it's revealed that Edward carries within him the Philosopher's Stone, making him the perfect vessel for the fallen angel who is being summoned by cultist members. And you might be fooled into thinking that Edward is a hero thanks to his constant battle against the dark, but to be honest, whatever ending you choose leaves us with an expression of true evil. In one instance, you accept Lucifer and bring forth his army of darkness, and the other ending, in which Edward allows Sarah to be possessed in his place, he turns and leaves the scene without even attempting to stop Lucifer. And as we know, for true evil to exist, good people simply just have to do nothing. And Edward, well, he does bugger all. Number 6, Love Sam.
What?
In the quagmire of indie horror games, it can be genuinely hard to...
I was about to say, if this is related to that stupid video game we spoke about last time with the Lesbo, I would have jumped out my nearest window.
stand out, such as the sheer weight of choices that players have to pick from. But Love, Sam manages to not simply just be an effective and creepy title, but does so in a minimalistic way that makes the final twists all the more memorable. In essence, the game is about reading journal entries and then encountering some set-piece scary moments, but the content of said pages and the choreographing of these jump scares is really quite something to behold. You find that when the scares trigger, you genuinely won't see them coming because you're so engrossed. Yet it's the narrative of this diary that's the most engaging moment, as when you begin to piece together the events, it becomes clear that you are no hero whatsoever, and in fact, you are responsible for the death of a local teenager driven to jealousy when a boy you like has decided to move on with someone else. It's a tragic look into the inability to deal with rejection and the anger that manifests in these situations, and Love, Sam will leave you shaking not just from the horror, but from how real some of these moments felt. Number 5, Amnesia: The Dark Descent. It's almost impossible to find a person who hasn't played Amnesia: The Dark Descent at this point in time, such was its huge popularity with YouTubers and within the horror community. And yes, in between all the screams, montage videos, and looking at the camera before the bloody scares happen, milking the reaction for all it's worth, there is a simple fact that many ignore, and that's that Daniel, the player's avatar, is an arsehole. Not only is it Daniel's fault that the castle is completely overrun with a spreading evil known as the Shadow, thanks to him unearthing an orb of mysterious origin, but he allowed himself to be coerced into committing some truly heinous crimes. The orb allows the user to dimension hop, but is powered by life energy, and so Daniel and his supposed friend Alexander decide that they fancy a trip around the stars, and so begin torturing innocents to extract their essences. Think Monsters Inc., but much less funny. Daniel is completely aghast at the things that he's done, and so decides to drink an elixir, erasing his memories and then telling his future self to kill Alexander. So rather than help the people that he's imprisoned or taking on Alexander there and then, he decides to palm that responsibility off onto what is essentially another person. What a dick move. Number 4, the Silent Hill franchise.
Really?
One of the most defining features of the Silent Hill franchise,
this is
aside from
because
some
in order to end up in Silent Hill at all, you have to be guilty of something.
True, but there was kind of a loophole in the first game to where, or really, Harry Mason was kind of in Silent Hill because of his daughter rather than posting stuff that he did.
True. But I do believe he was still guilty of some things because, again, to quote Phaelus, one does not simply walk into Silent Hill.
No, you don't find Silent Hill. Silent Hill finds you.
Yep. If you, for example, if you're a perfectly innocent person and you walk through Silent Hill, you're just going to walk through a dilapidated town and nothing's going to happen to you.
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe this is just me.
Utterly
maybe I just didn't pay attention to the gameplays I watched.
Be designed is that each entry in the series focuses on a protagonist with a troubled past. In fact, thanks to the evil that radiates from Silent Hill, it's actually these mental insecurities or repressed emotions that allow these horrifying events to even take place. Of course, there's much more to the series than this, including cults that try to resurrect a deity simply known as God and usher in a new apocalypse or age of paradise, depending on who you're talking to. However, the constant factor throughout all of these is that you're never playing as a character who is wholly innocent. And to further prove this, each game offers multiple endings, with the worst or bad endings usually revealing some kind of truly horrific thing about the protagonists. Travis from Silent Hill Origins is revealed to be a serial killer, Alex Shepard can become a monster himself by not accepting his past, and of course with James Sunderland we get the horrifying knowledge that he killed his own wife giving birth to his demons, including the franchise all-star that is Pyramid Head. Number 3, Blood. While you might look at Blood and think that a game this chaotic and gore-soaked would have a...
Blood is just a classic tale of revenge. Yeah, Caleb is technically working for the bad guy, but when the bad guy betrays him, he decides to slaughter the guy's entire cult and then fuck him up personally. He even becomes enraged when his companions and friends are killed off and even gives them proper burials at the end of each chapter.
So, in other words, he's not even that evil.
I mean, basically the whole point of Caleb is that he's just a crazy gunslinger that works for a cult. But then when the cult backstabs him, he ends up seeking revenge, and that comes back to bite Chernobog in the ass.
plot about as thin as a
Sounds
piece
like
of
the
paper,
God of
you'd actually
Night.
be mistaken. For while the game itself doesn't deal out much more information than there is a thing, go kill it quickly, the accompanying website for Blood laid everything bare. And it turns out that you're kind of the bad guy. You play as Caleb, who is on the warpath after being betrayed by the other members of a cult that he was a high-ranking member of. Now, the cult worship a deity called Chernobog, who isn't exactly all smiles and sunshine. Since his fall from the top, Caleb is out to destroy the cult entirely. However, at no point is he shown to be remorseful for his past involvement in the cult, merely just being that he's pissed that they cast him out. It's easy to forget this as you scream through the game covered head to foot in viscera, but let it be known, we are no savior. In fact, Chernobog wants to use our rampaging power as it realizes how violent and destructive you are. So when you've got a deity saying, oh, okay, chill out there, pal, maybe it's best that you rethink your choices. Number 2, Blood Omen 2.
What?
I think it's safe to say that Cain from the Legacy of Cain series isn't exactly a nice fella. As a vampire with utter contempt for humanity, he's never been shy about obliterating enemies and allies alike for his own personal gain. However, if you want to experience a true slice of evil, then check out his actions in Blood Omen 2. In the original game, Cain gathered together an army of vampires which he took forth in order to enslave the world. But at the beginning of Blood Omen 2, we find out that his crusade was down to heavy defeat, and now he's awoken some 200 years later in a world run by humans who are able to use glyph magic to hunt down vampires. The tables have been turned indeed. However, Cain, well, he just flips the entire table in a huff and goes about slaughtering everyone he meets. Even though the game paints him as an anti-hero, this guy is a monster, quite literally in fact, as he doesn't want to wrest control back in order to make Nosgoth a happy utopia, he just wants to turn the world into his personal blood bank. And number 1, Yandere Simulator. Now, this is a bit of a strange...
I'm gonna fucking kill you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Stop referencing a game that isn't even complete yet.
Probably is never going to complete it anyway.
Yeah. This game is not complete. Ah! Also, remember, this game is meant to make fun of the yandere stereotype.
Why was this created in the first place?
Also, guess what? There's actually a way to beat all the rivals without killing them. In fact, Yandere Dev himself points this out, that there is a passive route you can take. Just like in Undertale. You don't have to kill everyone.
Oh, so
You have to kill
you're not even truly evil then.
You know what? I've heard that yanderes are the worst monsters ever.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, yanderes are actually monsters, but I hate it when people reference Yandere Simulator, especially because this game isn't even fucking complete, and the existence of a pacifist route.
Yeah.
I get the feeling that yanderes are like the opposite versions of succubus almost, but weirder.
Yanderes are just straight up psychopaths. That's all they are.
Entry, but then again, Yandere Simulator is a very, very strange game. Whereas many other horror games on this list cover themselves in doom and gloom and
yeah, but this isn't a horror game. I'm pretty sure even Yandere Dev would disagree with this being a horror game. He constantly describes it as Persona Hitman.
This honestly looks to me more like a dark comedy.
Yeah, it's meant to be one of those parody games. It's called Yandere Simulator. Yeah, it's meant to make fun of anime tropes. It's meant to make fun of the yandere. This is not a fucking horror game. Even Yandere Dev himself admits this.
Then why do they put it on this list?
Yandere Simulator opts for a hyper-stylized, bright, and colorful art style, making it look like your typical anime game. However, if you're an anime fan, you'll know that Yandere is a term given to
look at all these fucking colors.
They're talking about muted.
Now, granted, Yandere Dev has fixed the colorization, but my god, this is an old-ass fucking build of the game. Yeah, the new build is a lot more colorful, but this is just fucking drab.
A character who is sweet as pie 1 minute, but can flip on a dime and become aggressive or even psychotic the next. It's not a nice portrayal of what effectively amounts to a personality disorder, but Yandere Simulator isn't exactly a nice game, with you taking the role of Ayano as she desperately tries to win the affection of Senpai. However, as the game makes clear to mention, Senpai is getting popular at school, so it's up to you to make sure that you're all that they notice. If this sounds like it's getting a bit dark, It is, as eliminating other rivals is
Well, I guess
truly
in the
gruesome.
middle.
You can poison people, stab them, or even tie their hair to a weight and push them into a swimming pool to drown them. There's no doubt here that you are an evil person through and through, and what makes it even worse is that this character never shows a single shred of remorse. And there we go, my friends. Those were 10 horror video games where you were the...
Wait.
Yada yada.
Hey,
Did
Kimi,
they just show like the good karma creature from the Suffering too? When it's supposed to be the true evil?
Yeah.
And yes, I know. I kind of got it wrong the first time when I talked about the Suffering. I do know about the big plot twist, as that's in both the good and evil endings.
I can imagine. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I hate these types of games, horror games where you can't fight back. I think it's such a stupid idea.
Yeah.
Like, it's just such a cheap way to try to make a game scary, because games like Resident Evil 7 prove that you can give people weapons and still make a game scary.
Yes, that's kind of why... that's kind of why games like Outlast 2 pissed me off. Like, you had, like, freaking machetes, pitchforks, and a sickle, like, just hanging there, and like, the protagonist doesn't even bother to just, like, maybe pick one up and try and use it if he ever got caught.
Yeah,
like,
People
that
in those
infuriates me.
kind of horror games are saying, well, the feeling of powerlessness is what makes it scary.
Yep, yeah, like, this is why I hate What Culture. They're so stupid, they don't know that Yandere Simulator is not a freaking horror game. Even Yandere dev, even the freaking dev does not describe it as a horror game.
Yes, and I know yanderes are not even that scary.
Not the point, Trickster.
I mean, it's just one thing I hate more than anything is when people suggest for death battle matchups featuring Ayano. It's like, okay, she has no established backstory yet. She has no established feats yet. Nothing is set in stone yet. Why are you asking for her? You have Yuno Gasai. You have Lucy. You have Shino. You have all these fucking yanderes. Why do you always have to go straight to Ayano? Also, she's meant to be a parody of the yandere archetype, so why are you taking her seriously? You want to tell me to stop taking shit seriously? Stop taking Yandere Simulator seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kimi, can I request a video?
Sure.
Well,
it's still Watch Mojo.
Okay.
Okay, well, now I'm vaguely interested.
I hope so, Ross.
Let's see, 10 scariest...
I'll just send it in the private chat.
Scariest sci-fi games. Okay, that sounds a bit interesting.
That sounds boring.
I am so fucking pissed off that Samoa Joe is back in NXT, because now these smarks are doing their typical smark thing. Oh, Samoa Joe's a monster. Samoa Joe's a badass. He's a fat TNA loser.
While villains often hog the limelight in horror, there is no denying we all love seeing a great protagonist we can root for or relate to. And it is even better if they somehow manage to survive the terrors they're put through to emerge bloody and battered as our reigning hero at the end. When faced with such dastardly threats as in a horror movie, however, it can be an uphill task for poor characters to make it out in one piece. It's not impossible, of course. It just takes a whole load of survival know-how and a firm nutting up, as Tallahassee would tell you, to navigate it to horror's final moments. And usually only the most bad of us are the ones...
This one probably shouldn't be too bad, but I'm going to check it out anyway.
Here then, we celebrate those that took their survival most seriously, channeling their inner Ellen Ripley to make sure they absolutely make it out alive and survive their ordeals. Just not, dying like she did in Aliens 3. I am the badass Ash from What Culture Horror, and these are the 10 most badass horror movies.
Implying that you're badass because you smoke cigarettes pisses me off. Smoking cigarettes never makes you badass. All it does is kill you.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, people mostly just use cigarettes as like a fashion thing almost to make them look cool.
And then it doesn't make you look cool. Giving yourself lung cancer and emphysema is not cool.
Also, again, for Carmen Rider, you're not funny.
Mm-hmm.
Already sent in a private.
Angry Joe is wrong. Don't play the first Outlast game. It sucks. Its DLC is okay, but the game itself is not that scary. He overhypes how scary that game is. Mueller has a video ripping the first Outlast apart. There's literally an enemy in Outlast that doesn't even fucking chase you. They're there, but they won't do anything to you.
Fucking worthless.
Yeah, Angry Joe is a complete fuckwit. I have a whole episode, never go full retard on him. Don't get me started on Angry Joe's. Maybe I'll save this for another podcast episode. But Angry Joe's response to so when he made his video on Suicide Squad, he's like, "What the fuck is wrong with critics? That was an awesome movie." It's like, I don't know, maybe it's because Suicide Squad sucked.
Yeah. Literally nobody liked that film.
Movie survivors.
No.
10. Erin, you're next.
And already you fucked up. Erin should not be this low.
No, like...
Erin is one of the greatest final girls of all time. Hell, I would argue she's better than some of the classics.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Erin is awesome. Here's how badass Erin was. I took inspiration from this character when I wrote the Fox character in the script for my anime snuff machinery. Erin was one of the 3 inspirations for that character.
I dig it.
Your next is a genuinely brilliant horror movie. As animal mass killers target a family at their remote, regal homestead, Shawnee Vincent's Erin soon finds herself in the middle of a fight for survival.
I hope we
with
get a
so many memorable
sequel to Your
visuals,
Next
a unique
with
approach
Erin
to the
coming
standard
back.
home invasion formula, and
That
with
would
a
be
fun
pretty
twist
awesome.
ending, Your Next jumped out from the pack upon release in 2013, and quickly became a fan favourite gem. Let's be real, that is because of Erin. From nervous houseguest to axe-wielding warrior, Erin is a character whose resourcefulness throughout the second half of the movie plays out like a bloody, brutal version of Home Alone's Kevin McAllister. Erin absolutely knows what's up and stops at nothing to defend herself as everything from murderous tigers to hails of arrows try to best her. A ridiculously ready survivalist prepared to put her training to the test. 9. Seth Gecko, From Dusk Till Dawn. Up
Wow,
until
I haven't
Robert
heard of-
Rodriguez's
I haven't
From
heard
Dusk Till
about this film
Dawn,
in a
George
long
Clooney was
time.
best known as heartthrob Dr. Doug Ross in the medical drama ER. But with that 1996 movie, Clooney showed a completely different side of himself to audiences, a side that oozed cool charisma. Whereas certain survivors of horror movies go on to stick around for what becomes spun into a long-standing franchise, Clooney's Seth Gecko does more than enough to warrant an entry on this list purely based on his antics in just one film. Striking up a relationship with a failing man of the cloth, Jacob, and his 2 teen children, Seth ends up taking down a whole host of titty-twisting vampires that appear out of nowhere with them in spectacular fashion, including even having to take out his own brother Richie in the process. Only Clooney could make a man named Gecko this cool.
Gecko.
8. Heather Langenkamp, Wes Craven's New Nightmare.
She probably
When
shouldn't
Wes
be this
Craven
low,
unleashed
but
Freddy Krueger
whatever.
on the world in 1984, not only did he give the horror genre a new classic boogeyman, but Craven also gave horror fans a new survivor to root for. After overcoming Krueger's dream-based attacks and torment, the end of that movie saw Heather Langenkamp's Nancy realize she can escape the grasp of Krueger by simply ignoring him and showing no fear. While Dream Warriors eventually killed off Nancy, though, Langenkamp would manage to get the better of Freddy in Craven's brilliantly meta New Nightmare in 1994. That picture saw a version of Freddy Krueger turn up in the real world, inhabited by the actors and crew involved in making the Elm Street movies, which saw Langenkamp manage to go one better than Nancy Thompson. She finally defeated the evil entity by channeling her own pure badassery. 7. Reggie, the Phantasm franchise.
Reggie.
Following the sad passing of
I don't
Angus
know much
Scrimm in
about the
2016,
Phantasm
it seems highly
franchise, so
unlikely that
someone
we'll
else
ever
might
get
have to
another
comment
Phantasm
on it.
movie. But for as
I haven't
important to
seen
that
any of the
franchise as the Tall
Phantasm
Man
movies.
is, so too
I've
is
only
Reggie
heard
an
this
integral
through
part of the
Terrordrome.
Phantasm series. What makes Reggie a particularly
I've seen many
unique beast is
reviews
that
of
he's such an unlikely
Phantasm, but
hero
I've
in
never
every
seen the
way
actual
possible.
movies.
Phantasm creator Don Coscarelli wrote the character solely to give his friend Reggie Bannister something to do, which in itself makes it even more remarkable that this is a character who went on to battle the supernatural shenanigans of the Tall Man for 5 movies across a 37-year span. In terms of how Reggie is depicted in those movies, he goes from horned-up ice cream man to gun-toting horned-up ice cream man in that first 1979 Phantasm. The most unlikely of survivors, it is actually a major surprise to see Reggie emerge as the final hero of that original movie. And even more so to see how his awkwardly cool and suave persona continues to grow and grow in each subsequent
Did this
picture.
dude just tie 2
6.
shotguns
Grace
together?
Ladomas. Ready or not.
Maybe.
Soaked in blood, smoking a cigarette as police turn up on the scene. That is quite the way to stand out when it comes to being a badass survivor in the horror genre. And in
No,
last
it's
year's
not.
Ready or Not, that is exactly how things
I
unravel.
thought about checking out this movie because it looked kind of interesting.
You can look at it if you want, Kimmy.
What?
You can check it out if you want.
I will. Don't worry. Don't worry, I plan on doing so.
Apple for Samara Weaving's Grace Ladomas. As a welcoming gift to becoming a member of the Ladomas family, Grace ends up involved in a twisted game of hide and seek, in which the family are on the hunt to brutally murder her as part of an ancient tradition. Despite the best attempts of her in-laws and husband, Weaving's warrior manages to survive this brutal battle of attrition, killing members of her new family up until she has survived long enough for the truth of their worrisome curse to come to light. It is there, drenched in Ladomas blood, that Ready or Not concludes with that aforementioned final shot, which ranks up there as one of the best in recent horror memory. 5. Charlie, 31. While Rob Zombie is likely best known for his 2 Halloween movies.
Oh.
I don't know what
Why
to say.
not Venus? Venus was far more competent and badass. I explained this that Venus is like the only consistently competent character once the shit hits the fan. Like, yeah, before the shit hits the fan, she's your typical Rob Zombie character. But once the game begins, Venus shows herself to be quite competent and pretty skilled in combat, all things considered, despite being played by Mag Foster. And she actually managed to take the least amount of damage compared to the other characters, like the main male character, who kept getting fucked up to the point where he became useless towards the end of the movie.
Yep.
Like, I would have put Venus on here, but, oh yeah, she doesn't survive, so whatever. We gotta put Charlie on here, I guess. Although, realistically, Venus probably should have been the final girl, not Charlie.
Movies or his trilogy of Firefly family-based pictures, one that perhaps snuck under the radar is his 2016 release, 31. Based around a twisted game of cat and mouse, think a gore-soaked spin on The Running Man. 31 sees a group of 5 carnival workers thrust into a twisted, torturous compound where it's kill or be killed unless you can somehow survive the night and be granted your freedom. Sherry Moon Zombie's Charlie finds herself facing the grim reality of 31, managing to make it past crazed clowns, chainsaw-wielding rednecks, and holds off Doomhead just long enough for this Night of Carnage's timer to run out and earn her life. She is the only person to ever safely survive.
She only outlasts Doomhead because he does the typical villain shenanigans of not shutting the fuck up and playing with his prey too much.
Wow, and to be honest, I wonder if they just picked Sherry Moon because she's attractive or something.
No, they probably picked her because she's Rob Zombie's wife.
I have no clue why they... I have no clue why people pretend to like Carly from 31. She sucks.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't really all that competent, and realistically, she probably should have died. The only characters that were kind of competent was that Jamaican guy and, again, Venus.
31, and the film's closing shot is her and the brutal Doomhead having a sunrise set standoff that hits home in a whole variety of fist-pumping ways. That ending, of course, delivers a sense of ambiguity by its very nature.
That ending is anticlimactic and obnoxiously long.
Yeah, it's really long.
Mm-hmm. That's bullshit. It's like we don't even get a climactic showdown. So what was the point?
Yet in terms of what the viewer sees, Charlie is at least alive to fight another day, even if that fight will take place minutes after the film concludes. 4. MacReady, The Thing. Take the
Okay,
ridiculously badass Kurt Russell, stick a marvelously badass beard on him, throw him in the beautifully badass snowy locale, hand him a badass and visually impressive flamethrower, and let a terrifying, parasitic, and also, yes, pretty badass alien run amok, and there you have The Thing. By the time this sci-fi horror ride from
This
the
movie
legendary
proves
John
that practical
Carpenter comes to
effects
an
will
end,
always be
there are
better
technically
than
2
CG.
survivors. That would be Russell's MacReady
not even
and
a
Keith
debate.
David's Childs. So why does MacReady get the nod
Better
over
than
Childs when
remake.
it comes to inclusion on this list then? That is down to the fact that Carpenter, Russell, and David have all discussed in interviews over the years how they presume Childs had been assimilated by the alien parasites. Then there's also the Dark Horse Comics follow-up to The Thing, in which it's revealed that, yes, Childs was the one compromised at the end of the 1982 movie, making MacReady the only true survivor. Adding
Hey,
further
Kimmy.
weight to this, 2002's The Thing.
What? Quick side note. I want to ask, what are your thoughts on what's this movie again? Your
On
thoughts on
what?
this movie? On this movie, sorry.
The Thing?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty scary movie, and I love the practical effects.
Hmm.
I don't know if I would say it's one of my personal favorites because I've just never been a big fan of alien movies, truth be told.
No, I find alien movies kind of boring, actually.
The opposite. I actually like them. This game was hold on.
Oh.
Dead Space was an inspiration off of this movie.
I mean, I won't lie. The Thing is one of the few aliens that actually manages to creep me out. Now, most aliens I don't take seriously. The only 2 aliens that ever kind of scared me was the Xenomorph and this thing.
Yeah, that's still kind of
sees
funny.
MacReady swoop in on a helicopter to save the day during the game's closing moments.
The video
Basically, he definitely survives. Childs doesn't, and the canon solidifies his badassery even further. 3.
No.
Sidney Prescott, the
Crap.
Scream franchise.
Why is she so high?
Not once, not twice, not thrice. No, it is 4 times that Sidney Prescott has had to battle some variation of the chilling Ghostface character.
Yeah, she also goes up against a parody of the slasher villain and one of the most incompetent villains of all time.
And yep, and by the way, she's not even that attractive.
That's not a factor.
By the way, since you're the girl here, you're supposed to be saying no homo.
No homo. Sorry.
I just mostly don't get it because it's like, okay, I get the point of why people like Sidney Prescott. She's meant to be like that typical badass final girl archetype, but she only succeeds because of the rules of horror movie dictate that she must live.
Yeah.
So many other ass-kicking horror survivors, Sydney starts
Her
off as a
survival
relatively
is
meek
already
and mild sort.
preordained.
Understandable, really, considering she's confronted by the terrors of an expanding
And again,
body count of her
Ghostface is
BFFs
absolutely
piled up around her,
incompetent and
thanks to the
useless.
targeting of Ghostface. Part of the charm of Sid, though, is how the audience has seen a transition from that emotional, scared figure of the first Scream to the more driven, resourceful survivor and warrior of Scream 2 onward. By the end of that second picture, Sydney is a battle-scarred badass who is all about turning the tables and taking the fight to her would-be attackers. And that's a character trait that's only accentuated through Scream 3 and Scream 4. Billy and Stu may have rattled Sid's cage in the 1996 original movie, but no one else stands a chance from that point on. 2. Ash, the Evil Dead franchise. Bruce
I
Campbell's
expect
Ashley
this
J.
at this
Williams
point.
is a horror
I honestly
institution,
thought Ash would be
having
number
amassed
1.
3 main Evil Dead movies, such as the popularity of Ash that fans consistently demand a return of this Deadite Slayer, which was sated only for a little while with the Ash vs. Evil Dead series. Even now, though, fans are hopeful that there's still more gore-laced antics and adventures to come from Ash, even if Campbell has suggested that he has now retired that role. As a character, Ash is never anything but badass, as I can attest to, but to take things to a whole other level, Evil Dead 2 saw Ash sever his own hand off and replace it with a goddamn chainsaw. By the time of Army of Darkness,
I do remember
audiences
the
were
I do remember
presented
the
with a
video
ludicrously
game
cool,
of
wise-quipping, blood-soaked
I do
fella
remember
who
that
was
there was a
finally
video game about Ash called The Evil Dead.
living up to his own
Oh,
ego
actually,
and
a few video
expectation.
games.
Few survivors in horror have ever been quite as fantastic as the Evil Dead franchise's Ash. And that is why there's forever hope that Bruce Campbell will reprise this most iconic of roles for further outings. Groovy. 1. Laurie Strode, the Halloween franchise.
No.
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 No, please, no.
No. Absolutely not.
Sorry.
Even the new Laurie Strode from Halloween 2018 that tries way too hard to be a badass final girl. Honestly, if Laurie Strode got into a fight with, say, Aaron, what the fuck do you think would happen?
Probably the obvious. You'd already have her life ended the moment that the fight begun.
Yeah. I mean, for Christ's sake, Laurie has never been able to successfully kill Michael Myers.
Right.
I mean, Aaron is over here taking on multiple crazy killers at once and exterminating them with extreme proficiency. If Michael Myers went up against Aaron, he would be dead. He would be dead before the movie was even halfway over.
Exactly. Like, I mean, let's be real here. Aaron ends the whole nightmare. Laurie delays the inevitable.
Yep. Laurie Strode is more of a minor annoyance to Michael than anything else.
She is.
I feel like she's only here just because, Laurie Strode is one of the first final girls. Okay, who cares? She was an absolute prissy nothing in the first 2 Halloween movies, and then only decided to overcompensate for this in Halloween 2018 because of the frickin' final girl archetype, and because the standards were set so high by people like Ellen Ripley and Aaron. But I would argue that Aaron would fuck up a large majority of these final girls.
Oh, yeah.
Even if they tried to jump her. I mean, not only did she take down 3 serial killers, but she also took down some family members that were out to get her.
Yeah.
And failed miserably.
In John Carpenter's 1978 Halloween, young Laurie is thrown into a nightmare situation on Halloween night as Michael Myers returns to cause chaos and carnage in Haddonfield. You're likely well aware of that though, for anyone with even a passing interest in horror will have seen Carpenter's seminal piece of cinema. From a shrieking and screaming victim, the Halloween series sees Laurie become more empowered as it goes on. In that first film and Halloween 2, which followed on directly from the closing moments of Halloween, Strode is rightfully terrified at this Shatner-masked monster stalking her. But by the time Laurie returned to the franchise in Halloween H2O, this was a more calm, prepared person than in those earlier movies. Unfortunately for Laurie, her badass antics of H2O were ultimately for nothing, with her memorably killed off in the opening moments of Halloween Resurrection.
Wow, of all the ways to describe her death, I wouldn't describe it as memorable. Her death pissed everybody off in Resurrection.
Yes, and it was literally the first thing you see in Resurrection. She dies.
Yep.
Like,
And she dies like a dumbass, too.
Yeah. Not even to the halfway point, and she's just
Thankfully,
gone.
David Gordon Green's 2018 Halloween erased all post-Halloween 2 canon in order to bring Laurie Strode back to the silver screen. And in that film, we saw a methodical, clinical Laurie who had spent decades waiting to face the shape once more. And that's our list.
Hey,
Yeah,
Kimmy.
giving an old woman a bunch of guns isn't going to convince me that she's a badass.
Hey, Kimmy, can you check out the link I just sent?
Oh,
I still
yeah,
watch
check it
Mojo.
out. Be patient.
Sorry.
Okay, let me pull it up here.
So, anything else you want to burn?
We'll see. Scariest sci-fi games. Maybe, I don't know. Truth be told, sci-fi horror has never really been my thing.
I feel like sci-fi horror takes a special kind of skill, to really be scary.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get something.
What skill is that, Ross? Being an a-hole?
Best horror movie final girls that nobody talks about. If it said nobody cares about, that would actually be kind of funny.
It would be.
What the?
The version of horror's Final Girl is one that's been around for decades. It's a title awarded to the last surviving target of some monster or murderer, usually one who's managed to outlive all of her friends and family. When it comes to overplayed horror tropes, few can match the concept of the Final Girl, synonymous with, but not exclusive to, the slasher subgenre. The Final Girl tends to start off meek and mild-mannered before ultimately finding the new edge needed to take down the enemy at long last. Whilst even casual film
The only thing I need
fans
to explain,
fawn
that's
over
not
Laurie
how
Strode
thumbs
or
work.
Sidney Prescott, there are still so many other Final Girls who just don't get the praise and respect that they deserve. Now, that's not to take anything away from Laurie or Sid, it's just that credit is due elsewhere too. So why don't we now take a moment of appreciation for the underdogs? I'm Amy from What Culture, and here are the 10...
Just because I know what culture is associated with smarks, I hate when they use the word underdog.
Oh, really? They're with the smarks?
Yeah, What Culture has a wrestling side to their channel, and they write wrestling. They have an entire section on their website dedicated to wrestling, and What Culture is one of the smarkiest channels of all time. I say one of because there's also other really smarky channels like Wrestle Talk, who I've gone after, Cultaholic, this loser named Christian Miracle.
I feel like that's the reason. Yeah, I feel like it's reasons like these why I can never get into wrestling.
No.
Oh, yeah, wrestling is a complete shit show. Trying to get into wrestling nowadays is borderline impossible.
Best
Yeah,
horror
pretty
movie
much.
Final Girls nobody talks about. 10. Cameron, Last Girl Standing. 2016's Last Girl Standing is a genuinely interesting film that's gone under the radar of many a horror hound. Taking the very concept of the final girl and exploring what happens once the cameras stop rolling, Last Girl Standing shows the impact that squaring off with a masked maniac can have on someone. As the movie opens, main character Cameron and her friends are brutalized by your classic masked killer. Whilst Cameron's friends all unfortunately end up as further notches on this murderer's body count bedpost, she manages to escape with her life intact. Years later, we find Cameron living a life of paranoid solitude, spending all her time alone in her apartment or in quiet seclusion at her
I might
job
need
at
to
a
check out
laundromat.
this movie.
She's suspicious of everyone and is riddled with flashbacks of her trauma. In a landscape where the idea of the final girl is...
Maybe something I'll do hopefully if I can ever get Blood Royale going, maybe I'll do a battle royale between a bunch of final girls and we'll see what happens. Although I'm almost certain that if it comes down to it, Aaron would probably exterminate all of them with very little effort.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's all about surviving whatever terrifying threat is rearing its head, regardless of whatever personal toll that takes. Last Girl Standing jumps out as something pretty unique in the horror genre, seeing what happens beyond those final
Yeah, the way I
moments
feel about characters like Laurie Strode being considered the best final girl of all time is how I feel about the schmucks that say that Yuno Gasai is the best yandere of all time, when that's not even the case, and there's much better yanderes like Lucy or even Misa Amane. Yeah, I said it. Misa Amane is a better yandere character than you know. What the fuck are you going to do about it?
Well, all I can say is they're all bitches right there.
Okay.
Well, Lucy is basically the anime equivalent to Carrie, and it works quite well.
Okay.
She's still crazy, though.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but
Very crazy.
but there's at least a good reason given as to why she's crazy, whereas with most yanderes, they're crazy just for the sake of being crazy because neckbeard virgins think that it's sexy.
Yeah.
Even though I, as someone who has been with crazy before, will tell you that it's quite the opposite.
I mean,
I want to
Yes,
ask
this
you.
is
Never
you.
mind.
Not for anything else, Cameron deserves some credit for showing us something new. 9. Charlie, 31.
Oh, great. Here we go
Rob
again.
Zombie's 31
Oh, come
is a
on,
movie that
really?
had a split opinion upon its release back in
The only
2016.
thing good about this movie is Richard Brake as Doomhead. That's it.
Yeah, I can agree on that.
I'll admit, if the whole movie was about Doomhead, it probably would have done better. Also, I'm not going to lie, pretty much everybody agrees that somebody needs to get Richard Brake to play Joker immediately.
I think he'd be perfect as Joker.
I even made fun of EFAP because I remember they had this really shitty take about the new Joker movie because they were trying to defend Joker from the people that are pointing out that the Joker that the Arthur Fleck version of Joker is fucking pathetic and is a real shitty version of the character. I know they try to laugh off as, well, Joker isn't about Joker, even though it is about Joker. It's about a guy that just so happens to be called Joker, and anyone can become a Joker, and blah, 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 blah. It's similar to the bullshit people tried to use to defend The Last Jedi. Like, well, anyone can be a Jedi now, even though that was always the fucking case. It's so infuriating. I feel that the people who defend Joker are just the people who defend The Last Jedi, but just on the opposite side of the spectrum.
Can I say something?
Sure, you don't need to ask, by the way.
Joker fans, hey, sorry. Joker fans are just Billie Eilish for boys.
Like, don't get me wrong, Joker's a fine movie. I'm not going to say that's not a good movie, but as an adaptation of the Joker character, it's pathetic.
Pretty much.
It would have been better off if it was its own thing. And even Joker fans constantly say, you could take out all the Batman references and nothing would be lost. Great. Get rid of them then. Why the fuck is this movie called Joker? Why the fuck is it recreating the origin story of Batman? Why is it trying to create an origin story for Joker and completely missing the point of Joker? Fuck right off. And so I decided to make fun of this response to the EFAP podcast. I'm like, oh, really? So if anyone can be Joker, then okay, give me white trash Joker now. Get Richard Brake. I want white trash Joker. Give me. I want to see Richard Brake as Joker terrorizing the fucking South. If that's how you motherfuckers want to play, I'll play.
Go ahead. This should be entertaining.
It really took grimy, gruesome, and grotesque to levels way above what had already been seen in the director's carnage-laden House of a Thousand Corpses or The Devil's Rejects. However, it did offer up two powerhouse performances. Sherry Moon as protagonist Charlie and Richard Brake as the terrifying, if not stupidly named, villain Doomhead. Thrust into the confines of the ominously titled Murder World, Charlie's forced to battle through increasingly violent levels. The only way to survive Murder World is to kill all in front of you or just pray that you make it through to when the murderous game's timer expires. How they managed to survive the onslaught of crazed clowns, chainsaw-wielding rednecks, Harley Quinn-styled femme fatales, and a rogue Nazi, Charlie's final confrontation with Doomhead is a battle for the ages. The woman deserves
Okay,
some credit
Wi-Fi
at
is really
least.
acting up again.
What?
Wi-Fi, it's really acting up again.
On my end or on your end?
Trickster.
Let's just take that as her end.
I think she means her end.
Shit. Also, how is this a standoff of the ages? They don't even fucking fight. It's absolutely pathetic. They don't fight. Doomhead punches him one time, chokes her a little bit, gives a monologue, and then that's it. What the fuck?
I know.
It's classic blue balls. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, in Snuff Machinery, there is actual build-up to when the main protagonist and the main antagonist have to fight against each other. And there's a lot of build-up that I hope will lead to a payoff where when the two are finally isolated and alone and are given no choice but to end this game once and for all because she's finally separated from the allies that have kept her alive for so long, it's time for her to finally face this demon of hers once and for all, and she has to use everything she's learned to try to put an end to them. And I'm going to spare no expense either. When it comes to like the soundtrack, how everything is shot, it's going to be an actual standoff that is built up throughout the entire series. So when it finally happens, I'm hoping it will be one of the most intense action sequences that I have written.
I know you can definitely do better than me, Kimi. I can't write a good fanfic to save my fucking life.
No, because I actually study writing and literature. I want to genuinely become a professional writer one day.
Snuff Machine is the name of your anime, future anime, right?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, stuff like this is why I hate What Culture. Just because they're not as shitty as Watch Mojo doesn't mean they're innocent in all this. They're just as incompetent.
For getting through such a range of killers in a relatively short time, surely making her more than suitable for the prestigious.
Yeah, but let's completely ignore the fact that she had the help of other people, most importantly, characters like Venus that were far more competent than her, and a lot of them did some of the work for her.
I guess that wasn't important for these people to bring up.
Maggie, Severance. While many
What?
Huh? Well, I guess I guess this video is living up to its title.
And off instantly by anything involving Danny Dyer.
This is why it'd be more funny if it said Final Girls that nobody cares about.
Well, by the time of its release in
I'd watch that in a
2006,
heartbeat.
some people were so sick of Dyer and his overplayed shtick that they instantly binned any movie he was in. However, for those that checked out Severance, they were in for a treat. Not only was Danny Dyer relatively palatable, but the film itself was a bloody comedy horror that made for a brisk, enjoyable watch. Basically, on a work retreat gone wrong, a group of colleagues are murdered one by one in gruesome, brutal ways. Eventually, the only people left are Danny Dyer's Steve and Laura Harris's Maggie. And God knows Maggie has to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Whilst Steve was there mainly to bring the laughs and some levity to the proceedings, it was left to Maggie to work her way through a maze of maniacs carrying knives, guns, and flamethrowers. The fact that this duo survived the insane situation they find themselves in is largely down to the smarts
Sounds like
and
it could be a
willpower of
fun
Maggie.
movie.
Well, I mean that and the two conveniently placed escorts carrying shotguns. 7. Sarah Carter, The Descent. One popular
Although I don't know if
ingredient
I
in
would
the
say
common
nobody
Final Girl
talks
recipe.
about Sarah Carter. Most of the time when I look up a top 10 list of Final Girls, they almost always mention Sarah. Just saying.
Is the aspect of vengeance. This can be taking down the boogeyman that once stalked them, avenging the loss of a loved one, or in the case of the Descent's Sarah Carter, leaving your dead husband's mistress to die in a dark cave filled with savage monsters. Really good for her. I mean,
I have a
what
hard
would you
time
have
watching
done?
this
For some
movie because I'm
context, Sarah is still
claustrophobic.
grieving the loss of her
Yeah,
hubby
that-
and young
that
daughter
does
who
not
died in
make
a
me
car
watch
crash.
even
An
for a
old
horror
friend
movie.
convinces her to come on a group caving trip as a way to take her mind off things. Unfortunately, said cave is riddled with blind, flesh-devouring beasts known as crawlers. When the group of friends is whittled down to just Sarah and Juno, the woman who had an affair with Sarah's husband and is suggested as being partly to blame for his car crash, Sarah simply pikes
Why
Juno's
am I
head
not
with a
surprised about
pickaxe and
that?
leaves her to die before escaping herself. The thing is, Sarah's fate and status as a final girl is dependent on which version of The Descent you watch. The US version ends with Sarah escaping the cave and making it to safety, whereas the UK cut of the picture
Yeah, and the US version sucks. Moving on. We don't talk about that.
sees that escape
Ah.
rendered as a hallucination, with Sarah instead trapped in the cave whilst the crawlers circle in on her.
Yeah, because similar to why Resident Evil 8 is just another action horror game, is because Resident Evil 7 was too scary, and much like with Resident Evil 8, their excuse for changing the ending was it was too sad. Bite me. Learn to know a good thing when you have it, dickwads.
6. Mia
Pretty
Allen,
much, yeah.
Evil Dead. The pantheon of horror is one mostly brimming with awful, needless remakes or
okay.
reboots. Every now and then, though, there's a do-over that shines bright, and one such beacon of hope is Fede Alvarez's 2013 Evil Dead. In a remote
son of a
woodland cabin, a
bitch.
group of friends hole up to
Head.
support one of their own through heroin withdrawal. After reading an incantation from a suspicious book they found in the basement, an evil is unleashed.
I feel like
that
they're only
possesses
putting
Jane
her on
Levy's
here
Mia
because they
Allen,
can't might put
positioning her
Ash
as
on
the
here.
villain for much of the film. After
Yeah,
Mia causes carnage
probably.
amongst the group, she is eventually killed off and revived by her brother, ending the film as the only surviving member of the cabin crew, swinging a chainsaw and rocking a severed hand. When the film rolls to a close with Mia as the only survivor of the Evil Dead, audiences are left with something rarely associated with remakes and reboots, an actual
She's got a
want
nice
to
ass,
see
though.
more, particularly with the final
Yeah.
shot tease of Bruce
Oh my.
Campbell's Ashley
It
J.
is nice.
Williams joining the fray alongside Mia Allen. 5. Rachel Carruthers, Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
Nobody
When
talks
people
about
think of
her
the
because
Halloween
she
franchise,
sucks.
the obvious final girl
And
that
also
comes to
because
mind
people
is
don't
Laurie
like talking
Strode.
about the
However,
Halloween
the Halloween
sequels.
series also served up
No,
another
the
fantastic
Halloween
final
sequels
girl
don't make
in
any
the
sense.
Rachel Carruthers. As the foster sister of
Nope.
Jamie
They're all made by
It's just a
fuckers right there.
classic
Big time
example of
fuckers.
giving into a bunch of whiny, ungrateful fans.
Yep, unknown great son of a bitchin' like fuckers.
Because sometimes fans can be right, but sometimes they can be spoiled brats.
Yeah, and I would know what to do with those fucking spoiled little assholes.
The niece of Michael, Rachel has to fight.
I mean,
tooth
I
and
as a
nail to
fan don't ask for much. See, when I complained about Spiral from the Book of Saw, I wasn't asking for much. Just that my Saw movies stay Saw movies. No unnecessary humor, no shitty hip-hop music, okay? Just give me my Tobin Bell, give me my traps, and give me my Jigsaw philosophy, and I'm a happy camper. I don't ask for much.
Yes, can we please move on now? I'm about ready to kick
from
someone.
the grasp of her murderous uncle. Halloween 4 is probably one of the better entries to the Halloween franchise, and it's
Based on what?
Yeah, like
movie often
even then,
remembered
that's not
for
even
its
saying
striking
much.
final shot of a
Well, like
bloodstained
enough, it's called
Jamie having
based on and not
attacked her
originally
with a
made
pair
by
of
the
scissors,
people.
seemingly following.
And you know what's sad about Halloween 4? Once again, they tried to kill off Michael Myers, and the original plan was for Janie to be the next killer, but they said no to that, so they had to scrap that too. The fans never learn.
Yeah, people are fucking assholes.
Yeah. Yep.
In Michael's footsteps. Away from that, the oft underappreciated star of the show is Rachel, and her iron will to shield Jamie whatever the cost. Unfortunately, though, despite making it to the final girl realms in this
I
flick,
hate this
Rachel is
movie.
killed
I
off
hate this
within mere
movie. I
minutes
hate
of
this
the
movie.
follow-up
I
picture,
hate it.
Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. 4. Kristen Parker, A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors. Much like the situation with Rachel.
Although, once again, a lot of people do give credit to Kristen. Yeah, they usually say she's not as good as Nancy, but then again, that's because it's fucking Nancy. Not many could hope to top her. A lot of people actually like Kristen. The only thing they didn't like was when they had to change actors. That's the only thing they didn't like about Kristen. But then, for the most part, a lot of people do like Kristen, though. It's just because Kristen will always live in the shadow of people like Nancy, and that's not even entirely her fault.
Carruthers and the Halloween series, it's hard to stand out as a great final girl when the franchise already has a mainstay staple leading the charge. Whilst Rachel had the shadow of Laurie Strode looming large, so too
In fact, here's how I see it. Nancy essentially passed the torch to Kristen in Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
Franchise's Kristen Parker have the presence of Nancy Thompson to contend with. Appearing in A Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors, the Patricia Arquette-played Kristen was yet another disposable teen that Freddy Krueger had bad plans for. The only difference with Kristen, though, was that she had the ability to bring other people into her dreams to help battle Krueger. When all was said and done, it was Kristen who was left standing tall, with even franchise fave Nancy perishing at the hands of Krueger here. Moving forward, it seemed that Kristen Parker was to be the one to lead the franchise in place of Nancy Thompson.
Don't know,
In classic
haven't watched
franchise
it.
style, she was killed off in the very next movie. 3. Sarah, The Binding. While the horror world is ripe.
You know, again, this is the reason why I stopped watching all the Nightmare on Elm Street series right there.
I certainly hope you have a good explanation for this, because I don't want to believe that the Resident Evil fan base would say that. Because from what I know, everybody liked Resident Evil 7, and it was the logical conclusion to things.
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit I'm not very well versed in that many Resident Evil
I've
games.
been a huge part of the Resident Evil fan base. I don't remember anybody complaining about 7.
No, from what I've heard, a lot of people like 7.
Even motherfucking Yahtzee, who is so picky, adores Resident Evil 7.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, again, I think a lot of people like 7.
Yeah, 7 is great. In fact, like I said, it was apparently so scary that they had to not make Resident Evil 8 scary, because apparently 7 was too scary, even though that's the whole point of a frickin' Resident Evil game, is to be scary. So if any fans complain about Resident Evil 5, I'm going to tell them to shut the fuck up, because they probably like Resident Evil 8.
Also,
and they're a bunch of hypocrites.
I won't lie. That criticism I actually thought some of the marketing for number 8 was kind of hilarious, how they played off that kind of criticism.
Right now, the main thing that Resident Evil fans are bitching about is that for some reason they're demanding Jill Valentine come back for some reason.
Why?
I started explaining to them, like, what the fuck do you want Jill Valentine to do?
Yeah, like, besides, she's probably... I mean, I'm willing to bet there's still parts of her brain that's still jacked up from the mind control.
Agreed.
Oh.
Yep.
Like, plus, you can't say that you didn't get what you want, that they didn't get what they want, because we did eventually get the RE3 remake, and now Jill Valentine is going to be a playable character in the next Dead by Daylight update.
Also, I'm going to do some investigative work, but listen, any fellow Resident Evil fans that are watching this, I swear to God, if you actually claim to be an old school Resident Evil fan but hate 7, I'm coming for you. Just because you're Resident Evil fans doesn't mean I won't come after you. Resident Evil 7 was great. And Resident Evil 8 should have been exactly like 7. But no, instead, we get the same fucking horror action that you all have been bitching about since 5. Honestly, I want Resident Evil to remain in the first-person perspective. I don't want any more fucking fixed camera bullshit. I don't want any more over-the-shoulder action horror B-movie stuff. No offense to Resident Evil 4. I love Resident Evil 4. But the original Resident Evil was supposed to be first person. And that's what we finally get in Resident Evil 7. Don't ruin this.
Honestly, I just hate tank controls. There, I said it.
Yeah, the tank controls always sucked. Tank controls were never good. Don't try to defend the tank controls. They suck.
Also, those are the same people that go gaga over Lady D.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, as far as I'm concerned, if you're a Lady D fan, I don't respect you as a fan, especially if you're one of the weirdos that jerks off to her.
No, go simp to like freaking Jill or Ada or Rebecca.
It's one
like a
thing to
normal
simp
person.
over Ada, Jill, and Claire. Honestly, this may sound fucked up. I don't care. I have more respect for the people that simp over Natalia than the people that simp over Lady D. And that's saying something. Because the people that, yes, there are actual Resident Evil fans that actually think about Natalia from Revelations 2 in that way. And somehow those guys are less pathetic. And that's saying
I just remembered.
That really is.
But yeah, I remember.
And yeah, needless to say, the people that think about Natalie, I can't remember if it's Natalie or Natalia in that way, are, needless to say, creepy. Thankfully, they're such small and minority that they're barely even a factor.
Yeah, at least I can be thankful for that. Although...
Yeah. But the whole Lady D situation, it reminds me of the fucking Bowsette situation. And I hated that for those of you who remember when I complained about the Bowsette thing. I was not happy with that.
those who do not learn from the past are doomed to repeat history.
Yep.
Hey, but yeah, honestly, Lady D's not even that attractive.
No, she's actually quite ugly.
Yeah. Like, seriously.
I mean, I may respect her taste in Victorian-style dresses, but that's about it. But guess what? Kuro Kagami also dresses in Gothic Lolita-style fashion, and guess what? I still think she's an annoying bitch.
Also, is it even
and you're never going to hear me say that Kuro Kagami is one of my favorite characters. No, she still irritates the fuck out of me.
Also,
and I still always wanted Rin to bitch slap her, but she never did.
Also, does Lady D even really have style? From what I've seen, she literally has one of the exact same outfits.
Yeah, pretty much.
Throughout her class for a castle.
I mean, like I said, I admire her more taste for Victorian style, because I think that Victorian style dresses were, god damn it, you fucking cat.
You all right?
My cat knocked over my spear, causing a domino effect. All my weapons just fell over.
Ooh.
Thankfully, they all have sheaths, but still.
So, what do you guys got to say about the style, anyways?
So anyway, like I was saying, I do think that a Victorian style dressings is underrated and more of an example of traditional femininity that I believe is long dead.
Again, I'm just saying I wish there was a bit more variety when it came to this character.
Rightfully been a buzz with the religiously
But what do you expect?
ingredients
She's
of
literally
Saint
just the
Maud
first
in recent
boss.
months.
That's all she
One
is.
other similarly faith-based
Yeah.
effort is 2016's The Binding. Whilst it may not quite match the high quality at play
I'm
with
gonna have
Saint
to
Maud, The
investigate
Binding
this.
is a solid movie in its own right. Basically, Sarah and Bram are a married couple who are majorly religious and live their life completely by the good book. Things take a turn for the insane when Bram receives a visit from God telling him the family's infant daughter will usher in the apocalypse and the only way to stop this is by killing her. As the film explores whether this is really God or
So it's the Omen, essentially.
something
I guess.
demonic or maybe even mental illness, Sarah is pushed to her limits and somewhat becomes the final girl of this story, having to play the protective mother, the tormented victim, and also the supportive wife. Actress Amy Gumenick puts in a marvelous turn as Sarah, portraying a range of
Gumenick,
emotions
now
throughout
that's
and
a name
highlighting
if I've
the
ever heard
ultimate
one.
showing of faith and trust.
Also,
as
it
she finds
sounds
herself
similar
forced
to my
into an
real name.
impossible position. 2. Kirsty Cotton, Hellraiser. When discussing great horror
This one, I
antagonists-
suppose, is fine because Kirsty is a little bit underrated in the final girl department.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. I just, I will admit it's a bit weird what happened to her in the comics.
Although, interestingly enough, in the original novella, Kirsty Cotton was a completely different character.
and franchises, it's not uncommon for Pinhead and Hellraiser to get a mention.
Will you people stop calling him Pinhead and read the books for the love of God? Even in the credits, he was not titled as Pinhead. He was literally just called Lead Cenobite. And that's only because in the original novella, there was no Lead Cenobite. They just had the Hell Priest do most of the talking because 2 of the Cenobites' makeup made it impossible for them to talk. That's the only reason. Stop fucking calling him Pinhead, for God's sake. Pinhead was a name given by the fan base and the cast and crew, and it shows. I'm pretty sure that fucking Clive Barker never approved that name, and if he did, please show it to you, because I bet you Clive Barker is annoyed at the amount of people calling him Pinhead. Brilliant name, by the way. Yeah. You totally want to associate your main villain with a fucking SpongeBob gag. Brilliant move, guys.
Sounds more like some kind of nickname, though.
Seriously, stop calling him Pinhead. I remember I got into a massive argument with Fan War over this. I'm like, his name is not Pinhead. It's the fucking Hell Priest. Read the books.
Look, I'm sorry, I gotta go now. I got a migraine, but if I feel better while you're still streaming, I'll come back.
Okay.
All right, cool.
I'll see ya.
See ya.
See ya.
I understand if I'm coming off as petty and dickish, but it's just such a pet peeve of mine when people can't get basic things like a character's name right.
Yeah, like how they call the monster Frankenstein.
Yeah, that irritates the fuck out of me. How would you all like it if I called Michael Myers the Shape? How would you all like that?
That would suck. That would suck, dude.
Yeah, because I could gladly play your guys' game. I'll gladly go around calling Michael Myers the Shape until you all have a fuck enough of it and try to get me to stop. Because that's how I feel every time you people call him Pinhead. And again, I don't care what other people say. What Clive Barker says goes. If Clive Barker says fuck that shit, then you got to deal with it. It's Clive Barker's creation, for God's sake. Just because Dimension Films might be a bunch of disrespectful dickheads doesn't mean you all need to be.
He and his franchise often don't get quite as much love as their peers, however. And
Gee, I couldn't possibly imagine why. Maybe it's because every movie after the second one was a disaster.
Likewise, longtime Hellraiser heroine Kirsty Cotton doesn't get as much praise and adoration as other final girls around her level. From trying to rescue her father from hell to using Pinhead and the Cenobites for her own means, Kirsty's appearances across the Hellraiser franchise proved her to be a relentless, determined figure who grew to be far more than just the standard stock character seen in so many other horror offerings. Instead, the Hellraiser series showed great character depth and growth for Kirsty, and it's a crying shame how she usually gets overlooked when looking at the great heroines of the genre. 1. Sue Snell, Carrie. Sue Snell is a pretty interesting example of this trope, being a reformed bad egg who ultimately ends up...
I don't know about this character. I have mixed feelings about this character because there's like 3 different versions of this character.
Which one do you like anyways?
The one I'm most familiar with is the one from the 2000s, from the early 2000s remake.
Yeah, I mean, I like her character a little bit better. I mean, I found the one in the 2013 one was okay. She was okay.
Well, the fucking 2013 one could have been better if they didn't fuck with the director's original vision, because the director apparently wanted to do something different with her remake of Carrie, but they decided to shoot an entirely different movie behind her back, like a bunch of dicks. I actually felt bad for the poor woman.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what her version of Sue Snell would have been like in her version.
Yeah, but I found the 2002 one where Sue Snell now actually has a lot more character to her.
Oh, yeah, because there's a lot of focus on her, and there was apparently going to be a TV series that focused on Carrie and Sue Snell being on the run. Had the movie done a bit better, though.
Yep, but I do like the end.
I remember the 2000 version more. I know it's probably sacrilegious to say because I know the 1976 version is like a core classic and all that. I get it. The 1976 version is definitely better, but it's the version I grew up with. I mean, I am an early 2000s child for the most part, so you can't really blame me. That's the one I grew up with and remember most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was the final girl of the Stephen King adaptation, Carrie. Played by Amy Irving in Brian De Palma's 1976 flick, Sue is someone who initially takes great pleasure in seeing poor Carrie White bullied and ridiculed. As the film's opening plays out, Sue is one of those laughing at Carrie during the movie's famed shower scene. Unlike the others, though, she begins to feel remorse for the mocking of young White, to the point that she makes a sincere gesture of having her boyfriend Tommy accompany Carrie to prom. Of course, this prom would go on to become known as the Black Prom, with Sissy SpaceX Carrie raining down glorious telekinetic revenge on her tormentors.
Truth be told, I never got that
person
random
left alive
shot
as
in
the
the
picture comes
70s
to
version where they use a kaleidoscope effect. That
No,
I never really understood.
neither did I. I mean, was this like a scene where we just see Carrie just going insane? Because I just thought the idea that they had in the 2000 was actually pretty cooler than what they did in the 70s.
I mean, one thing I will give credit to for the original version over the remake is the remake used a lot of bad TV effects, whereas the original did everything practically. They even started an actual fire that Sissy Spacek had to be near.
Yep. Hey,
I'll give them credit for doing everything practically because I will always say that practical effects are better than digital effects, and it kind of shows when you compare it to the two remakes that rely way too much on CGI a lot of the time.
Hey guys, I was gonna say is that in the 2013, what I didn't like was when Carrie, when she was using her telekinetic powers, did you notice that she was making a lot of weird faces, and she was flying a little bit?
In the second one, I do like that she's just a little bit more of like a cold psychopath about it. That's one thing I always admired about Lucy. She's just kind of stone cold whenever she goes on a murder spree.
Yep, but the 2013
and it's
one was
genuinely terrifying.
Yep, but the 2013 one was so weird because if you really look when she's like using her powers, she's just making all these faces like she's in control now, and you know.
And what's weird is Chloe Grace Moretz is actually a pretty damn talented actress, especially for her age. I mean, she was only 15 when she made that movie, and she's a damn talented actress. I mean, she was good in movies like Kick-Ass, and she was also in The Witch. She's a damn talented actress, so I don't know what that was all about. Maybe it was just first role, maybe bad direction from the director.
Yep.
It's weird.
Let me just say this.
Moretz is pretty damn good as an actress.
Yep. And let me just say about the 2013 one is that I thought that they made Carrie, like in this one, way too pretty.
Yeah, it does kind of come off as unrealistic because in my high school, if Chloe Grace Moretz was walking around the school, the men would be worshiping the ground she walks on. I swear to God, Chloe Grace Moretz is like a walking anime girl. I swear to fuck.
Yep, I mean, seriously, I mean, that's my point exactly. They were making her way too pretty instead of the lonely outcast girl.
Yeah, because in the second one, I could actually believe that the Carrie in the second one would get bullied because she actually looks like a weirdo loner kid.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, the only thing that was weird about the 2013 one is that, you know, the actress gained a lot of weight, and that's it.
Oh my
I always want to hear you laugh like that, Kimmy.
What's so funny?
I can't talk about it because it's not related, but this is fucking hilarious.
Yes.
AEW is in the red. AEW is in debt.
Maybe we should. Well, maybe you can say that for a future live stream.
Fucking smarks. Oh my god. You fucking smarks are the worst.
Yep.
You killed wrestling.
Want to continue on with the review?
I can't wait to see them try to talk their way out of this one because Wrestle Talk's always like, oh, AEW is so amazing. AEW sucks. Nobody wants to watch it. Nobody wants to watch Kenny Omega finger other men's assholes.
No.
No, that's gross.
Actually, Kimi, have I ever... I mean, I have mentioned this, but apparently one time I went to this new comic shop and this girl was wearing a Kenny Omega t-shirt. So I'm just going to assume she doesn't know what this guy was really all about.
No.
She's most likely just a drone. Like, Kenny Omega is one of the worst wrestlers of all time. I've talked about him before, but Kenny Omega is just fucking terrible. Also, Kenny Omega unironically shills for pedophiles. Just saying.
Ew.
That's fucking disgusting.
I mean, people
That is
want to get mad at
disgusting.
me for defending Kodomo no Jiken. You don't see me defending literal pedophiles.
Yep, and I
No, because Kodomo no Jinken.
Even if you want to say that Kodomo no Jiken's pedophilic or whatever, it's a work of fiction and none of it is real.
Okay, why is it that everyone that sometimes I know is a pedophile? Like, that's just effing weird.
Also, like I've said, I'll say this before, I'll say it again. I can watch and enjoy something, but still disagree with aspects for it. For example, I can watch and enjoy Saw while disagreeing with some of the things that John Kramer might do.
Right.
I can watch and enjoy a horror movie, but still agree that murder is bad. Like, this is just fucking common sense. I can separate reality from fiction. I know that I can watch Kodomo no Jiken and know it's not going to turn me into a pedophile. That's just so stupid. In fact, Kodomo no Jiken decries pedophilia.
Exactly. Like, I mean, that's literally the whole Kodomo no Jiken. Where
I mean, I gotta try to save this for my podcast where I talk about Kodomo no Jiken, but just wait till you see some of the shit these fucking people say.
Yeah.
And again, what I will always
better.
point out is here's what I'll always say. These are the same people that shit on things like Kodomo no Jiken are the same people that will defend something like Happy Sugar Life or Fate Khaled.
Ugh.
Just saying.
Love a
This
good
might be
final
funny.
girl. Laurie
Annoying
Strode, Sally
final
Hardesty,
girls.
and Ellen Ripley are absolute legends. Just makes us hate annoying final girls even more, though. I'm Tilly from What Culture
Although I
Horror.
will have to say, I might have to find some way to celebrate the fact that AEW is in debt because that's actually genuinely something worth celebrating. Any wrestling fan knew that AEW was going to collapse, but it's just a beautiful thing to watch this crash and burn after we had to watch Smarks kill wrestling right in front of our eyes as we're helpless to do anything about it but watch.
Right, and these are the 10 most annoying final girls in horror movie history.
Jimmy, I'm
Number
gonna
10.
have to go.
Natalie.
I'm gonna have to go. Bye.
Later, Miku. All right. And there.
Okay.
Wait.
Starting out with a bang here.
Oh God, this
the poor man's version of Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds.
I am so excited for this list.
Birdemic.
You can't be serious.
I don't even think Birdemic even qualifies as a horror movie.
No.
Infamous romantic horror about an army of killer birds with acidic blood was gripping, terrifying, and wrapped up with a plethora of immersive visuals. Okay, so maybe it's not the best film ever made. However, even in a movie ranked as the 5th worst of all time according to IMDb, Final Girl Natalie manages to stand out as a real low point. Wooden and whiny are not the best qualities for a horror movie Final Girl, but there are few out there who nail both of these traits.
It's beautiful to sometimes see how badly a movie could have been if The Birds wasn't made by Alfred Hitchcock. It's hilarious.
Quite like Natalie. An apparent lingerie model who supposedly lands the gig of a lifetime with Victoria's Secret, Natalie goes throughout the entire film either delivering out-of-place lines, complaining about something, or going the complete opposite way and being this unstoppable force of positivity when it couldn't be more obvious that this isn't the time for it. Whitney Moore portrays Natalie in both Birdemic Shock and Terror and its sequel Birdemic Resurrection, though undoubtedly very few people have managed to stomach her in both performances. Number 9. Laurie, Freddy vs. Jason. The general consent.
Personally, I think it's a little bit overrated to hate Laurie and Freddy vs. Jason. She's really not that bad. Yeah, she's not great, but she's just fine, you know? She serves what she's there to be. You know?
I thought her as a bland character right there.
Yeah. I mean, you still have to have a final girl. I mean, this is still a slasher movie. It still has to follow the rules of slasher. I mean, I get that people would rather prefer Freddy vs. Jason killing each other the whole movie, but you can't do that and have it not be boring, you know?
Right. You gotta break it up somehow.
She's a perfectly fine character. Yeah, she's not Nancy, but then again, they weren't trying to create Nancy because they're more focused with doing what needs to be done, getting Freddy and Jason in a position to fight each other.
Right.
And so about Freddy vs. Jason is that for a showdown between two of horror's biggest baddies, it's a pretty wild ride, but everything else in the film is pretty awful. The visuals are painfully early 2000s, and its characters, other than Freddy or Jason, are some of the most annoying the genre has ever thrown up. And Final Girl Laurie is the worst of the worst. Part of the new generation of Elm Street teens who had forgotten about Freddy Krueger and his crimes, Laurie is one of those characters who audiences probably forgot was there until the group begins to be whittled down by the killers. She spends all of her screen time drifting off into the background or murmuring some gibberish.
I mean, again, I don't see how this makes her annoying. Okay, if you were saying boring or forgettable, fine. But annoying, really? honestly, that black girl was more annoying. Just saying.
Oh yeah, like the one who says you got
Situation
butter knives
and
or
hardly
gloves
contributing
or
anything
something.
helpful to either the other characters or the audience watching on. Seriously, just
Honestly,
try.
the black girl in this movie kind of reminded me of Brenda from Scary Movie. I'm not even joking. I swear to God, I could see Brenda doing something like what she did in one of the Scary Movies.
Yeah. Like,
And listen to her. Freddy died by fire. Jason died by water. How can we use that? I don't know, Laurie. How about you try using your brain? Or, welcome to my world, bitch. These lines give you an idea of exactly why Laurie makes her way onto this list. Number 8. Rios. The Descent Part 2.
Yeah, this one is
One of
fine.
the biggest
The Descent
reasons why
Part
The
2 is
Descent
a
was
movie
such
that doesn't
great
even need to
entry into the
exist.
horror genre was its all-female cast. Every single member of the group of friends who delved deep into the North Carolina mountains was both likable and extremely resourceful, with all of them being given enough
It's a
screen
shame
time
Wolf
to
is
show off
gone.
their
I can't make
personalities
a joke about. I can't
And
make
while
a
the
North
sequel
Carolina
does try to
joke to
recapture a
him
lot of
because
that
that's
magic
where
by
he
bringing
lives.
back the two
Damn
main
it.
characters
Oh,
from
really?
the group in
Fuck.
Sarah and
Dance.
Juno, it falls flat on its face when
Ugh,
it
you're
comes to the
such a
likes of
little
Ellen
brat.
Rios, technically the film's final girl. Introduced as a local sheriff deputy who joins up with the next batch of would-be crawler victims, Rios has very little going for her in terms of development and only really exists in the film as someone Sarah can lead around and explain what's going on to. She absolutely disappears when she's next to the two final girls from the original, and the fact she's the last one standing out of the entire group is genuinely
Yeah, this movie's a
staggering. The
train
Descent
wreck.
Part 2's ending might be controversial for horror fans, but seeing Rios tossed back to the crawlers at
It's
the
not
end is certainly a
controversial, it's
moment
just
most
stupid.
audiences can absolutely get behind. Number 7. Michelle, Leatherface, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Out of all the films in the Texas Chainsaw series, the third entry might just be the most forgettable one going. It doesn't have the low-budget documentary style of the original, the gloss of the Leatherface prequel, or the dark comedy of Texas Chainsaw 2. It doesn't even have the insanity of the next generation to keep us at least interested. It's
Back
literally
when
just
people were
another
actually
charmless look
allowed
at
to
the
have
depravity
balls.
of Leatherface and the Sawyer family. Sadly, its characters are also some of the
boy,
most
do I
forgettable
miss
in the
those
series
days.
as well, with final
Yep.
girl Michelle coming in as one
But
of
don't
the worst
worry.
of these.
If I ever
Introduced
get
as
to
being
if I ever get to become a professional writer and make some of my scripts a reality, I'm gonna bring back the early 2000s. I'm gonna bring the early 2000s to the current year, and the current year can go fuck itself.
That I have to agree with, because what happened to the good old days anyways?
Right.
Yep, I was even talking to Wolf the other day about how if one thing I'm considering putting into Snuff Machinery as like some last minute additions because it's nearly finished is a full frontal hentai style sex scene between two of the main characters.
Steamy.
Yep, just to kind of prove a point, because one of the main things is I like to give a big middle finger to political correctness, because I think political correctness is poison and edginess is the cure.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm considering
this
writing an actual scene where two main characters, I won't say who, that get romantically involved, finally just give in to their lust and passion, and a full-blown, like maybe 3-minute, I don't know how long, just full frontal sex scene plays out. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that if you try to censor this, I'm out, and I'm taking my script with me.
Wow, this is very... it's making me blush, actually.
I need to get back to writing my own sex scenes.
Yep. Yeah, it's not really there to be like gratuitous or something. It's just meant to be there to kind of make a statement against political correctness.
I just feel like scenes like that are kind of earned.
Yeah, because it's not there just to be there. It's there because two characters that over the course of the story have grown feelings for each other know that there's only one way that this game can end, and they can't make it out alive. So they're just like, fuck it. At least one of us is going to have to die by the end of this. Let's just fuck.
Right.
Which people who are, which let's be honest, if you're stuck in the middle of a death game and you have the misfortune of falling in love with somebody, but knowing that there's no way to escape, you're probably just going to be like, you know what? Screw it. Let's just get to it then.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yep. It's meant to be just a logical progression of two characters that know they have feelings for each other and just decided, screw it. We can do whatever they're in a position where they can do whatever the hell they want anyway.
Yeah.
Stuck up and disloyal to her
And they've already
boyfriend,
left
Michelle
a
is
pile of
constantly
bodies
mourning
in
as
their
her road
path
trip through the
anyway.
Texan
Yep,
countryside
and on
begins
the
to go wrong.
bright
She goes
side,
from
maybe
whiny
they'll
to
both
disappearing and pulled
die.
together when the real hero
Yeah.
of the film.
I mean, here's the way I would look at it. Here's the way I would look at it. I might even write this into a line. It's like where one of the characters will say, "Fuck it. After everything we've been through, we deserve a little bit of fun after this fucking hell that we've been put through in this godforsaken game."
Right.
That is true.
Now it's time to have some fun of our own.
Right.
That is true.
Because just you know what?
Michelle is
I'm not
pretty
even going to
much
bring
just
this
a
up.
character the
Let's just
writers
focus on the
finished
video.
through the usual dosage of misery and
Nice
torture
one,
that all
Ross.
the films in the series end up relying on. There's not a lot going on with Michelle
Sorry.
to root for to begin with, and certainly
I'm
no arc or development to be
broken.
seen in the film that will make audiences want to root for her
Can you
rather than
that?
Leatherface and co. Number 6. Angela Vidal, Quarantine.
Aha!
Rec was a 2007 Spanish film.
The
that
irony of this is hilarious because the final girl of Rec is one of the most famous final girls that people love, and she's actually kind of cute. And then they get fucking Carpenter, that poor woman, to have to try to fucking play the exact same character. I feel so bad for the poor woman. It would be like getting somebody to try to play Nancy Thompson. Oh wait, they did that.
Vitalize the found footage subgenre. Tense, terrifying, and filled with charismatic characters, it established a legacy as one of the finest releases of its time, spawned its very own franchise, and in Quarantine, its very own remake as well, for better or worse. Some of Rec's co-writers openly expressed their displeasure at just how much of a rip-off Quarantine was of the original. The fact that the film's final girl, Angela
Yeah, they
Vidal,
probably
is
should have
another
done their
reporter
own
exploring
thing.
an apartment building filled with people infected with a strange strand
Like,
of
say
rabies
what you
just
want
goes
about Quarantine 2. At least it decided, fuck this shit, let's just do our own thing. Whether it worked or not, at least they didn't just try to make a copy and paste of Rec 2. And apparently there's going to be a Quarantine 3 where, again, it's going to do its own thing. The cat from Quarantine 2 is going to infect a nearby Vegas hotel.
That actually sounds
I
kind
don't
of
know if that movie's ever going to get
stretch.
made, but that's
Unfortunately
what
for
I heard.
Quarantine, the only thing it manages to stand out with against the original is just how bland of a character its lead really is. Angela is one of those final girls who offers next to nothing constructive to the team during the runtime, but does at least boast an infuriating amount of time breathing down the camera and then screaming like a hapless damsel in distress. Number 5. Nancy Holbrook, A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, speak of the devil.
2010 remake of A Nightmare on Elm Street was released during the peak of the horror movie remake craze and is easily
Although
one of the
this
worst
one probably isn't entirely the character's fault because they just chose the dumbest actress possible to play this girl. Why would you get a girl that notoriously hates horror to play one of the most iconic final girls in your horror movie? That makes no fucking sense. I don't give a fuck if she won an Oscar or not. Get someone who actually gives a damn about horror.
That's something I never understood. Why would you hire somebody for a horror movie that doesn't like horror?
Can somebody get the woman who played Nancy to bitch slap this woman?
Man, seriously. This is...
seriously, there's just no excuse for it. This would be like me hiring a voice actress to play some of the characters in Snuff Machinery that hate horror. It's like, no, I want some girls that are actually down to play some fucking Scream Queens, you know? Even if there's only going to be one Scream Queen because all the other girls are ruthlessly competent.
examples of it at work. Jackie Earle Haley gives it his all as Freddy.
Yeah, I won't lie. This is actually kind of controversial, but I actually don't mind Jackie Earle Haley as Freddy. I actually don't think he does a bad job.
I'll admit, he actually was kind of decent as Freddy.
Yeah. I mean, he actually did a good job with the voice. He was actually creepy. When he cracked a joke, it wasn't fucking forced for the most part. It was in line with what OG Freddy would have said. It's not really Jackie's fault. It's just the script's fault. Maybe if he had a better script, he probably could have rivaled it. And if they're going to bring Freddy Krueger back, personally, if they brought Jackie Earle Haley back, I wouldn't be against it. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to fill the shoes of Robert Englund, but all things considered, Jackie Earle Haley did a good job. Plus, let's not forget that Jackie Earle Haley gave an amazing performance as Rorschach in Watchmen the year before. I mean, everybody agrees that his portrayal of Rorschach was fucking perfect. I'm not even a big fan of Watchmen, but Jackie Earle Haley as Rorschach, I was into it.
Yeah, I mean that line he says is just sends chills down your spine, like that famous "I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me."
Oh yeah, that line is fucking incredible. Also, I'm not gonna lie, even when he told a joke, it was still scary. Because when Freddy Krueger tells that joke about how he was only petting the dog when he killed one of the character's dogs, that was actually fucking terrifying. And even though he was cracking a joke, it didn't take away from the fear of the scene itself. Whereas in later Nightmare on Elm Street movies, whenever Freddy would crack a joke, it would be at the expense of your ability to take Freddy seriously.
Right.
True.
So yeah, I definitely
the best Freddy jokes are the ones where Freddy can crack a joke but still be fucking terrifying.
Right.
Rehashing of all the things the original did perfectly fine in the first place just make this film feel
Oh,
unnecessary more than anything else. The OG Nancy Thompson might just be one of the best final girls of all time. However, her replacement, Rooney Mara's Nancy Holbrook, is about as far away as it gets to being among the best. In this version of Nightmare, Nancy has gone from likable, resourceful, and competent to literally the opposite of all these things. Broody and constantly banging on about how she doesn't fit in anywhere. Nancy is led through all the film's developments first by Jesse.
You know, props to the script for writing a realistic teenager in high school.
Touche.
Burn, bitch.
And barely goes through anything resembling development over the course of the film. Number 4, Donna Keppel, Prom Night. A wannabe remake of the 1980 classic Prom Night.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually kind of like this remake, but then again, I never saw the original Prom Night, so maybe I'm just not in the discussion for this movie. But I saw this movie and I thought it was okay. Yeah, I didn't think it was anything amazing, but I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. Then again, like I said, I've never seen the original Prom Night.
Story of a young woman named Donna Keppel who is hunted down by her former teacher, a man named Richard Fenton, years after he had become obsessed with her and murdered her entire family. Brittany Snow plays the final girl, but her performance really crowns off a film that feels far more like a teen drama than an outright bloody slasher flick. The whole film is filled to the brim with Donna turning around and crying and complaining. 2 traits audiences would expect to see in one of the first victims to get the job, and not the main hero.
Okay, that actress looks familiar to me, but for the life of me, I can't think of her name.
I'd say kind of feel the same.
Road to follow for the story. The original Prom Night is renowned for its pretty dull story, but its remake really manages to push this to a new level of snorefest. The PG-13 rating for this film certainly doesn't help sell the tension of the situation, which only makes the constant crying coming from Donna all the more infuriating to see throughout the runtime. On top of all of this, Donna doesn't even manage to sandwich in a victory over her own stalker in the film, with Idris Elba's Detective Wynn stealing that honor during
Why do
the
I always
finale.
forget that Idris Elba's in this movie? I don't know why, but it happens to me every time.
Sarah Moyer, Halloween Resurrection.
Okay, this one I can actually get behind.
Yeah.
But again, this is meant to be annoying characters, so whenever they put a boring or forgettable character on here, it's annoying because it's like, have you forgotten what this list is supposed to be?
Killing off one of the most accomplished actors to ever appear in the franchise, and the best final girl during its run in the opening 10 minutes.
Honestly, this might give me some shit, but I think the actress that plays Laurie Strode is meh. I think that she's a one-hit wonder, much like Carrie Fisher, where she was famous for playing Princess Leia and not much else.
Actually, I can agree.
I don't even think Carrie Fisher is even that great of an actress. She just happened to be lucky enough to play an iconic character.
Yeah.
She's definitely no Harrison Ford. Hell, even Mark Hamill is more iconic than her.
Yeah. Totally.
And plus, Mark Hamill's versatile because he can voice act. I know Carrie Fisher also voice acted, but I think that Mark Hamill's probably more skilled in the voice acting department.
Oh, he is.
I mean, he managed to make himself iconic as one of the voices of Joker. Yeah, he's only good at doing the voice of Joker, but hey, it's something.
Well, I mean, he's done other things. He's pretty well
Yeah,
voiced,
well,
like
Marty
Star-Lord
Hamill,
Ozai.
actually, I can
But
associate
Laurie
other
Strode's replacement,
roles with
Sarah
Mark
Moyer,
Hamill.
really helped
But I
Kimimorra
really
into
don't
it.
get why everybody talks about how amazing Jamie Lee Curtis is when she's been in Halloween and not much else. If she's been in any other movies, fuck if I've ever heard of them.
The only other one I can literally name with Jamie Lee Curtis is Freaky Friday and nothing else.
Oh yeah, I remember that movie. Kind of.
Exactly.
What is funny though is there's a horror movie version of Freaky Friday where it's
Yeah.
a dark comedy where Vince Vaughn plays a serial killer and he ends and the serial killer ends up in the body of a teenage girl, and the serial killer happens to like murdering teenage girls, and the teenage girl ends up in the body of Vince Vaughn.
Yes.
I remember
That's
that
actually kind of really fucking hilarious. And conveniently enough, I think the movie is just called Freaky.
Yes. I believe you're right.
I'm not going to lie. I think Vince Vaughn is underrated. I think he's more funny than people give him credit for. Like, Vince Vaughn can make a movie funny just by merely him being there. Like, it's kind of hard to make a movie funny just by your mere existence. I mean, I swear, they could have put Vince Vaughn in Spiral, and I would have laughed just because it's Vince Vaughn in a Saw movie.
Yeah.
Coffin. Portrayed by Bianca Kajlik in the 2002 disaster of a movie, Sarah is the only female university student to survive the Michael Myers reality show and is again just another character the writers want everyone to think is edgy and different to everyone else. There are subtler and more interesting ways for a screenwriter to do that other than just have a character mop their hair in front of their face, give the odd weird expression, retorted remark, or just spend the entire film looking really sad, but sadly that memo didn't seem to reach Resurrection's writers. Halloween Resurrection is one of the best examples of Hollywood's love for pointless sequels in full effect, and Sarah's character does absolutely nothing to justify things either. Number 2, The Girl/Princess Gemstone.
I know
Laid
nothing
to
about
Rest.
this movie, so fuck it.
2009's Laid to Rest was a decent enough low-budget
I
slasher film, but
vaguely
most of the
heard
good
about
points
this
about the
movie
movie came
before.
from its sinister villain, Chrome Skull. However, it's so often the way in the world of horror that a brilliant baddie can bring out the terrible in a terrible final girl, and that is sadly the case with the Girl/Princess Gemstone in Laid to Rest. The girl spends the entire film in this constant cat and mouse game with Chrome Skull. He chases her to a location, she fends him off and runs away, he follows her and tries again, and so on and so forth. All in all, this formula leaves very little time for anything resembling development or an arc for Princess, and Bobby Sue Luther's pretty questionable acting the whole time doesn't help the character's appeal too much either. Given that this was also a movie that had Lena Headey killed off in the opening stages, there's no escaping thinking what could have been. Laid to Rest has a great villain, some solid visuals for a movie so indie, and a bunch of impressive special effects, but they're all pretty wasted when there's such a wooden final girl screaming and running away from them all the time. And number 1, Bridget, Leprechaun 2.
Can we even count this? Because it's a Leprechaun movie?
Yeah, the Leprechaun movies are supposed to be bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
like...
for God's sake, the first Leprechaun movie had Jennifer Aniston in it, unironically.
Like, I mean... how... What do we... Yeah, I have nothing for this.
Yeah, it's just it's nothing.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to sum it up.
Yep. It's taking a piss and failing ever so slightly to get your target.
Right.
Let's see, what else do we have here? All right. Let's see what I can find here. High stake horror movies. It's probably just an excuse to mention Cabin in the Woods.
I think Cabin in the Woods is fairly popular, though.
Oh yeah, Cabin in the Woods is brilliant. Fun fact, Snuff Machinery once started out as a anime version of Cabin in the Woods, but I decided to change the script thinking, nah, that's not, because that wasn't what I originally wanted. And I feel like it probably would have just been seen as a pale copycat. And given what it led to, I just thought it wouldn't have been like very scary, maybe dumb B-movie monster fun at most, and that wasn't what I was going for. So I decided against it.
Gotcha.
And it's probably going to be for the best.
Probably.
Oh, don't even try to pull this bullshit. The Bye Bye Man had no promise whatsoever.
Yeah, like, this is like a movie where you see the trailer and you know it's going to give you nothing.
I agree.
Yep. Well, Ethan, we shall see. I mean, I'm not going to say too much because obviously I know who lives and dies, but who knows? I speculate that Fox will be a popular character, but who knows? I could always end up being wrong.
Oh yeah. Also, side note, Kimi, while I haven't seen at least the entirety of Jigsaw, I will admit the theme song for the Cycle Trap app is pretty addicting.
Yep. Charlie Clouser knows his stuff. That's why I hate it when they feel the need to insert unnecessary hip-hop music or 21 Savage music into Saw, because it's like you have Charlie Clouser, one of the greatest music composers of all time. Just let Charlie Clouser do his thing. For fuck's sake.
Right. I mean, I guess it helps that that is complimented by said Cycle Trap.
Yep.
Like.
Okay.
When the fate of our fears are in our own hands.
Bring it on.
Top 10 horror games. Oh, this should be a good one.
Oh, and Watch Mojo is putting on their serious voice guy. So now you know they're being serious.
Yes.
The tension it creates may be the greatest cause of game overs. Happy Halloween, and welcome to Watch Mojo.
They're even breaking out the serious music. Watch Mojo's trying so hard to let you know that we're totally being serious.
Hey, we're counting down our picks for the top 10 horror games.
If Five Nights at Freddy's is on this list, there will be blood.
For this list, we'll be looking at what is generally considered to be the greatest and most influential horror games.
Yeah, no, you don't get to put Alone in the Dark on here. No. I'm sorry, I know Alone in the Dark may have been perfect, but Alone in the Dark is stupid and looks stupid and ages like shit.
For time, and ranking them based on their legacy. For the sake of variety, we'll only be including one game per franchise.
That's a joke.
Be sure to head on over to Mojo Plays, where Jess and Rebecca are playing each of the titles.
Sorry, I'm getting Me Too vibes. Damn, you're screaming.
You scared me more than that, dude.
If that scared you,
number 10,
then you're not a horror fan.
Well, I can't. Well, I don't know. Like, people who are into science fiction horror might have more grievances with this one than me. I mean, I respect Dead Space, but I'm not going to act like it's a horror game I go out of my way to play.
No. I mean, like, if you were easily startled by jump scares. There's like, if just some random dude, not even one of the animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's is enough to make you jump, then you're not a horror fan.
No.
Nostalgia Critic. Remember, the Jagoff had the actually, it's the fucking Nostalgia Critic. Why am I being nice to him? The fucking piece of human filth that barely even qualifies as a fucking human disrespected fucking people who suffer from depression and makes us out to be a bunch of ungrateful bitches. Fuck that. Yeah, Watch Mojo is comically bad because of how much they suck. Nostalgia Critic is objectively a bad person.
Oh, he is a bad person.
In the cold
I mean, no
He's the type
offense,
of
but
person
I
that
hate
if I ever
all of
met
his
him,
reviews.
I would spit in his face.
Yep, no
Bad
offense.
faces
Forget spit. I would just punch him.
dead have become
Yep.
something
Because no
far more
offense,
terrifying.
guys.
You play as Isaac Clarke as he
I mean-
struggles against
Isaac Clarke.
Isaac.
This kind of reminds me like when that one Watch Mojo list that featured like Dino Crisis, and they pronounced the main girl's name as instead of Regina as Ray Gina.
Huh.
Yep. Hey, Philip. I mean, Ross.
Yes.
You know, his voice kind of reminds me of that like one video of the top 10 scary YouTube videos I showed you one time.
Yeah.
Honestly, not even I sound this way.
Come on, remember that video I showed you not too long ago?
Yes, I remember Trickster, but I don't know. It doesn't sound that similar to
a
me.
grotesque and nightmarish form of reanimated corpses.
If you can't
The most
hear this,
original
I don't
aspect of the
blame
game
you
was its
guys.
strategic dismemberment, which involved severing limbs in order to kill the monsters.
This guy is trying way too hard to be that YouTuber. What's his name? I think he calls himself Nightmare Stories or something like that. If any of you know who I'm talking about, I'm trying to remember his name.
I think I know who you're talking
But
about.
he's trying way too hard to sound. The guy with the mummy avatar, he's trying way too hard to sound.
Oh, that
like
creepy
him.
reading?
Yeah. He's clearly trying way too hard to sound like him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can hear it now.
Except I don't think that guy is trying to do that creepy voice. I think that's just how his voice sounds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's actually
Also
Creepy's real
featured
voice
an
that he
impressive
speaks with.
atmosphere and more than his
Some
fair
people
share of
some people just have
successfully touting
natural
on all
voices
major
that
aspects of
are
horror.
able to
You've got
sound a
disgusting
certain way.
monsters, jump scares,
Yeah.
atmosphere, and enough blood to make the edgiest people squeamish. Have fun.
That kind of sounds like the.
Why didn't they just get that
Number 9,
YouTuber?
Fatal Frame.
Actually, now that I think about it, Kimi, this guy in this video, I forgot what it's called, but he kind of sounds like the I can't let you do that, Dave
Pointing a camera
voice.
could be so damn terrifying. The game
Nice.
sees you controlling Mika Hinasaki
Like-
as she searches an abandoned, haunted mansion
Mika.
for her lost brother. The game plays like classic Resident Evil titles as you navigate an intricate mansion through fixed camera.
I'm not gonna lie, I've
perspectives,
never
solve
played a Fatal
puzzles, and
Frame
find
game,
cassettes
but
and
I always have to
documents
hear
that
about how
help
amazing
expand
Fatal
and
Frame
develop
is.
the story.
Same, I
Along the
never
way,
played it.
you'll have to capture malicious ghosts on your camera, and it is here where the majority of scares originate. The game also builds an unbelievable
Here's a
I saw a
little
fandom
something
that looked like this
dark
before.
mansion.
Kimmy?
Okay, I think something just happened. But yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
that video that he showed us about the girl going around, like, you know, getting chased by ghosts. I saw a fandom of someone doing that before.
That was my bad. I didn't mean to do that.
It's fine.
Yeah, I accidentally hit the back button by mistake. I was gonna say something.
Yeah, well, I was just going on saying that, you know, this reminds me of a fandom that a YouTuber did one time of this.
But still, yeah. I seriously can't take this guy's voice seriously now.
Yep.
Like now when I hear it, I'm just gonna picture a rogue AI speaking.
Yeah, and here's one thing I don't get. Japan, why do you have to make your schoolgirl protagonist so sexy? Why? Seriously.
I didn't even realize that till now.
Seriously, rather it's the girl from Clock Tower 3 or the girls from Fatal Frame. Why do they always do this? I get that they're schoolgirls and they can't always help themselves, but come on. Can you at least give them one of those like long Catholic skirts or something?
That I can agree
It's
with.
kind of distracting.
Or why not like one of those like I forgot what they're called, like those female like
mainstay
delinquent
of video
outfits with
games
the really
this last
long
decade.
dress skirts.
So it was only a matter of
Or how
time
about
before someone
pants?
gave the genre the horror treatment. The story concerns a
I
small
mean, I'm not
group
saying
of
I have
young
a
adults
problem
who
with
must
my
survive
horror
against a masked
heroines
killer
being
and the
sexy,
deadly
but it
Wendigos
can be a
on an
bit
isolated
distracting
mountain.
sometimes.
Along the way,
Yeah.
you are forced to make
Agreed.
split-second
I guess they were
decisions,
just trying to
all of
ease
which
a little
have
tension.
unforeseen and permanent consequences. Don't let the fact that it's based off cheesy 80s slasher and monster movies fool you. The game has a way of pushing your nerves to its limits, and if you thought making choices in a video game would be scary, you'd be dead wrong. Number 7, Alien
I guess the
Isolation.
fans do love their service.
Based on what is easily one of the greatest sci-fi horror films of all time, Creative Assembly assembled what is easily the scariest and most
I have this
faithful
game. I need to
Alien
remember to
video game
play some
adaptation
more of it,
around.
though.
As
I finally
Ellen
did
Ripley's
get
daughter
this game.
Amanda, you navigate the massive Sevastopol station and hide from the persistent
Even though I'm not the
xenomorph.
biggest fan
But
of
this
this type
thing
of
isn't some
horror or
measly
the
video
Alien
game
franchise,
cannonball.
but people
You
never
are forced
stop
to run
talking
from
about
it,
it.
to hide from it, to outwit
I think
it,
it might just be
unless
worth
you want a
at least
slimy
looking
spear
at, if
tail
nothing
sticking out
else.
of your chest.
I mean, I
Hiding
might
in
give it a
lockers
shot.
doesn't exactly sound like a lot of fun, but when the alien is right outside and breathing through the slits, your heart will be beating like it's never beat before. Number 6, Amnesia.
Oh
The
boy,
Dark
here we
Descent.
go.
Honestly, this is probably one time where I'm
A
watching a whole
landmark title in
like
horror video
playthrough and I
games.
actually got
This
bored.
one would inspire the run and hide mechanic.
Well,
that
the
would
guy's
inspire
voice
many
doesn't
other
help.
titles on this list. It
Yeah,
also
I mean,
proved that you
like,
don't need a big
before
budget
this
to create
video, I
tense
watched gameplay
horror
of this.
games, and it ushered in
wasn't
an
that
era
impressed.
of indie horror. The darkness may be an ideal hiding place for the terrors that lurk within the castle, but do not linger there too long, lest you prefer to lose your mind. The brilliant blend of the psychological with the visceral creates a unique story and atmosphere that is yet to be matched in gaming. Never before has such a small game done so much in terms of scares and influence on the horror gaming industry. Number 5, Outlast.
Somehow I had a feeling this would come
Son
up
of a-
almost immediately afterwards.
No. Okay. Outlast blows. I've played Outlast, I've played Outlast 2, and I've played the fucking DLC. Okay. Outlast 1 is not that scary. It's just a fucking linear as shit chase simulator. That's all it is. Yeah, I will give credit that I did like the DLC because it had an actual villain that you could be scared by. But outside of that, it blows. It's just a chasing simulator.
Again, also the main problem is that it's not that the game itself is scary. It's not that more often than not the protagonist you're playing as is a complete dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because again, don't know the use of a weapon when you see one. Like, this is kind of what annoys me. Like, they try and make you completely defenseless to capture the more realistic side of things. But if you ask me, I'd say
Actually, how is that realistic? Because I don't care what anybody says. Realistically, if I'm being chased by somebody, I'm going to grab the closest thing that could be a weapon because that's fucking instinct.
That's what I'm saying.
Self-preservation dictates that you would grab the closest thing to a weapon to defend yourself.
Like, seriously, like, if you want to make an actual game that has some sense of reality, you'd make a survival horror game where even if it's not an effective weapon, you'd still have a weapon to help protect yourself. That's basic human instinct.
Even fucking Angry Joe had to criticize when he made Outlast 2, saying that Outlast needs to evolve, and they should at least implement a system where maybe weapons will shatter a la Zelda style, or you can, like, punch them and shove them off ineffectually, but never kill them.
I guess that could work too.
Yeah, like just something. To quote Yahtzee in his review of Outlast 2, Resident Evil 7 broke the spell on these dumb games because it proved that, hey, giving somebody a gun is actually useful, but can still make a game scary.
Right. I mean, that's why I love the Resident Evil games. Like, you can defend yourself, but you're constantly reminded that you're not indestructible.
Also,
you need to be smart.
So Outlast 2 wanted to focus on psychological horror. This would have made it even more of an excuse to allow you access to weapons, because most of the horror is intended to be psychological. So you can have the character fight back, but you can blur the lines between what's real and what isn't, and maybe you waste a weapon on an enemy and then find out it was just a hallucination.
Yeah.
That could have actually been a lot more effective, because Outlast 2 was meant to be focused more on psychological horror anyway.
Yeah.
Which is one reason why I actually kind of liked Outlast 2 a little bit more than the first one, because I love me some psychological horror.
Right. And I will at least say this. I did like the atmosphere in Outlast 2 a bit better than this one.
Yeah.
Fine. So
Yeah,
I guess we can agree.
like,
Outlast.
It's like, here's what drives me nuts. Okay, so one of the main villains that chases you are these slow as fuck twins that won't actually kill you. Why can't I just kick them in the balls and steal their fucking machete? They're fucking naked. Why? Like, they're literally exposed. What's stopping me from just kicking them in the balls and taking their machete?
Right. So I guess you and I can agree. The Outlast series is fucking overrated.
Yeah, it is. Outlast 1 isn't even... I've played Outlast. I tried to give it the benefit of the doubt. It's not that scary. People try to say that Outlast 2, they like to compare it to shit like I Spit on Your Grave or exploitation films from the 70s. Bitch, fucking please.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
One of the games that owes its success to our previous entry, Outlast, forces you to run from the various depraved psychos.
Also,
prowling the
I'm just
dark
going to
halls
say
of-
it. Clock Tower 1 was Outlast before Outlast. Suck on that.
Yeah. Can't argue with that.
And the beauty is Clock Tower predates Outlast. Because
Right,
Clock
there is
Tower
no
was
excuse.
the first.
of Mount Massive Asylum. It also borrows from movies like REC and the Blair Witch Project, as you must usually...
Oh yeah, it only borrows from REC in the fact that you have a fucking camera. That's it.
Use your camera to both uncover notes and see in pitch black darkness. Outlast employs various different elements of horror to unsettle the player, including psychotic characters, gore, jump scares, the thrill of the chase.
Oh wow. Those are all fucking cliches, and bad ones at that.
I know. I'm just sitting here waiting if he'll actually give us something.
Yeah, this is lame. Fuck Outlast.
The tension of hiding, and our instrumental fear of the dark.
I mean,
if this game
freaking
somehow didn't leave an impression on
Scarecrow
you, the
hallucinations
screams of the other
from
inmates
Batman
will linger
Arkham Asylum
in
were
your mind.
scarier than this.
Yep.
At least its whole premise was to actually fuck you psychologically.
Number 4, System Shock 2.
Whatever. I've been trying to get into this game.
Space.
Because it's
and
another one I
isolation
hear so
go
much
hand in
about.
hand
But
when it
again,
comes to
I'm
horror
not the biggest
games,
fan
as
of
we've seen
science
before.
or of a
System Shock was
sci-fi
well
horror.
ahead of its time and touted many spiritual successes such as Bioshock and Prey. On paper, the game may not look like your typical horror title, thanks to its focus on first-person action with RPG elements, but looks can be deceiving.
Oh, great, I'm
the
making
unsettling
people
murmurs
wet
brought on
with
by the
my yelling.
hyper-humans who once roamed this station are one thing, but the horrifying presence and warped voice of the maniacal AI Shodan will stay in the back of your mind long after you've walked away from the computer.
To gain access to the ship's computer, you will help me weaken Xerxes.
Number 3, the Resident Evil 2 remake.
Fine, I guess. Although I don't know. Personally, I think Resident Evil 7 is more scary than Resident Evil 2, but I get that Resident Evil 2 is more iconic. Resident Evil, it's a little bit messy, I'm not going to lie.
The PS1 Resident Evil titles may be a landmark in the survival horror
not a
genre.
bad choice.
Resident Evil 4 may have redefined third-person shooters, and Resident Evil 7 set a benchmark for how to do horror games in the 8th console generation. But the 2019 remake of Resident Evil 2 brings the best of all those titles, and then some. Fear comes in all forms here. Not just
Personally, the reason why I prefer Resident Evil to be in first person is because I think that the first person perspective is a lot better at immersing people, and I think it works a lot better for horror, personally.
Oh yeah, I agree, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
The zombies
that's
that
probably
lurk
where
the
first
overrun
person
police
is
station.
best used.
Ammo is limited, and missing a shot can prove to be a fatal mistake.
I mean, it's a
Hallways
great
are dark
game, don't
and
get
can
me
hide
wrong. I
gruesome
love me some
monstrosities,
Resident Evil
and the
2. It's a
towering
very
mystery-
fun game. It's just not as scary as Resident Evil 7. So that's the thing. Like, are we grading this based on great gameplay or like what is the most scary? That's kind of my issue here because I won't deny that Resident Evil 2 is extremely fun to play. I mean, I've live streamed myself playing it, but Resident Evil 7 is probably more scary and tense.
Your
Actually
X
kinda
will
funny.
keep you on edge as his thunderous
Yes.
footsteps reverberate the hallways. If you play
I mean,
the original
Resident Evil
and
2
think
definitely
you
has
are
its
prepared for
scary
this,
moments,
think
especially
again.
when X is after you.
Honestly, that's kind of why I mostly play the Leon campaigns,
Number
because
2,
it's
Eternal
pretty
Darkness,
satisfying actually killing
Xenobi's
X.
Requiem.
This one is fine. This is a perfect example of how psychological horror and fourth wall breaking can actually work to your advantage, because this game uses the fourth wall to the best of its ability by using it to fuck with you.
Right.
Since it's a video game, I've said this before in my Demonophobia review, but fourth wall breaking is far more effective at creating scary horror games than it is at creating scary horror movies, because it's able to implement better ways to fuck with your mind because it's a video game.
Yeah, and again, that's kind of why, if nothing else, that's what helped made the Scarecrow hallucinations in Batman Arkham Asylum intimidating.
And I will stand by this till the day I die. Demonophobia is not only an underrated horror gem, but the plot twist of Demonophobia is one of the most genuinely terrifying plot twists of any horror game. And if I ever get around to making a video of the best plot twists in horror games, I will mention Demonophobia. Demonophobia's fucking plot twist is so fucking effective. It makes you look back at all the times you died in the game. And whenever you play the game through a second playthrough, your heart just fucking drops every time you die. It's one of those games where when you know the plot twist, it actually works against you, making things even more fucking frightening.
Now that takes some real, writing chops.
Yeah, like the plot twist of Demonophobia is essentially just a hand coming out of your computer screen and ripping your fucking heart out and then reminding you how much of a piece of shit you were over how many hours it took for you to complete the game.
Unabashedly citing its philosophy on horror from the great Edgar Allan Poe, and frequently reminding you that the darkness is coming, reminds you that theoretically, fear doesn't just manifest from the monster that lingers outside your bedroom window, but from the unease of self-doubt in what you just saw. This theory is realized in the game's sanity effects, where if the player's sanity meter runs too low, various psychological effects will begin to plague your game. This may include footsteps manifesting from nowhere, or unexpected sudden deaths.
Calm down,
but
kitty.
most memorable were the fourth wall breaking moments, like random muting, fake deleting of save files, and simulated technical malfunctions.
Ha!
I'm surprised many games don't do this.
It tormented the player's psyche, never knowing what was real and what wasn't.
The fact that this game never got a sequel is kind of sacrilegious.
Number 1, you left
What?
Surprise!
Wait, hold on. They didn't even spell the title.
Oh, okay, so they're fucking with us. I was about to say, you son of a bitch.
Well, what caught me off guard is that they spelled the title wrong. It was 50.
They're trying to be cool and look, we're copying Sanity's Requiem.
Do you see what I mean? Well, while you get settled back down.
Oh, I see. So they were using this as an example of how Sanity's Requiem is. Fine, I guess I'll give you that, Watch Mojo. That was slightly clever, but I think Pro Jared did it better.
Yeah,
this would be cool if Pro Jared didn't do it in his Sanity's Requiem review and didn't do it better. He actually implemented Sanity-style Requiem. He implemented 6 psychological effects throughout the video based on YouTube things to fuck with you. Such as fake ads, among other things.
And let's take a look at some honorable mentions. Then we'll get back right into it.
Fear. Condemned. Okay, this should probably be on the list, but okay, whatever.
Yeah. I've seen Condemned's pretty good.
Alan Wake.
Feels a little too actiony. Like, it can be creepy, but again...
Don't even fucking mention this. It's not an honorable mention. It fucking sucks. Five Nights at Freddy's was never good. I wish I'd go back in time and tell Scott Cawthon to never make these games.
Yeah, right now he's too busy trying to fend off some Twitter Puritans at the moment.
I swear to God, if you fucking jump scare me. Little Nightmares, meh.
Before we continue,
these
be sure to
style Little
subscribe to our
Nightmares,
channel
though.
and ring the bell
Very
to get
They're
probably
notified
gonna
of our
put
latest
Silent
videos.
Hill at
You have the
number
option
1.
to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications. Number 1.
Oh wow,
Silent Hill 2.
imagine my thought. I must be psychic.
Well, you have proven time and time again you did have foresight.
Yep. But you're not allowed to like Five Nights at Freddy's 3.
Yeah, even fans hated that one. So it's not special.
Nope. Also, Five Nights at Freddy's 3 was somehow lamer than other Five Nights at Freddy's because you only have one animatronic that's chasing after you. The rest are just hallucinations. And not even good hallucinations either.
I think that's kind of why people hate it.
Yep. Speaking of which, speak of the devil.
Ah, it's creepy.
Yep. I will say I'm happy that thanks to that creepy reading, I would have never found out about demonophobia. I might have to live stream myself trying to beat that game, because one thing I will say about demonophobia, it's a genuinely hard game. I still haven't fucking beaten it. I'm still stuck on one of the fucking boss fights. It's fucking hard as shit. Okay, here we go. Top 10 scary video games. Slender Man on the thumbnail. This looks like classic Watch Mojo.
I breathlessly...
Oh, God. That's how you know this video is old. Holy fucking shit.
2013.
These are the games that make you want to...
Oh, yeah, they're not even taking this one seriously because they're using this guy's voice.
Yeah.
Lights on. Welcome to WatchMojo.com, and today we'll be counting down our picks for the top 10 scariest video games.
Resident Evil. So these are the games that are actually meant to be scary.
Any game genre is eligible, as long as it brings the scares.
The racket outside has stopped. You reckon he's been caught? I'm not hurt. Keep walking.
Number 10, Clock Tower.
Whatever.
The first installment
Fine,
in
I
this
guess.
series. This title first arrived on the SNES. Taking terror to the point-and-click genre, its story focuses on orphans who are adopted by a wealthy man living in the kitchen.
The soundtrack is pretty sweet.
Unusual for the time, it still manages to be a frightening game thanks to its unsettling atmosphere packed with psychological terror. Sheesh, as if orphans didn't have it bad enough as it is.
This game also has a shit ton of endings. I think it has like 9 different endings.
Number 9.
This isn't really happening.
Number 9. Eternal Darkness, Sanity.
Okay,
Requiem.
and you fucked
Another
up by
frightener for
putting
a
this
Nintendo
one so
console.
low.
This survival horror instead focuses on a mansion in Rhode Island. A third-person experience, it centers on Alexandria, a woman investigating her grandfather's death, who soon discovers a book linking her to characters from different time periods, which the player gets to control as well.
Stop fighting, you two.
The takeaway from Eternal Darkness is the patented sanity meter. As the meter depletes, the camera angle begins to skew, the terrifying sounds become more intense, and you begin to see things that aren't really there. Number 8, System Shock 2. Expecting a trip under the sea in BioShock? Well, Rapture was fun, but nobody would have ever taken the plunge if it wasn't for this outing on the Von Braun. Awakening on a seemingly derelict spaceship, players must scavenge to survive against the hideously mutated crew members and a malevolent AI that's pulling the strings in the background.
Security forces have been alerted to your presence, intruder. The glory of the many demands your capture or destruction.
Difficult, complex, and oozing with atmosphere, System Shock 2 is as much a classic of the PC gaming genre in general as it is one of the scariest games of all time.
You are no longer welcome here, nuisance.
Number 7, Siren. Known as Forbidden Siren in Europe, this scary as hell survival horror title weaves a story
I don't know
about
too much
characters
about this
in
game because I
Japanese
never got the
village who are
chance to play it.
interconnected, able to see and hear what each other experiences. The
You know,
sheer
they didn't
amount of
give this-
disturbing content packed into this game.
I've heard they didn't really give the series
Real
enough
terror here comes from the fact
entries
that you
because
never
they
fully
like
kill the
immediately
ghastly
remade
horrors
the
that you
first
face,
game after the
encouraging
second.
you to run and hide rather than go in guns blazing. Number 6, Dead Space. Speaking of guns blazing, even in space, if no one can hear you scream, on a spaceship there's plenty of opportunity to wail like a little girl. Taking some heavy inspiration from Event Horizon and System Shock 2, Dead Space does Alone on a Spaceship.
The irony is, some people want to talk shit about Paul W.S. Anderson, but Paul W.S. Anderson was able to inspire people with Event Horizon.
Yeah.
Oh, the irony.
Nobody else.
It's delicious.
Even though it's the most action-oriented game.
I always tell
on
people
this
irony
list,
is my
there's
favorite
still
form
enough
of
totally
humor.
effed up
It's one of the
shit
reasons why I love
understated
Kodomo no
surprises
Jiken
to keep
humor
you
so
jittery
much
from
because
start
it's
to
just almost nothing but irony.
Number 5, Condemned Criminal
Okay,
Origins.
fine.
Few things are as
At least it's actually on the list,
horror
unlike
as
the
a
last
first-person
time.
perspective. Condemned takes the nerve-jangling experience to new heights.
I need
by
to get
focusing
back into
on melee
playing
combat,
this game.
meaning you get to feel every crowbar blow your unfortunate protagonist takes to the face. Much like Doom 3, your flashlight is your best friend in this game, and most long pauses are followed by moments of hair-raising panic.
Help me.
Number 4, Silent Hill 2. Only gamers who have managed to make it out of the town of
Only number
Silent Hill
4?
understand
That's
how
interesting.
fundamentally freaky it is. Konami spared no expense, making this the scariest fictional town in America.
Believe it
Better
or
than the
not, I've
original,
never played
the sequel
Silent Hill
follows
2.
James
I grew
Sunderland
up
on his
watching my
search for
mom
his dead
play it,
wife.
but I've never
What makes Silent
personally
Hill
played
2
it.
so horrifying
I've never
and so
played any of the
satisfying as a
Silent Hill
story
games.
is that the cursed
I
town
probably
draws
should
upon
play
the darker
Silent
elements
Hill.
found in the psyche of its guests.
Because if I somehow ever end up dying, as unlikely as that may be, considering how many times I've survived death, I will look kind of silly if I go to my grave without ever playing Silent Hill 2. The problem is I can never find it on like Steam or anything like that.
Number 3, Slender, the 8 Pages.
No.
Getting scared doesn't have
No.
This game is stupid. It's not scary at all. Slender Man's not scary. Yeah, I understand that this video was made at a time when Slender Man was still a thing, but even at the time, this game was not scary, and people heavily over-exaggerated how scary it was. Because of motherfucking Markiplier, who loves to overreact to shit. And yes, I directly blame Markiplier for the success of Five Nights at Freddy's. Markiplier, stop playing horror games. You have shitty tastes in horror.
Well, I like to
And every time you touch something, you make it famous. You're partially the reason why Yandere Dev is running amok.
Do I even need to mention that he's also a Lady D simp?
Yeah, that's another thing. Stop it, Markiplier. Just stop.
To cost a thing. This free-to-play PC game will make you scream and quiver in fear without ever showing any
Sometimes I wish
The
I
premise
had
is
the
simple.
ability
You're
to
dropping-
make something financially successful that just by me talking about it. Because if I had that kind of power, I would use it to make underrated things that actually deserve to be famous. Like, I would actually play Demonophobia or talk about things that actually deserve the attention. But sadly, I'm a dinky little YouTuber. Although hopefully maybe one day I can get big enough and maybe Demonophobia and Kodomo no Jiken will finally get the rightful recognition they deserve, but who knows if that'll ever happen. But sometimes I do wish I had the power that Markiplier had to be able to make anything famous just by me merely talking about it.
Yeah, that is definitely really cool power to have overall.
Yep. And Markiplier never uses it wisely. He always elevates garbage. Thank God Markiplier doesn't talk about wrestling.
Into the woods and need to retrieve 8 pages.
He would probably
All the while,
indirectly
you're being
make
pursued by
Sami
the
Zayn
Slender
a
Man,
thing.
a faceless ghoul that awaits you at every turn. Sealing the package is a pulsating drumming sound that grows in your ears and turns your stomach. And yes, the sequels are just as scary.
No, they're not.
No.
Number
They're
2,
about as scary as me in a dress.
Amnesia, The Dark Descent.
Mole.
Surpassing the scares of the original, here you go it alone to explore a dark and foreboding castle. Filled with puzzles and obstructions, you must find your way without getting eviscerated by roaming monsters. Oh, and you can't fight back. All you can do is hide. Then again, hiding for too long or looking at monsters directly will cause your sanity to dwindle, spurring
So
hallucinations.
your one main line of defense just becomes useless anyway.
Adult diapers are pretty much
And what's annoying is, why are people praising this game for doing what Sanity, Eternal Darkness did better? What, just because it's an indie game?
Before we unveil our top pick, here are a few honorable mentions.
Huh. Parasite. Eh.
Not bad. I mean, I love me a little RE1 remaster.
I'm grateful for the fact that they never brought back the spider enemy in later Resident Evil games.
Yeah.
I remember I was terrified of the thought of Resident Evil 7 bringing back the giant spiders.
Yeah, I have to agree. They are a waste of lead.
What the fuck, Thief?
What?
Doom 3?
Is that even a horror game?
I don't think so.
Number 1, Fatal Frame. Known as Project Zero in
Okay. No respect for elders, I swear.
Are they even gonna? Is anybody even gonna notice this one since this was a video made 7 years ago?
Probably not, but still, I'm not letting them get away unscathed.
Another Well, they're top 10 scary video games, and they had Five Nights at Freddy's in the thumbnail.
Son of a whore. Oh, fuck me.
Of the century. And it's a 20s list.
Fuck.
Turn off the lights, throw on some
And this is a
headphones,
modern
and prepare to
Watch
freak
Mojo
out.
video.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we'll be counting down our picks for the top 20 scariest video games of the century so far. For this list, we'll be looking at the scariest video games that have been released since
Don't even. I swear the fuck if they say The Last of Us. I swear if you say The Last of Us.
2001. And for the purpose of variety, we will only
Fuck
do
The Last
one
of Us.
entry per franchise, even if a franchise has turned in countless scary titles. Before we continue, we'll be doing a deep dive on this list's #1 entry over on Mojo Plays, so be sure to check it out once you've finished watching. Number 20, Slender, the Eight
Son of a
Ages.
bitch. We've already gone over this, Watch Mojo. This game is not scary, and it is aged like shit. This game has become a meme.
To the indie craze of the 2010s.
Then again, that's what
Video
Slender Man
games
is.
Didn't need massive budgets.
In fact, I think basically that's all it really ever was. It just started out as a meme and it died as a meme.
Yep. Yeah, part of the reason why I'm not into creepypastas anymore is because of creepypastas basically becoming a meme. So I gave up. Maybe someday I'll dedicate an episode of this podcast that will hopefully be successful so I can justify doing it, because I don't get to talk about horror as much as I would like to. But yeah, okay, what the hell was I going to say? Fuck. But yeah, there's not a lot of creepypastas out there that are genuinely scary. And even when there are good ones out there, they always get overshadowed by the garbage ones.
Mm-hmm.
A lot with a little.
You know what? The fucking Zelda cartoon from the 80s is more scary than this. I actually had nightmares about that cartoon growing up.
I've screamed more seeing myself naked than seeing Slender Man.
The idea of a video game where Link talks is far more terrifying.
The gameplay itself is very simple. You walk through the darkened woods, collect notes, and avoid the creepy Slender Man. But there's something inherently terrifying about hiding from threats in the dark. It activates something primal buried deep within the brain. The game's low-budget aesthetic adds an extra layer of uneasiness, like it was something pulled from the dark web. Number 19, Soma.
Everybody tells me to play this game.
A lot of people were wondering what frictional games would do after the brilliant Amnesia: The Dark Descent. The answer was the similar yet totally different Soma, which concerned sentient robots in an underwater research facility. Like its predecessor,
I've never been too sure about Soma. It's basically about like monsters and being underwater, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not one of those people that has a fear of water or anything like that, so I don't know how I'm supposed to be scared by it.
Honestly, I always find the idea of being underwater appealing
uncovering the mystery
and
behind
scary, like
identity and precarious situations.
just being surrounded by all the sea life. That can be kind of awe-inspiring.
I mean, everybody tells me this game is amazing. Maybe I just need to play it for
It also
myself.
contains a relentlessly unsettling atmosphere, a unique mixture of Amnesia, System Shock, and Bioshock all rolled into one. And when all that is combined with the disgusting body horror present throughout the game, you get an experience pulled straight from a nightmare. Number 18, Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice.
Is this even a horror game?
He's down.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I've heard
Doesn't
good
really
things
look like
about
one.
Hellblade
this
is the
game,
self-proclaimed
but is it
independent
a horror
AAA
game?
game from British developer Ninja Theory. It follows a picked warrior
Ninja
named
Theory.
Senua in her attempt to save the soul of her dead lover from Hela. And though the story is compelling, it's Senua's
Oh,
psychosis that
things just
really
got a bit
stands
more
out.
interesting.
Yeah, I mostly know this game because of the Dishonored Wolf review.
The developers consulted with neuroscientists and people suffering from psychosis in order to accurately depict the condition.
Well, at
And it
least
was
they
this
did their
aspect of the game
research.
that subsequently received
I'll
the
give
most
them
praise.
that.
Game critics noted how Senua's psychosis lent to the game's unsettling horror, such as visions, auditory hallucinations, and even some psychological tricks. While experts praised the realistic depiction
Yes,
of
unknown
the condition.
Otaku Ninja
It's
Fury is
scary,
the same
but
group
in a
that created the
deeply
Devil May
tragic
Cry
and humane way.
reboot.
And she will fulfill her
I might
Honestly, I
want to
kind of
give
wish
a
the DMC
positive
reboot got a
review of
sequel.
Devil May Cry remake just to piss
Number
off the Devil
17,
May Cry
Freddy
fans.
Fazbear's Pizzeria
Honestly, I'm
Simulator.
kind of the opposite. I want to see what they can do with if the reboot got a sequel.
What in the unholy?
By 2017, interest in the Five Nights at Freddy series was waning. It needed an injection of creativity and invention.
It needs
and
to
Freddy
die.
Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator proved just what the doctor ordered. This game unexpectedly took the franchise into business simulation, tasking the player with managing and maintaining a fictional pizzeria.
Remember, use your company-issued taser to return the animatronic to a neutral state if you feel that it's becoming unstable or aggressive.
Why is this a
You can only use it 3 times
franchise?
before it begins to damage the animatronic and decrease its value.
While doing so, you must avoid the hostile animatronics that are set loose in the establishment. It's during this section that some of your business decisions will either help or impede your progress. For example, accepting sponsorship offers will give your business more money, but will later prove detrimental when loud advertisements play on the computer. It's a wildly inventive game that horrifically blends business sim with the traditional creepiness of Five Nights at Freddy's.
For most of you,
Except Five Nights at Freddy's was never creepy.
Perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears.
Again,
Number 16,
I feel like
Inside.
Five Nights at Freddy's would just work as a parody at best. Like, that's kind of why that one Nick Cage movie never took itself too
Inside
seriously.
is the second game from Playdead, who gave us the brilliant Limbo.
Yeah, because that's
It's
the only
something
way
of a
to
spiritual
handle such a
successor,
stupid
characterized by similar
concept.
art style and 2.5D gameplay. Taking control of an unnamed boy, players explore and traverse a monochromatic dystopian world while avoiding obstacles like security machines and hunting dogs.
I've always wanted to review and rip apart the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, but the only problem
Should the
is
boy die,
that'll
the
require
deaths
me
are
to
often
actually
depicted
play
in a
the games,
surprisingly
and one of my
realistic manner,
fans
which
even
lends the
gifted
game
me
an
one of the
unexpected
games.
grittiness.
But I don't
The
want
world
to play
itself
Five
is
Nights
also
at
deeply
Freddy's,
unsettling
not because
because
it's
of the art
scary,
design
but because I
and
have
the
no
lack of sound
fucking
and
desire
some
to play
incredibly
it.
nasty creatures. Seriously, the Huddle has to be one of the most disturbing
And I
things
hate
you've
games
ever
that
seen
rely
in a
on
video
cheap
game.
jump
Inside
scares.
isn't so much scary as it is just deeply unnerving. Number 15, Alan Wake.
Whatever.
And I think Alan Wake seems kind of cool, but I don't know if I call it horror.
If
It feels a little
Peaks and
actiony,
Stephen King merged together, then Alan Wake would be
just
the
with some
result.
minor
It
horror
tells the story
elements.
of the titular Alan Wake, a novelist who tries to uncover his wife's disappearance in the Twin Peaks-esque town of Bright Falls. Of course, the town's name is largely ironic, as it is plagued by something called the Dark Presence, a shadowy force with seemingly impossible speed, super strength, invulnerability, and the ability to possess. It's not bloody or gory or viscerally impacting, but there's just something really creepy about being hunted and stalked by the darkness itself. Not to mention it has the ability to turn the town's inhabitants against you. Nothing makes you feel more alone or more powerless.
I also had a very crazy, like, one
Number
scene that was
14,
actually kind of
Dead
awesome.
Space 2.
Again, meh.
Now, if you want to talk viscerally impacting, let's talk about Dead Space 2. The Dead Space series is the medium's answer to the scary space stories of old. Space inherently makes for a terrifying setting. Not only is it seemingly beyond human comprehension, but there's literally nowhere more isolating. In short, it really gets the good old imagination going. And not in a fun way.
It's difficult for me to take space seriously as like a viable thing of horror because of things like Star Trek and Star Wars. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I grew up on Star Trek, Star Wars, Star Fox, you name it.
I mean, I guess if you want me to be technical, I feel like it's a lot more scary when the aliens come to us and they turn our homes against us.
Even then, it's hardly much scary because The aliens invading Earth is one of the most overdone fucking bullshit ever. Plus, you have to take into account that M. Night Shyamalan ruined Aliens forever.
Oh yeah, he did. Freaking water.
I mean, I can accept that maybe sci-fi horror just isn't
Add
for
in
me.
some Lovecraftian alien things and some truly disturbing body horror.
I mean,
and
I
you
love
have the
cosmic
nightmare
horror,
that is Dead Space
but
2.
I don't know if
We
cosmic
didn't
horror
think it
counts
could
as
get much
sci-fi
scarier
horror,
than the
though.
first game. This proved us wrong. Number 13, Layers of Fear.
Did I mention that I don't like
fucking
walking
Angry
simulators?
Joe couldn't rationalize this one. It's hard to play a horror game where there's no consequences. You cannot die in this game.
Yeah.
The worst
Again.
that will ever happen to you is you will get jump scared.
Yeah, like seriously.
Yeah, this game blows.
More like Layers of Tears.
Developed by the oddly named Bloober team, Layers of Fear is a psychological horror that takes its cues and influences from the independent horror titles of the
Problem is, Blooper Team isn't very good at what they did because Blooper Team made Blair Witch, and that didn't work at all.
Wait, that was them?
Yes, the guys who made Layers of Fear are responsible for the Blair Witch game.
Oh, well.
decade. More on
Now that I
that
think
later.
about it, that's
You
not
play
as
as a
surprising.
mentally disturbed artist who is trying to paint his
That's what this this is basically the Kirby's epic yarn of horror games. You can't die and you can't really fail. The only way to possibly lose at this game is to never turn it on. It's basically impossible to lose at this game. And even though it claims it has multiple endings, all that's different is at the end of each game, you get a slightly different creepy painting. That's it.
Changing mansion. Like most psychological games, Layers of Fear places most of its horror within the mind and forces us to evaluate what is and isn't real. As such, it asks us to share in the protagonist's surreal experience, even if that's something we don't necessarily want to do. The persistent jump scares and disturbing visions definitely don't help.
Yeah, it doesn't help making it a good fucking game.
Number 12, Until Dawn.
How's this happening? Are you moving it?
I swear it's just moving.
Until Dawn is one of the PlayStation 4's
By the
most
way,
famous
Ouija boards are fake.
It serves as an interactive choose-your-own
All
adventure
you
style
who have a
game, as the
supposed
choices you
real
make
Ouija
directly
board
impact
story,
the
you're
story
full of
and
shit.
characters. The story takes its influence from a wide variety of horror styles, starting as a creepy slasher in the vein of Friday the 13th, before transitioning to a more fantastical tale involving Wendigos and Native American curses. Of course, much of the horror derives from the nature of those stories, but the stress of keeping your characters alive and trying to make the best decisions possible also adds an element of unpredictability that helps keep the game fresh and relentless.
One thing I will say it's kind of clever that Phaelus pointed out, it actually works in this game's favor that they give you an unlikable bitch character that you want to die, and she has the most possible outcomes for death. So it basically punishes you the longer you keep her alive, but it's an incredibly ingenious way to force you to try to work for the good ending because you just don't want to keep this character alive.
Yeah, I do kind of like that game did that.
Yeah, it is kind of an ingenious way to actually utilize the bitch character and make them useful, whereas if this was a horror movie, she would just be completely useless and get on everyone's nerves.
You're faking it. You're doing one hell of a job.
I wasn't faking anything.
Number 11, The Evil Within.
Sure, whatever, I guess.
Cool.
Being a third-person horror title directed
Although
by
personally,
Kimimorra
I've always
The
seen
Evil
this
Within
as
was
a
found to be
Resident
compared to the
Evil
Resident Evil
wannabe.
series. But while the
I think it was made by some of the same creators as the Resident Evil games, though I could be wrong.
The evil within
I do not
far more
believe it
psychological
was.
and
It has the
disturbing.
same gameplay style, but I don't believe it was made by Capcom.
Well, not like Capcom, like the same developers.
Its themes were more in line with Silent Hill than Resident Evil, complete with a troubled protagonist, otherworldly locations, a general nightmarish tone, and a story so bizarre and bonkers it'll have you genuinely questioning the sobriety of its
I
creators.
can't get over the fact
And
that
who
this
can
guy
forget
right
the
here,
grotesque
like the
enemies
main
such as
villain,
Quell, Laura, and everyone's favorite, the Keeper.
I can't get over how the
It's
main villain of the
deeply
Evil Within
disturbing, but also
looks a lot like
incredibly
Kessler from
rewarding.
Infamous. Yes, like, there was some obvious inspiration.
Number 10,
No.
Condemned Criminal Origins.
Again, I'm fine with this being at number 10.
Condemned is basically the video game equivalent of Seven. You play as an SCU investigator named Ethan Hunt, who must study and analyze crime scenes to catch serial killers. And much like Seven, the game's setting of Metro is visually dark, seedy, and repressive, almost as if the
I'm gonna have to
city is
get back to
embodiment of
playing
violence
this
and
game
depravity
again
within it.
sometime. Maybe for a future stream. Who knows? I'll definitely try to play some horror games every once in a
As
while
if
for
that's
the
not scary enough,
podcast.
Ethan suffers
If I
from visual
can.
hallucinations, each episode more unbelievable and deeply unsettling.
Although
than the
I may
last.
have finally
The game
worked
is a
out a
hideous-
situation with where I can finally get a gaming PC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a friend of an old ex of mine is helping me out with this.
Oh, cool.
She's a bit of a tech whiz, and she's working on putting our gaming PC put together. And all I'll have to do is get my little brother to send my computer monitor out to me, because that's the only part I'll still need. But everything else will be taken care of, and I can finally have a gaming PC and not have to worry about the stress of getting a fucking graphics card, because it's fucking impossible nowadays. There's a massive shortage. And I get the feeling I'd be able to have a much easier time streaming games if I wasn't using a piece of shit.
This combination of inventive jump scares, unimaginable perversion, brutal melee combat, and surreal visuals. Condemned isn't played so much as it's lived in and experienced.
Be ready for death, Agent Thomas. It shall come visiting again.
Number 9, The Last of Us Part 2.
Fuck!
Oh my fucking god, you motherfucking cocksucker. It's one thing to put The Last of Us on here. It's another thing to put The Last of Us 2 on here, you son of a bitch.
Honestly, I wasn't even having any real problems with this list. I mean, yes, we did have Five Nights at Freddy's fucking Slender, but aside from that, things were actually kind of looking up for a moment there.
That game, sucks. Fans hate it. It was never supposed to be fun.
No. Oh.
The devs making it were abused. Like, that's another thing. Like devs had to suffer through crunch to make this fucking piece of shit. And what was it all worth?
Nothing. All it won was just a rigged gaming awards and nothing but just outright scorn from the general
And
public.
the game didn't sell well at all.
Like, it basically turned off fans of the first games and scared off potential fans.
This is a huge problem. Just gobble it up, you fucking sheep.
Oh, God.
Like, this game didn't sell well. The devs working on it were fucking abused so they could make this fucking piece of shit. Fans hated it. I mean, it's garbage. All The Last of Us 2 proves is that people like me that actually spoke out against this shitty franchise from the very beginning were right, that this franchise was garbage and it never had a future. But nobody fucking believed people like me, like usual. I always say this, and I don't mean this in a dickish way, but how many times do I have to be right before people think that maybe they should hear out what I have to say? How many times do I have to be right? Now, sure, I'm not right about everything, but I'm usually right about most things.
May we just say one thing. The Rat King can go right to hell. Like its predecessor, The Last of Us Part 2 involves sections made up of pitch-black hallways,
There's only one Rat King.
and many disgusting visuals.
This ain't it.
But it's not just the visuals that make The Last of Us Part 2 so unnerving. It's the game's general atmosphere.
Like, the freaking Rat King from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is scarier than that.
Yep. And honestly, a video game where I'm expected to take a lesbian main protagonist seriously and a transgender stereotype, not a trans character, a transgender stereotype as a sympathetic, misunderstood character, yeah, fuck right off. It's impossible to make a lesbian character sympathetic, and it's impossible to make me root for a pretty much equivalent to a offensive stereotype seriously. You can't make a character like Abby and then expect me to take you seriously. You can't make Ellie a lesbian, give her a child, and then expect me to care for her plight and not just want to do everything possible to get her and Dina murdered violently.
Right.
In fact, if anything, I'm pretty sure like it would be like seen as like extremely stigmatized to be a lesbian in an apocalypse, because the less people breed, the more shitty things become. So I imagine lesbians wouldn't be looked on too favorably in a fucking apocalypse.
Right.
Its predecessor, there are very few, if any, lighthearted moments to be found. It's just unending hatred and horrific violence, including the most brutal and realistic death animations we've ever seen in a video.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It's just nothing but a game that's meant to make you feel miserable because Neil Druckmann thinks he's smart for doing this.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, Neil Sucksman. You're no genius.
I know, you're just a fucking cuck that managed to make an overrated game, most likely because you were able to ride the success of games like Crash Bandicoot and Uncharted. So at that point, people probably would have worshipped any shitty game you made before people saw you for the hack that you were.
Right.
Uncomfortable and downright exhausting, this sequel will stick to you long after the end credits roll.
Yeah, no, it won't. The history is not going to be favorable towards this fucking game.
No, in fact, I think this game will even get more hate as time goes on.
Yep. I swear to God, demonophobia will be looked upon more favorably in the history books than this piece of shit. If it is thrown in the history book, it's going to be an example of how not to make a fucking video game.
Right.
Yes, Naughty Dog was originally developed by... God damn it. Crash Bandicoot was originally developed by Naughty Dog.
Mm-hmm.
Number 8, Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem.
I hate you so much, Watch Mojo.
This is the one that seeks to do combat with me.
Eternal Darkness is a definite standout within the Nintendo library. Released exclusively on the GameCube and published by Nintendo, Eternal Darkness was the esteemed publisher.
Oh yeah, real quick. This game is evidence that all those of you that have said over the years that Nintendo is a kiddie company suck on this.
Yeah.
Because this was a GameCube exclusive.
Let's
So
see.
suck on that.
Really? Is that a fact now, Otaku? They censored their own game. Fucking wonderful.
Honestly, somebody needs to go tell Japan that censorship is gay.
At going mature. And what a resounding success it was.
Well, Otaku was saying that The Last of Us... I heard that The Last of Us 2 did censorship on its own.
Most of the game's scares stem from its sanity effects, a highly unique mechanic in which
The Last
game
of Us 2
essentially
is
forces
everything
players.
that's wrong
Some
with
examples
modern
include pretending
gaming.
to change TV inputs,
Mhm.
fake deleting your save
Like, I'm
files,
pretty sure EA is fucking pissed off that somebody managed to basically outshine them. Now EA is probably going to overcompensate for this. Thanks, Naughty Dog. Now who knows what crazy shit EA is going to try next.
Yeah. Also, a lot of people say that apparently Last of Us Part 2 robbed Ghost of Tsushima of the Game of the Year awards. Honestly, I think Ghost of Tsushima is above the Game of the Year awards. Like, that was a game where the
Now,
creators...
You want to know who truly got robbed? Doomslayer. That's who got the sharp end of the stick.
Exactly.
Doom Eternal got fucked hardcore.
Yeah, I mean...
It couldn't even get the best soundtrack award. What the fuck?
I mean, at least with games... I mean, here's the thing about Ghost of Tsushima and Doom. They prioritized what fans wanted.
Doom Eternal was innovative and is going to usher in a new era of first-person shooter. The Last of Us 2 didn't do shit.
Yes. Yes, and and Ghost of Tsushima proved that Sucker Punch can offer players more than just Sly Cooper and Infamous.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, I'm cool now.
This is... fuck.
Your inventory and disconnecting your controller. This, of course, was in addition to various character-specific and environmental effects. The end result is unlike anything seen in a video game before, and it greatly aids in both interactivity and immersion within the story. Sanity's Requiem will have you questioning your own.
Time is running short. Without me, you are mere flesh, bone. Remember that.
Number 7. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard.
Oh, ha, ha, ha.
They must have been really proud of this joke.
The grave pull out the truth!
A lot was riding on Resident Evil 7. Resident Evil 5 was considered a bit of a disappointment after the masterpiece that was 4, and 6 was, well, let's not talk about 6. Now taking cues from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Resident Evil 7 came barreling out of the gate, and it did not hold back. From the unnerving atmosphere of the Baker family residence, alongside disturbing boss battles and gruesome sequences we can't show here, 7 brought the scares, both psychological and visceral. There may not have been a familiar face in sight until the very end, but this game single-handedly brought the franchise back from the brink of extinction. Resident Evil 2 only solidified Capcom's miraculous redemption.
I would argue that the Resident Evil franchise was never in trouble, but
Number
whatever.
6. Alien Isolation.
I think it was standing pretty strong for the most part.
Yeah. Like, say
We
what
did
you
it.
want about Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6. They didn't lose Capcom money. And they
No.
weren't exactly given the worst review scores in the world.
Plus, I think they did have their moments at the very least.
Yeah, here's how I look at Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil 5 is the culmination of a story that was building up and up and up. The reason for the more action focus was because this was the final showdown against Wesker.
Right.
And I'm sorry, but you have to take more of an action horror approach after everything that was building up to it. And it worked quite well. I think that Resident Evil 5 was a good send-off to the story arc between Chris Redfield and Albert Wesker. It was a nice culmination. It was an epic conclusion. It had one of the best soundtracks of any of the Resident Evil games. It had some really good moments, like the stuff with Jill. And the final battle with Wesker was actually pretty epic.
Right.
Sure, it had some goofy moments like the boulder punching moment, but I would say it earned some of those goofy moments because, again, it was intended to be essentially a final chapter of sorts.
Right.
Now, sure, maybe if Resident Evil 6 didn't come out, maybe people would have been more forgiving towards Resident Evil 5 and see things the way I see it. I never hated Resident Evil 5, and I don't understand the hate towards it, really. Resident Evil 6, okay, I kind of get it, but Resident Evil 6 isn't a bad game.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still get some enjoyment out of it.
True. Also, it was
We
pretty
got an
neat.
Alien game in keeping with the first movie's
Like,
tone.
you have to
Most
play as Jake
Alien titles
Mahler,
have followed
Wesker's
in the
son.
combat.
Yep.
He was a pretty decent character.
Now, sure, I won't lie. I do like my Resident Evil games to remain survival horror games. I'm not going to deny that. But at the same time, I'm okay with the franchise doing something different every once in a while, you know?
Right.
And again, these people have no right to complain because when it came to Resident Evil 8, you motherfuckers are lapping that up. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to hear that ever. I don't want to hear complaints about that ever again.
Cameron's Aliens, and that's
Not saying
fine.
that Resident Evil
But a lot
8's
of
a bad game. I'm sure it's a good game, and I'll probably enjoy it when I get my hands on it. But I'm none too happy that we're going back to the action horror route. Not saying I dislike action horror, but I'm a little bit frustrated that after being teased with Resident Evil 7, it feels like I'm never going to get that back. Thanks for that.
The franchise's fans were clamoring for a more atmospheric and claustrophobic experience in keeping with Ridley Scott's masterpiece, and Creative Assembly delivered. There are few video games as stressful and anxiety-inducing as this, as you are persistently hunted by the
I can think of a couple. How about you put on R-Type and then talk to me about anxiety
there are
and
defensive
stress?
techniques, but most of your time will be spent cowering under
I'm gonna bet
tables
these
or
guys
holding
probably
your
never
breath
heard
in
of
a locker
R-Type.
as the alien stomps and sniffs around outside.
I swear to God,
You didn't
R-Type
think
is the
our hearts
reason
could
why I
beat
have
so
anxiety.
If that's the only reason you have
Number 5.
anxiety, you are living a better life than I am.
Really? Can this even count since it's literally just a playable
We may
teaser?
never forgive Konami
Yeah,
for what
like-
they did to PT. If you've been living under a rock for the last 5 years, PT was a playable teaser, hence the initials, for a new Silent Hill game. This could have been the greatest horror game ever released. Not only was it being directed by Hideo Kojima and Guillermo del Toro, but the demo alone was scarier and more impactful than a lot of AAA horror games. This demo was a masterclass in horror, creating tension like nothing else and cycling through a wide variety of horror styles, each of which were well integrated and deliriously terrifying. It's a masterpiece of supernatural horror, and it will never again see the light of day.
Not exactly. Hideo Kojima can still make this game. All he has to do is just pull what the guy who made Castlevania did and make his own and make Bloodstain. Or I'm sorry, totally not Castlevania. Like all you got to do is just get cheeky. Hideo Kojima can still make this fucking game. Literally, all he has to do is change the title. What the fuck is Konami going to do about it?
Right. I mean, if you remove the Silent Hill shit and just keep in the same spirit, you'd essentially still get the same game.
Yeah, also, not to mention, for all of you that are mad about PT and Konami holding these franchises hostage, let me tell you something. If copyright law didn't exist, anybody could make a Silent Hill game. Anybody could make a Devil May Cry game. My bad. Anybody could make a fucking Castlevania game. This is all because of copyright law. Never forget. So if I catch you complaining about Konami holding franchises hostage, I expect to also see you being a vocal critic against copyright. Because if copyright law wasn't a thing, these companies could not hold these IPs hostage.
Right.
And Hideo Kojima could finish what he started.
Number 4, Fatal Frame 2, Crimson Butterfly. The first Fatal Frame was certainly scary, but Crimson Butterfly is on a whole other level. This game is quite possibly the greatest representation of J-horror within the video game medium. The gameplay largely centers on exploring an abandoned village and exercising its ghosts and demons with your magic hammer.
Since I'm a huge fan of J-horror, because there's one thing the Japanese understand, it's horror.
Confront your fears by interacting with the ghosts rather than running or hiding from them.
I can hear that.
And while all this is going on, the player's sister Mayu is overcome with some type of malicious force, making the whole thing feel deeply personal. There's simply no other ghost game like Fatal Frame 2. Number 3, Outlast.
Oh, come on.
No! God damn this game.
Oh boy, this one gave me nightmares. Outlast.
Well, that's because you're a pussy.
Horror surge of the early 2010s. Developed and published by Red Barrels, this game had you playing as a journalist who travels to a seemingly abandoned insane asylum to uncover the truth about inhumane experiments.
And then, yes, the inmates were in control of the asylum.
The gameplay is relatively simplistic, as it mostly consists of walking around, running away from enemies, and hiding under beds. Most of the game's mastery lies in its execution. It preys on our intrinsic fear of the dark, of being chased and hunted, and of being helpless against an enemy who wishes.
Consider the following. I am an anarchist. Does it look like I give a fuck what these crybabies think? Okay, here's the harsh reality. Don't like it? Make some fucking good games. If Konami doesn't like this shit, then make some fucking games. Do something with these franchises. You don't get to fucking hold franchises hostage, abuse employees, and fucking put false copyright strikes on people wanting to talk about your shit. You don't get to do that, okay? I'm an anarchist. I don't give a flying fuck about laws. Laws are not a good thing.
Welcome back, Wolf.
Yeah, back. I also remember when people were talking about Last of Us 2 on Twitter, man was going around copyright claiming their tweets.
Yeah, copyright law is bullshit. It needs to be abandoned. Like, how many times does copyright law have to be abused before people realize that's not a good thing? There is no such thing as intellectual property. You do not have the rights to an idea. Capiche? Intellectual property is bullshit and always has been. Oh, but what about the poor creators? They won't get. They might get their franchises stolen. They might lose money. Tough fucking shit. Welcome to the free market, bitch. Deal with it. Make a good product or go the fuck away. It's that simple. And no, I'm not getting political on you. This is just common sense. If you don't make a good product, what the fuck are you doing? Get out of here. Go away. We don't need hacks infesting this industry, putting out fucking shovelware. I don't give a fuck what these fucking corporations think. They can go fuck themselves for all I care. You don't get to be spoiled little brats. Okay? Make a good video, make a good product, or fuck right off. It's really that simple. If you want to make money, make a good product. And if you don't make a good product, don't be surprised when someone comes along and makes something better. It's really that simple. If Bloodstain kills the Castlevania franchise, Konami has no one but themselves to blame. I don't know why anarchists like me are some of the only people that seem to understand this. This should basically be common sense.
To do us harm. It's amazing what Red Barrel's managed to do with such limiting gameplay, and it helped revolutionize.
It's not amazing what Red Barrel's managed to do because this game sucks, and its sequel only proves how sucky this series is as a franchise. And I'm sure Last of Us 3 will be no different.
Right.
The only thing they're doing to make Last of Us 3 different is it's going to be co-op. Yeah, sure. I see that totally going over well.
Yeah, because that's going to make things all the more better.
It's the way horror games were made throughout the decade.
The co-op, how innovative.
Number 2, Amnesia: The Dark Descent. The legacy of Amnesia cannot be overstated. It kickstarted.
Actually, it can be.
Yeah, that's literally what I just said. It can be overstated.
This game is so fucking overrated. I'm tired of it.
Horror craze in the early 2010s.
What did it even contribute?
General style were heavily
Yeah.
copied throughout the decade.
Its sequel
The game
was a
has you control
fucking
man named
disaster.
Daniel, as he explores a dark and foreboding castle, solves intricate puzzles, and hides from deformed and nightmarish creatures that literally cause him to go insane.
This game is so overrated. I don't think I ever want to
Never
fucking
before
play
has a
it.
game focused so heavily on sheer survival, and few have made the player feel so alone and vulnerable. You may begin questioning your own sanity by the time the credits roll, never mind Daniel's. It's a masterful example of the survival horror genre, and it remains one of the scariest games ever made.
Oh, please.
Kick my ass.
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure to go into your settings and switch on notifications.
Number 1, Silent Hill 2.
Here we go again.
Honestly, the fact that we're already seeing this 3 times on a Watch Mojo list is making me want to play Silent Hill even less.
Okay. Once again. God damn it. Where is Sweet Home?
You wrote in.
I know, I'll fix that.
Didn't know if you noticed or not. Sorry.
Oh, wait. Damn it.
They probably won't count it since they get released in North America.
I don't give a damn if they counted PT.
Yeah.
I will say this until I'm blue in the face. Demonophobia is one of the best horror games released, and it does not deserve the bad reputation it gets. I will stand by this. If anything, demonophobia is proof that you can basically make a game out of the equivalent of a shoestring budget. Demonophobia looks like a fucking Flash game, and yet it's far scarier and far more tense than most shit shot out today. Top 20 horror movie plot twists. I mean, at least they have Esther from Orphan in the thumbnail. That's at least a decent sign, but I don't know about this one.
At this point, I wouldn't be optimistic.
Nope. I don't know. After this one, I might be burned out from Watch Mojo's dumbassery.
Yeah, I think I might have to leave in a little bit because I got work tomorrow.
Darn.
Sorry, Kimi, I don't make the rules.
I know you don't. Amazing video games that never got a sequel. Maybe another time. Top 10s. Let's see. I think I already covered this one.
Yeah, I think we saw that.
Top 10 new horror games of 2021.
That's game ranks, though.
Yep. Scariest games of the last decade. So 2010. Okay. Evolution of horror games. This could be interesting.
Yeah.
Top 10 games that are illegal to play? What? I'm tempted to click on this, but it might end up being unrelated.
Speaking of, did you guys already blow through the Saw videos before I joined?
Yeah, we covered some of them, yes.
Just curious.
I could probably cover some more though. But yeah, I did cover some Saw videos. But there's a lot to go through. People wonder why I'm so much more blunt and hard compared to most people, because sometimes every once in a while you need to be told that you suck and that you're wrong.
Yeah.
It's fine. Hardest Saw traps, meh.
I imagine most of that's like the ones from Tremor. I think it was either like 3 or 4 that had all the rigged traps.
The smartest decisions in Saw movies. For some reason, oddly enough, this Saw YouTuber that I know of criticized this trap as saying, oh, they're in a love triangle. They shouldn't be in this trap. This is stupid. And I'm like, excuse me, sir, I have a problem with literally everything you just said. There's a difference between being in a love triangle and being in a love triangle that's based on a toxic, manipulative woman that's making you do illegal shit for her benefit.
Right.
While seeing you as little more than objects. Like, that just infuriates me.
Hey. Sounds like this person missed the complete point of having traps like these.
I think he did, because he's like, I've been in a love triangle. Yeah, was your love triangle toxic and manipulative?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the thing about Saw. Like, it's where you ask, do you really want these people to survive? Like, can they actually change?
Yeah.
I feel like I shouldn't have to explain this.
Amanda.
No, I wouldn't want them to survive, that's for sure.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 victims who actually escaped their traps in Saw. For this list, we'll be looking at characters throughout this horror franchise who either made it out of their traps successfully or survived on the basis of someone else's actions. How do you think you would do in a Saw trap? Let us know in the comments below.
Who knows?
Now on to the top 10.
Depends on the trap.
Number 10, Brenda, Saw 4. Brenda found herself the target of Jigsaw by acting as a pimp and forcing young women into prostitution. Brenda served as part of Daniel Riggs' test, and she was attached to a particularly nasty
I mean, unless
chick.
I missed something, I haven't gotten the chance to rewatch Saw 7, where there was the big survivor scene, but I could have sworn she died.
Yeah, like, I think
Once
what
the
happened
pig
is
mask
that
was pulled off her head,
there was
her
like a
scalp was
pseudo
slowly
trap
peeled away by
that she
her
was
hair.
attached to, and like the real test began when
After
she got
a bout
out.
of panicking, Daniel was successfully able
I don't
to
know,
locate the
maybe I'm
combination
wrong, but I
to
could have
lock
sworn
and
she
free
died.
Brenda from the contraption. And while Brenda later died from attacking Daniel, itself a part of Brenda's test,
Son of a
she did
whore. So because she survived for like 2 seconds.
So I was
Also,
right.
That wasn't her trap. That was for Rig, you jerk off.
And
Had
again,
Rig never shown up, the trap would have never been activated.
survive
Epic
the trap
failure.
itself.
and it's just the first entry.
Number 9, Art Blank. Saw
Once again,
4.
he dies
Art Blank
too.
found himself in a particularly scary trap in Saw 4. He awoke with his mouth sewn shut alongside Trevor, who had his eyes sewn shut. The two were shackled together in a mausoleum, and the key for Art's lock was found on Trevor's neck. Art needed to communicate with Trevor despite his unfortunate inability to speak. However, Trevor panicked and attacked Art, causing Art to defend himself by killing Trevor. This completed, Art was finally able to free himself using the key. He would later die, but his first test proved a success, minus the shredded mouth and gaping leg wound. Number 8, Brad and Ryan. Saw 3D.
Interesting thing about these two, they don't outright say this, but it was revealed in one of the DVDs featurettes that those two people that were helping Gordon when he went after Hoffman, it was Brad and Ryan.
Oh, really?
Yep, they were the ones that were in the pig masks helping Gordon.
Oh, that's pretty cool, actually.
Which leads me to believe that this trap was not the doing of Hoffman, but actually Dr. Gordon. And it's possible that he may have, that's similar to his teacher Jigsaw, he may have brought these two along as accomplices after their experience.
So, I would have never guessed that. I kept wondering who were the two other pig masks.
Granted, it is revealed in a DVD special, but it is revealed that canonically Brad and Ryan were the ones helping Gordon, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Brad and Ryan were two men who were infatuated with Dina and committed crimes on her behalf. They were captured and subjected to a public trap in the Welthammer store.
She is toxic, and today, all of your transgressions will be made public.
The men were attached to contraptions holding circular saw blades, and Dina was suspended above them on a metal plate. Brad and Ryan were forced into a reverse tug of war, as one needed to push the circular saw into the other. If both failed, then Dina would die. Realizing that they were both played by Dina, a vengeful Brad and Ryan decided to sacrifice her life for their own.
I think we're breaking up with you, Dina.
Number 7. Malik Scott and Britt
Okay,
Stevenson.
this one's fine.
Saw 5.
Because these two
Malik
actually
and Britt were
lived.
kidnapped and tortured for being involved in a deadly apartment fire that
Plus,
killed
they
8
actually
people.
learned their
They
lesson.
found themselves tested numerous times through Saw 5, with the last being particularly gruesome. Both Malik and Britt were forced to shove their arms into spinning saw blades and fill a beaker with 10 pints of blood. After the beaker was filled, the blades stopped and the trap released both Malik and Britt, resulting in their survival and rescue at the hands of Dan Erickson. Malik's arm was saved despite being utterly mangled, and he later joined a self-help group of fellow Jigsaw survivors. Number 6. Logan Nelson.
Again, this
Jigsaw.
one is also
Logan
fine.
Nelson served as a major part of John Kramer's life by negligently mislabeling Kramer's X-ray, which delayed his timely cancer diagnosis. Logan was placed in the Buckethead trap on Tuck's pig farm, but woke up too late, thereby missing the essential clue of the trap. However, Kramer eventually saved Logan himself by stopping the trap and releasing him from the bucket. According to him, Logan shouldn't have to die over an honest mistake. Logan proceeded to serve as Jigsaw's partner and eventual successor, even working on the reverse bear trap that would eventually ensnare Amanda in the first movie.
Together, we built a legacy.
Number 5. Peter Strahm. Saw 5.
Okay.
Serving as the main protagonist of Saw 5, Peter Strahm found himself in a trap involving a glass cube placed over his head. After attempting to force the cube open, it began to fill with water. This one serves as a horrible combination of claustrophobia and fear of drowning, and we want absolutely no part of it. Unfortunately, Peter was not able to complete the test successfully. Fortunately, he was good at thinking on his feet and literally performed a tracheotomy on himself with a ballpoint pen. Talk about a resourceful dude. It allowed Peter to breathe underwater and gave him enough time to be saved by paramedics. Number 4. Mark Hoffman. Saw 6. Mark Hoffman is a recurring character throughout the Saw franchise, having starred as the primary antagonist in Saw 4 through 7.
KK.
Mark found himself in a modern version of the reverse bear trap in Saw 6, although Jill had no intention of allowing him to survive. As such, Mark was never provided a key for his escape. However, Mark is another resourceful character and managed to prevent the trap from springing by holding it between 2 metal bars. While the trap tore his cheek apart, he was able to remove his head from the contraption and quickly went into hiding and alive. If not entirely free, man. Number 3. Eric Matthews. Saw 3. Eric Matthews is another recurring character, having served as the protagonist of Saw 2 through 4. At the end.
Okay. No. Mark Hoffman failed his test. God damn it. Eric Matthews failed his test and then died in the next in Riggs' test. So yeah. I'm guessing they're going for a technicality on this one because he found a way out of the bathroom, I guess. But the whole point was that he failed his first test and he was supposed to die in that bathroom.
Of Saw 2, Eric is imprisoned in the same filthy bathroom in which Adam and Gordon were tested. He used the toilet tank that Adam used to bludgeon Sepp to break his foot and release himself from the shackle. He was subsequently able to fight off Amanda and survive her murder attempt, all despite his mangled foot. And he was eventually found by Mark Hoffman and taken to a cell. He survived Saw 2 and 3, but his luck ultimately ran out in Saw 4. Number 2, Amanda Young. Saw.
Hello, Amanda. You don't know me, but I want to play a game.
Speaking of Amanda, she was one of the most prominent survivors of Jigsaw. Equipped with the famous reverse bear trap, Amanda was forced to dig the accompanying key out of Donnie Greco's stomach. Greco was paralyzed, allowing Amanda to cut open his stomach and retrieve the swallowed key. She unlocked the device just before it sprang open. Horrified by what she had encountered and what she was forced to do, Amanda fled to the police and was subsequently
Not gonna lie, one thing I
Tapp.
would have tried is I would have tried making the guy throw up first.
Actually, huh.
Worth a try.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's
I
actually
mean,
pretty
if he
smart.
was in his stomach.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the few instances where Adam's idea of throwing up might have actually made sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it might not have worked, but it would have been worth a try, so that way both of them were able to make it out alive. And it might have impressed Jigsaw.
Of course, Amanda would have a far bigger role to play in the movies to come.
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our
Because remember,
latest
it's not
videos.
just about
You have
surviving,
the
it's
option
also
to be
about learning
notified
the
for
value of
occasional
life.
videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications.
Number 1, Dr. Lawrence Gordon.
Of course.
Saw.
Naturally.
This is probably going to be number 1.
Life, you have given people the news that they're going to die soon. Now you will be the cause of death.
It all started with Lawrence Gordon and Adam Stanheidt. Adam wasn't as lucky as he was shot by Gordon and eventually suffocated by Amanda. On the other hand, Gordon proved so desperate to save his family that he sawed his own foot off with a provided hacksaw. Even to this day, it's arguably the franchise's most famous scene. Even though it's incredibly tame by modern Saw standards,
What are you doing?
the now footless Gordon managed to crawl out of the room and cauterize his stump on a steaming pipe, giving him enough time to be rescued and treated by Jigsaw.
Do you agree with our picks? Check out this other recent clip from Watch Mojo.
Let's see, what else do we have?
Ten movie horror reveals no one was ready for.
Oh dear, it's what culture again? I don't know about this one. I mean, one of the first things I see is Jaws.
When done well, few things can be as impactful in the horror genre as a good reveal. Having had an audience on a gripping roller coaster of a
What the
ride,
fuck
a haunting
was
plot
that?
twist can take an average film and make it a great one. Of
Yeah.
course, the opposite can happen. With a
Looks like
fist-wrenching,
somebody
film-flattering
having a
twist, easily
meal
having the ability
in
to
what was left of his
completely ruin the solid
office
groundwork
while in the
that's
middle of
gone
a
for it.
flaming
I'm Jess from What
apocalypse.
Culture, and here are 10 such horror reveals that none of us were particularly ready for. Number 10, The Switcheroo, The Skeleton Key. For the most part, The Skeleton Key is a movie that seems to play it safe, rolling along at a steady pace.
I thought this movie
exploring
was
a few
supposed to
elements of
suck.
voodoo,
Why does
or
What
hoodoo
Culture
as it's
keep
referred to
mentioning
here.
it?
What The Skeleton Key does have going for it, though, is the sort of reveal that can make a film be forever remembered. By the time all is said and done with this 2005 picture, Kate Hudson's Caroline has been body switched with old and frail Violet Devereaux. That was all done by an ancient ritual called the Conjure of Sacrifice, with the form of Violet actually housing the spirit of hoodoo expert Mama Cecile. The painstaking irony here, of course, is that the only way that Mama Cecile was able to take control of Caroline's body was to wait for Hudson's character to start believing in hoodoo. The gut punch of The Skeleton Key is that you now realize that Caroline has to spend the rest of her days as a partly paralyzed mute trapped in someone else's body, unable to tell the world or warn the next potential victims of Mama Cecile and her longtime partner, Papa Justify. Number 9. Wait, Chief Brody is dead? Jaws: The Revenge. Having been the central protagonist of the first two Jaws movies, many were a little surprised to see Roy Scheider's Martin Brody not featured in Jaws 3D. But while Chief Brody's absence in that threequel was one thing, franchise fans weren't ready for the reveal in Jaws: The Revenge that Brody was dead. It wasn't even just the death of Brody that took audiences back, but even worse is that it happened between movies and was merely referenced by a few lines of dialogue in that fourth Jaws picture. As Lorraine Gray
Final Destination has a bad habit of killing off characters that way, and it kind of is
although she
annoying.
believes it was the pressure put on her husband's heart by his shark encounters that was the real cause of death. In truth, actor Roy Scheider ruled himself out of a role in Jaws: The Revenge unless his character was killed off in the film's opening moments. Still, using a throwaway line to reveal to the audience that Chief Brody was dead was something that many weren't ready for. Then
Also,
again,
what's
that
the
was
logic
just one
of a
the
shark
many,
wanting
many
revenge?
disappointing elements of Chores
None.
Revenge. Number 8, it's not their daughter. Don't Look Now. While Don't Look Now is a horror thriller masterpiece, there's a lot more going on under the hood than so many similar movies of the time. Rather than the cut and paste formula used by so many of its contemporaries, Don't Look Now instead serves as an exploration of grief, with Laura and John Baxter coming to terms with the tragic death of their young daughter during the opening act. After the couple make a temporary move to Venice due to John's work commitments, they soon find themselves starting to think that maybe their deceased daughter isn't quite as dead as previously believed. In their quest for truth, though, we get a conclusion that nobody was prepared for. That conclusion is part of a final act that sees John chasing through the streets and back alleys of Venice as he pursues who he believes to be his daughter Christine. After finally confronting this figure, not only is it not Christine, it's instead a little person who slices John's throat with a meat cleaver. All of the visions and imagery John has been seeing throughout his entire Venice stay,
Well,
other than
it's
being with his
unexpected,
daughter
I'll
still
say
being alive,
that.
these visions were instead of John foreseeing his own murder. Number 7, it was all a coping mechanism. Goodnight Mommy. Veronica Franz
Another
and
movie I know
Samuel
nothing
Fiala's
about.
Goodnight Mommy is a film that spends so much time teasing you with one thing, only to pull the rug out from under you and deliver something completely different. In this 2014 picture, a mother returns home to her twin boys after she's had some plastic surgery carried out. With her face largely covered by bandages and with her acting strangely, the twins start to suggest that this isn't actually their real mother, and instead, it's an imposter posing as their mom. From there, we get to see the duo of Elias and Lucas go to the extreme lengths of tying their mother to a bed, gluing her mouth together, and then they eventually superglue her to the living room floor as they demand she explains to them what has happened to their real mother. The kicker here is that this is their real mother, and the twist is that Lucas has actually been dead the entire time. Having gone insane after the death of his brother, Elias has been imagining his twin brother at his side as a coping mechanism to deal with his loss. But by the time all is said and done, his grip on reality is so far gone that he ends up burning his mother alive, with his own fate left ambiguous by the time Goodnight Mommy draws to a close. Number 6, nope, he's totally not changed his ways. Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. Loosely based on the real-life atrocities of the murderous Henry Lee Lucas, 1986's Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer features a phenomenal performance from Michael Rooker as the titular Henry. Most people may know Rooker for The Walking Dead or as Guardian of the Galaxy's Yondu, but the Rook has never been better than he was in John McNaughton's chilling 86 offering. Having spent so much of the picture watching Henry and his pal Otis clinically butchering men, women, and children for nothing more than and giggles, the audience starts to think that there may, just may, be a softer side lurking somewhere within Henry. As Otis's sister Becky starts to break down the blood-stained walls put up by Rooker's character, it becomes apparent that there is more to this fiend than simply murder. With this pair having struck up quite the bond, the final act of Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer sees Henry kill Otis. From there, Henry disposes of the body and he and Becky hit the road, professing their love for one another and finding a motel. For those taken along by the dangling carrot of Henry having turned over a new leaf, though, a punch in the gut is waiting just around the corner, as the movie closes with a shot of a solo Henry dumping the blood-tinged suitcase with the assumed dead Becky. Number 5, Built on a Lie. His House. The feature debut of director Rami Malek's His House is one of the most impactful horror films to have come around in many a year. Of course, so much of that hard-hitting impact is down to the reveal that the film pulls out of its back pocket during its second half. With Sudanese refugees Bol and Riel having seen their daughter drown during their painstaking journey to reach UK shores, it soon becomes apparent that their new English home is haunted by an apeth, aka a night witch, complete with ominous warnings about stealing a life and being a thief. Bol refuses to listen to his apeth, whereas Riel is more understanding and remorseful towards the presence. Where the big reveal is concerned, the left field slap around the neck is that it turns out their daughter was not the couple's daughter. Instead, she was somebody who Bol and Riel claimed as their offspring in order to be allowed on a bus to safety following a with the child's real mother left to die as part of said massacre. Number 4, Busta Rhymes and Kung Fu, Halloween Resurrection. Despite being a disappointing entry in the Halloween franchise, the loose premise of Halloween Resurrection was at least an intriguing one that was very much timely for the movie's release.
Whoa. What the fuck? Why are we talking about Halloween Resurrection?
I don't know, because apparently the plot twist was Busta Rhymes' new Kung Fu.
Wait a second. I literally went for a minute to go pee, and then to get me some tetrazzini. What the fuck?
I told you, look at the screen. That was the big twist, apparently.
I'm guessing they're going for it was so stupid that nobody expected it.
For Busta Rhymes and
I thought they were going to
Halloween
mention the whole Laurie
Resurrection.
Strode
Despite being a disappointing entry in the Halloween franchise, the loose premise of Halloween Resurrection was at least an intriguing one that was very much timely for the movie's release in 2002. With so many people around the globe starting to be gripped by reality TV fever,
Reality
Resurrection
TV
opted to take
blows.
that concept and run with it. And thus, its 8th Halloween offering saw the regular
Reality
story of
TV isn't even
things
real.
placed in a camera-riddled Maya's
Nope.
house as part of a TV game show. The big reveal of the picture that
I was so happy when in the Rampage trilogy, the main character, Bill Williamson, when he gives his big speech in the second film, he tears people apart that think that, oh, I watch the news, I watch reality TV. He just roasts people that do that.
And I want to reiterate, this guy in the Rampage movie, his name is Bill Williamson.
Yep, that's his name.
I have no words.
Why?
Because it's basically like naming him Will Williamson.
I didn't have much of a problem with his name.
that nobody was ready for was the sight of Busta Rhymes pulling out some kung fu moves to beat the piss out of Michael Myers. Forever an unstoppable force of nature, the infamous Shape was taken down in Halloween Resurrection, largely thanks to Busta's ability to not...
Now, this is another reason why I can't take people seriously that suggest Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees. Michael Myers can't even beat a C-list rapper that knows kung fu. You want to put him against Jason fucking Voorhees? I mean, I like Jason Voorhees. Dude is fucking overpowered as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware that Halloween Resurrection has been decanonized, but at one point, Michael Myers was so pathetic he couldn't beat a rapper who knew kung fu. Need I say more? Stop suggesting Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees. It's trash.
only go toe-to-toe with him, but Rhymes' moves being able to get the best of Michael. Number 3, brain transplants. Get up.
Fuck yourself. And fuck this movie.
Hey. Jesus.
Go buy a vibrator and stop making videos. This movie is so overrated, and this plot twist was kind of stupid the more I think about it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this honestly made no sense.
I don't think I need to explain that this isn't how brain transplants work.
No.
If this was how brain transplants worked, then the transgender suicide rate would probably not exist anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, any sense of reality was just tossed out the window with this.
Yeah. And the fact that Get Out was trying to take itself so seriously and be realistic for the most part, and then they just pull out this sort of pseudoscience. This is what you come up with when you have no clue how anything works. But then again, what do I expect from a guy who spent most of his career doing comedy and making skits out of the most ridiculous shit possible?
With his directorial debut Get Out, Jordan Peele shot himself to modern-day horror superstardom. What starts off as a simple story of a young woman introducing her boyfriend to her parents soon takes a shock.
Jordan Peele might be a somewhat talented director, but as a voice of the horror community, he's fucking useless.
Yeah. Honestly, I thought they were going to go with this whole, like, stupid, this person was the doppelganger plot twist from Us.
Like, okay. Jordan Peele might come up with some interesting ideas, but more times than not, they're usually wasted. Like, I won't lie. The premise of Us was interesting,
right.
But then when you get the big reveal, nothing makes sense.
Right.
Plus,
it's because Jordan Peele was more concerned about themes rather than telling a story. I take a different approach. I tell a story, and then I think about potential themes after the fact. I didn't start thinking about the themes of Snuff Machinery until I was like more than halfway finished with the fucking thing, and I already had a beginning, middle, and end planned out.
Right.
So yeah, like I'm more focused on telling a story. The themes and message of the story is mostly secondary. I'll let the audience figure that out. For the most part, I'm concerned with telling a good story and making sure I have good characters. Jordan Peele seems to miss this.
Twist thanks to a game-changing final act reveal. That reveal is that Rose's family specialize in transplanting brains. Not just that, but the family are paid by elderly white people.
This family is impossible to take seriously, okay? Like, I get that there are some people that really like black people, but not to this extreme, okay? Not even black supremacists love black people this much. Like the whole movie is just really stupid. Thank God for ER's video, because it even smacked people like Mueller to their senses, because Mueller, when he first saw this movie, thought it was great. Thank God for ER senpai. He wasn't having any of that shit. He's like, no, this movie is stupid, and let me show you how stupid this movie is. Sadly, though, it got taken down for quote-unquote racism in massive quotations.
Of course it did.
Even though the irony is that even though this is only speculation, I have reason to believe that ER is a black man. Now, granted, I have no hard evidence of this. Just call it a hunch.
All right.
Human spirit implanted into younger black
Now, I could always
with
be
those
wrong.
new vessels seeing their own conscience left in the limbo-like sunken place as part of this procedure. Throughout Get Out, you're always a little on edge that
Also,
something
that's
isn't
not how
quite right about
hypnosis
the whole
works.
situation. And it's
No.
refreshing to see that our protagonist, Chris, is smart enough to know that something is off, but nobody could have predicted just how Get Out would play out upon a first watch. Number 2, Esther was really a middle-aged woman.
Okay, I'm fine with this one. This plot twist genuinely got me and my mom. And it was genuinely actually pretty clever. It was a nice twist on the whole evil kid thing that was starting to become a cliche at the time. And I'm actually excited that they're making a prequel. I'm actually up for it. Although I'm not sure how they're going to work in a prequel, because the girl who played Esther is no longer a child, so I don't know how they're going to make that work. Maybe they should have made a prequel a lot sooner.
The biggest reveal of 2009's Orphan was somewhat of a double whammy.
But I think this is a bit of an underrated movie. I wish people talked about Orphan more.
First and foremost, we found out that the titular young orphan at the center of the movie was actually a 33-year-old woman with a hormone disorder. That in and of
Yep.
itself was a
See, this girl has what is known as dwarfism. I've mentioned this before when talking about how people try to say that lolly characters that are actually 40-year-old women are unrealistic and just an excuse for perverts to get away with jerking off to children. Dwarfism is very real. I remember this one time, I was watching some slight TMI, but I was one night watching some porn, as you do, and I was going through the Asian tag because I just felt like it, and I came across this porn star, and she was like 34 years old, but she had the body of a 10-year-old. It was fucking crazy. She had dwarfism, just like this girl.
That'll definitely throw somebody in a loop.
Yeah, you can't tell me that's unrealistic. Like for example, in a certain magical index, there's this 40-year-old teacher that looks like a child, and that's like somewhat of a joke. Yeah, they use it as a bit of a joke, but it is something that can happen. There's also the same thing in reverse, where there are young girls that look significantly older than they actually are. Stuff like this does happen.
Yeah, so I'm tired of
Troubling
idiots
revelation.
denying
But
reality.
before that knowledge, we had to watch the extremely uncomfortable moment that this supposed 9-year-old tried to seduce the man who had adopted her. Thankfully, Peter Sarsgaard's John spurned the advances of the deranged Est.
Oh, so that's who played the father. I didn't know that was Peter Skarsgård. I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw this movie, I genuinely thought that was the guy from 24. I won't lie. I didn't know that was Skarsgård.
Although not so thankfully for him, this pint-sized psycho then stabbed John to death. What started off as a disturbing tale of a child who likes to kill animals and torture other children was flipped on its head and turned up to a whole other level of shocking by the time Orphan's second half kicked into gear. Number 1, the horrifying truth. Megan is missing.
I hear about
Just
this movie
thinking
a
of
lot.
Megan is Missing's big reveal is more than
Even
enough to
YMS
instantly
has a
turn
video
your
about
stomach.
it.
As you get to grips with the grim, disturbing reality of this 2011 picture's narrative, it goes and throws an even grimmer and more disturbing reveal your way. And let's face it, the numerous reveals of Megan is Missing are things that nobody
that's
was
her
ready
main
to see.
motivation.
To get to the crux of the matter, the titular 14-year-old Megan of Megan is Missing goes, well, missing. Played by Rachel.
So she pretends to be, basically the twist is she pretends to be a little girl so that way she can get adopted because she has no family, they're dead. And she tries to seduce the father, and when it doesn't work, she kills them and burns the house down.
Okay, then.
Yep.
When Megan disappears after agreeing to meet a mysterious 17-year-old skater named Josh, who she met online. With her best friend Amy desperate to find Megan, the truth of the matter becomes more and more uncomfortable as and when it's revealed. Having been threatened by Josh, Amy unearths the security footage showing her bestie being abducted. But in her quest to deal with the disappearance of Megan, Amy soon finds herself suffering a similar fate. Amy was then told she'd be set free if she gets into a barrel. In that barrel, though, we see the shocking image of Megan's decaying corpse. Forced into this barrel, Amy and the dead body of her best friend are then buried and left to rot together. Let me know down in that comment section what your favorite.
Damn, that's actually kind of screwed up.
Yeah. Not bad.
You know, you could probably fill like at least half of this list with characters from Scream.
Yeah, like... Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That might be enough video for now. I don't know.
So, those were something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've always spoken about the possibility of working on a script where basically the premise is a what-if scenario of what if Rin gave into her darker self. And it would be a potential satirical black comedy where you have this little lolly girl running around, similar to the premise of Kodomo no Jiken, trying to get with her teacher, but instead of like doing what she does in the manga, handle things more realistically and maturely, she ends up having like extreme solutions, like killing the teacher, that's a love rival, or when he mentions the realistic possibility that the police could take him away if he tried to engage any further, she gets the genius idea of, I'm going to kill all the police officers in the town. And throughout the whole time, she maintains this appearance as this innocent little girl, but when she's going after a victim, she basically mocks them with a phrase of, don't worry, I'm just a child. As a way to sort of mock them of the reality that they're basically being fucked up by a child, and even if they survive, nobody's going to fucking believe them.
Tales of the Dark Multiverse, Kodomo no Jigen.
Yep. Yep, and it would basically be like the same similar premise as Kodomo no Jiken, but with more of a dark horror approach. And I would even make that perfectly clear that like, for example, if Watashi ever caught wind of it, I'd be like, oh, I have nothing but respect for your story. And I was just thinking, like, well, what if she went down a darker path?
Yeah, that would definitely be something. I mean, honestly, the only thing I need to really stop myself from getting any sleep is the idea that of someone like Rin actually being willing to commit murder.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could put me in the same room with a full-sized lion and I wouldn't be as terrified.
Well, it's funny as Misty / Carnexia admits that he's terrified of Rin.
Well,
which is kind of hilarious.
True. It's like
I mean, Kodomo no Jiken does sometimes border on that in-between cusp of psychological elements and potential psychological horror, but it never quite takes that extra step.
Right.
But it just goes to show that some people underestimate just how terrifying children can be.
Yeah. It's pretty goddamn horrifying.
Yep.
Yeah, they think that they're incapable of murder when they're not incapable. They're definitely capable.
Right.
Oh, it's one of the reasons why in my dark fantasy mythos I've written around my OC character, one of the main villains is a child, or at least using the body of a child to fuck with people.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yep. I'll definitely get the chance to cover this in the particular podcast episode, but those that see things like Kodomo no Jiken as little more than just pedo bait miss out on an intriguing story with some genuinely fascinating characters, and a character that can either charm you or genuinely scare the shit out of you.
Exactly.
Like, I remember this one part from the manga where Rin is with Aoki, and she presents to him a horrifying possibility that, but then again, if they did catch me in here with you because they're at a spa because they're doing like some vacation thingamajig and they're at like some kind of like spa place, and she tells him, then you would lose your job, your family would disown you, and then you would have nobody left but me. And then you would have no choice but to love me. Like, just her even putting that idea into his head is far more frightening than anything in, for example, Higurashi, which everyone likes to say is so terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, that is. Yeah, I mean, sheesh. Okay, my brain's starting to fail on me. Don't you just hate it when you're trying to hold up a conversation and yet just that happens?
The character in my profile picture is not a persona character.
Doesn't even look like somebody from the Persona
Unless
game.
he's talking about Unknown, because Unknown does have a Persona character's profile picture. But me and Wolf have our OCs. Both made by me, of course. I'm pretty sure he's talking about Unknown, though.
Yeah.
In fact, I wonder if I ever get back into my Twitter, maybe I'll tweet at Watashia since I follow her and I occasionally get responses from her. Maybe I'll ask her if she would ever be willing to consider taking a crack at horror. Maybe Watashia could make a genuinely terrifying psychological horror manga.
I'd read that.
Yeah, that would actually be something interesting because apparently she's taking a crack at fantasy. She's already working on a new manga, and apparently it's going to be a fantasy manga.
Neat.
And she just recently finished a yaoi manga. So far, she's made 2 romance manga, a yaoi manga, and a basically yuri manga.
So
She seems to have romance and all that stuff locked down, but I wonder how she would feel about taking a crack at horror.
That'd be interesting to say the least.
Because with how terrifying she made Rin without even trying to make a horror character, just imagine if she actually was trying what she could create.
Good lord. The possibilities.
Yep. Because I personally found Rin to be far more intimidating than Kuro, because Kuro, I just found her to be a nuisance.
Yeah.
Which is funny, because she's supposed to be like this sadistic, emotionless character. In fact, there's a mock parody of Kuro's archetype in this anime called Meet Sodome. But personally, I've always just seen like, no, Kuro, she's just a spoiled, rotten brat and a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah. Like, if nothing else, that's always just the thing. Like, at worst, Kuro would just annoy you.
Yep. And that's all she really does for me, is she mostly fucking annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah. Sorry, I always think about that one panel in the manga that always makes me laugh. In case you're wondering, that's basically where Mimi just outright asks in front of a whole classroom, why do dicks get big? I don't know why. I feel like that just makes me laugh more than
that like Butters. She's so perfectly innocent that even people that try to force themselves to hate the series, there's usually 2 characters they have a hard time hating. One of them is Mimi, and the other is Hoeen for some reason. Even though Hoeen is basically a walking punchline.
Yeah.
Yeah, still. Yeah, that joke probably makes me laugh more than it should. Maybe I'm just easy to amuse, which is possible.
Who knows? Ugh, this fucking movie, Knock Knock. Fuck that movie.
I think I've heard of that one before.
Knock Knock is a remake of this shitty movie called Death Wish or something like that. It's stupid. It's another typical Eli Roth movie. My brother made me watch it. I fucking hated it. It's so stupid. It tries to be like this psychological, torture-y kind of movie, and it's just fucked.
I gotta admit, you already lost me with the title. Maybe this is just
Not to mention, it's a complete waste of Keanu Reeves. I don't know why he even agreed to be in that movie, especially because around the time he filmed this movie, he just got done making John Wick, for fuck's sake.
I guess he just needed a little extra cash in his pocket.
I mean, they said that he liked the script, but I want to call bullshit on that.
What the hell? post-credit horror scenes that changed everything. Huh.
Well, that sounds like something.
Oh, let's see.
There comes a moment in any horror film, usually after the screaming has stopped, when you think that it's safe to peek and you're going to be
Because it looked like they showed a
it
picture
isn't,
of the
you're
Gray,
not,
and I'm like,
because
wait, the Gray had a post-credit scene? Because I remember the Gray just ends with the main character, like, getting prepared for a battle because he accidentally walked into the wolf's den, and it looks like he's about to make a final stand against the leader of the wolf pack, and then it cuts to black. It looks like they don't tell you whether he lived or not.
most horror movies like to have the last laugh. That's because in recent years, most releases come with a post-credit stinger, thanks primarily to the MCU retaining game-changing twists and gags to drop after
Although
the movie itself.
post-credit scenes were nothing new. In fact, the MCU didn't even invent them. There were plenty of examples of post-credit scenes before the MCU.
Yeah, like freaking...
The MCU just made it to where now everyone wants to use them because now they think it's clever.
Right. Like, I remember, like, one night I was watching the movie Holes with Shia LaBeouf, and that had a post-credit scene.
Yeah. And it's annoying because, like, nowadays you can't even watch a fucking movie without, like, there's been so many times in the movie theater where I wait till the end of the credits just on the off chance that there might be a post-credit scene. It's really annoying.
Yeah.
While it's more popular than ever because of this, though, it's not a modern idea, as forms of post-credit stingers go back as far as Night of the Living Dead's still frame credits.
Exactly.
The post-credit twists here are much more substantial than that, though, designed to reframe everything about what you've just seen, often in terrifying, terrifying ways. I'm Josh from WhatCulture.com, and these are 9 post-credits.
Oh wow, someone of the What Culture crew that isn't a fucking neckbeard.
9. House on Haunted Hill, 1999. House on Haunted Hill is a 1999 remake of the 1959 Vincent Price classic, starring Jeffrey Rush, Famke Janssen, and numerous other 90s actors you probably at least half remember. In the movie, Stephen Price...
I remember this movie because it's one of the few movies Ali Larter
one
was
night
in.
in the derelict psychiatric
Despite being one of my favorite actresses, Ali Larter doesn't show up in many
$1
movies.
million. Yeah, cue Dr. Evil.
I don't know if
It's
it's
a
'cause
safe
she has
bet
a
that not
garbage
all of these
agent
people
or
who
something.
enter are going to make it through till morning, and before long, the blood is flowing
I think
along
that Ali
with the
Larter is
90s
a bit
Marilyn
underrated.
Manson-esque new metal
And I
soundtrack
personally
of
loved
the
her as
day.
Claire
To be fair, though, that
Redfield, and
is a
think
pretty
if she had a
solid choice,
better
because this
script,
one is
she
more
could
of a
have probably
nasty
played a
music video than
fantastic
it
Claire
is a
Redfield.
video nasty. As the dawn edges closer, Price survives a gunshot only to be consumed by the darkness, a wobbly, evil CGI blob that consumes everything it comes into contact with. The remaining other players escape to freedom and the credits roll. Phew, the nightmare is over. Or is it? Well, no, of course not, because it's on this list. Consequently, the credits scene actually reveals Price on an operating table with plenty of questions left unanswered. All we know is it's 1931 and the inmates are slicing up Jeffrey Rush and his beautiful pencil mustache for all eternity. Is this temporal displacement, alternate reality, predestination? Who knows, but it changed the whole film and not necessarily for the best. Number 8, Curse of Chucky. The Child's Play
Yeah, I'm
series
familiar
debuted
with
in
this one.
1988, starring
I actually
horror icon
actually
Chucky,
think Curse
a
of
demented,
Chucky is the
pervy
best
little
Chucky
killer
movie.
doll. In the 2013 sequel, Curse of Chucky, he's back for fresh blood, and the whole stabbing plastic doll nightmare begins again. Thankfully, this time, an entirely new plucky hero has the responsibility of making sure he goes back to the defects department as homicidally faulty. In the post-credit sequence, we see Chucky, who by this point, by the way, has been burned, shot multiple times, molten down, blown to smithereens, and married to Jennifer Tilly's superb female counterpart doll Tiffany, who is being mailed to the next hapless victim, who just so turns out to be Andy.
I still kind of love that they cast Jennifer Tilly to play herself, and then Jennifer Tilly body swaps into Jennifer Tilly. That actually fucking happens.
Honestly, I kind of wish Trickster was still here for that.
It's
He's a bit-
stupid, but I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of amusing to me. Because now when you watch Curse of Chucky and Cult of Chucky and you see Jennifer Tilly, it is Jennifer Tilly playing Jennifer Tilly. But it's a woman of someone who's not Jennifer Tilly, but has the voice of Jennifer Tilly, now in the body of Jennifer Tilly.
And my head just exploded.
Yep. Not even Family Guy could use Jennifer Tilly in a more ridiculous way.
The very first 3 installments.
fucking
Chucky
stupid, I
is
love
back
it.
in raring to kill again, right up until the point where Andy, returning actor Alex Vincent, goes full Ash from the Evil Dead and pulls a shotgun before saying, "Play with this." It's cool in the movie. He means the gun. He means play with the gun and die, Chucky. Die.
Okay, we get it. Move along.
7. The Thing.
Oh, so he's not that there, just an
Remakes
annoying
can be
fuck.
risky business, as treading on hallowed horror ground is usually either very brave or very stupid, and usually not all of them land smoothly.
That's kind of
especially
odd that
if your
Ruby
name is
fans
Nightmare
would
on
subscribe
Elm
to you.
Anyway, John
Then again, I
Carpenter's
don't know what
1982
videos you make,
special
so what do
effects
I
tour de
know?
force The Thing broke so much ground in horror that it was hard to see why anyone would attempt a straight remake, something the studio clearly considered when they inevitably got round to reviving the property. It wasn't great, but as the plot of this CGI-infested reboot rounded up to something resembling a satisfying conclusion, the credits rolled and the horror didn't end there. As the rescue team arrives by helicopter, a lone survivor fires a rifle from a window of the seemingly decimated Norwegian camp, and then a dog escapes into the snow. Suddenly, the whole setup begins to look a little familiar. The post-credits scene actually acts as a direct lead-in to the original movie, revealing everything before as being a prequel. The dog is fleeing right into the start of the 1982 version, carrying the alien virus with it. Number 6, Cloverfield.
Wah, wah.
Released in 2008, directed by Matt Reeves and produced by one-time baby Spielberg clone himself, J.J. Abrams, Cloverfield is a
Abrams
monster
needs to
movie
be
of appropriately
blacklisted.
massive proportions. Despite the size, though, the movie as a whole is pretty straightforward. Through a found footage lens, we follow Rob, Beth, Jason, Rod, Lily, Marlena, and Hood attempting to flee the destruction of the city. A few body-exploding parasites and a curveball Statue of Liberty head later, a few of them actually look like they're about to escape, only to end up danger close as the final explosives drop on Central Park to kill the monster. Everything looks pretty cut and dry, but here comes the post-credits scene, building on the mystery of that falling object in the final scene where a static impaired transmission is heard. Initially, the sound seems meaningless, but played backwards, it reveals a sinister warning with the words proclaiming, "It's alive." Producers were clearly fishing for a sequel, and although 10 Cloverfield Lane shared the universe, John Goodman turned out to be a considerably more manageable monster indeed. Number 5, Constantine. Constantine follows the adventures of the eponymous hero, played by Keanu Reeves, who drinks, smokes, and converses with the dead. Well, when you put it like that,
Keanu Reeves is sadly a badass archetype from a era I'm glad is dead.
Yeah.
Like, if there's one thing I hate it when people use drinking and smoking to make someone look badass. It just doesn't work for me. Like in a lot of stories I write, when characters drink, it's usually not because they're trying to be badass. It's usually because they're trying to hide some pain deep down inside.
Yeah, I know somebody.
Most alcoholics.
Yeah, I've been around somebody who's had a few drinks too many. It's not cool. It's, in fact,
yeah, that's amusing. But anyway, carry on.
For the love of God, just don't drink, all right? And if you are, just drink responsibly.
Yeah, like, for example, without revealing too much, I wrote a scene in Snuff Machinery where a character ends up having a fucking mental breakdown after they take refuge in a seemingly dilapidated house but has a bunch of alcohol bottles lying around. And after drinking a little bit, he has a breakdown in front of the other protagonists that's somewhat reminiscent of the infamous scene from Rambo First Blood where he has his mental breakdown, and we start to learn more about how the events of his past has affected him.
So I see.
It's meant to shed insight that this character that you're led to believe is little more than just a bloodthirsty, Kenpachi-esque character is hiding something much deeper inside of him. and is trying so hard to keep this pain buried away.
Fit right into the house parties I've been to anyway. The thing about John, though, is that he's totally damned, and his only possible salvation is a deal with God, where he exorcises demons in return for a stairway to heaven. Along for the ride is Chaz, a wannabe exorcist, and Shia LaBeouf in an early role before
Why
he
would you
decided
name
to
someone
fight John
Chaz?
robots and keep up with the Joneses. He doesn't do a whole
I'm pretty
lot,
sure
but
that's
he does
the name
take
of a
off the team
Fairly Odd
during the
Parents
final boss
character.
against angelic upstart Gabriel, who kills Chaz by smashing him against the floor and the ceiling. Fortunately, shortly after this, John eventually outsmarts his enemies, redeeming himself in the eyes of God. After the climax, John is free to live something resembling a normal life,
I
even
think
quitting
Chaz
the
was the name
SIGs
of a
and
Yu-Gi-Oh
leaving his zipper
character.
lighter on Chaz's grave. However, the very final scene shows this character returning in angelic form, dragging poor John back into the whole mess yet again. Well, theoretically anyway, because Constantine never got a sequel, but it's clear the producers very much wanted it to. Number 4, The Collector. The Collector is admittedly
A
pretty
lot of
nasty as far
people
as horror.
compare this movie and its sequels to the Saw franchise for some reason.
I think from what I've heard, it started out as a pitch.
Yeah, I
Like,
do remember that
movies.
apparently the original Collector script was pitched as a Saw movie. That I did hear about.
Yeah, but that never came to fruition, so they kind of made it into its own thing.
Interesting.
Go. The plot follows Arkin O'Brien, a former thief working as a handyman for the Chase family, who reluctantly hatches a plan to steal a ruby from the aforementioned family to pay back his wife's debt. Tragically for him, he picks the absolute worst night to stage such a break-in, as he becomes trapped inside with the Chase family, who are victims of a masked maniac known as the Collector. This big bad lad invites Arkin and Hannah Chase to a deadly game of Saw-style cat and mouse, as they attempt to escape with horrific consequences. 90 gruesome minutes later, and the character does indeed escape with Hannah, leaving the house in flames and the police on the scene. Everything appears well, but everyone knows that horror films are never that simple. Arkin is then snatched by the Collector again in a gripping ambulance ambush, ending with the fate of the hero uncertain as the credits soothe our fractured nerves. The post-credits scene then reveals that the Collector has Arkin locked in a trunk, now part of the collection himself, finally ending the movie, and apparently Arkin's life in the process. Number 3, The Grey. The Grey is a powerful, surprisingly emotional story about
Dishonored
survival,
Wolf
and while not
really loves this movie. He constantly talks about how amazing it is, but I can't remember if he ever made a review to it or not. I think he said he was going to, but I can't remember if he ever did. But he does hold this movie in pretty high regard.
technically a horror, the situation can't be described as anything else. Liam Neeson plays John, a lonely man working as a wolf sniper, protecting oil company workers in Alaska. Fueled by alcoholism and weighed down with crushing depression, John is on the verge of suicide until a near-fatal plane crash triggers his self-preservation instincts. John and the few surviving men, who are mostly just there to be killed off, stage a desperate attempt to battle both the elements and a hungry, aggressive wolf pack, hell-bent on picking the men off one by one. At the film's climax, John is the last non-wolf standing and makes a final stand against the pack after he inadvertently pissed off the alpha male. Strapping shards of broken liquor bottles to his knuckles like the hardest bastard you know, and with a blade taped to his palm, John faces the boss wolf, reciting a poem his father taught him. Roll credits, the end. The outcome of the fight is unknown at first, but the post-credit sequence shows the heaving, bloody body of the wolf gasping for breath. Whether John survived or not, however, is still left ambiguous. Number 2, The Babysitter 2, Killer Queen. In the original Babysitter, young hero Cole
Yeah, I
discovers
heard
his
that this movie
babysitter
was
was in
shit.
fact a member of a satanic cult, which is like the 4th worst thing you can find out about someone looking after your kid. The result was a cheesy but appropriately gruesome young adult horror flick, ending with Cole finding a spine and emerging victorious against the forces of darkness, surviving for the sequel. Annoyingly for him,
Why don't you ask the lead singer of Korn how he feels about babysitters?
though so did B, the eponymous queen and deranged killer of this second movie, who seemingly signed the same Hollywood contract, and thus the babysitter was back for more. When things take a predictable turn in part 2, all hell literally breaks loose yet again, and Cole realizes that B's satanic cult has been resurrected. However, things take an unexpected twist towards the end, and B ends up having a change of heart about her villainous plans, sacrificing herself after being surprisingly touched by the fumbling young love between young Cole and teen squeeze Phoebe. During the post-credits sequence, however,
That's kinda
the
gay.
sand on a beach blows away, revealing B's book of spells left intact, foreshadowing the awaiting curse of the sequel that's bound to hit streaming as soon as the actors are allowed to kiss on set again. It's a classic stinger that sets up a sequel, and to be fair, that's surely not a bad thing for fans of this series. Number 1, Sadako vs. Kayako. Monster movie mashups have been a staple of low-budget
I've
sci-fi
heard
and
about
horror
this
films
movie
since the 1950s,
because
with
apparently The
Godzilla
Ring
versus
is
the
a huge thing in Japan, and they have like 9 million Ring movies, and they even have the girl from Ring Samara fighting against other ghost girls.
Clever, dragging the kids into movie theaters in droves. For this entry, though, in the blue corner, we have Sadako, the memorable villain from the Ring series, and a girl with equally deadly psychic powers in the red corner. Kayako, the equally creepy and rather more vocal monster from the Grudge series, who'll try
I remember
to
the
vocal fry
Grudge
you to
movies. Oh, my older brother would always tell me how much the Grudge movies would make him scream like a little girl. He really got terrified by those movies.
death if you come within spitting
I was
distance
probably one of the
of
few
the
people on the
house.
internet
The
that
film
wrote a Grudge
climaxes with the
fanfic.
protagonists attempting to alleviate both the curses
I do remember
associated
seeing
with
the
these villains
face of
at
that
once
girl,
by
but it
pitting
was
the
scary.
monsters against each other. The clue is in the film's title, resulting in both baddies falling down Sadako's well. Something emerges from the opening as Toshio, the creepy kid from The Grudge, starts meowing cue credits. But wait, for one final time, there is indeed more, and the post-credit sequence reveals a brand new monster, an amalgamation of these two beings called Sadakaya, a supervillain now with only one white dress that needs to be dry cleaned. The fate of Yui and the rest of the cast remains unclear, but rest assured, this will go on and on and on and on, and I am here for it because...
Oh, Japan.
Oh, yes. Oh, boy.
I remember one time I was talking with Wolf about how hilarious it would be if Kodomo no Jiken did a crossover with fucking Family Guy. And just imagining the kind of shit that would happen of putting Rin Kokonaway and Glenn Quagmire in the same room together.
Yeah.
I play with the idea of what would happen if you pin like the if you put Ren, Koro, and Mimi together with some of the characters from My Hero Academia.
Probably not much.
Well, one idea I
I
did
don't know
thought
much
was
about how the
kind of
character from My Hero Academia would react.
well,
or interact.
one thing I can kind of see happening is that there's this girl named Cammy who comes from a rival school. Basically, she can create illusions. So I thought one idea would be kind of funny is that Rin would ask her if she can create an illusion of Aoki naked. And that would...
Well, the thing is, she doesn't need an illusion of that. She knows damn well what he looks like.
I know, but I just thought it'd be kind of make for a good joke or so.
Possibly. Actually, realistically, what Rin would do is she would have her create an illusion of Rin looking more like her mother.
Yeah,
and then trolling Aoki with that. That's more realistically what she would do.
Yeah, probably.
Let's see here. The brutality of Salo. How to beat the death game in Judge. Oh, lovely. Another death game movie I have to fucking keep up with.
I've never even heard of Judge.
Neither have I.
Me neither.
Let me look this up real quick. See if I can get any info on it. I can gather as it looks like another one of those Japanese movies. Because apparently Japan produces a lot of death game movies.
Yeah. So, would you make fun of me if I said I never saw Battle Royale?
I don't know if I'd make fun of you, but I would say it's something you should probably watch ASAP.
Yeah, because I always hear how that's like one of the greatest movies ever.
Oh, it is. In Japan, it's an extremely important movie. In Japan, in particular.
There's also reference.
I guess the best I can compare it to is I don't know if this is the best example in the world, but fuck it. Battle Royale basically is to Japan what The Godfather was to Americans.
Oh, wow.
Makes sense. It's a very important movie to Japan in particular. It's easily one of the best films to come out of Japan. I would argue Battle Royale is one of the greatest movies of all time, and easily one of the best foreign horror movies. I mean, foreign films. God damn it, foreign film. Damn it. It's difficult for me to find information on this movie because there's a lot of movies with Judge in the title.
Yeah. I guess that's kind of making me curious what makes this one so special.
I don't know. Usually a lot of these death game movies have some kind of gimmick. I don't know. Let me see, since I can't find much info on it. Because I'm kind of curious. And the death game genre does fit within horror.
True.
You've just woken up, chained to a table, and forced to play a death game. But when each player must vote to execute someone before time runs out, what do? Everyone here is hiding a dark secret, and once the truth is revealed, you'll have a hard time choosing who should die first. I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to...
This is basically a live-action version of fucking doggone Rompa, isn't it? Fuck me. I really do not respect doggone Rompa as an entry in the death game genre.
To be the death game in Judge. Everyone here deserves to die. 7 people have just woken up to find themselves chained to a table with animal masks on their heads, and they're all about to play a death game. Panicking, they all try to break free, but can't escape their restraints. This man tries to remove his mask, but quickly realizes it's locked into his head, and in 17 minutes, somebody is going to be executed. Rabbit Mask here notices that they're being watched, and they all have a camera in the middle of their foreheads. The group is terrified, and nobody knows who anybody else is, but the man in the fox mask is disturbingly calm. By the end of the death game, this guy is going to kill more people than anyone else in the room. That's when Dog here finds a bruise on his chest, and the man recognizes it as a stun gun burn. Hearing this, the girl in the lion mask remembers how she was taken from her villa, and although she never saw the person's face, she has a stun gun burn just like the man in the dog mask. Okay, this is not your typical death game. It's already clear that we're going to be competing to stay alive somehow, but even if we don't know the rules of the game yet, I know one thing for sure. We are all wearing animal masks to make us appear less human to the other players. This is a terrifying idea, because the less human we appear, the more willing everyone is to hurt or kill us. Nobody can see each other's expressions of fear or sadness, and that removes empathy from the equation. So this death game is perfectly staged for the most cold-blooded decision-making you can imagine, and that makes it all the more dangerous. Now, the other crucial detail about this game is that there are cameras absolutely everywhere. The only reason you would have this many cameras is if we were being watched for someone's entertainment. I would think of this as a virtual gladiators arena, where if you're fun to watch, then maybe you won't be killed off quickly, but if you're boring or unlikable, then you'll be disposed of. Whoever's watching us wants to see something messed up. So this is a game where being as evil as possible might put us ahead. But first, we have to find out what the game is and what its rules are before we can exploit them. Suddenly, these screens on the table switch on, showing the uncovered faces of everyone in the room, but nobody knows which face belongs to which person. Dog-Ear taps one of the pictures, and an electronic voice begins to tell them that the man in the photo is an unemployed shut-in. He became so violent and abusive to his mother that she decided her life wasn't worth living, and that man is someone in this room. Everyone is disgusted by this dark secret, and they don't know who it is, but that's when Bear Mask here stands up in a panic. He questions how anyone can trust this information, and the group begin to suspect that it's him. Trying to change the subject, he reaches over to tap another picture on someone else's screen, but nothing happens. The screens only work for those who they're assigned to. Cheating is out of the question, and the only chance they have to escape is to find out what the rules of the death game are. All of a sudden, they hear an alarm and see a help notification flash on the screen. Pressing on it, they're finally told the rules of the game. Rule number 1. They all must vote to decide who has committed the worst sin. Rule number 2. Whoever gets the most votes is going to be executed on the spot. Rule number 3. The person who makes it to the final round will be set free. The final rule is that everyone must vote before time runs out.
So, this is what Danganronpa's like?
Yep. Basically.
Yay.
I mean, I know a lot of people like to compare everything to fucking Danganronpa for some frickin' reason. I don't know why. But this actually does sound like Danganronpa to me. It seems that a lot of death game movies are rarely able to reach the standards set by one of the original predecessors, Battle Royale. I mean, there are games like Belko Experiment that do a decent enough job while also doing its own thing. And Hunger Games did okay up until it got too consumed in this dumb take down the evil government thing that is so overused. And this is coming from a fucking anarchist.
Yeah, that's what my mom said, that she really liked the first Hunger Games movie, but it really fell off the wagon with the sequels.
Yep. I straight up like to pretend that Mockingjay never happened. I always say that Hunger Games would have been more interesting if you actually had the 75th Hunger Games play out as planned. Let's see if there's anything else I can find.
Again, I kind of wish Trickster was still here for like the whole, like the Curse of Chucky scene.
Yeah, it might have been funny.
Yeah, she's a bit of a Child's Play fan. She's been pretty vocal that
she might like Cody Leach then, because he's one of the biggest Child's Play fans on the entire YouTube platform. He even challenges people that have the audacity to like make some kind of list about Child's Play before he does. He fancies himself the top dog of the Child's Play fandom.
All I know is that it just didn't really seem like a series that appealed to me personally.
It's an okay series. I mean, it doesn't take itself too seriously and actually manages to balance out the dark comedy elements while still managing to not go overboard as long as you pretend Seed of Chucky doesn't exist. Where it just went straight up overboard and became a fucking straight up comedy.
That's it.
That's the movie where Jennifer Tilly transfers her body into Jennifer Tilly and then becomes Jennifer Tilly.
Yeah.
Jennifer Tilly is a fan of Jennifer Tilly and even asked Jennifer Tilly for an autograph.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And Chucky has a son that ends up breaking out kung fu moves in the final showdown.
Yeah. From what I've heard, though, Trickster's been pretty vocal that she did not like the Child's Play reboot with Mark Hamill.
Oh, yeah. That thing fucking sucked. I haven't even seen it, and I know that thing sucks. The only thing I could say about it is I kind of like the soundtrack, but everything else just sucks.
Yeah, it does not look in any way promising. And from what she's told me, you're both right.
Yep. It just YMS made a pretty solid review of it where he explained that due to the changes they made, it prevents the doll from having any kind of personality. Because they tried to make it more realistic in quotations, but the explanation given for why the doll becomes a killer doll is because the safety features were removed, even though it's not exactly clear how that would make the doll dangerous or give the doll the strength to fucking stab people.
Yeah. Just freaking wow.
Top 10 best self-aware horror movies. Oh dear. Although I do like that they show the Final Girls on the thumbnail. That's a great movie.
Oh, so you know that one.
Yeah, I watched the Final Girls. It was pretty good. Although I haven't gotten the chance to show it to Wolf yet. But I remember it. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I like the movie. Yeah, I thought it was kind of a fun romp, especially just the simple part that it's a horror movie about being trapped in a horror movie.
Yep. It essentially does what SAO thought it was clever for doing.
Oh, I wish.
Yeah, I'm sorry to go again, but I'm gonna call it a night here.
Of course you are.
That's cool.
So, good night, everyone.
Night, Wolf.
Maybe SAO would have done better if it tried to take a horror approach. Maybe, but honestly, I think that Sword Art Online is unsalvageable.
Yeah.
Like maybe if you took a horror death game approach to it, maybe you could have done better.
Yeah, possibly.
Yep. But then again, when you have Reki Kawahara writing for you, it seems inevitable that nothing can save it.
So I see.
The first film that comes to any horror fan's mind when thinking about meta horror will surely be Scream. But beyond that, there's a whole
I wouldn't be so sure about that, but okay.
range of great movies that fit the criteria for a self-aware horror experience. With wink and nod references to genre tropes and classics, self-referencing stories, and usually a hefty dose of satire, these self-aware horrors are sure to offer you something new, made of all the old faithfuls. I'm Amy from What Culture, and let's take a look at the 10 best self-aware horrors. 10. The Wolf of Snow Hollow. Set in a quiet, snowy town where nothing much happens, this film shows the local police force trying to deal with a string of gruesome murders unlike anything they've seen before. The killings appear to be the work of a large animal, or some people even say a werewolf. There's just one problem, however. In the words of our central sheriff's deputy, there's no such thing as werewolves. The film is acutely aware of how silly it is, with exaggerated, endearing townie-type characters and schlocky blood-stained paw prints in the snow, its editing follows along with exactly how you think a tacky horror movie would play out, introducing victims, then killing them off with a mysterious off-screen violence and silhouette shadows. Quaint cabins full of animal pelts and warm fires, and an outdated small-town station create the perfect backdrop for this fun flick. A love letter of sorts to all snowy slashers of old, this film is certainly worth a watch when taken with a pinch of salt and a warming cup of cocoa. 9. The Final Girls.
Well,
You'll just have to hear me out on this one because it is exactly as campy as it sounds. But given the fact the story is literally about audiences being sucked into a movie they're watching, it was too good a fit not to feature on this list. When a group of friends step through the screen at a movie theater to escape a fire encapsulating the building, they find themselves sucked into the movie they'd just been watching minutes earlier. They know the plot, they know the tropes, and by that logic, they should know how to survive, right? Using well-known cliches of 80s horror classics to guide them, the group attempt to save themselves and the cast of the film. As weird as the phrase feel-good horror is, this definitely counts as one. Everything from the bright colours to the comedic slasher deaths give this film a definite spring in its step. There are plenty of examples out there of media paying tribute to the 80s era of horror, but this is amongst some of the better ones. 8. Little Monsters. This 2019 Australian horror offering has charm in abundance, but you could probably just guess that already by seeing that it features Lupita Nyong'o in one of the main roles. Another entry to the zombie comedy category, this film offers up an idea I've certainly never seen before. A zombie outbreak at a farm from the perspective of a group of kindergarten school trippers. Nyong'o stars as the kindergarten teacher, simply trying her best to make sure all the kids survive and think that what's happening is just a game, all the while dealing with the chaotic volunteer chaperone Dave and the child-hating kids TV star Teddy McGiggles. With a scenario like that, there's no way the film couldn't capitalise off its own ridiculousness. There are pop culture references, self-referential gags, and some trademark Josh Gad loudmouthery. The characters are endearing and well performed, and amongst all the comedy, there are some genuinely heartfelt moments. At only 94 minutes long, this concise but well-delivered movie certainly packs its own kind of punch. 7. Shaun of the Dead. If you haven't seen Shaun of the Dead by now, then what the hell have you been doing? First coming out in 2004, this beloved bit of Edgar Wright goodness has only aged like a fine wine. The first installment in the Cornetto trilogy, this film features Simon Pegg and Nick Frost on the front line, demonstrating their ever-impressive chemistry together on screen. The film follows Shaun, a washed-up salesman with his life going nowhere, as he suddenly has to confront a zombie outbreak consuming his community. Eager to protect his housemate, girlfriend, and mum, he sets out on a mission to get everyone together and safe before just waiting for it to all blow over. The editing, the comic timing, and the overall delivery make this the very best zombie rom-com out there. It takes everything you know about the average reaction to a terrifying zombie apocalypse and turns it on its head, with Shaun, a pint in hand, winking at you from the screen knowingly. It's a great example of a film that knew exactly what the genre had to offer and decided to offer more, earning itself a legacy that still stands strong over a decade and a half later. 6. The Cabin in the Woods. By now, everyone has heard of The Cabin in the Woods and is at least vaguely aware of what it's about, even if you've only ever seen the elevator scene. But then again, what scene could possibly sum up the film in a better way? A group of friends take a trip to a woodland cabin, completely unaware that their experiences are being controlled by a group of scientists. Seemingly random items in the basement are connected to different monsters that may attack the group, and after selecting an old diary and reading from it, a family of redneck zombies rise up from the ground. The scientist's goal is to sacrifice all of the friends, each of them representing a horror movie archetype right through from the fool and the whore to the virgin. Whilst knowing the tropes will do these characters no good, it's fun for audiences to be able to spot all the little references and Easter eggs, especially in that famous elevator scene where everyone pauses to take a long look at all the potential monsters the friends could have faced. 5. Spree. People are immediately on board for this film as soon as they see Stranger Things' Joe Keery as its main face. This isn't even necessarily a bad thing because he is, of course, about as charming as ever. Spree follows an unhinged driver for a rideshare app that shares its name with the film's title. Obsessed with gaining followers and becoming big online, he decides to start carrying out a series of murders, picking up new victims through the app. He live streams his kills to a skeptical audience, escalating things as time goes goes on and his desperation becomes clearer. It's not a complex film, and the main character isn't some traumatized, complicated psycho. It's more of a satirical commentary on the world's view of social media and those that use it. In a world where some people genuinely believe that wanting followers on TikTok will turn you into a deranged criminal someday, this movie pokes fun at just how silly that concern can be and the kind of satire that comes out of it. It's a critique of a critique, if you will. Collider called it American Psycho for the digital age, and whilst I don't think it's necessarily that deep, I think that's quite a nice summary. It's a hyperbolic, bloody representation of the internet obsessed with a sprinkling of dark comedy and light horror. 4. Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon. This film definitely is something out of the ordinary, using a mockumentary style to give us an insight into a murderer's planning stage. Journalist Taylor Gentry is documenting the preparations of Leslie Vernon, a killer whose next plot is to murder a group of teenagers in a rigged-up house. Vernon details his plans to Taylor as to what he thinks the victims will do, what he has to put in place to hinder them, and what the final outcome will be, all based on famous horror movies of the past. As the day of the murder approaches, Taylor and her crew develop a bit of a conscience and try to get Leslie to reconsider his killing spree, but they could never anticipate what comes next for them. The style alone is enough to encourage a bit of interest, and later on this premise gives way to an unexpected ending, keeping in line with the true spirit of the slasher bait and switch. 3. One Cut of the Dead. This low-budget Japanese zombie horror surprised everyone when it came out in 2017, not least because of its originality, but how they managed to make such a quality movie with the equivalent of only $25,000. Essentially split into 3 narrative parts, the film takes us on a roller coaster of emotions and understanding. At an old water filtration plant, a crew is shooting a zombie movie called One Cut of the Dead. Their shoot, however, is interrupted when a real zombie apocalypse breaks out. Now, I know this all seems very familiar and you've seen it all before, but trust me, you haven't. This movie within a movie is a perfect mix of familiar and refreshing, playing on tropes you know from a million movies before it and twisting them to the advantage of a very excited on-screen director. What we see in the first act becomes clearer and funnier in the second act, and this is all just amplified for the third. I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but with a stunning 100% certified fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes, surely it's got to be doing something right. 2. I Blame Society. With a title like I Blame Society, you know that this movie is going to have something to say about the world it exists in and the environment it grew from, but this film manages to give us commentary without the clumsy heavy-handedness we sometimes expect from society critiquing cinema. Following an aspiring filmmaker, Gillian, who, to put it bluntly, just isn't very good at I Blame Society, sees her descent into apathy and delusion as she escalates her criminal status in the name of movie making. In a world where Hollywood is more interested in the buzzwords than the meaning behind them, Gillian wants her murder documentary to show complete authenticity, and she's willing to go to any length to achieve that. Gillian Wallace Horvat is convincing and even a little bit endearing as the awkward, unhinged main girl, and the self-filmed style lends the film a feeling of reality and even intimacy in certain contexts. It's a film that knows that the main character and her arc are ridiculous, but instead of half-heartedly hinting at lunacy, it leans into it, and the result is definitely unique and interesting. The film is slow to start off with, but it's definitely worth seeing through to the end, and it's very fitting finale. 1. Funny Games, 1997. To finish off this list, we
Shut up.
Yeah, didn't you?
We're not doing this.
Didn't you mention this in like a previous podcast or so?
Yeah, Funny Games is garbage. It was one of Phalus's first horror movies he ripped to shreds. Funny Games is a dumb, boring, pretentious movie that thinks it's clever for being a dumb, boring, pretentious movie.
Oh, yay.
In fact, the director thought his movie was so clever, he was responsible for the shitty remake.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So the director remade his own movie.
Yeah, pretty much. And it went about as well as you can imagine.
Somehow I'm not surprised.
Wow. Funny Games is such a fucking bad movie.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I mean, you can watch Phaelus's review of it. It was not only one of his first reviews, but he made a remake of his review.
I think I will. I do love a good Phalus review.
Yep. Fucking What Culture. Of all the movies, you could have put it number 1. And of course, people just eat this up. I swear, What Culture rarely ever gets the type of backlash they deserve.
Makes one wonder just what kind of dark magic they're using to protect them.
I have no clue. Because it doesn't take much for me to get a massive backlash, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, honestly, the rant video for Cloud versus Link, I was a bit surprised on the dislikes.
Yeah. I knew it was going to inevitably get some backlash because it happens every time I make a video on Death Battle, but I didn't expect people to be so genuinely pissed off about it.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't really have anything to say about that fight. Even like now after all these years, I still feel like I don't have enough context about these characters to really comment on that particular fight.
The irony about it is I actually didn't mind the first one all that much, but everyone else apparently hated it. But now I dislike the rematch, and now everyone else is laughing at me. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Still, Death Battle teased that Batman will be coming back with the Hellbat armor. This should be interesting.
I don't know why they keep doing fucking Batman. Like, jeez.
I know. Like, everybody makes fun of, like, Bat the Sun for using Batman a lot in their superpower beatdown episodes, but, like, Death Battle is arguably not even that far behind. Like, this would be their 4th fight with him. I'm like, at least
it's starting to get a bit annoying.
Yeah. Like, seriously.
Especially when you consider Link gets brought back and all he gets is a shitty rematch.
Yeah. I suppose it's still... No, wait. I gotta say... Hey, this... So, yeah. Maybe under different circumstances, I would be somewhat vocal about Link versus Cloud, but I don't really have anything to say about it.
As far as I'm concerned, Link versus Cloud was everything people hated the first Link versus Cloud for, just they went in the complete opposite extreme.
Yeah. Also, it did kind of leave me thinking about some things, to be honest. So, like, Cloud has basically Zack's memories, Zack's training, Zack's Buster Sword. So, wouldn't that technically mean that Zack is the actual badass Final Fantasy VII hero and Cloud is just, well, a poser?
It's possible. I mean, I did come across this video that says that Cloud is actually a fraud. I didn't watch it, but I did come across it, so that may actually be the case. And if that's so, then Cloud is a bigger loser than even I thought.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, if that is all true, I mean, like I said, I never got into Final Fantasy VII as much as other people did.
Saw somebody... I'm trying to remember if it's this YouTuber or or the other one. Apparently, somebody's going to be pinning Cloud against Genesis from Final Fantasy VII. That will be something.
Why, though?
I don't know. I guess I'll probably have to ask.
But I wasn't impressed with this episode. I mean, I'll try to give it a fair chance and watch it a second time, but as far as I'm concerned, this was just as bad as the first. And I find it infuriating that the whole fight takes place in one small, tiny little structure.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck was Death Battle thinking with that one?
Yeah, like you have these two supposedly epic heroes, and you're just going to completely condense their battlefield.
Yep.
Like,
and we have Link that can literally hop dimensions.
Seriously, I mean, I guess if there's one thing that the first fight got right, it at least had a very appropriate arena.
Yeah, I mean, sure, the first fight also took place in one arena, which was also kind of stupid, but the fact that they do the same thing a second time just shows that they really didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And I'll at least say this much. If Death Battle genuinely believed that this was a curb stomp in Cloud's favor, then why the fuck did they do it?
Yeah, that's always something I never understood. Like, I'm guessing they only are doing this for clout.
Possibly, because I don't get, like, okay, people believed that it was wrong, and there are people out there that believe that, oh, this is just Death Battle trying to redeem themselves, even though that's total bullshit. We know Death Battle doesn't take the idea of admitting that they're wrong seriously.
Yeah. I mean, I did kind of rework one of my Death Battle fights when I realized I was wrong. Again, that's kind of what led to me and my good friend Black Wolf kind of collaborating to this day.
I'm not going to lie, some of the arguments these people use are kind of frustrating.
Yeah.
Like how in the debate I tried to have, someone tried to say that, the reason why the magic armor wouldn't work is because unless you can prove that the magic armor can protect Link from a solar system level attack, to say that the magic armor would make Link invincible is a no limits fallacy, even though the magic armor states quite clearly that it'll protect Link from pretty much any damage.
Right.
Magical or physical.
Mm-hmm.
I even said that, but here's the thing. Obviously, it's not going to protect Link from existence erasure. And we could also say that it probably wouldn't protect Link from banishment. But I always say the magic armor basically functions similarly to the Power Star.
Yeah. Also, I didn't really watch a full video. I only managed to catch snippets of it. But there was one thing that Ghost said in that debate that, well, it obviously didn't sit right with me.
Oh, yeah. Ghost was actually starting to frustrate a lot of people. A lot of people were calling him condescending, arrogant. Like, the comment section wasn't having any of it. And it started to reach a point where I was just so fucking done. And I just ended up shutting down.
It was like, yeah, I basically caught that one moment where he said, they're saying that Link can time travel, but, he's not going to time travel and kill Cloud because the only time he did to stop the moon in Majora's Mask.
That's a dumb argument, and that makes no sense.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, where's the logic in that? Like, just because a character didn't do something, that doesn't mean they won't do it.
Yeah, like, these Death Battle fights, for the most part, aren't always known for keeping people 100% in character.
Yes. If nothing else, that's literally one of the rules of Death Battle. Like, basically any, like, moral or personal restrictions are tossed out the window.
Yeah.
So realistically, Link would probably do just that. Just go back in time.
Link doesn't have to go back in time and necessarily kill Cloud. All he has to do is just reset the fight with the prior knowledge of how the fight is going to play out and act differently. That's all he has to do.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I only caught that, 1 minute of the video, and that was kind of enough to piss me off. Am I being petty?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, it was absolutely frustrating having to deal with some of his arguments.
Yeah.
And he has the audacity to claim that, well, you know what? I'm just going to say that I won. I'm like, you know what? I don't fucking care. Go ahead and say you won if you want.
Yeah. I want to say that I'd like to see what happens if maybe I can get you to talk with, the free creators of Versus series, but I feel like I'd be starting a shit show. Like, I guess if nothing else, I'm just thankful that Winter Ghost, a actual versus debater, is not like this guy. Although Winter, I like the guy. I think he's really nice. I mean, overall, he seems like a cool dude. But he's made some matchups on YouTube I find to be highly questionable.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, like, for one thing, his very first episode was Ezio Torre from Assassin's Creed 2 versus Edward Kenway from Assassin's Creed 4. Which,
now that's just a fucking waste of time.
And the thing is,
same universe matchups are some of the most pointless matchups you can do. It's like saying, oh, what would happen if Cosmo fought Wanda? It's like, who gives a shit?
Well, here's the kicker. That episode already happened in the first Versus series from Free Topics Gamer. I can only assume that the reason why Winter Ghost wanted to do it was because the original didn't have a fight scene. Like, if nothing else, the original Ezio versus Edward was just pure analysis. But one thing I really want to ask him on, and I probably should have with the more recent video, was why like all 7 cycles from wrath to violence to gluttony to heresy, would he pinned Adam Tars from Ruby against Gladios from Final Fantasy 15? Why?
Well, first off, why would you even use a Final Fantasy 15 character at all? That's an even bigger question.
Well,
I try to pretend that game never happened.
Like, well, I mean, I'd be forgiven because I don't have that same issues as you do with the game. For me, it's just really boring. But I just don't understand like what the connections are between him and someone like Adam.
Even then, like, even if they did have good connections, I imagine due to the overpowered nature of Final Fantasy and how canon fodder chicken shit the Ruby universe is, it wouldn't fucking matter.
Yeah. Although,
hopefully, if and when I can get Blood Royale going, I'll hopefully be able to show people what I've been talking about over these years rather than just telling them.
Yeah.
Me and one of my research partners have been working quite diligently.
I believe that. I mean, nothing else. I think I'll just leave that to professional. I mean, I have maybe played around the idea where I might go back to writing like crossover fights, like when I made my own fan-made 1-minute Melee series. But for the most part, it's not going to be based around research. Like, I'm not going to write these fights to prove a point. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I will write some entertaining battles, but for the most part, I'm going to be focused on being what death battles should be.
Yeah. I think you're more qualified for that than me.
Yeah, and even then, I've got some hardworking research partners. I know what they're doing. Me and one of my research partners have been working diligently on the research for Shiro versus Lucy, because he's recently been reading Dead Man Wonderland, and we've been going over all the manga panels with a fine-tooth comb, trying to understand exactly how Shiro works and how this fight is going to realistically play out. And I think we may have come to a conclusion finally. Obviously, I won't get into it here, but I think we may have discovered who is going to win. And surprisingly, this fight may end up being a little bit more closer than maybe I originally thought. Because one of the reasons why I wasn't the biggest fan of Lucy versus Shiro, even though it was a very popular matchup, is I was fully certain that Lucy would absolutely decimate Shiro.
So what if I told you that I already saw somebody do Lucy versus Shiro.
I'm already well aware that somebody already did Lucy vs. Shiro. Admittedly, when I decided to do Lucy vs. Shiro, I was not aware of that video at the time. And admittedly, the only reason I decided on Lucy vs. Shiro is because my original opponent for Lucy didn't work out. So I had to quickly think of someone else. And after doing a bunch of research, I did consider other candidates. For example, I did consider Carrie White from frickin' Carrie, but that didn't work out, like, at all.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really sure what else to do, so I eventually decided, fuck it. I'll go with Shiro for now, and then I'll bring back Lucy later on if I can find a better opponent for her. Originally, I wanted to have Lucy fight Accelerator, but that didn't go so well.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm well aware that somebody technically got to Lucy vs. Shiro before I did.
Yeah, well, just thought maybe you'd like to know. I didn't know if you already saw or not.
I haven't seen it. I'm aware of the video's existence. I just haven't watched it yet, but I'm aware that it exists.
So, yeah. Although...
I mean, I'm not going to act like every matchup I come up with is 100% original. Some of the matchups are based on already popularly requested matchups, and some are originally of my own creation. For example, Ayamu versus Juliet Starling. That one's all me, and you will see no evidence of that matchup's existence outside of me. That one's a original on my part.
Yeah.
I mean, I try my best to come up with truly original and unique matchups. Sometimes I'm able to come up with something. Other times it doesn't work out, and I just say fuck it and just come up with the best one possible. Because for me, it's just about finding the best opponent, you know? If it's a good opponent, then whatever.
Yeah, I hear that.
I won't complain too much.
Yeah.
That's what people understand about me, is people understand that all I really ask for is that the opponent is logical. I don't really ask for too much, you know?
Right. Yeah. I guess, yeah, for most part, I'm just kind of, again, I'm only really considering doing some versus fights. I don't even know if I'll even use these for Women in Melee. This might just be another random series I'll create on my fanfiction page.
I always try to encourage people that instead of making their own show, consider joining my team, because I also always try to tell people that we got to make sure that there's not a oversaturation of versus shows, because then people might become overwhelmed, you know?
Yeah, I gotcha. Just...
Yeah. I mean, I know some people might see it as trying to get people to join my thing for my own selfish means, but that's not the case at all. I just genuinely believe that we don't want too many versus shows out there, because there's already a ridiculous amount of them. There's Superpower Beatdown, there's Deadliest Warrior, there's Death Battle, there's Fan War, there's Not Death Battle, there's Cartoon Fight Club, and apparently there's more than even that. At a certain point, it's going to start to get overwhelming, you know?
Well, that, and as I mentioned before, there's even a show literally called Versus Series.
Yep.
So, and not to mention there's three of those by 3 different YouTubers.
Yep.
So, yeah. I mean, kind of sucks though, because one idea I have been playing around a little bit was something I want to do, but I can't do it for, well, obvious reasons. Which, of course, was Evil Cole McGrath from Infamous 2, who versus Izuku Midoriya. You know, but of course, My Hero Academia is not even complete yet, and so far Izuku is just getting new superpowers up the ass. As to really have anything concrete.
One thing I've thought about doing is writing a potential fan fiction, since I don't think I'd ever be able to have this play out in a blood royale unless I truly figured out something really crazy. But of what if Hannibal Lecter and Jigsaw went at each other in a battle of wit?
That would actually be really kind of cool to see.
Uh-huh. I don't think anyone will ever think to make a video of it. Plus, with the age of Anthony Hopkins and Tobin Bell, I mean, they're hardly in their prime anymore.
Right.
Maybe in their prime if someone thought of it, but I guess no one did.
Yeah, but that's definitely a fight I always wanted to see. Like, the more of the... like more like psychological warfare, just the classic battle of wits.
Yep. A battle of wit would be interesting. The problem is they're very difficult to play out because you need to dedicate a lot of time to the setup of their plan and finding a way to have them explain their plan away, you know? It's very difficult.
Yeah.
And it would take a lot of dedication. Like, you wouldn't be able to, like, make it into, like, a 5-minute animation, you know? It would be very tricky to do.
Exactly.
But I could potentially write a fan fiction of it and just say, fuck it.
Yeah, still. Honestly, now I think about it, I think I should probably lay off the My Hero fanfics for a while.
Yep.
I feel like I'm failing both.
I mean, I definitely would like to do, like, a lot more darker versus matchups rather than taking the Death Battle or Cartoon Fight Club approach. And I'd like to do not like a lot of horror themed matchups because horror themed versus matchups are very underrepresented.
Yeah, I do have to agree. Like, I'm trying to.
God damn, the water here in Texas sucks. Tastes like pool water.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the water here in Texas. I don't know why it needs to taste like pool water without chlorine.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think I have more Dr. Pepper in my bloodstream than I do water.
Yeah. I mean, normally I don't mind water. I can even appreciate it to an extent. But sometimes with this Texas water, I just freaking can't. And I'd much rather be drinking a soda or something.
Yeah, true. Oh, that's kind of a weird thing. Okay. Still trying to...
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely wish my audience enjoyed my horror content as much as they enjoyed my death battle content. But some of my only horror videos that ever blew up was my review of Splatter School and Demonophobia.
Well, if it's any consolation, I liked your Brightburn review.
Yep.
Yeah.
Barely anyone watched that one. It felt like a waste of time.
Yeah. Maybe this is just, this is actually kind of a random tangent. But if there's one thing that's always got oversaturated for me, it's the whole evil Superman trope.
Oh, yeah. My roommate the other day just showed me what Omni-Man was, and I wanted to slam my head against the wall.
Yeah,
for so long, I kept hearing people in the Versus community say, have Omni-Man fight this guy, and I'm over here like, who the fuck is Omni-Man? And my roommate showed me a video of Omni-Man fighting not Justice League.
Yeah.
But it's totally just Justice League. And I'm like, oh, great, another attempt at edgy Superman. Because we haven't seen that 9 million fucking times. It's funny how people make fun of Justice League for making quote-unquote edgy Superman, even though people was making edgy Superman before Zack Snyder even did that. And it's funny how, no, wait, actually, it's more funny that people want to think that Zack Snyder sucks for making an edgy version of Superman, but yet these people go absolutely apeshit over fucking Omni-Man. Kind of hypocritical, don't you think?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Like, you're not clever for making an evil Superman, okay? There's nothing clever about that. Even this YouTuber, Ryan Hodginger, I believe his name, he has a weird last name. He has a video essay series. He makes great stuff, and he made a video on Brightburn, and he used a clever bit of common sense that I don't see enough people mentioning when it came to Brightburn. It's like, yeah, what if Superman used his powers for evil? And he's like, yeah, mate, we already have that. We call them supervillains. They're nothing new.
Exactly. That's why I don't take like superhero deconstructions like the
It's not a
boys.
clever deconstruction to take Superman and make him evil. You're not clever for doing that.
No, in fact, that's pretty much why I don't take the boys, both the comics and the Amazon series, seriously, because
Maybe I am. I'm sure there's a little bit more to Omni-Man than just that, but that's just the first thought that comes to my mind. I'm like, oh, great, here we go. Another, let's take Superman and subvert him into something completely different. I understand that Omni-Man is a little bit more complex than just being evil Superman, but that's basically the vibe I get from it.
I mean, I will say, if nothing else, slight spoiler for the comics and future series, but Omni-Man does get a redemption arc.
Yeah, I mean, apparently Omni-Man is still considered a superhero, so I guess the way it starts out is Omni-Man starts out as evil and then slowly becomes a superhero over time. But even then, I don't really see how it's clever. It's just taking like a supervillain and then having them become good. I mean, DBZ kind of already did that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that's what it is. Maybe I need to watch the series for myself. I don't know. I know very little bits about it, but I kind of heard about Omni-Man a lot. And then, of course, there's the whole Brightburn thing. Brightburn was an interesting concept that just fell flat on its face. Yeah. I mean, I do like that Brightburn at least opened up the idea for more superhero-themed horror movies, which I think is a very underrated premise. The only example we ever got of horror superhero stuff was the second Ghost Rider movie and Elfen Lied.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean they're on the right. I mean they had the right idea. It's just execution could have been better, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, he often compared Brightburn to We Need to Talk About Kevin when Ryan was talking about what Brightburn could have been when compared to We Need to Talk About Kevin, which is clearly what Brightburn wanted to be.
Yeah. Again, it just kind of grew a bit stale. And also, I don't know.
Also, the main reason why the main character becomes evil is not because he eventually becomes a villain. It's because he basically gets brainwashed by a ship and the parents are complete morons, and due to a lack of communication, everything goes to shit because in typical horror movie fashion, everyone has to be an idiot.
Yeah. That's at least what I've seen.
Like a video pointed out like how to beat Brandon Breyer from Brightburn from another YouTuber. He talked about how essentially Brian could have been easily defeated by just destroying the spaceship and just talking to Brandon.
Yeah, I guess that could have been one way. I remember, like actually, Rain 3932, who I think it may have been the Lucy versus Shiro video you may have saw. Basically, he made like a Brandon Breyer matchup against Andrew Detmer from Chronicle. Oh, it's where
why?
Basically, the idea of fallen heroes, massive quotations. And to be fair,
Brandon Breyer was never a hero. He doesn't do anything heroic.
Well, neither was Andrew.
Really? And yeah, Andrew actually did start out as a hero. True. He's more of a tragic character than anything else.
True, but still then, yeah.
Like that is just grasping at straws to come up with a matchup. Even at least the people who make up the matchup of Brandon Breyer versus Lucy, as dumb as that matchup is, I can at least understand where people come from when they suggest that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was kind of interesting, though, because it did show an interesting way to where basically Andrew had almost won the fight by using his powers to stop Brandon's heart. But since, of course, this was Andrew Detmer and he was pretty much hell-bent out of shape, that grasp didn't last very long.
Also, not to mention, from what I understand, Andrew, for the most part, despite having psychic powers, is actually still a human for the most part.
Yeah,
whereas Brandon is implied to be indestructible.
Yes, that's kind of another thing. Like, the only real way Andrew could really, at most, to protect himself is make a mental barrier around himself.
Yeah, and even then, I imagine even that would last for so long. I have no doubt in my mind that the telekinesis could work for a bit, but since Brandon is damn near indestructible, it would create a problem for him. He would have to get really creative.
Right.
Because as far as we know, the only thing that can kill Brandon is the ship. Now, sure, obviously he could probably be potentially killed by other things, but we just don't. That's a problem. We don't know enough about Brandon.
Yeah. What's actually kind of weird is that it's almost like I've seen from a clip from the new Superman Lois series where it looks like they may have actually taken some inspiration from Brightburn, where, of course, there was supposedly this plot twist where there was a Kryptonian before Kal-El that showed up to Earth, basically to human.
Oh, by the way, the whole evil Superman thing, wasn't that the whole point of fucking Zod?
Yes.
So once again, these people completely missed the fucking point.
Yes, and yeah, and even it's not even like that subtle to where it's really on point. Like, you basically have an evil alien child hellbound on taking over the world, and one of the best things that one of the human characters can do is just try and blow its brains out with a shotgun, which obviously didn't work.
This would be like somebody trying to make a quote-unquote clever subversion of Pokemon, where the Pokemon are actually literal slaves that are forced to fight to the death. That wouldn't make you clever. That would put you on the same level of intelligence and creativity as the retards over at PETA. You wouldn't be clever for doing that.
So, yeah. And also, I just remembered something. It's not even... It's like, I remember seeing in my recommendations on YouTube that discussed a comic that I almost forgot about. And I realized it's not even just an evil Superman more often than not. It's a whole, like, villain version of the Justice League. That more often than not kind of takes the antagonist roles of, like, non-DC comics. Like, Marvel had Squadron Sinister. You know, the boys had the Seven. And, like, hell, DC already did before these guys with the Crime Syndicate.
Yeah, The Boys is another series I hear about where it's supposedly such a clever subversion where apparently the superheroes are actually the bad guys, and then there's this group of humans that dedicate themselves to killing these superheroes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure even that's not clever, because I'm pretty sure I can remember... hell, even Fairly Odd Parents had its own clever deconstruction of superheroes.
Yeah. Honestly, I just couldn't really get into The Boys because, I mean, I can't really take it seriously because it was already apparent that at least the writer of the comics, Garth Ennis, has a massive hate boner for superheroes. Hell, he was actually the same guy who wrote Punisher Kills the Marvel Universe.
Well, that explains a lot. Also, the reason why I can't take The Boys seriously is because of this one character that has this really ridiculous smile on his face. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, but as soon as I saw that guy smiling, I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I think I know. But yeah, like, is it really so hard to figure out that there is a clear line between superhero and supervillain?
Yeah, in fact, do these people not understand that comic books were already doing clever subversions and parodies of superheroes long before these shows and movies even came to existence? What do these people think the point of Deadpool and Lobo was?
Exactly.
The whole point of those characters was to make fun of superheroes.
I mean, jeez. I don't even know where to
Like,
begin.
I feel like this is just a fucking issue of what I'm going to call Ryan Johnson syndrome, where everyone wants to now subvert everything.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's probably the best term for it. Or,
Yeah.
like, seriously, you have... I mean, not everything has to be a goddamn subversion. I don't know why people just can't take a hint.
Like, you don't see me thinking I'm some kind of genius because I'm over here like, what if I made a version of Kodomo no Jiken where Rin became a bad guy? I don't think I'm some kind of genius for coming up with that. I just think, like, based on the character of Rin, I'm like, what if Rin actually did give in to her darker side?
Exactly. I mean,
I don't think I'm some kind of genius for coming up with this.
No, like, again, it just kind of annoys me because, again, you see shows like The Boys, you know, oh wow, superheroes are actually scumbags behind closed doors. Like, dude.
People are already aware that superheroes are already kind of scumbags, considering that they basically take law and justice into their own hands.
Which, of course, kind of makes this all the more pointless.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, again...
Hell, Hancock did a much better job at being a subversion of Superman, which is also why I laugh at all the people like Zack Snyder that say that Black Superman is already long overdue. And I'm like, hey, fuckface, ever heard of a little movie called Hancock?
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
And Hancock was actually funny. And it was actually kind of a decent deconstruction of the Superman character.
Exactly.
It basically takes Superman and was like, hey, what if Superman was kind of an alcoholic dickbag?
Yeah. And before you know it, one of the most underrated movies came to
and he ends up getting like a freaking AA sponsor and has to learn how to be less of a dick. That's actually kind of funny. Especially because Superman's already kind of a dick if you think about it.
Yeah. I mean, well, there's no such thing as a perfect hero.
Yep. Like, I know Superman's supposed to be the perfect hero, but I see Superman as just a dick sucker.
Glad my stepbrother isn't here. He'll definitely fight you for on those words.
Well, I mean dick sucker in the sense of Superman rarely ever questions. I mean, I know he sometimes does this, but there's rarely ever examples of Superman ever questioning things like governments or police forces. Like, I know one of the reasons why Superman and Batman ended up fighting each other was literally just because the government told Superman to go deal with Batman.
Right, but...
And Batman was trying to teach Superman a lesson about blindly following government orders.
That's right. That is... Yeah, I can kind of see... Yeah, I can see where fans and the writer were going with this one, but... I don't know. I feel like it kind of... Okay, maybe I'll just stop myself right there, honestly. It's just... I don't know. It's just something... It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like... I want to say maybe be like the best example I can think of is possibly My Hero Academia, but like I wouldn't say overall.
Truth be told, I don't get My Hero Academia.
Yeah.
Then again, I haven't watched it yet, but from what little bit I know about it, I don't get it. Sadly, I know more about the My Hero Academia porn side of things than I do about the actual anime. I don't know if that's sad or anything.
Actually, you'd be forgiven. And
truth be told, I only ever came across this side of My Hero Academia by accident.
Yeah. Don't worry.
I was randomly scrolling around the hub one day, and I just came across a bunch of 3D animations by this guy called Something 8, and he makes a bunch of source filmmaker animations of various My Hero Academia characters fucking.
Yeah. I mean, mean, I guess if nothing else, yeah, I mean...
One thing I will say that annoys me, though, about My Hero Academia is Frog Bitch and Inviso Bitch.
Oh, yeah, so basically we have a fetish that's illegal in 50 states and a character who literally does nothing.
Yeah, and it's back to like, okay, do people not understand that Inviso Bitch, that's what I'm going to call her, I don't really care what her real name is, she's literally just a fucking anime version of the fucking Sue Storm. They already did that whole fucking Fantastic Four already did that joke about how Sue Storm has to get naked to use her powers.
Well, here's the thing though. Sue Storm has like actual control of her powers though.
Yeah, I know she eventually gains better control over time, but when Sue Storm started out, every time she wanted to use her powers, she had to strip naked, Invisible Man style.
Right, but honestly, if nothing else, yeah, but honestly, the fact that we don't even see Toru's face like a single time throughout like the manga or the anime, that just kind of tells me that the importance of this character is damn near non-existent.
Well, you'd be surprised. I've seen people in the Koyakatsu community make porn of her. Invisibility and all.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how or why, but they do it. And it's as stupid as you can imagine.
Yeah, I will admit, I do like My Hero Academia, but by God, I hate the fans.
I mean, I'm sure My Hero Academia is probably fine. Maybe I just need to watch it. I mean, I do know a little bit about My Hero Academia because I remember in one of ER's videos, he spoke about Midoriya's character.
Yeah.
And how, like, Midoriya is basically better than Rei because Midoriya is an example of a character that actually wants to do, quote-unquote, the right thing. Like, that's basically Deku's entire character, just wanting to do the right thing, just like Rei, but he still has to train and work hard to gain power to be like his idol.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's kind of why everybody liked Midoriya, because basically he started off as basically just a bottom feeder, really. He basically had no future of being a hero. And just, I was saying, it wasn't so much that he had to outright prove it and actually work to change that.
Yep. And another thing I'll say is, thanks to the My Hero Academia fan base, is I have now seen What's-Her-Fuck have sex with the Yandere girl.
Yeah. That's just not okay. Well, yanderes are not okay.
Yeah, yanderes are not okay, period.
Like, people
even if I ever did make like my my script for like a horror version of Kodomo no Jiken, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that the Rin Koko no Ue character equivalent would be the hero by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
Like, rather what she's doing, even if what she's doing is just for the person she loves, like, she's still fucking killing people.
Right.
And it's mostly just for her own misguided attempt to be able to be in love with the person she wants to be with. She just takes a more extreme approach than Rin would have taken. And you're not supposed to basically root for her. Like, she's not presented as the good guy by any means. Because yanderes are not meant to be the good guy, and when you try to make the yanderes like, for example, Lucy in Elfen Lied at no point is ever presented as the good guy.
No.
Yeah, people like Lucy, and you can somewhat sympathize and empathize with Lucy's character, but like it or not, she's technically the villain.
Right. Like,
I remember how in the manga where we finally got the reveal of Dabi's backstory, yes, confirming an age-old fan theory, where yes, he is basically Shoto's older brother. They're like, we were supposed to feel bad. It's like Horikoshi kind of wanted us to feel bad because basically he was, again, one of the three characters who was told that he cannot be a hero, and that basically devastated on a personal level. Well, but except I can't really bring myself to forgive this guy because basically out of just pure jealousy, he almost killed his baby brother. Like, going back to what you said, apparently even children are capable of being evil.
Yeah, and with the idea I presented, basically the what if scenario is instead of Rin being morally ambiguous but learning to fight against the darkness she hides deep inside of her, she basically just gave in to the darkness and just became just straight up nuts and started killing people to get her way.
Yeah. I mean, I also want to say, for like one possible My Hero Academia character, though we'd have to wait out a little bit because of the recent manga chapters, would be the character Lady Nagant, who basically has the quirk that allows her to turn her whole arm into a sniper rifle, and even has an added quirk to where she can actually levitate. Right? And actually has proven to have given Midoriya some trouble. Well, considering that, ignoring just her constant powers, where she was able to anticipate and predict where he can go, just by pure instinct, and even her sniper arm has a rapid fire mode. The only problem is, though, is that apparently now she's basically reduced to burnt charcoal because for some reason, apparently All For One knew that she would actually consider going back to the hero side. So basically just decided to turn to a living explosive. Granted, she did live a little longer than I thought she did, but I don't know, I don't think she might make it. Which kind of sucks because, again, if nothing else, she definitely seemed like it could be something useful for maybe like a short fight. Like not even so much as like Blood Royale or Death Battle level, just something in general to work with. But like basically, we have only very little information on this character, and I'm worried that Horikoshi's kind of already getting rid of her as quickly as she was just introduced. Especially considering that this is supposed to be like the dark reflection of Izuku Midoriya. Yeah. Like,
I mean, it's a shame that I had to cancel Midoriya versus Gon. It could have been a potential interesting matchup, but with Midoriya being supposedly country level, that could be extremely...
Yeah.
That could be a huge problem, considering that Gon isn't really all that strong.
Well, I don't really know anything about Gon per se, though, so I can't comment.
Gon is basically a hero that borders on being the villain of the story.
That sounds kind of tight.
Yep. Yeah, one thing that threw me off was one of my fans sent me this thumbnail. I don't really get it. It's a thumbnail somebody made of me versus some person. I don't know who they are.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I imagine it's probably some guy's attempt to take a shot at me. You'd be surprised how many people did that. I remember one guy made sprite artwork of Fan War's little fishy character getting ready to like kill my OC or something. And then when I commented on their artwork, they took offense to it for some reason. I didn't even say anything bad about it. They just took offense for some reason. It It was weird.
Of course.
And I hate it when people think they're clever, like by mocking me or putting me up against matchups against characters I presume that they find as cringy.
Yeah, I mean,
It's funny to me that I'm seen as the villain of the Versus community. Yeah, do you see me going around killing beloved characters for stupid, arbitrary reasons?
No. Like, it's like I always say, people will just find reasons to complain. They're not even going to care if they're good.
Yeah, it's like some people I feel they try way too hard to find excuses to hate me. And look, I always say people don't have to like me. If they want to disagree with me, that's perfectly fine. I accept that. It's an inevitability. But some people, whenever they try to make memes about me, oftentimes they make no sense. Like I showed this one meme that got sent to me where somebody randomly compared me to someone named Galaxy, a member of the Versus community I've never even fucking heard of.
Well, I don't know any Galaxy.
Yeah, and apparently I showed this to the head guy who's in charge of Cartoon Fight Club, and apparently Galaxy is associated with the Cartoon Fight Club crew. And he was able to say that, yeah, this meme is stupid and is clearly made from somebody who doesn't know shit about you and clearly has some kind of vendetta against you. He told me not to take it seriously.
Wow.
Yeah, so a guy who's associated with the guy that you're comparing me to said that your meme blows. How much of an epic failure do you have to be at making memes? Again, I sometimes don't understand how I somehow became the villain of the Versus community.
Man.
It sometimes makes me just not want to make Versus content anymore because I'm starting to get sick and tired of these people. Yeah, I understand that you're always going to have stupid people that say stupid things about you no matter who you are. But sometimes it gets really aggravating when people genuinely take things too far just because I have an opinion about Death Battle or Cartoon Fight Club that they don't like. And it's like, it just makes me want to ask the common sense question. If you hate me, why are you people watching my content? If my Death Battle content didn't get views, there would be no reason for me to make it and I would move on to something else.
Yeah, that's...
So it's like, for example, even though a lot of people claim to hate my Link versus Cloud rant video, it already is at 4K views, and I've gained 200 subscribers. Clearly, I'm doing something right. This happens every time I make a rant video. This goes all the way back to one of my first Death Battle videos, Lucy versus Carnage, where I made a rant video on that. And I got an explosion of 1,000 views back when I had like 50-something subscribers. And then I got an explosion of subs shortly afterwards.
Yeah.
Well, explain that one to me, people that fucking hate me.
If they can.
Yeah. I mean, I try not to let these people get to me, but sometimes these people need to understand that I'm a human and I deal with things like depression and anxiety. And when they do stupid shit like that, they make me question myself. People really need to understand that I'm a human just like them. And sometimes they take things a bit too far. Again, they always want to talk to me about supposedly taking things too seriously, but you wouldn't believe some of the shit these people say about me just because I have an opinion on Death Battle they don't like. It's ridiculous.
I mean,
like, to say that someone needs to be put on a watch list and to insinuate that they're going to beat the shit out of someone or kill them because they make a rant video that's meant to be over the top is nothing short of just insanity.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. And I wish some people would understand that, like Death Battle, I make my videos for entertainment.
Yeah. I mean,
Once I thought about in a depressed state of just giving up and just going back to making videos mindlessly riding Death Battle's dick in the hope that these people will shut the fuck up. But then I realized, why the fuck should I do that? Because it's just going to come off as disingenuous to my fan base. And then I'm going to be seen as like some kind of person that just threw in the towel and gave in, and all my talks of being the one to call out Death Battle on their shit is only going to piss off my fan base, because one of the reasons why my fan base likes me is because I actually say the things about Death Battle that people wishes they could say, but they're so afraid of being attacked by the crowd. Because Death Battle has become so popular, it's pretty much impossible to say anything about Death Battle without inevitably getting attacked by the crowd, sadly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's kind of like having a negative opinion about PewDiePie. Good luck doing that without getting attacked by PewDiePie's fan base.
That's, if nothing else, it's kind of reasons like that why I don't even make YouTube videos.
It's reasons like this why when I get around to finishing up the 50 reasons why Death Battle sucks, I don't want to hear the Death Battle fan base bitching that one of the reasons I put on there was the fan base. Some of the Death Battle fans are fucking insane. Yeah, I'm aware that not all Death Battle fans are insane, because a lot of my audience are also probably Death Battle fans. But some of these Death Battle fans, you won't believe some of the shit they say. And people like Grand Bull really don't help their case.
No.
Like, seriously, in my last video where I was roasting bad Death Battle ideas, a lot of people got mad at me thinking I was trying to attack Biff. And I'm over here like, no, I just picked out a random video. I didn't know who the fuck Biff was. I have nothing against him. Why do you think that I'm trying to attack him? No joke. I was in the Death Battle live chat, and in some of my comment sections, people are like, why are you going after Biff? I'm like, because I just picked a random YouTube video, and it just happened to be his. I didn't even know who the guy was.
God, people are fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And again, these people will make it out like I'm the toxic one. I'm the insane one.
Yeah. Good luck trying. Yeah, well, to them I say good luck trying to win that argument.
Yep.
Because they're going to need it.
Like I said, I'm willing to bet you some of those dislikes I got was probably just because I dared to say that I thought the Link versus Cloud sucked. Because clearly a lot of people are happy because, oh, look, we changed Death Battle. We made them give the proper result of Cloud winning. It's like, no, you didn't change shit.
Nope, in fact.
It's like those wrestling smarks that get all self-important, thinking that they're the reason why Daniel Bryan got pushed and became champion, when in an interview, Stephanie McMahon literally said they flipped the whole yes movement thing to their favor, and whenever they complain about people supporting Roman Reigns, because that's what quote-unquote WWE wants, they don't know that they played into WWE's hands by actually supporting Daniel Bryan. That's what that kind of reminds me of. Those dumb wrestling smarks that get all self-important that think they're changing the business by rooting for wrestlers that quote unquote go against the grain and booing actual wrestlers like Batista out of the building, or trying to cancel Lars Sullivan, who should have been something great. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that's definitely something.
Yeah, I mean, it really is frustrating. I mean, some of these Death Battle fans, I wish they had enough self-awareness to understand irony.
Sadly, Kimi, I don't think that day is going to come. Honestly, the one day I'm wondering, and I can't help but think about it.
My crazy ex, who is literally mentally deranged, has more self-awareness than these people. Yeah. And that's saying something.
Like, oh boy. I mean, it's almost I'm almost more saddened that Death Battle will keep going than they're ever knowing that than seeing that they'll ever be canceled. Like, I know that's kind of awful for me to say, but
I mean, Death Battle probably should get canceled considering some of the shit that they've done. Like, apparently somebody pointed out to me that Ben Singer got caught jacking someone's artwork, and this person was furious about it and actually reached out to Ben Singer.
yeah.
Or that time that Chad James basically implied that he wanted to get rid of his daughter because he was dumb enough to leave out one of his guitars in a place where his kids could get it, and it got damaged.
Wait, for real?
Yeah, I tweeted about this on my Twitter. You could probably find it. Because even though I'm locked out of my Twitter, it's still up. You could probably find my tweet about it. I remember posting about this. Chad James actually fucking did that on his Twitter. What a fucking douche. Yeah. Like, these guys probably are going to get themselves canceled one day.
Yeah. I mean, as well.
There's probably more controversial shit that Death Battle crew has gotten themselves into that we're not aware of. I mean, look how much shit was going on behind closed doors with Channel Awesome that we were unaware of for so many years.
Exactly.
The Booney drama looked like it was a bunch of heavily exaggerated nonsense.
I mean, good lord. Hard.
And yeah, it's like people sometimes wonder why sometimes I consider giving up on Death Battle content, because sometimes I'm really sick and tired of getting abused by the Death Battle fan base. Sometimes it really is frustrating. I'm over here trying to entertain people, and then I gotta deal with assholes genuinely harassing me over a stupid opinion. Like, rather you think that my opinions are right or not, it's like, at the end of the day, you want to say that you want to make me out to be a joke, yet you clearly take me serious enough to feel the need to legitimately fucking harass me. So it's like, which is it? Am I a joke? Am I a clown? Or am I a fucking toxic asshole? You can't have it both ways.
I mean, I guess if there's one thing I can take comfort in, is that these people with these kind of people are just too stupid to win.
Yep. And the irony is, like, these people want to make me out to be some kind of asshole. Like, the reason why I do this, I don't do this for the money. I say this all the time. YouTube doesn't fucking pay me. I do this because I want to, because I'm following my passion. I've always wanted to be an entertainer ever since I was little, back in the days of watching AVGN. Back when YouTube was in its infancy, I thought to myself, I want to be just like AVGN. I want to be like him someday. I looked up to him, and I still do. And I hope someday I can reach the same success that he did. I do this for the passion. Even with Blood Royale, when I saw some guy in this meme say that I only made Blood Royale to spite Death Battle, whereas Galaxy made his show for the passion, I'm genuinely offended. Because, like, I also made Blood Royale because I always wanted to have my own Versus show. I mean, I grew up on things like Deadliest Warrior. You really think the thought never occurred to me of, ooh, I want to make a show just like Deadliest Warrior when I was younger? Are you people fucking serious? These people just have such comical misconceptions about me that it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And when you got people over dramatizing when you have melodramatic people like Fan War heavily exaggerating the drama between me and him, like, that's one of the reasons why Fan War drives me nuts. That motherfucker was so melodramatic about everything. He makes out our relationship to be way worse than it actually was. And now because of him, I got inevitably there's going to be some people that are going to take Fan War's side and then take his word for it that I was genuinely some kind of asshole that harassed him to the point of tears, which couldn't be further from the truth. What would happen is I would say something and he would take it heavily out of context. And then it would become a whole thing. He would post about it on his Twitter, make a big deal. He would post about it on his community tab, making a big deal about it, rinse and repeat until he eventually blocked me.
Yeah. So I see, huh? That's how it is.
Yep, it really is sad too. And what's funny is he'll get at me for supposedly having my fans harass him. But his fans genuinely fucking harassed me. And he didn't do dick about it. But he'll get on me about supposedly sending my fans after him, even though I've said multiple times, I have no control over what my fans do. Even if I tell them not to do something, they're going to do it anyway. Like, I can't fucking control them. They're going to do what they want.
The fact that the fact that you're telling me that these guys have no understanding of basic human nature, depresses me beyond belief.
Like, it makes me wonder how the fuck Fan War sees his audience. Like, I go in knowing that I can't control my audience. Why do you think I always tell myself, like, I can't control my audience? If my audience wants death battle videos, whether I like it or not, that's what they're going to get. I can't pretend like I have control over my audience. I can't just tell my fans, stop watching death battle videos and watch this. No, that's not how it works. Like, I'm not arrogant enough to believe that I can control my fan base. They have their own free wills and they're going to do what they want. And it's ridiculous to me that, like, I remember I had one guy who made a response video to me. So he pissed off a bunch of my fans with his bullshit. And he got backlash for it and got to the point where he came to me and unironically begged me to get my fans to stop. And it's like, what the fuck do you want me to do about it? You brought that on yourself. You fucking pissed them off. What do you want me to do? Even if I tell them not to do it, there's no guarantee they're not going to do it. It's like, what the fuck? Where do you get off at trying to get me to control my fans because you can't take responsibility for you being a fucking dick brain? Like, I know that sounds, but you essentially brought that on yourself.
Yeah. I mean, goes around, comes around.
Yeah, it's common sense. Like, you and your little buddy Raven decided to start pointless drama with me that caused me to have an emotional meltdown live on camera. What the hell did you think was going to happen? Of course, some of my fans are going to see me in fucking tears because of your stupid-ass petty drama, and they're not going to take too kindly to it. What did you think was going to happen? Did you think that they were just going to take your side?
I gotta say, hey, it's just, man, failing at reality was really something I would never thought would be possible, and yet you have people like these actually telling me otherwise. It's like, how can you understand that these kind of actions don't have consequences?
Yep. Again, I go in knowing that some of my actions will inevitably have consequences. For example, I uploaded my Link versus Cloud video knowing that it would probably get me some shit. I knew that creating any kind of political content could potentially damage my channel. I go in knowing that. And that's why I try to make it perfectly clear, like, look, even if you do see me make political content, I want to make it clear I fucking hate it. And I'm well aware that this could be potentially damaging my channel, you know? I go in knowing that some of my actions will inevitably have consequences. But these people, it's like, they start shit with me, and then they act surprised when they get backlash. It's like when your little buddy is melodramatic, Like, what the hell do you think is going to happen when your little buddy throws a melodramatic shit fit over essentially nothing?
Yeah,
it just frustrates me because I know deep down inside, the bigger my channel gets, the more I'm going to deal with people that are inevitably going to do shit like that. And I hate that YouTube is that way. I really do. I wish YouTube could be like it was back in the good old days when you could just upload a video, get a random explosion in views, and then just build a following of cool people.
Yeah.
Like, I really genuinely hate it when people make me out to be some kind of villain. It's frustrating. All I want to do is just make people smile and laugh. I'm not out here trying to attack people. I don't. I actively go out of my way to avoid drama.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Kimi, I think as a whole, you do a pretty good job avoiding drama. It's just that when it comes down to it, right, there's always going to be that one dickweed on the outside who's going to try and start itself.
Quite frankly, I don't care if the military gets pissed off at me. They don't deserve my respect. Don't be a part of a fucking death cult then, and you won't have that problem. I don't give a... That's the thing. Like, people need to understand. Like, for the most part, I don't give a damn if you get pissed off at me. Yeah, if you fucking harass me enough, you might potentially trigger my depression or anxiety. But that's mostly out of my control. It's like, for the most part, people need to understand I really don't give a fuck a lot of the time. Sometimes I just laugh at it.
Yeah. Let's see here.
It's like I inevitably got shit when I defended demonophobia. Because there are actually people out there that genuinely are offended by demonophobia's existence. And I'm over here like, okay, I think that demonophobia is a good game, and I think I laid out good reasons for why I believe this. Do you have any arguments to potentially debunk this? No? Then what the fuck are you doing in my comment section? Get out. Like, I'm not saying it to be a dick. I'm just saying, if you're just here to talk shit about me because I have an opinion you don't like, then what the fuck are you doing? Either argue against my arguments or just go away. Why are you wasting my time? And more importantly, why are you wasting your time? Time is valuable. Time is the one thing you can never get back, so why waste time? That's the same thing with all these Death Battle fans. If you hate me so much, why waste time talking about me? Why waste time making memes about me? Why waste time making videos about me if you hate me so much? See, the irony is that these people don't seem to understand that I don't hate Death Battle. I make my videos to Death Battle out of from the perspective of I'm a passionate fan that just doesn't like the path that Death Battle is going down. And if Death Battle continues to go down this path, they're not going to like the end result. I've seen this happen before. It happened to wrestling. It happened to Star Wars.
Yes. And where are those franchises now? In the shitter.
Exactly. Wrestling is already dead, and Star Wars is dead as a doornail. Like, I'm over here genuinely trying to help Death Battle. I cannot tell you how annoying it is when I have to explain to Death Battle fans that, hey, genius, I don't actually hate Death Battle. If I hated Death Battle, I wouldn't waste my time talking about them. Like, it's genuinely frustrating sometimes. Yeah. And I genuinely try to ignore these people because I know for some of these people, they do feed off of the attention, and I do get that.
Yeah. So, hey, Kimi.
What?
So are you going to play another supposedly incredibly hard NES game?
Maybe. I've had plans to do that, but the reception of the first episode didn't go so well, so I'm a little bit worried that maybe people aren't into it.
I was only a bit curious.
I mean, I did have ideas for different games, ranging from AVGN versus Mega Man, which is a harder version of Mega Man 2, Ninja Gaiden, Zombies Ate My Neighbors, Demonophobia, but I don't know. I mean, I'll definitely give it another try, but the first episode didn't receive a lot of reception, which bums me. We didn't receive a lot of reception, so I'm a little bit concerned that maybe people aren't interested.
I mean, I'd still say it probably has some potential.
I don't know. Maybe I just didn't pick the best game to start out with. I guess maybe when people think of hard games, maybe they don't think of a Jekyll and Hyde. Maybe when it comes to bad games, maybe I do really need to delve into something genuinely hard. Who knows? I mean, maybe sometimes the first episode doesn't always knock it out of the park.
Yeah. I mean, people never get it right the first time.
I was even doing some exercises on my Switch, playing some Ninja Gaiden to prepare, because I was trying to prepare myself for the inevitable final boss battle, the second phase of the final boss, who is fucking annoying as shit. I was practicing trying to get the feel for his pattern, so when I do the inevitable episode, I'll be ready to take him on, and fuck me, this dude is hard. No matter what, I can never get the feel for his pattern.
Well, guess shit. Sorry. So, anyway, Kimi, I really wish I can stay in chat, but you know, it's 3 a.m. and well, I got work in the next few hours.
All right.
So, I guess I'm gonna call it a night. So, thanks for having me.
All right, no problem.
All right, I'll talk to you some other time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, bye.
Well, I don't know what getting over it is, sadly. Didn't I already do that when I did the whole waifu war thing? Unless you're talking about, like, individual episodes of me reviewing waifus. I don't know. Maybe. I'd have to think about it. Mm-hmm. Oh, so Omni Slash is soul manipulation, is it now? And what most frustrates me about Link versus Cloud is this is going to add fuel to the fire of people thinking that, Link is a bitch and Cloud's awesome. Because so many people like to lowball and undermine Link. It's so frustrating. I need to get around to making my video called Link is Stronger Than You Think. Also, I love how people like Ghost try to say Cloud killed Sephiroth. Oh, really? Then explain why Sephiroth keeps coming back. It seems that every time Cloud kills Sephiroth, in air quotes, he always comes back. I don't know. I don't watch E3. Also, I hate how people are trying to treat Link versus Cloud as like redemption for Death Battle. It's like, how easy you people forget how they treated Tifa. And that wasn't Death Battle being incompetent. That was Death Battle knowingly fucking over another character. You have to understand that Death Battle isn't just necessarily incompetent, more so they're malicious and rigged these fights. That's what people needs to understand. Like, it's just really annoying. Like, these Death Battle fans, they don't really understand, like, power scaling. They just blindly go off of what Death Battle says and treats it as gospel. And again, I can prove that Death Battle lowballed Link. Ghost might shrug off that whole laser thing, but I have evidence that shows that lasers are way faster than people think. Some people try to say that oh, it's only a specific laser. Oh, really? Because I've looked through that article and nowhere does it state that it was this super specific special laser. No, it just said quite simply, a laser pulse moves 300 times the speed of light. Link is 300 times the speed of light, not fucking 1/10, you jerk-offs. And Link has shown to be able to dodge lasers without any kind of special enhancements. Now consider the fact that Link has access to gear and potions that can further increase his speed. Like, come on. Like Death Battle genuinely thinks that Cloud would be able to run circles around Link and he wouldn't know. Fucking bullshit. You're talking about a guy here that can move so fast that he slows down time. A person who has bullet time is gonna be able to fucking see what Cloud is doing. Get fucking real here. And that's another thing. Wind Waker implies that Link may very well be above the concept of time, which if that is the case, then Death Battle's whole argument of Cloud can stop time would mean nothing to Link. Because I think I read that one of Link's powers in that laundry list of abilities I was telling you guys about. I think one of the things there is that Link is immune to time manipulation to an extent. So, yeah. If people think that Death Battle has redeemed themselves, then they're not really all that bright and they don't get Death Battle. That's the thing. A lot of people don't understand Death Battle like I do. And it's frustrating. Also, considering that Link has access to a cloak that makes him intangible, what would just stop Link from wearing that little cloak while Cloud does his little Omni Slash? Because I don't know if you know this, but Cloud can't just use the Omni Slash whenever he wants. He has to fill up his limit gauge, which actually takes time. And once he uses Omni Slash, he has to fill up his limit break gauge again. So if Link has access to a cloak that can make him intangible, why wouldn't he just wear the cloak whenever Cloud throws an attack at Link that he believes would be capable of killing him? Like, Death Battle is dumb as shit. Not to mention, people want to say that, oh, well, Link wouldn't be able to damage Cloud enough to get a killing blow. Let's see, Link has a sword that has divine power. It was literally made by fucking gods. Link's sword would be the equivalent of being punched by Safer Sephiroth or something like that. And yeah, people say, well, Cloud has fought gods too. That's not the point. The point is, Cloud's endurance and stamina is not limitless. If you do enough damage to him, eventually he's going to become weak enough to die. That's just how it works. Cloud is not invincible. And again, they're trying to use a travel speed feat to prove that Cloud is 1,200 times the speed of light, which is bullshit. This is Kirby versus Majin Buu all over again. And I thought y'all hated that matchup. So why is it all of a sudden okay to do it for Cloud? So I guess by your logic, the whole travel speed thing is legit, right? So Kirby being able to have his Warp Star travel speed thing, that's perfectly okay, right? Oh, wait, I forgot. It's only okay when Death Battle gives you the result you want. I swear, some Death Battle fans are the biggest bunch of hypocrites I've ever seen. Oh, it's okay to use travel speed feats when it means getting the results that I want, but if it comes to my beloved Majin Buu getting his ass kicked by Kirby, well, that's just unacceptable. And again, even Death Battle said that travel speed and reaction speed are two different things. They said this in their Naruto versus Ichigo episode. So by Death Battle's own logic, that travel speed feat is bullshit. This is what I mean. Death Battle's own logic works against them. And you all will see, when I make my review and debunking, you will see for yourself that Death Battle is a bunch of frauds. They just make up whatever they want. And since most of their fan base either is too dumb or doesn't understand the ins and outs of power scaling and genuinely don't know any better, they'll take it at face value. But people in my audience or in the Seth the Programmer side of the Versus community know better. We've seen how many times Death Battle has been wrong. We've seen enough videos of Seth the Programmer and Sir Splash debunking Death Battle to know that they cannot be trusted. Like, they want to tell me that I should just let it go and stop taking it so seriously. Some of you guys are probably only saying that just because you're happy that Cloud won. How much are you willing to bet if they had Link win that it would be the people that are currently giving me shit that would be the ones making videos and articles talking about how Death Battle was wrong? Not to mention, I think you may be right, because I've done research on Bahamut Fury, and apparently his attack is like relativistic speeds. Like his actual attacks, not his fucking travel speed. And even Final Fantasy fans are calling bullshit on the Bahamut Fury thing. So odds are this is just another example of Death Battle making shit up. Because again, most of their audience doesn't know any better. Honestly, I hope a bunch of debunking videos come out, not just my own. Because Death Battle doesn't deserve to be told that they've redeemed themselves. because they didn't redeem themselves. All they did was just go in the completely opposite direction and fuck Link over. And again, these are the same people that will gladly go after Death Battle when it comes to fucking over Ben 10, Tifa, and Tracer. But when it comes to fucking over Link, oh, nobody, I mean, not Tracer, Scout. But when it comes to fucking over Link, oh, that's perfectly okay. Why? Why is that fucking okay? Why is it that I'm one of the only few people that's able to be consistent and call out Death Battle when they fuck over any character? I hate these people that say that, well, the character I care about won, so therefore that makes it okay. No, I will say this. I will get rightfully outraged if Death Battle fucks over any character, even if it's a character I don't give a fuck about. That's why I mentioned Tracer versus Scout in my rant video. I hate Overwatch, and I don't give a damn about Team Fortress 2. Yet, when I was told by my fan base about what they pulled with Tracer versus Scout, and I did a little bit more research into it, yeah, I was fucking pissed off. Scout didn't deserve to get treated dirty like that. It's not okay. And the entertainment excuse doesn't work for me. Because guess what? You want to play that game? Captain Marvel was made for entertainment purposes. Ghostbusters 2016 was made for entertainment purposes. If you want to play that game, I can play games. Well, it's also not, well, let's also point out that Demise, from what I've been told, now granted, I've played Skyward Sword. I've never beaten it though, but I have played it, and I will hopefully beat it someday. Or from what I've been told, Demise apparently killed one of the fucking gods, which insinuates that Demise is extremely fucking powerful, potentially even more powerful than even fucking Ganon. Considering that Ganon is nothing more than a manifestation of Demise's hatred. Think about that. Demise was so powerful that his hatred took on a physical form that harassed Hyrule for generations. Think about that. And again, I tried to explain this to people. I would have been equally as pissed off with Link versus Cloud, even if Link won. I explained that even if Link won, this matchup would probably still blow, but again, these people don't listen to me. I don't care that Link lost. I care that the matchup sucked. I care that the research was garbage. People need to understand that when I review an episode of Death Battle, I'm reviewing the overall package, animation, research, results, everything. That's what people need to understand. I don't judge it based on, oh, the character I like won. That's not how I work. That's not how my fucking reviews work. That's not what they're for. And as far as I'm concerned, the only way Death Battle will redeem themselves is if they come out and openly admit that they were wrong about Naruto versus Ichigo. They were wrong about Tifa versus Yang. They were wrong about Doomslayer versus Master Chief. And they were wrong about Tracer versus Scout and all the other matchups that they fucked up. And they fix these results, or at the very least, take down the episodes. That's the only way I'll consider Death Battle redeemed, is that they actually acknowledge their mistakes and take accountability for them, not just try to pretend that they didn't happen or make a joke out of them. But Death Battle doesn't care, because in Death Battle's own words, they're never wrong. They genuinely think that they're never wrong. And if you point out that they're wrong, well, like one of my fans pointed out, they'll just mock you. Like that time Death Battle mocked Kuro. Not Kuro from Kodomo no Jiken, Kuro the artist. They had the audacity to mock him because he called out Death Battle on their bullshit when they decided to fuck over Ben. That's just how Death Battle is. Death Battle genuinely doesn't give a fuck. They think that they're untouchable. Like, this is just frustrating. Like, it feels like these Death Battle fans, they don't understand Death Battle and they don't understand me. Because if they understood Death Battle, then they would understand why my videos are the way that they are. But they're genuinely surprised. They genuinely don't seem to get it. It makes me wonder if how much of Death Battle fans they actually are. Rather that's true or not, we shall see. But either way, Death Battle is not going to get away with this. That much I will ensure. Because I'm sick and tired of people making excuses for Death Battle. Because again, rather you enjoyed the product or not, doesn't mean that everyone else feels the same way. You can enjoy something that sucks, but it can still suck. I say this all the time. I can enjoy the Resident Evil movies all I want, but guess what? The Resident Evil movies are still shit movies. Just because I like them doesn't change what they are. Especially because you need to understand, these characters, a lot of them don't belong to Death Battle. If you're going to use someone else's character, show some fucking respect. Don't disrespect them. Like, it's really that simple. These are not Death Battle's fucking characters. If fair use didn't exist, Death Battle would have been sued into the fucking ground by now. One of these days, Death Battle might fuck with the wrong creator. I'll do you one better, Ben Singer. None of your seasons are to be trusted. You are not to be trusted at all, Death Battle. You've destroyed people's trust in you. The fact that anyone out there still takes you seriously blows my mind. Especially considering that Death Battle has genuinely disrespect. Like, for example, their Justin Bieber versus Rebecca Black video, you know that could technically classify as slander, right? If Justin Bieber or Rebecca Black wanted to, if they felt that that video slandered them in any way, they could technically take Death Battle to court. But they don't care. Because Death Battle thinks what they're doing is all fun and games and they think they're untouchable. I don't always agree with Fan War, but he has a point that Justin Bieber versus Rebecca Black was disgusting. And that episode could genuinely get them in some major shit. If Death Battle keeps fucking around, eventually they're going to piss off the wrong person. And again, these are the same people that will get pissy at Death Battle if their favorite character dies. But they'll also try to shit on me for pointing out when Death Battle fucks over another character. Because I'm not biased. I will get pissed off if Death Battle fucks over any character. And looking back at it in hindsight, I need to make a review of my Ben 10 versus Green Lantern review, because looking back at it in hindsight, I focused a little too much on the reaction by the Ben 10 fan base, and I didn't do enough to emphasize the bullshittery that Death Battle was trying to pull. Now, thankfully, Kuro did do a pretty good job ripping them to shreds, but I don't feel I did a good enough job pointing out everything Death Battle did wrong. I got a little bit too focused on trying to quell the rage of the Death Battle fan, of the Ben 10 fan base, because that's exactly what Death Battle wanted. And yeah, there's a couple other reviews I would like to remake sometime, like Lucy versus Carnage. Looking back at it in hindsight, there was a lot more things I could have talked about when I reviewed Lucy versus Carnage, but that was back when I was just starting out, and I didn't even fully expect that video to blow up the way that it did. Yep. Truth be told, I won't ever make a debunking video of Ben 10 versus Green Lantern, but I will remake my review. That much I will do. To talk about how it sucks as an episode of Death Battle, outside of the fact that pretty much everything in the research was fucking wrong. I mean, the Death Battle fan base can harass me all I want, but I'm not going to stop what I'm doing, and clearly people agree with what I'm doing. Like I said earlier, ever since I uploaded my Link versus Cloud rant, I got 200 more subscribers. So clearly, not on top of the over 4,000 views I got. Yeah, inevitably I'm going to get backlash from the Death Battle community. That's to be expected. But there are people out there that do agree with what I say. And you can't invalidate those people just because you think that I'm some kind of asshole that secretly hates Death Battle. Just because you don't understand why I make my Death Battle content doesn't mean that others don't get it. Also, I dare you Death Battle fans to go pull this shit with Seth and Sir Splash. Go pull this shit with them, I dare you. See what happens. Because I bet you Seth and Splash will have you crying. It's funny that you all want to call me a man-child, but the irony is, if Death Battle doesn't give you the results you want, you will cry. And if you tried fucking with Seth or Sir Splash, they will make you cry. Not because they're assholes, but because they actually know what they're talking about, and they're going to make you look dumb as fuck. It's really that simple. Honestly, Ghost can do what he wants. I can't really control what he's going to do. I mean, if he wants to think that my videos are so bad, then so be it. But again, it's ironic to me that Death Battle fans will accuse me of being the very same things that they do. Like, people don't understand that Seth the Programmer mocks the Death Battle community for shit like that. Being man-children, being biased sheep that believes everything Death Battle says, harassing people like Seth for daring to call them out on their bullshit. Death Battle fan, it's not just me. Death Battle fans, they try starting shit with Seth and people like Sir Splash and other channels like Key Issues and whatnot. And guess what? They almost inevitably get fucking roasted. Oh, gee, I wonder why. Maybe it's because a lot of you Death Battle fans don't actually know what the fuck you're talking about. Maybe that's why. Like, say what you want about me. I know I'm not perfect and sometimes I get things wrong. But more times than not, when I talk about power scaling, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Say what you want about some of my videos or power scales, at least I know how to power scale. A lot of you Death Battle fans don't have a fucking clue of what you're talking about. And no, watching Death Battle doesn't make you an expert on power scaling. And again, take my challenge to a lot of those people in that comment section that think I'm just a salty man-child. Go pull the shit you just pulled with me. Go try pulling that shit with Sir Splash and Seth. I dare you. And if you do it, don't come crying to me, because all I'm going to say is I told you so. And by the way, Sir Splash is the guy that utterly humiliated Jar. You know, that guy that tried to be Death Battle and explain why Madara totally defeats Aizen. Bullshit, by the way. Yeah, that guy got his ass handed to him by Sir Splash, and he exposed Jar as not having a single fucking clue of what he's talking about. So go ahead. If you want to be like Jar and think you're hot shit, go try to fuck with Sir Splash. He has plenty of videos debunking Death Battle. Go ahead. I've already given my thoughts on the season so far. It's terrible. So far, it's the worst season that they've ever done. It's really, really fucking bad. The only episode so far that has been mildly passable is Poe versus Iron Fist. I mean, seriously, this season is a fucking train wreck. Episodes range from being infuriating fan bait rage to just being boring and forgettable. Like, again, Geese versus Heihachi. Who the fuck is going to remember that matchup? That one's definitely going to be the McGruff versus Smokey Bear episode where nobody fucking remembers it. Yoda versus Mickey was a fucking disaster. That one was just really stupid. The matchup was stupid. The fight was meh. But they kept fucking referencing the Star Wars sequels. That is unacceptable. I mean, honestly, I don't know how you're able to enjoy this season. Maybe some people have a little bit more tolerance for Death Battle shenanigans than people like me and Seth, but this season is borderline unwatchable. I mean, I don't know how some of you all do it, but I just can't sometimes with Death Battle. To me, this season is just as bad as Season 7, if not worse. But hopefully when Blood Royale gets started up, we'll see what happens. If everything goes according to plan, I have every reason to believe that Blood Royale will be everything Death Battle should be, and people will soon be snapped out of this Death Battle trance. I mean, people want to talk major shit about my matchups, but it's not like these people are coming up with better matchups. Again, you'll always have people that'll talk shit about my matchups, but they'll never explain why they're bad. They'll just say, oh, your matchups suck, they're boring. And I'm over here like, my matchups have more thought put into them than yours, I can assure you of that. And I'm not just saying this to be some kind of arrogant dickhead. No, it's because I genuinely put a lot of thought into the matchups to make sure they're the best they possibly can be. I don't just take two characters and just smash them together with only 5 seconds of thought put into it. Like, I've covered enough death battles in my roasting series to prove that a lot of these matchups are just atrocious. They really are. Also, didn't I say that I haven't seen the E3 yet? I mean, I've seen the first Breath of the Wild trailer, but I haven't seen the newest one. And look, if Death Battle isn't going to change, and Blood Royale isn't able to become a thing for whatever reason, then that's fine. I'll just retire from Death Battle, and they can be left to their own devices where they will inevitably kill themselves. Not literally, but they will kill their channel. And I'll just look in the background like, well, I told you this would happen, but you never listened to me. Like, I mean, I really wish people would understand that I don't do what I do because I'm an asshole. I do what I do because I genuinely care about Death Battle, and I don't want them to kill themselves. But that's what's going to happen if they keep going down the path that they're going down. And they're going to have nobody to blame but themselves, because people like me tried to reach out to them and fucking help them. Much like with Fanmore, I tried to help him. Look what he did. Again, I'll laugh if Link versus Cloud blows up in their face. Because here's the way I see it. Whenever Death Battle drops views, I usually gain views. It's a little thing I tend to notice. People get pissed off at Death Battle, they come across my videos talking sense, and then they end up realizing that Death Battle is full of fucking shit. And again, whether you like Link versus Cloud or not, it's not going to necessarily take away from the flaws. You can still like something that's poorly put together. And again, I would argue that Death Battle did not utilize Link versus Cloud to its fullest potential. They could have done so much more. But Death Battle has become less imaginative than ever before. Because these are middle-aged men that are starting to lose their imagination. I mean, like I said, the ending of the fight is just a recycled ending to Zoro versus Urza. They're ripping off their own stuff. Why do you think that Death Battle keeps things safe? There's a reason for that. Death Battle wants guaranteed views. Taking a risk would imply that they might lose views, and Death Battle doesn't want that. That's why I always tell people, if you're genuinely pissed off with Death Battle, don't watch their episodes, don't leave downvotes. If Death Battle is going down the shitter, their views will reflect it, like what's currently going on with wrestling. Wrestling is dead. AEW is in debt, and WWE hasn't been able to get out of the ones, and is probably going to go bankrupt. Vince McMahon already had to sell the network. That's going to be Death Battle someday if they don't fix their shit. And that's why I keep trying to tell people, help them understand that just simply let Death Battle's view count speak for itself. Maybe I wish people would understand, I'm not out to get Death Battle. I'm really not. As far as I'm concerned, Death Battle is their own worst enemy. Because here's another thing that a lot of people don't know. If Death Battle doesn't maintain a certain amount of views, guess what's going to happen to their sponsors? Because I've looked into YouTube sponsorships. You need to maintain a certain amount of views or else sponsors will not reach out to you. Why do you think I don't have any sponsorships? I don't maintain the type of view count that sponsors would be interested in. If Death Battle starts to lose views, not only will their profits go down, but they'll lose sponsors as well. That's what I try to get people to understand. Let the view count speak for itself. And I have insomnia. I could probably keep going. Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, but even when I'm tired, it's difficult for me to fall asleep. Yep. I don't know what the future of Death Battle is going to be. I mean, I'll keep doing my thing, but I don't have much confidence that Death Battle is going to do the right thing. They've had every opportunity to fix their shit. They've had people like me, Seth, and Sir Splash calling them out, but they just don't listen. Like, basically, I see myself as the Smarkbusters of the Versus community. Because people in the YWC may not always appreciate the Smarkbusters, but at the end of the day, the Smarkbusters spoke the truth. And people didn't listen to them all those years. And after so many years, the Smarkbusters kept being proven right. That's what I believe is happening to me. I keep speaking the truth about Death Battle, and people just say, like, oh, you're just an asshole. You just hate Death Battle. And yet almost every horrible thing I say ends up coming true. I mean, it's not like I want to see Death Battle fail. I want to see them do well. But again, Death Battle is doing this to themselves. I mean, what's next? If I review Bleach, is that evidence that I'm a Bleach hater? Is that what's going to happen? Like, when I eventually get around to making anime reviews, am I going to have to deal with people accusing me of hating anime? Seriously, I don't understand what these people want. And again, if you people don't like, if you people that don't like me and think I just hate Death Battle, why don't you watch my videos where I talk positively about Death Battle? You know why I focus more on the negative aspects of Death Battle? Because that's what people want to see. People want to see Death Battle get called out on their bullshit. Nobody wants to see me suck Death Battle's dick. Because anytime I make a review talking about a good episode of Death Battle, guess what? Nobody gives a shit. Go watch my reviews where I'm positive about Death Battle. Go watch Solid Snake versus Sam Fisher. Go watch Afro Samurai versus Samurai Jack where I'm actually positive. If you want me to speak more positively about Death Battle, then go watch those videos. Don't come to my fucking video where I talk about why Naruto versus Ichigo sucks. Instead of telling me that I suck dick or that I'm a salty fanboy, why don't you actually fucking make a credible argument, or at the very least go watch my content to encourage me to talk more about the positive aspects of Death Battle. Seriously, this isn't common sense. I mean, God damn it, this isn't rocket science to figure out. It's common sense. I'm just like any other YouTuber. I'm going to inevitably talk about what gets views. I'm not going to talk about the stuff that people don't give a shit about. Why do you think I don't do unboxing videos anymore? People didn't give a shit about those, so I stopped doing them. Because they were just a waste of time. Not to mention a waste of money. And it's funny because these people that call me a hater and an asshole are probably the same people that would have come into my demonophobia review and call me a piece of shit for daring to stand up for something that I believe is an underrated gem. Maybe. Truth be told, I probably shouldn't be talking about Death Battle, but I guess I just need to vent some of my frustrations I have with these Death Battle fans and that my current feelings on the situation. Because it's like, at a certain point, I'm not going to talk about Death Battle if I start to feel like talking about Death Battle is going to have an effect on my mental health. I'm just going to stop. Because I know you guys like certain types of content. But if it gets to the point where I get genuinely harassed, like not fake harassed, like what a lot of people like to cry, like genuinely harassed, to the point where my mental health starts to get affected, I'm going to have to start moving on to other content. Because even if I do love making videos about Death Battle, if it starts to get to a point where where it's going to affect my mental health, then I got to stop doing it. I don't want to become another Dishonored Wolf, where my mental health gets so bad due to the toxicity of the internet that I nuke my fucking channel and vanish from existence. I don't want that to happen. So maybe if any of those people are watching that don't like me, maybe think twice before you leave a comment talking shit about me. Like, seriously, it's immensely frustrating sometimes. And the irony is, one of the reasons why I want to make a podcast episode dedicated to taking on reviews of Kodomo no Jiken is because I want to show you all what a shitty, toxic review actually looks like. If you've seen some of these Kodomo no Jiken reviews, you wouldn't believe some of the shit these people say. Remember that time in my Demonophobia review when I covered comments by people that genuinely said disgusting things just because they didn't like Demonophobia and it offended them? Remember that time I found a comment of somebody said that Japan deserved to be nuked because of Demonophobia? That's actual fucking toxicity. Those are people that are out of their fucking minds. And I'm going to do the same thing to these so-called reviewers that talk shit about Kodomo no Jiken while making complete asses of themselves. Yeah, I know all about what happened to John Cena. I'm not surprised that he would do something stupid like that. I expect that kind of stupidity from John Cena. And I don't feel bad for him. He deserves some karma after being partially responsible for killing wrestling. I regret ever being a fan of his back in the day. I wish I could go back in time and slap younger me. Like the wrestling has gotten so bad that The Undertaker doesn't even want to protect this business anymore. And Shane McMahon says he's furious what's going on with the company right now. If The Undertaker and fucking Shane McMahon are fucking pissed off, then you're doing something wrong. Hmm. 8 horror movies that actually happened in real life? What the fuck? Yeah. I don't know sometimes, guys. While I do genuinely love what I do, sometimes due to the nature of the internet and YouTube, it can be a bit mentally exhausting to the point where I just shut down and start to disassociate. It's already difficult enough for me to put myself out there due to things like me being autistic. It's already difficult enough. Hell, I even considered possibly going on a brief hiatus, but I wasn't sure about doing it or not. Because at this point in my life, all I really have right now is my YouTube career. Due to that whole homeless situation, I lost just about everything. I even lost my brother. I mean, yeah, he's not gone forever, but I lost quite a lot, and this is all I really have going in my life right now. Sure, I could probably get myself another job, but to what end? Making money to just get by day, not accomplishing anything? I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't want to become like my ex's husband, where he's in his mid-30s and hasn't accomplished shit outside of being a fucking plumber. The guy talks about how he wants to be a mangaka and a comic book artist and hasn't produced a single fucking comic book in his life. I don't want to be with that guy. I genuinely want to make something of my YouTube career. Yeah, people can laugh at me being quote-unquote a butthurt fanboy with no life, but at the end of the day, this is my career choice. This is me following my dreams and passion. What the fuck do you do? Sit around all day talking shit to people that have opinions you don't like? Like, I'm just over here trying to follow my passion at the end of the day. And those who think that I'm just an asshole and a man-child or something like that, honestly, you are the actual pathetic ones. Because all you're doing is just shitting on a person just trying to follow their dreams. The fact that I'm even able to do this whole YouTube thing after all the shit I've been through is surprising. Because I don't like to talk about it, but I have to deal with a lot of shit in my personal life, but I try to keep my personal life out of it. Because I know all too many times, one of the main things that ends up being the downfall of YouTubers is when they get too involved in their personal lives on their channel. And I try my best to avoid that. Now, I'm not trying to guilt trip people or anything like that. Like, that's not the point of this. I'm trying to get people to understand that I deal with a lot of stuff in my life. And I genuinely sacrifice a lot because I just want to follow my dreams. Because I believe that following my dreams will help me be happy no matter what situation I'm in. Like, some people underestimate just how genuinely grateful I am. Like, people like FanWar don't understand that just because I don't have as many subscribers as him means nothing to me. I'm grateful for any fan base that I have, small or large. I mean, I could live the rest of my life with only 5,000 subscribers and knowing that as long as I was able to still entertain people and bring joy to those people's lives, you know what? I could take that to my grave and be happy. I'm not out to be the next big YouTuber. I'm not out to be the next Markiplier or PewDiePie. I just want to entertain people and develop a fan base of my own. That's all I want. I'm not out to be famous. I'm not out to make bank. I'm not out to be the next big YouTuber. I'm just trying to follow my passion. Simple as that. And if people want to try to shit on me just because I have an opinion they don't like, well, then I would encourage them to rethink their lives a bit. Why do you think I avoid talking about PewDiePie and Markiplier? I don't want to incur the wrath of their fan base. I mentioned to like I said, I mentioned to this YouTuber that talks about Steve, that makes a review of every person that seemingly makes a negative review of Steven Universe, and I'm like, I straight up told him, this is why I don't make any videos on Steven Universe, because I don't want to incur the wrath of people like you. hopefully I can make it with my YouTube channel. And if I could ever make one of my anime scripts like Snuff Machinery, that would be a dream come true. I could die happy. Even if it ended up not being a super popular anime, that's fine. That's not what I'm trying to do. I just want to tell a story that I just want to tell a story and make a world that people can get lost in. It's one of the reasons why I try to avoid politics on my YouTube channel, because I know that politics suck. The real world sucks, and I want to be able to be an escape from all that garbage. I, like most people, understand the importance of escapist entertainment, especially when you consider that the world just keeps getting shittier and shittier. I think back to a lot of the YouTubers that I watched growing up that helped me get through shitty times. Escapist entertainment is very important, I believe. And that's why I will not stand for people that try to inject real-world politics into movies. Unless you're making a documentary or a satire, fuck off with your real-world politics. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Nobody will ever care about your political opinions. Yeah, sadly, it's reaching that time where inevitably the stream's probably starting to die. There's currently 9 people still watching. And given how late it is, I mean, it's been about 10 hours. I mean, you can't really help it, you know? I'll probably stop it soon anyway. Because I don't want the rest of this stream to just be an excuse for me to vent, you know? That's not the point of my streams. The point of my streams is to entertain you guys. You know, if I wanted someone to vent to, I'll go talk to a therapist, you know? I just want some of the people that may dislike me to understand that I'm not out to get you. I'm not out to get Death Battle. I'm not this toxic man baby. And you need to understand that sometimes your shit talking is going to have repercussions. Like I said, you always want to defend Death Battle by saying they're just trying to entertain people. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Like, I don't make content out of hatred. For example, I hate politics, and guess what? I'm usually very unhappy. Ask anyone who's seen any of my streams where I talk about politics, I hate it. I'm usually rarely ever having fun. But yeah, I might try to potentially do another stream tomorrow. Who knows? I still got to finish the scripts for Link versus Cloud. So that might take a bit. But thankfully, since Death Battle's going on a hiatus, I got plenty of time. I mean, I definitely have the time now to do more streams than I was able to do before. Maybe tomorrow I'll do something a little bit more chilled out, like playing a video game. Because I have thought about, since things have been getting pretty heated with this whole Link versus Cloud situation, maybe I'll do something a little bit more chilled out, like just sit down and play a video game or something. Who knows? I know this was probably a weird pilot to my horror movie podcast. Next episode, I'm going to do my best to be a little bit more focused. And what I will say to my fans, to the ones that are still watching and the ones that have made it this far into the stream, first of all, thanks for showing investment into this content. But I will say, whenever I am a part of a podcast that's meant to have a specific theme like horror, can we please try to keep it to a specific theme? Because due to my ADHD, it's very easy for me to get off on tangents, you know? Like, it's one thing if it's just an episode of my normal podcast where I'm just talking about whatever. But if it's something like the horror movie podcast, I do kind of want to keep things a little bit focused, you know? Like, it's okay to talk about it's okay to talk about anime during the horror podcast, but try to stick it to horror themed anime, you know what I mean? I mean, I know I can't control what you guys are going to do, but that would just be my request, you know? Just try to help keep things a little bit more focused. I'm not saying it's your fault if I go on a tangent. Like I said, that's more so my fault if I go into a tangent. I have ADHD and I need to do a good job at keeping it under control, not getting into tangents. But sometimes it happens. Well, Unknown, here's a list to help you get started. Elfen Lied, another Higurashi, Shiki, Hellgirl. I highly recommend Hellgirl. There's some to help you get started out. But yeah. Since the stream is pretty much dead at this point and everyone's probably going to sleep, it's probably a decent cutoff point. So yeah, thanks for joining me during the stream. I apologize for those of you who came here just wanting to talk about horror. If I got on some unrelated tangents, I truly am sorry about that. I'm going to make sure that next episode things are much more focused. And the next episode, I think we'll be talking about creepypastas. So anyone who's interested in creepypastas, look forward to that, and I will make sure that we keep things focused. I'll have to do a little bit of research into that because that I did not hear about. I knew that they were making a... Actually, you know what? I'll save this for another time. I'll just try to remember that, but yeah. Thanks for joining, and I'll see you guys around, hopefully tomorrow. But there's a possibility I might go on a very brief hiatus and disappear for a few days. Who knows?